Pain. A searing agony pierced through Chu Zhao's bones, like countless steel needles invading every pore of his body. He recalled the final moment of the fall of Jialing Pass, when the divine light of retribution tore apart the golden dome of the Spirit Hall. His father, Salus, had burned his life force to grant him a fleeting chance of survival, only to be impaled through the chest by Tang San's trident of the sea god. Why? Why does the righteous side lose? With an overwhelming sense of resentment and bitterness, Chu Zhao's consciousness sank into darkness. Yet at this moment, the delicate fragrance of sandalwood and dragon's saliva mingled at his nostrils, and beneath him lay an exquisitely soft golden velvet bed. Sunlight poured through the intricately carved glass window, warming his skin. This is not hell. Chu Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon a beautifully gilded dome above, where lifelike six-winged angel reliefs adorned the ceiling. Is this the residence of the Archbishop in the golden holy mountain of the Spirit Hall? Mirror. I need a mirror, he rasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. As if sensing his demand, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Young master, are you awake? Today is your spirit awakening ceremony, and the Archbishop requests you to prepare. The respectful voice of the maid sent a jolt through Chu Zhao. Young master? Archbishop? Spirit awakening ceremony? He was Chu Zhao, the only son of Salus, the Platinum Archbishop of the Spirit Hall, age 17, about to participate in the Spirit Awakening ceremony. In his previous life, he had failed this very ceremony, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Spirit Hall, and thereafter regarded as a disgrace by his father, living like a mere shadow within the residence. He threw aside the covers and jumped out of bed, stumbling towards the vanity. The copper mirror reflected a youthful, yet strikingly handsome face, with sharp brows and bright eyes. A high nose bridged though still in the bloom of youth. His future good looks were already evident. This was indeed his 17-year-old self. Ha! The heavens do not forsake me. The heavens do not forsake Chu Zhao. He couldn't help but laugh softly, the humiliation, resentment, and bitterness of his past life finding an outlet at this moment. As a survivor who witnessed the downfall of the Spirit Hall in his previous life, he was acutely aware of what was to come. That boy named Tang San would ascend the pedestal step by step, with his protagonist's halo, ultimately obliterating the once glorious Spirit Hall. His father Salus, Pope Bibidong, Saintess Hulaina, and even the exalted angel god Qianrenxue, all would become stepping stones on Tang San's path to divinity. No, this time it is impossible. Chu Zhao's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. Tang San, your destiny shall be rewritten by me. At that moment, he felt a peculiar tremor emanating from his dantian, as two completely different energy flows began to swirl within him. One was as dark as an abyss, exuding an eerie chill. The other was a vivid crimson, radiating a frenzied, searing energy. This is soul power? When did I acquire soul power? Chu Zhao was astonished, for in his previous life, he had been a waste without even half a level of soul power. He endeavored to channel the two surges of energy, and as he did so, a flash of dark light emanated from the palm of his right hand, conjuring a ghastly bone dragon that spiraled forth, its head held high, exuding a chilling aura of death. In contrast, a brilliant red light erupted from the palm of his left hand, forming a spectral magic sword adorned with flowing crimson patterns, its blade vibrating and emitting an enthralling hum. Dual martial souls. Chu Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. In the Douluo continent, dual martial souls were an exceedingly rare phenomenon, a definitive symbol of genius. In his previous life, he had failed to awaken even a single martial soul, yet in this life he had directly awakened dual martial souls. Ding! Host soul stability detected. Meeting system binding conditions. Destiny rewriter system has been activated. Scanning current world information for the host. Scan complete. Current world, Douluo continent. Current time, 3 months before Tang San awakens his martial soul. Host identity, Chu Zhao, son of Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall. Current martial souls, Bone. Dragon, a variant of Black Tiger martial soul. Potential rating, SS. Blood Magic Sword System bound martial soul. Potential rating, SSS. Current soul power, level 15 great. Soul master inherent to dual martial souls. A series of cold, mechanical tones echoed in Chu Zhao's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. A system? As someone who had read numerous web novels in his previous life, he was no stranger to this term. To think there is system assistance. It seems that in this life, I, Chu Zhao, am destined to overturn this damned fate. Beginner quest issued. Intercept Tang San's Xiantian skill manual. Quest description. Target Tang, San has commenced training in the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Xiantian skill, in Holy Spirit Village. This skill will become one of the foundations of his future rise. The host is required to travel to Holy Spirit Village within 1 month to seize this manual. Quest rewards: Martial Soul, Synthesizer Beginner, Destiny Fragment X10, System. Energy 500. Quest failure penalty: permanent decrease of soul power by 10 levels. Martial Soul potential rating reduced to C. Upon hearing the details of the quest and the penalties for failure, Chu Zhao's gaze hardened. Xintian skill. Tang San. Holy Spirit Village. These keywords were etched into his mind like a brand. In his previous life, he had heard whispers that Tang San possessed an extraordinary technique not belonging to this world, and it turned out to be called Xintian skill. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. 17 years old, dual martial souls, a level 15 Great Soul Master, an extraordinary system. He was practically starting at the pinnacle. Come here, Chu Xiao called out assertively. Young master, what are your orders? The maid quickly entered the room. Prepare my wash-up, and also inform my father that I am ready to proceed with the martial soul awakening ceremony. Chu Xiao spoke calmly, yet his tone carried an undeniable authority. The maid paused momentarily, sensing an unusual change in the young master today, his eyes revealing depths and sharpness she could not comprehend. However, she dared not inquire further, respectfully acknowledging his command before turning to prepare. Chu Xiao approached the window, gazing at the majestic Pope's palace atop the golden, sacred mountain in the distance, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering determination. Tang San, Holy Spirit Village. Is it? I will soon come to find you, in this lifetime, I shall not only seize your martial arts but also usurp your fortune, shatter your pride, and make you aware of who truly embodies the destined child of this realm. The future of the Spirit Hall shall be rewritten by my hand. Sunlight cascaded upon his youthful visage, illuminating a pair of eyes ablaze with vengeance and ambition. Thus, the legend of Chu Xiao officially commences at this moment. Chapter 2. The Gambit of Holy Spirit Village. The morning sunlight filtered through the cracks of the carriage curtains, casting mottled shadows upon Chu Xiao's face. The interior of the carriage was adorned with soft fox fur, and the air was imbued with a faint scent of ambergris, a fragrance he had specifically requested from his maid to mask. The noble aura that belonged to the Spirit Hall. Outside the window lay the barren wilderness of the southern Douluo continent, the rugged dirt roads starkly contrasting with the opulence of the golden sacred mountain. Young master, we are approaching Holy Spirit Village. The voice of the coachman echoed from the front. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, lifting a corner of the curtain. Before him appeared a quaint village, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, earthen walls, and thatched roofs. Dozens of households were scattered at the foot of the mountain, while a somewhat worn stone tablet stood at the entrance, inscribed with the words Holy Spirit Village. This is the place. Remember, now a merchant from the Fastno province, named Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao instructed his bodyguard in a hushed tone. Let us proceed according to plan, and do not reveal our identities. The two bodyguards, clad in ordinary attire, were secret agents of the Spirit Hall, possessing a soul power of the 30th rank, specifically dispatched by Salus to protect him. At this moment, they concealed their presence, appearing as mere common bodyguards. Chu Xiao adjusted his coarse linen robe, concealing the exquisite silk lining beneath, and smeared a bit of dirt on his face to enhance the guise of a weary traveling merchant. Only after completing this did he push open the carriage door and step out. As he entered the village, a melange of earthy scents, livestock, and cooking smoke enveloped him. A few children playing at the village entrance gazed curiously at the unfamiliar group, whispering among themselves. Chu Xiao paid them no heed, his sharp gaze scanning the village until it quickly settled on the lone blacksmith shop at the eastern edge, where sparks danced in the air. That is the place, he murmured, striding purposefully towards the forge. Inside the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clang of metal pervaded the air. A burly middle-aged man, with a robust physique, wielded a large hammer, shaping a glowing red iron block, his tattered clothing soaked in sweat. Beside him, a small boy, seemingly 6 or 7 years old, struggled to operate the bellows, his face flushed from the heat of the forge. Indeed, it was Tang Hao and Tang San. Chu Zhao's pupils constricted as he entered discreetly. The air was thick with the scorching aroma of metal and smoke, causing him some discomfort, yet his countenance remained adorned with a gentle smile. "Excuse me, sir," Chu Xiao began, deliberately lowering his voice and adopting a slightly foreign accent. "I am a passing merchant, wishing to see if there are any iron goods available for purchase." Tang Hao lifted his head, casting a glance at Chu Xiao, his eyes clouded and weary, as if indifferent to everything around him. "Look for what you want yourself. The prices are marked on the wall," he replied curtly, returning to his task as if Chu Xiao were merely a passing breeze. However, the young Tang Sen paused in his work, curiously observing Chu Xiao. His eyes sparkled with an unusual calmness for his age, but a fleeting glimmer of caution flickered in his gaze upon noticing the bodyguards behind Chu Xiao. It is those eyes. A surge of emotion coursed through Chu Xiao, and almost simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Target detected. Tang San. Current status. Soul power level unknown. Awakened martial soul. Blue-silver grass not yet manifested. Currently practicing. Xiantian skill early stage of the first layer. Ding. Target detected. Tang Hao. Current status. Soul power level concealed. Martial soul. Haotian hammer not yet activated. Vitality diminished. Suspected to be in a sealed state. Indeed, a cold smile crept into Chu Xiao's heart, though his face wore an even warmer smile as he approached Tang San. Little one, what is your name? Helping your father at such a young age, you are truly considerate. Tang San took a cautious step back, speaking softly, my name is Tang San. Tang San, a lovely name. Chu Xiao pretended to casually observe his hands, seeking signs of the unique calluses that would indicate practice of the Xiantian skill. However, while Tang San's hands were indeed rough from working the bellows, there were no distinct marks of cultivation. It appeared this boy was quite adept at concealing his true abilities. I see you seem quite well. You practicing some form of exercise to strengthen your body? Chu Xiao inquired, subtly channeling his soul power in an attempt to sense the energy fluctuations within Tang San. At that moment, the system abruptly issued a warning. Warning. The target Tang San possesses a destiny barrier. Forcibly probing or attempting to seize items will trigger a backlash, the intensity of which increases with the force of the probe. Current destiny barrier strength. Primary can withstand mental probing from soul masters below the level of soul sovereign. He reined his probing thoughts and instead produced a finely crafted wooden box from his robe. Upon opening it, several lustrous soul crystals were revealed. Little one, I have some beautiful stones here. How about we trade? Tang San's gaze fell upon the soul crystals, curiosity flickering in his eyes, but he quickly shook his head. I have nothing to trade with you, uncle. Don't be so dismissive, Chu Xiao encouraged gently. Look at these soul crystals, they change color in the sunlight. Quite stunning. Do you have any little trinkets you've made or perhaps some old books at home? You could bring them to trade with your uncle. That he deliberately emphasized the term old books, fixing his gaze intently on Tang San's face. Indeed, upon hearing old books, Tang San's eyes momentarily betrayed a flicker of interest, though he swiftly masked it, a detail not missed by Chu Xiao. Just as Chu Xiao prepared to further entice him, Tang Hao, who had remained silent, suddenly paused in his hammering. He lifted his head, his murky gaze finally focusing on Chu Xiao. That seemingly indifferent look bore an invisible weight, causing the two guards behind Chu Xiao to instinctively tense. I have no old books. Tang Hao's voice was hoarse and deep. If this gentleman has nothing to purchase, please leave and do not disturb my work. A chill ran through Chu Xiao. Was this truly the former Haotian Douluo? Even in weakened vitality, a single glance could instill pressure in soul master-level guards. It seemed nearly impossible to extract the Xiantian skill from Tang San in front of Tang Hao. Forceful seizure was out of the question, and his attempts at inducement had been interrupted by Tang Hao. Chu Xiao's mind whirled, devising a new plan. Speaking of which, I just observed that this young friend possesses remarkable talent, which reminds me of a master from my hometown. The Spirit Hall, renowned for his ability to discover gifted soul masters. If this young friend encounters any uncertainties upon awakening his martial spirit in the future, he might consider visiting the branch of the Spirit Hall in Notting City. He may indeed stumble upon fortuitous encounters, that he emphasized the words Spirit Hall with intent. Beside him, Tang San's body tensed, his gaze toward Chu Xiao now tinged with caution and confusion. Inwardly, Chu Xiao scoffed. Having achieved his goal, he was aware of Tang Hao's animosity toward the Spirit Hall, thus mentioning it was a deliberate provocation intended to instill wariness in Tang Hao, prompting him to hastily escort Tang San away from Holy Spirit Village. Once Tang San departed, liberated from Tang Hao's unwavering protection, the opportunity to act would present itself. I bid you farewell. Chu Xiao lingered no longer, turning to exit the blacksmith shop with his guards. Upon returning to the carriage, he lifted the curtain and cast a final glance toward the direction of Holy Spirit Village, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Tang Hao, Tang San, we shall meet again soon, Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Compel Tang Hao to leave Holy Spirit Village with Tang San prematurely. Mission progress. 12 Tang Hao has been alerted. The system's notification imbued Chu Xiao's eyes with a brighter gleam. It appeared his strategy had borne fruit. Now he merely needed to exercise patience, waiting for Tang how to lead Tang San away from Holy Spirit Village. This would be the optimal moment for him to act. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, inside the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao set down his hammer, his murky gaze fixed on the village entrance as he murmured, "The Spirit Hall. How could they find this place?" Beside him, Tang San inquired with confusion. "Father, who was that person? Why did he mention the Spirit Hall?" Tang Hao remained silent for a moment, a complex glimmer flashing his eyes, before he finally sighed. "Little San, remember, when encountering individuals from the Spirit Hall in the future, you must exercise caution. Furthermore, we may need to leave this place soon." Though Tang San did not fully comprehend, he nodded earnestly. He understood that his father's decisions were always grounded in reason. Above Holy Spirit Village, the sun gradually descended, marking the beginning of a game steeped in destiny and opportunity. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao already stood at the precipice of this unfolding contest. Chapter 3. The Bone Dragon of the River of Hades. In the gaze of the Pope, the carriage rolled over the white jade stone path of the Golden Holy Mountain, ultimately halting at the side entrance of the bishop's residence. Chu Xiao lifted the curtain, and dusk had quietly enveloped the Spirit Hall, the gilded dome reflecting a solemn light beneath the twilight. "Young master, the bishop is awaiting you in the study," the butler greeted respectfully, his gaze betraying a subtle hint of reverence. Since the news of Chu Xiao awakening his twin martial souls spread, the demeanor of everyone in the residence towards him had changed drastically. Nodding slightly, Chu Xiao proceeded directly to the study. Upon pushing the door open, he found his father, Salus, with his back turned, gazing at a portrait of a six-winged angel hanging on the wall, his crimson bishop's robe appearing as if it were congealed blood under the candlelight. Salus slowly turned around, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing him. "Oh, you have utilized the identity of the Spirit Hall?" "Indeed," Chu Xiao admitted candidly. "I believe it is more effective to exert pressure through my identity rather than maneuvering in the shadows, compelling them to reveal their whereabouts." Salus remained silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. "Interesting. It seems that since awakening your twin martial souls, your audacity has increased considerably." He approached Chu Xiao, his fingertip unexpectedly pointing towards his brow, and a surge of formidable soul power instantly flooded in. "Let me see what is so extraordinary about your two martial souls." Chu Xiao felt a torrent of warmth probing into his consciousness and promptly activated his soul power to protect his Dantian. The black light surged from his right hand, and the ethereal image of the bone dragon spiraled forth, exuding a chilling breath. From his left hand, the blood-red light erupted, and the phantom of the blood demon's sword vibrated with a resonant hum, its crimson patterns flowing as if alive. Inwardly, Chu Xiao smirked at the thought of attracting trouble. His true aim was to upend the entire fate of the Spirit Hall. Ding. Hidden mission forced Tang Hao to leave the village. Progress updated. 22. Tang Hao has decided to take Tang San away from Holy Soul Village. Current system energy, 1,500 points. Excellent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. Next, it was time to test the martial soul synthesizer. He made his way to the secret laboratory beneath the residence, a once-abandoned alchemy room he had fortuitously discovered in his previous life, now transformed into his private sanctuary. In the center of the laboratory, a circular formation composed of dark iron and soul crystals emanated a soft blue light. It was the system's materialization of the martial soul synthesizer, primary. System, fuse the bone dragon and the blood demon sword. Chu Xiao commanded in a deep voice. Ding. Martial soul fusion commencing. Consuming 1,000 points of system energy. Please inject the energy of the twin martial souls. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao placed both hands on the edges of the formation. The ethereal image of the bone dragon from his right hand and the phantom of the blood demon's sword from his left hand simultaneously merged into the formation. The black and red energies wildly intertwining and colliding, producing a piercing shriek. The brilliance at the center of the formation intensified, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. Chu Xiao felt an excruciating pain in his soul, as if two forces were tearing within him. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly channeled his soul power to suppress it, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Warning. Severe conflict of martial soul attributes. 70 chance of fusion failure. Would you like to consume 500 points of system energy to forcibly stabilize? Stabilize. As the energy was injected, the black and red radiance within the formation gradually merged and twisted, ultimately transforming into the ethereal image of a completely pitch-black bone dragon. Upon its dragon wings lay a myriad of crimson patterns, while from its maw emanated a thick, inky mist with each beat of its wings. An aura of death that sent shivers through the soul was stirred. Ding. The fusion of the martial spirit has been successfully completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a brand new mutated martial spirit, Bone Dragon of the Underworld. Martial spirit characteristics. 1. Death's Gaze. Releases a mental shock, inflicting double damage on targets with life force below 50. 2. Bloodbone regeneration. Consumption of biological blood accelerates the repair of soul bones in the physical body. 3. Underworld summon. Consumes soul power to summon low-tier undead beings. Can be summoned 3 times daily. Chu Xiao gazed intently at the bone dragon of the underworld within the magical formation, feeling the surging power coursing through the martial spirit, his heart racing uncontrollably. This force surpassed that of a mere bone dragon or blood magic sword, exuding an eerie beauty entwined with destruction and rebirth. Wonderful, he murmured to himself. With this martial spirit, intercepting Tang San is merely the first step. At that moment, the stone door of the laboratory was abruptly knocked upon, and the voice of a maid, laced with trepidation, reached him. Young master, the esteemed Pope summons you. Please proceed to the Pope's hall immediately. Chu Xiao's pupils constricted. Bibi Dong. Why would she suddenly call for him? He composed himself, dispelling the martial spirit and adjusting his robes. Before departing, he cast a glance at the system panel, where the prompt for the fate barrier flickered once more, this time directing him towards the Pope's hall. How intriguing. A cold, sharp smile graced Chu Xiao's lips. It seemed he would soon meet this future goddess of slaughter. As he stepped into the Pope's hall, an invisible pressure enveloped him. The chamber was vast and solemn, dominated by a colossal statue of a 6-winged angel at its center. Bibi Dong, clad in a black and gold papal robe, sat regally upon a lofty jade throne. Her blood-red eyes, veiled, fixed upon him like a serpent poised to strike. You are the son of Salus, Chu Xiao? Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as jade, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I hear you have awakened a twin martial spirit, and even visited the Holy Spirit village? Chu Xiao bowed respectfully, his mind racing with calculations. Bibi Dong's strength was unfathomable, far exceeding his expectations, and the subtle darkness surrounding her resonated with the fate barrier prompt. Yes, Your Excellency, he replied, lowering his gaze. I merely harbor an interest in the talents among soul masters and wish to observe. After a brief silence, Bibi Dong suddenly chuckled, her laughter tinged with an uncanny allure. Oh, is that so? Yet I have heard that you mentioned the martial spirit hall while at the blacksmith shop? The moment her words fell, Chu Xiao felt a chilling mental force stab into his consciousness, sharp as a needle. Warning. A tidal Douluo level mental probe detected. Fate barrier activated, mitigating 50 of the mental impact. Chu Xiao trembled, enduring the piercing pain in his consciousness, yet maintaining a facade of respect. Your Excellency, please discern. I merely mentioned it in passing, hoping to assist the martial spirit hall in discovering talents. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on his face for an extended moment, as if attempting to see through him. Finally, she shifted her gaze away, her tone returning to its calm demeanor. Very well. Your father is currently preparing for the Continental Soul Master competition. If you have the time, lend him your assistance. Yes, I shall obey, Chu Xiao replied, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, and bowed as he withdrew. Stepping out of the papal chamber, the night breeze caressed Chu Xiao's face, and he suddenly realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, Bibi Dong harbored some ulterior motives. He clenched his fists, the fleeting darkness glimmering in her eyes flashing through his mind, and it appeared she had developed an interest in him, an ominous sign. Ding. Main quest activated. Interfere with the destiny of the chosen one. Quest details. Before the Continental Soul Master competition. Prevent Tang San from obtaining the optimal first spirit ring, a century-old spirit ring. Quest rewards. Unlock the Tang Sect hidden weapon blueprint in the Destiny shop. 2,000 system energy and 1 random soul bone fragment. Quest failure penalty. Temporary sealing of the martial spirit underworld bone dragon for 72 hours. The system's notification caused Chu Xiao's gaze to sharpen. The Continental Soul Master competition? Tang San's first spirit ring? This is fortuitous. Gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, a ruthless smile crept onto his lips. Tang San, your troubles have only just begun. Unbeknownst to him. Back in the papal chamber, Bibi Dong slowly raised her hand, her fingers brushing against her heart, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing her eyes. This child possesses a peculiar aura, as though he does not belong to this world, she murmured, her fingertips flickering with a strand of dark energy. Intriguing. It seems this game has acquired yet another interesting variable. In the darkness, the ethereal shadow of the underworld bone dragon flickered in Chu Xiao's palm, blood-red patterns shimmering in the night, as if a gateway to an unknown destiny had been opened. The game in Shanghan Village was merely a prelude. On the grand stage of the continent, a hunt revolving around destiny and power was poised to unfold. Chapter 4. The hidden weapon blueprint and the crimson transaction, this will do. Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed, his fingertip gently tapping. Ding. Consumed 2,000 system energy. Successfully exchanged for the beginner Tang sect hidden weapon blueprint. Includes Bodhi seeds, soul-chasing nails, and simplified peacock feathers crafting methods. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The knowledge of hidden weapon forging from the Xiantian treasure record intertwining wildly with the metallic properties of Douluo continent. Chu Xiao's eyes flew open, excitement flashing within them. He had only heard of Tang San's extraordinary skills with hidden weapons in his past life, yet now he could master them himself. Come here. Chu Xiao pressed the button on the soul guide device beside the table. Prepare cold iron essence, secret silver sand, and the largest forging furnace. Deliver them to the underground laboratory. Although the maid was puzzled, she dared not inquire further. Half an hour later, the laboratory was ablaze with fire. Chu Xiao removed his outer garments, revealing his smoothly contoured arms. Memories from his previous life as an ordinary person rendered him somewhat rusty in forging techniques, yet the blueprint in his mind served as the most precise mentor, guiding every step. Bodhi seeds require 100 refined cold iron. With a touch of soul power for shaping, he murmured to himself. His hands danced with dexterity as a palm-sized piece of cold iron essence gradually softened under the enveloping soul power, molded into round beads. Subsequently, he retrieved the soul power engraving knife exchanged from the system shop and intricately engraved soul power conduits onto the surface of the beads. Ding. Successfully crafted 10 Bodhi seeds. Quality, common. Effect. When infused with soul power, it can unleash a potent penetrating force, effective against targets below the soul master rank. Chu Xiao picked up a Bodhi seed, channeling his soul power through his fingertips. With a swift sound, the seed transformed into a dark shadow that shot towards the wall, leaving a deep indentation that could almost reveal bone. Satisfied, he nodded. Although it was merely a mundane object, when combined with his soul power, it was sufficient to contend with soul masters of equal rank. Just as he was preparing to attempt crafting the soul-pursuing death nail, a knock echoed on the stone door of the laboratory. This time, a playful female voice inquired. Brother Chu Xiao, are you here? Chu Xiao paused momentarily, recognizing the voice of Hu Laina. What brought her here? He hastily concealed his hidden weapons and materials, adjusting his robe before opening the door. Outside stood Hu Laina, clad in a red outfit with her golden hair tied up in a ponytail, wearing a sweet smile. Behind her stood a stern-looking youth named Xieyu. Laina, what brings you here? Chu Xiao feigned surprise. Hu Laina blinked, stepping into the laboratory and curiously surveying her surroundings. Father mentioned you awakened a twin martial soul and even synthesized a new one. My brother and I came to see you. Her gaze fell upon Chu Xiao's somewhat rough hands. What were you doing? Your hands are covered in dust. A pang of anxiety shot through Chu Xiao, but he smiled and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I merely have a passing interest in forging, just experimenting a bit. He turned to Xieyu, nodding slightly. Brother Xieyu. It's been a while. Xieyu returned the nod, his eyes scrutinizing. Chu Xiao, I heard you went to Holy Soul Village. It was indeed for this matter. Chu Xiao thought to himself, stifling a scoff while exhaling dramatically, don't mention it. I intended to see if there were any prodigies. But it turned out to be a wild goose chase. He deliberately shifted the topic. By the way, Laina, what level is your soul power now? Hu Laina puffed out her chest proudly. Level 29. I'll soon break through to Great Soul Master. Brother Chu Xiao, what is your twin martial soul like? May we see it? Noticing the unmasked curiosity in her eyes, Chu Xiao felt a stirring within. Hu Laina was destined to be the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, and was also a character deeply infatuated with Tang San in the original narrative. If he could win her over, it would be advantageous. Chu Xiao smiled gently, his right hand surging with dark energy as the phantom of the underworld bone dragon slowly coiled into view. The pitch-black dragon, with a wingspan of 3 meters, displayed crimson patterns that shimmered under the candlelight, emanating an overwhelming aura of death. Both Hu Laina and Xieyu instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xieyu exclaimed, a mutated martial soul? Or perhaps a fused martial soul? That aura. It's called the Underworld Bone Dragon. Chu Xiao dissipated the martial soul, observing their shocked expressions with a sense of concealed pride. This was merely a preliminary synthesis. It still had much room for improvement. However, Hu Laina excitedly approached. So impressive. Brother Chu Xiao, you are incredible. It's even cooler than my brother's and my martial soul fusion technique. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Could you teach me? Internally, Chu Xiao scoffed, yet his expression remained warm and inviting, of course. However, I've been researching some new concepts lately and may require your assistance. What kind of help? Hu Laina immediately inquired. Leaning closer, Chu Xiao lowered his voice. I need some rare metals and information regarding the soul beasts on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. You know, I'm looking to find a suitable soul ring for my new martial soul. Without hesitation, Hulaina nodded. No problem. I've got this covered. Father possesses a plethora of resources. I shall procure them for you. Beside him, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of voicing an objection. Yet upon observing Hulaina's exuberance, he ultimately chose silence. Chu Xiao understood the dynamics at play. Hulaina, with her innocent disposition, was easily swayed by superficial appearances, while Xiaoyu exhibited a more cautious demeanor. However, by securing Hulaina's cooperation, he could indirectly access the resources of the Spirit Hall. This strategy was devised based on the system's analysis of Hulaina's martial spirit characteristics. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina's excitement surged. Is that true? How wonderful. At that moment, Chu Zhao's system unexpectedly chimed with an alert. Ding. Successfully garnered Hulaina's favor, 30. Current favorability, 60. Friendly. Triggered hidden quest, Crimson Transaction. Quest details. Establish a clandestine collaboration with Hulaina to obtain a distribution map of soul beasts in the core area of the Douluo forest. Quest rewards. Soul beast weakness analysis chart, 30 destiny fragments, 1500 system energy. Quest failure penalty. Hulaina's favorability resets to 0, revealing some of your hidden cards. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Zhao's eyes. A map of the core area of the Douluo forest? Precisely what he required. Tang Xin had acquired his first spirit ring from the century-old mandala snake near Nodding Academy. But if he could strategically position himself in the core area ahead of time, no matter. Chu Xiao collected his thoughts and smiled, saying, Our collaboration is bound to be delightful. He extended his hand, declaring, A pleasant cooperation, Laina. Without hesitation, Hulaina grasped his hand. A pleasant cooperation, Brother Chu Xiao. Her palm was warm and soft, her eyes brimming with trust. Yet, within Chu Zhao's heart, there was no ripple of emotion. To him, this was merely a sanguine transaction. Hulaina was but a pawn, Xiaoyu another, and even the entire spirit hall served as a piece in his game to reverse his fate. A torrent of information surged into his mind, with anatomical diagrams of various soul beasts and energy flow routes vividly manifesting in his consciousness. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering resolve. Tang San, I have set my sights on your first spirit ring, he murmured to himself, and furthermore, the treasures within the Douluo forest ought to find a new master. He once again wielded the soul power engraving knife, this time targeting the soul-pursuing death nail. The flickering flames of the laboratory illuminated his youthful yet icy visage, the air thick with the acrid scent of metal tempering, heralding a looming conspiracy of hunting. Meanwhile, in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao was packing a modest satchel, while Tang Xin stood nearby, his gaze filled with confusion and reluctance. They remained oblivious to the intricate web of schemes that had silently unfolded against them at the heart of the Spirit Hall. Ding. Main quest interfere with the growth trajectory of the Destiny Child progress updated. 13. Douluo Forest Intelligence acquired. The system's alert resonated like a war drum, marking the inaugural note of Chu Zhao's hunting plan. The ethereal silhouette of the bone dragon loomed behind him, its crimson patterns seemingly foretelling that new blood was about to flow upon the soil of the Douluo forest. Chapter 5. The Curse of the Mandala of Douluo's Enchantment. As dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the edges of the Douluo forest. Clad in black attire, Chu Xiao bore a leather quiver at his waist, filled with the Bodhi seeds and the soul-pursuing death nail he had hastily prepared overnight. Behind her, Hulaina rode a snow-white magical horse, eagerly peering into the depths of the dense forest. Brother Chu Xiao, are you certain there are century-old soul beasts here? Her voice was tinged with excitement. I heard from my father that the outskirts of the Douluo forest only harbor soul beasts of up to 10 years. Chu Xiao glanced at her with a faint, mocking smile inwardly. In the original narrative, Tang San's first soul ring was from a 100-year-old mandala snake, which, based on the soul beast weakness analysis map, should currently be lurking near the toxic marsh in the southeastern part of the forest. The reason he brought Hulaina along was twofold: to leverage her identity as a member of the Spirit Hall for convenience, and to assess her worth. Follow me, Chu Xiao instructed tersely, leaping into the thicket. His mental energy was fully unleashed, scanning the surroundings like a radar. The unique trait of his spirit, the Mingi Bone Dragon, known as Death Gaze, granted him heightened sensitivity to life energy, especially in regard to toxic creatures. Hulaina hastily followed suit, her enchanting fox spirit emanating a faint red soul power as she cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The absence of Xiaoyui's Chu Xiao's mind. The man's keen intuition could jeopardize his plans. Wait, Chu Xiao suddenly halted, crouching to examine the claw marks on the ground. These were traces of a serpentine soul beast, and judging by their depth, it had at least 50 years of cultivation. Hulaina leaned in for a closer look, her eyes flashing with a hint of anxiety. 50 years? Could that be dangerous? Dangerous? Chu Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. For the prey, yes, but for the hunter, it presents an opportunity. He rose to his feet, casting his gaze deeper into the forest. Stay close and remain silent. Both held their breath, moving through the trees like cheetahs. The further they ventured, the more humid the air became. The scent of decaying leaves mingled with a faintly sweet odor, a sign of potent toxins. Beep. Target soul beast mandala snake detected. Location, 500 meters southeast. Toxicity level, century-old. Soul power rank, equivalent to a level 28 soul master. Temporary mission triggered. Hunt the mandala snake. Mission details: successfully hunt the century-old mandala snake before Tang Sen arrives, and obtain its soul ring and soul bone. Drop probability 30. Mission rewards: mandala snake soul ring, absorbable, 50 destiny fragments, 3000 system energy, random skill book 1. Mission failure penalty: system energy reset to 0, exposure of part of the soul ring absorption secret. It's here. A glint of determination sparkled in Chu Zhao's eyes. He signaled for Hulaina to conceal herself, while he stealthily approached the edge of a nearby marsh. Moving like a shadow, in the center of the marsh coiled a massive snake, its body of vibrant green, wrapped around the roots of a towering tree. Its girth was akin to that of a child's arm, and its scales shimmered ominously under the sunlight. A pair of small, horn-like protrusions crowned its head. Indeed, it was the century-old mandala snake. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, sending ripples of faint green through the surrounding air, evidently releasing toxins. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhao's right hand quietly reached into his quiver. Just then, his mental energy suddenly detected another faint presence rapidly approaching from the northwest. How could he be so fast? Chu Zhao's brow furrowed in concern. According to the timeline of the original work, Tang Sen should still be en route to the Nodding Academy. How could he have arrived here prematurely? Could it be that his previous stimulation prompted Tang how to leave Holy Spirit Village with him ahead of schedule? Without time to ponder, Tang Sen's aura drew ever closer. Chu Zhao made a swift decision, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Act. He ceased to conceal himself, his right hand sweeping sharply as 3 Bodhi seeds, propelled by a piercing wind, shot towards the mandala snake. Simultaneously, a dark energy surged from his left hand, and the phantom of the underworld bone dragon suddenly manifested, enveloping the swamp in a chilling aura of death. Roar. The mandala snake was roused, its crimson eyes locking onto Chu Zhao. With a thunderous crash, its massive tail struck the ground, launching its body forward like an arrow released from a bow, spewing forth a cloud of dark green venom. Laina, fire! Chu Zhao shouted. Hulaina, already prepared, immediately unleashed her martial spirit, a blazing fox fire roaring forth, igniting the venomous mist with a crackling hiss. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Zhao swiftly advanced, his right hand forming a sword-like finger, infusing it with soul power, the tips glowing with a crimson hue, the energy of the blood demon sword. With a sharp thrust, his fingertip pierced the scales of the mandala snake. Although it did not inflict a fatal wound, it successfully incited the creature's wrath. The mandala snake reared its head, opening its massive maw to bite at Chu Zhao. Now's the moment. Chu Zhao pressed forward rather than retreating, his left hand striking the snake at its vital point. The underworld bone dragon's death gaze activated, a wave of mental shock surging into the mandala snake's consciousness. The creature's movements abruptly faltered, and Chu Zhao took the chance to withdraw, producing a soul-claiming nail, channeling all his soul power into it before casting it forth. Whoosh! The nail found its mark, embedding itself into the mandala snake's eye, driving deep into its brain. Hiss! The mandala snake let out a piercing cry, its massive form convulsing violently as green blood gushed forth, splattering into the swamp with a corrosive sound. Moments later, its body became entirely rigid, dissipating into specks of green light, leaving behind a faint green soul ring suspended in the air, along with a glimmering snake Fong soul bone. Ding! Successfully hunted a century-old mandala snake. Soul ring and soul bone have been collected. Mission accomplished. Rewards issued. Mandala snake soul ring, absorbable, 50 destiny fragments, 3000 system energy. Skill book poison resistance mastery. Their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. Tang San's eyes brimmed with shock and vigilance, while a tempest surged within Chu Zhao's heart. He had not anticipated that Tang San would witness this entire spectacle. Even more surprising was Tang San's remarkable observational skills and decisiveness at this moment. Who are you? Tang San's voice, tinged with youthful innocence, was nevertheless remarkably calm. Why did you kill it? Chu Zhao's mind raced with calculations. To eliminate him? No. Acting now would only draw Tang Hao's attention and risk exposing his identity. To let him go? Allowing him to know of his existence would lead to endless troubles in the future. Just then, Hulaina arrived. Pausing for a moment upon seeing Tang San. Brother Chu Xiao? Who is this? Chu Xiao took a deep breath. A gentle smile suddenly gracing his face as he slowly approached Tang San, discreetly signaling Hulaina with his eyes. Don't be afraid, little one. Chu Xiao's voice softened deliberately. I am Chu Xiao, a soul master. This mandala serpent is a highly venomous soul beast that poses a threat to the nearby villagers. I am here to eliminate that threat. As he spoke, he surreptitiously channeled his soul power, preparing to unleash a mental shock to erase part of Tang San's memories. However, just as his mental force was about to touch Tang San's sea of consciousness, the system emitted a sharp warning. Warning. Target Tang San has triggered the passive skill Fate Avoidance. Mental shock ineffective. Detected Tang Sek's ultimate skills on Tang San. Analysis failed. An unknown energy barrier exists. A wave of terror surged through Chu Zhao's heart. Fate Avoidance. Unknown energy barrier? The protagonist's halo is truly formidable. Tang San, perceiving the sudden shift in Chu Zhao's gaze, felt an alarm ringing in his mind. Although he was unaware of Chu Zhao's intentions, he could sense the palpable danger emanating from him. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the wooden stick in his hand, leaning back slightly, prepared to flee at any moment. At that tense juncture, a resounding call echoed from a distance. Xiao San, where are you? It was Tang Hao. A flicker of severity flashed in Chu Zhao's eyes. Realizing he could no longer delay, abruptly halting his steps, he offered Tang San a meaningful smile. Little one, remember to stay away from danger next time. With that, he no longer lingered and said to Hulaina, Laina, we must go. The two swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Tang San stood rooted in place, furrowing his brow as he watched the direction in which Chu Xiao had disappeared. The aura of that individual was peculiar. It bore the nobility of the spirit hall, yet exuded the chilling essence of an assassin, and the power he wielded seemed to transcend mere soul power. Furthermore, the slain mandala serpent had its soul ring and soul bone taken by that person. Xiao San. Tang Hao's voice grew closer. Tang San quickly collected his thoughts and responded. Father, I am here. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to conceal the truth. No, Father, I simply noticed some commotion here and came to take a look. He did not wish to cause his father any worry, nor did he want him to know about the existence of that mysterious figure. Tang Hao regarded him with suspicion but ultimately refrained from pressing the matter, stating gravely, This place is not safe. We must leave quickly. The father and son hastily departed from the marshlands. Meanwhile, behind them, Chu Xiao and Hulaina had already mounted their demon horse, racing towards the direction of the spirit hall. Brother Chu Xiao, who was that child just now? Hulaina inquired curiously, sensing his remarkable composure. So unlike that of an ordinary child. Tang San, he whispered to himself, you are indeed a troublesome one. However, this is merely the beginning. Beep. Main quest interfere with the destiny of the chosen one. Progress updated. 23. Successfully seized Tang San's potential soul ring. Triggered hidden quest. Tang San's suspicion. Quest content. Plant the seeds of doubt in Tang San's heart, fostering deeper wariness and animosity towards the spirit hall. Quest reward. Heavenly Fragment X1. System Energy 1000. Random Soul Mutation Chance X1. A cold smile graced Chu Zhao's lips. Doubt. Hostility? Tang San, your hatred for the spirit hall should deepen, for it will lead you step by step into the trap I have meticulously prepared for you. Chapter 6. The radiance of the soul ring and the shadows of nodding the hooves of the magic horse thundered down the forest path, leaving the morning mist far behind. Hulaina tightened her grip on the reins, and the cold ruthlessness with which Chu Xiao had slain the mandra snake earlier, juxtaposed with the current silence, stirred an inexplicable ripple within her heart. Brother Chu Xiao, you have yet to tell me, who exactly is that child? She could not help but inquire again, her voice softer than before, a presence that should not have been there. Chu Xiao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Perhaps a scout sent by a hidden power, or maybe just another fortunate soul, akin to us, in pursuit of a soul ring. He deliberately spoke in vague terms, yet his gaze lingered on Hulaina's curious countenance. Laina, do you believe the enemies of the spirit hall are numerous? Hulaina paused, then proudly lifted her small chest. Of course. My father says there are always sects and soul masters who refuse to obey the spirit hall's orders. However, they are no match for the spirit hall. Indeed. Chu Xiao smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Thus, anyone who appears outside our plans could pose a potential threat. Did you remember the child's appearance? That's all right. Chu Xiao turned the horse's head towards another path leading to Nodding City. We shall soon encounter him again. He understood that Tang San's next destination would inevitably be the Nodding Academy, where he would find the ideal stage to fulfill the tasks of suspicion set before him. Beep. Host detected to be on the verge of absorbing a soul ring, triggering a temporary mission. Perfect fusion. Mission details. During the absorption of the Mandra Snake's soul rings, maintain soul power fluctuations below 30 to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Mission reward. Soul power level 1. Unlock the soul skill Mandra's Kiss. Poison type enhancement. System energy 500. Failure penalty. Absorption effect of the soul ring diminished by 10. The system's notification invigorated Chu Xiao. He found a secluded cave, instructing Hulaina to keep watch outside while he sat cross-legged, summoning the pale green Mandra Snake's soul ring before him. The soul ring slowly revolved, emanating the unique energy fluctuations of a century-old soul beast, intermingled with tendrils of toxic miasma. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiao channeled the soul power of the Nether River Bone Dragon, cautiously guiding the soul ring to permeate into his body. The moment the soul ring entered his being, a violent surge of energy, laced with excruciating toxicity, violently assailed his meridians, as if countless serpents were gnawing at his flesh. Chu Xiao clenched his jaw, cold sweat beading on his forehead, forcibly engaging all his mental energy to suppress this onslaught. System assistance. Soul power guidance efficiency increased by 15. Toxin neutralization rate improved by 10. Warning. Left arm's meridian under excessive pressure. It is advised to temporarily slow the absorption speed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Eventually, when the last remnants of the soul ring's energy were fully absorbed, Chu Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of eerie green flashing within. He raised his right hand, bone claws extending forth, with a wisp of indistinct green mist swirling around his fingertips. The air became saturated with the distinct sweet, yet perilous fragrance of the Mandra snake. Beep. The temporary task Perfect Fusion has been successfully completed, with a commendation of excellence. The reward consists of a soul power elevation to level 21 and the unlocking of the soul skill Mandala's Kiss, which allows Bone Claws to inflict paralyzing toxins that can temporarily impede the target's soul power flow, alongside 500 units of system energy. It has been detected that the host has absorbed the first soul ring, granting the ability to equip soul bones. A notification indicates that the Mandala Serpent Tooth Soul Bone, Left Tooth Bone, is available for wear, which will slightly enhance mental strength and toxin resistance. However, the host chooses not to equip it at this moment. Chu Xiao shakes his head. Soul bones are far too precious to expose without sufficient strength, which could invite peril. He reserves the soul bone in his system backpack, basic, feeling the surge of soul power within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At level 21, coupled with the unique attributes of the Underworld Bone Dragon and the new soul skill, his strength now rivals that of an ordinary 25th level Great Soul Master. Outside the cave, Hulaina is idly kicking stones. Upon seeing Chu Xiao emerge, her eyes brighten. Brother Chu Xiao, did you succeed? She inquires. He nods affirmatively. The soul power circulating around him, though deliberately restrained, still emanates a presence far stronger than before, tinged with a chilling aura that instinctively raises her guard. What is your soul skill? Hulaina asks with curiosity. She purses her lips, but refrains from pressing further, sensing that her brother harbors many secrets. Yet for some reason, she does not find this mystery unappealing. The duo resumes their journey, finally arriving at Nodding City by evening. The city gates are bustling with activity. The soldiers guarding the entrance glance at Hulaina's attire and the magnificent magical steed, a flicker of awe passing through their eyes. And they do not approach to inquire further. Nodding Academy is just beyond the city's eastern edge. Hulaina points ahead. My father mentioned it is one of the best in the Junior Soul Master category, though it pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall-S academies. It has produced many formidable Soul Masters. Chu Xiao's gaze sweeps over the notices posted inside the city gate, which announced the forthcoming enrollment of a new academic year at Nodding Academy. Task triggered, the layout of Nodding. Task details. Enter Nodding Academy under a reasonable identity. And after Tang San enrolls, ensure at least 3 direct encounters with him, successfully raising his vigilance towards the Spirit Hall. Task rewards. 30 Destiny Fragments, 2,000 System Energy, and the skill Disguised Aura, capable of simulating varying soul power fluctuations. Chu Xiao comprehends the implications. 3 encounters are ample to sow the seeds of suspicion. Let us find a place to stay first. We shall register at the academy tomorrow, he suggests. Register? Hulaina exclaims. Brother Chu Xiao, are you also planning to enter Nodding Academy? But your soul power has already surpassed mere hunting of soul beasts. Chu Xiao interrupts. Observing the growth of different soul masters is also a form of cultivation. His gaze shifts eastward, his eyes deepening with thought. I have a feeling that I will encounter intriguing individuals here, perhaps that little one I brushed past in the Stardow Forest. They find an inn near the academy to stay for the night. As darkness falls, Chu Xiao stands alone at the window, gazing at the silhouette of nodding academy bathed in moonlight, contemplating his strategy. Should he approach Tang San directly under the guise of the spirit hall? It is unwise to appear too deliberate, as it may arouse suspicion and even lead to Tang Hao's preemptive intervention. Disguising oneself as an ordinary student to orchestrate a chance encounter is feasible, yet it necessitates a natural point of conflict. Tang San's temperament is characterized by restraint. Unless his bottom line is provoked, such as with Xiao Wu, it is unlikely that he will exhibit any intense emotional fluctuations. Perhaps, one could exploit the clandestine network of the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Chu Xiao recalled from the system's information that the Spirit Hall has agents lurking in major cities, tasked with monitoring the activities of local soul masters. System prompt. You may expend 100 system energy points to inquire about the location of the Spirit Hall's covert operations in Notting City. Inquiry initiated. Prompt. The Spirit Hall's secret operations in Notting City are located at the Old Pipe grocery store in the west of the city. Responsible individual, Lair, Level 29 Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul, Iron Pipe. A glimmer of insight flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. An Assault System Soul Master of such caliber would suffice to create a few unexpected events. Early the next morning, Chu Xiao and Hu Laina arrived at the registration office of Notting Academy. The elderly teacher responsible for the enrollment, upon noticing Hu Laina's Spirit Hall attire, instantly adopted a respectful demeanor, extending a measure of courtesy towards Chu Xiao as well. Young friend, what is your martial soul? The elderly teacher inquired. Chu Xiao summoned the martial soul of the underworld bone dragon, revealing only the bony claws of his right arm, concealing the entirety of its form, weapon martial soul. Bone claws. The elderly teacher nodded and inscribed in the roster. Chu Xiao, Level 21 Weapon Martial Soul, Assault System. Hu Laina, Level 22 Beast Martial Soul, Agility System. Very well, you have been assigned to Class 7 of the junior level. Follow me. Class 7. A flicker of recognition ignited within Chu Xiao. He recalled that Tang San was also assigned to Class 7 upon entering Notting Academy. Indeed, the trajectories of fate were beginning to intertwine. The two followed the elderly teacher across the playground, where they caught sight of a group of students in uniform engaged in physical training. Chu Xiao scanned the crowd and quickly pinpointed the familiar, slender figure. Tang San, clad in faded coarse fabric, was performing push-ups with precision and focus, utterly oblivious to Chu Xiao's presence from afar. At that moment, a tall student deliberately bumped into Tang San, knocking him to the ground. Hey, country bumpkin. Pick up the pace. The tall student taunted arrogantly. Tang San silently rose, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and resumed his push-ups without uttering a word. A slight smile played upon Chu Xiao's lips. It seemed that there was no need for him to intervene. Tang San's tribulations at the academy had already commenced, which was precisely what he desired. He whispered to Hu Laina, "Do you see that bully child?" Hu Laina followed his gaze and nodded. "Yes, he appears rather weak." "No, he is quite formidable," Chu Xiao replied with a hint of amusement, "and he will be our most intriguing classmate at Notting Academy." Sunlight bathed the playground, casting the silhouettes of the young men in a dance of morning light. An intricate play of doubt and probing had quietly commenced in the corners of Notting Academy. Chapter 7. The brilliance in class and the subtle probes in the shadows. The classrooms of Notting Academy, though modest, were immaculate, with wooden desks etched with scratches of varying depths, exuding the essence of years gone by. The students of Class 7 predominantly donned identical gray uniforms. Yet the attire of Chu Xiao and Hu Laina stood out remarkably. Chu Xiao's sleek black outfit exuded an air of competence, while Hu Laina's pink skirt, adorned with the exquisite patterns unique to the Spirit Hall, captured the attention of all as they entered the classroom. "Aren't they from the Spirit Hall? What brings them to our Class 7? Murmured whispers filled the air. "I heard that the girl is the daughter of an elder from the Spirit Hall, named Hu Laina, and her spirit is the enchanting fox." The boy beside her appeared rather aloof. One wondered what spirit he possessed. Amidst the hushed conversations, Shi Zhuang, the elder brother of the Shi family, raised an eyebrow. He was the one who had bullied Tang San that morning. Upon seeing Hu Laina, a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, but he instinctively recoiled under the icy gaze of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao chose a seat by the window, with Hu Laina naturally taking the place beside him. His gaze subtly scanned the classroom, ultimately resting on Tang San, who sat at the back, engrossed in a tattered manual on foundational spirit master theory, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Beep. Host detected in the same space as target Tang San, triggering mission, first encounter. Mission objective. Engage in a direct interaction with Tang San during today's class or training, subtly revealing connections to the spirit hall, thereby increasing Tang San's wariness towards the host by at least 10. Mission reward: slight enhancement of mental strength, proficiency in disguise or a skill at level 10. 500 system energy. Mission failure: inability to trigger related interaction tasks with Tang San in the short term. Xu Zhao's fingertips lightly tapped the desk, his mind already scheming. When the class bell rang, an elderly teacher with graying hair entered, surnamed Zhao, tasked with imparting foundational theory to spirit masters. He adjusted his glasses and surveyed the classroom. Upon noticing Chu Xiao and Hu Laina, he paused momentarily, then cleared his throat. Today, we will discuss the relationship between spirit rings and spirit skills. During the lesson, Tang San listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes. Chu Xiao appeared disinterested, yet his peripheral vision remained focused on him. He observed that Tang San's fingers occasionally performed peculiar gestures. Subtle currents of air swirling around his fingertips, an indication of the Tang sect's foundational techniques. Thus, while a century-old spirit ring can bestow greater spirit skills upon a spirit master, the risks associated with absorption are significantly elevated, particularly for those who have just surpassed level 20, Teacher Zhao explained. He suddenly turned his gaze to the students, asking, "Who can tell us what is most crucial when absorbing a century-old spirit ring?" Shi Zhuang immediately raised his hand, standing with a self-satisfied demeanor. "I know. It's the strength of the spirit power. As long as the spirit power is sufficiently strong, it can suppress the tumult of the spirit ring." Teacher Zhao shook his head, not entirely correct. At that moment, Tang San set down his pen and softly interjected. "It is the coordination of mental strength and spirit power, as well as the technique of guiding the energy of the spirit ring. Relying solely on brute force will only lead to damage of the meridians." A profound silence enveloped the classroom, with even Teacher Zhao looking surprised at him. This student is correct. When absorbing a spirit ring, technique is far more crucial than mere brute strength. "What is your name?" "Tang San," he replied. Shi Zhuang's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Tang San. Xu Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the opportunity he had been awaiting. He raised his hand, his voice calm yet distinct. "Teacher Zhao, allow me to add a point. Beyond mental fortitude and skill, the inherent characteristics of a soul master's martial soul are equally significant. For instance, control-type martial souls exhibit greater compatibility with toxic soul rings compared to assault-type ones." As he spoke, his gaze subtly flickered towards Tang San, imbued with a hint of detached scrutiny. Tang San suddenly lifted his head to look at Xu Xiao. That voice was familiar. It belonged to the one who had slain the mysterious flower snake in the Douluo forest. How could he be here, in the same class as himself? Xu Xiao met Tang San's gaze with a slight smile, one that bore an unsettling familiarity for Tang San. He continued, "Just a few days ago in the Douluo forest, I encountered a century-old mysterious flower snake. Its venom was formidable, yet if one possessed a compatible martial soul, absorbing it could yield a remarkably powerful poison-based soul skill. Unfortunately, that mysterious flower snake was killed by a passing soul master, purportedly to stockpile resources for the younger generation of the Martial Soul Palace." He deliberately emphasized the words Martial Soul Palace, his gaze sweeping over Hu Laina, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. The Douluo forest, the mysterious flower snake, the Martial Soul Palace. All clues instantaneously converged. The individual before him was the very one who had claimed the soul ring that rightfully belonged to him, or at least one he had once contemplated. Moreover, he was indeed connected to the Martial Soul Palace. A surge of intense vigilance welled up within him, and Tang San discreetly clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Ding. Detected that target. Tang San's wariness towards the host has increased by 15. Task first encounter completed. Reward issued. Slight enhancement in mental fortitude. Disguise aura proficiency 10, current 20, system energy 500. Xu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet maintained an outward calm as he took his seat. Hu Laina leaned closer, whispering, "Brother Xu Xiao, why did you suddenly mention the mysterious flower snake?" "Just a casual conversation," Xu Xiao replied nonchalantly. "It seems that Tang San is quite intrigued by soul rings." Hu Laina cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, remarking, "He looks like someone who can barely manage a 10-year soul ring. How would he understand a century-old one?" During the break, Shi Zhuang, accompanied by 2 lackeys, strode directly to Tang San's table, blocking his path. "Kid, you were quite vocal just now, weren't you? Do you have a death wish for overshadowing me?" Shi Zhuang sneered. "Stop it." A chilling voice resonated. Xu Xiao had seemingly appeared at his side, his gaze fixed on Shi Zhuang. Laced with a touch of frost, fighting in class is inappropriate, Wouldn't you agree? Shi Zhuang felt a surge of dread under his scrutinizing gaze, but, emboldened by his numbers, retorted, "What is it to you if I teach a bumpkin a lesson? Who do you think you are?" Shi Zhuang's complexion paled instantaneously. He sensed a menacing aura emanating from Chu Xiao's claw-like hand, more chilling than any soul skill he had ever encountered. "Leave." Chu Xiao uttered a single word. Shi Zhuang, realizing he dared not linger, fled with his lackeys in a state of disarray. The classroom fell silent, all present astonished by the unfolding scene. Chu Xiao turned around to meet Tang San's gaze, revealing a smile laden with meaning. "It seems, Tang San, that you are not particularly well-liked within the academy." Hulaina inquired curiously, "Brother Chu Xiao, why are you helping that bumpkin?" "Just observing," he replied. Chu Xiao gazed out the window, observing a performance co-starring the Spirit Hall, the rustic villagers, and ourselves. The sunlight at Notting Academy remained radiant, yet in Tang San's heart, it seemed shrouded by a shadow cast by the Spirit Hall. The source of this shadow sat not far away, seemingly engrossed in a book, yet harboring the keen edge of a hunter in his eyes. Chapter 8. The clash on the training grounds. In the escalation of hostility, the afternoon sun filtered through sparse clouds, casting its warmth upon the training grounds of Notting Academy. The scent of earth mingled with fresh grass wafted through the air, as students formed several lines to engage in fundamental soul power training. Ding! The system has detected the host's first interaction with Tang San, yielding results and triggering the subsequent task, Catalyst of Hostility. Task details. During today's practical training, employ methods or language associated with the Spirit Hall to provoke Tang San's latent animosity towards it, raising his hostility value to 30. Task reward. Upgrade of the Disguise Aura skill, capable of simulating the soul power fluctuations of specific Spirit Hall attendants, 1000 system energy. And unlocking the beginner trait of Poison Affinity Soul Power. Failure penalty. Temporary reduction of the Mandala Serpent Spirit Ring's effects by 50, lasting 24 hours. A hostility value of 30, huh? A subtle smile curved at the corner of Chu Xiao's lips. Tang San's mother perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall. This deeply buried resentment could be ignited by but a spark. Teacher Zhao clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all present. All right, the basic training has concluded. Next, we will proceed to practical combat, pairing up freely. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Zhuang swaggered over with 2 lackeys. A malicious grin plastered on his face. "Tang San, do you dare to face me in a duel?" Tang San raised his head, his gaze calm and unwavering. "I do not wish to fight." "Not wish to fight?" Shi Zhuang sneered. "Weren't you quite eloquent in class just now? Have you become timid?" He deliberately bumped into Tang San, taunting, "If you're afraid to fight, then kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I shall let you go." Surrounding students gathered, pointing and whispering, eagerly anticipating Tang San's humiliation. Hulaina furrowed her brows, turning to Chu Xiao. "Shi Zhuang is being excessively cruel, bullying the weak." Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly, "Just watch, he will come to regret this." Indeed, Tang San clenched his fists, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "What if I win?" Shi Zhuang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You win against me? With just you? If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall never trouble you again. 3 moves are unnecessary." Tang San slowly stood tall. "1 move will suffice." "Arrogance!" Shi Zhuang roared, unleashing his soul power. Yellow rings ascending from his feet. First soul skill, Rock Smash. His fist, enveloped in a layer of earthy soul power, hurtled towards Tang San with the force of a tempest. Tang San stood firm, unflinching. At the moment the fist was about to strike, he subtly shifted his stance, narrowly evading the blow, while his right hand, fingers aligned, darted like lightning to strike beneath Shi Zhuang's ribcage. Ugh! Shi Zhuang felt a peculiar force surge within him. His soul power instantly thrown into chaos, and he staggered back several steps, clutching his ribs in pain, unable to utter a word. A gasp swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Tang San would defeat Shi Zhuang with a single move. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. The acupoint striking techniques of the Tang sect were indeed as renowned as their reputation suggested. Yet, this alone was insufficient to ignite Tang San's animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Stepping forward, he spoke in a voice that, though soft, was audible to those nearby. "Tang San's technique is quite unique, reminiscent of a certain reclusive sect." Unrecognized by the Spirit Hall, Tang San's body stiffened abruptly, a surge of alarm coursing through him as he turned to gaze at Chu Xiao. How could he possibly know? Had he recognized the Tang sect's methods? Meeting his gaze, Chu Xiao continued. "The Spirit Hall oversees the registration and ranking of all soul masters on the continent. Any soul technique not officially recorded could be deemed heretical. Tell me, Tang San, has this technique been registered?" This statement struck Tang San like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending tumultuous waves crashing through his heart. He recalled his father Tang Hao's admonition to never reveal the secrets of the Tang sect, lest it invite a fatal calamity. The individual before him was not only connected to the spirit hall but was also probing into his background. A surge of intense hostility erupted uncontrollably within Tang San. His eyes turning icy, akin to ancient glaciers. This technique is my own creation. I am not obliged to register it with anyone. Ding. Hostility towards the spirit hall from target Tang San has risen to 35, exceeding mission requirements. Reward granted. Disguise aura upgraded. 1000 system energy awarded. Unlocking the beginner characteristic of Toxic Soul Power Affinity. Toxic Soul Power Affinity Beginner enhances the effectiveness of toxic soul techniques by 10 and increases sensitivity to toxins. Chu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet maintained an impassive exterior. Is that so? What a shame. If a steward from the spirit hall were to witness it, they might mistakenly believe you were practicing sinister soul techniques. You. Tang San trembled with rage but restrained himself with great effort. He understood that he could not afford to act impulsively. Exposing any further details would lead to dire consequences. Hu Laina, somewhat perplexed, tugged at Chu Xiao's sleeve. Brother Chu Xiao, why are you saying this to him? Chu Xiao smiled gently. Oh, it's nothing. Just a reminder of the rules within the world of soul masters. Turning to Tang San, he added, next time you employ such peculiar techniques, do exercise caution. The eyes of the spirit hall are everywhere. With that, he disregarded Tang San entirely and turned to Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao, I would like to spar with Tang San. May I? Teacher Zhao paused for a moment before nodding. Of course. Practical combat is the best way to enhance one's strength. All eyes turned to Chu Xiao and Tang San. One was a mysterious powerhouse, connected to the spirit hall, while the other was an unassuming rural lad who had effortlessly defeated Shi Zhuang. This forthcoming duel promised to be far more captivating than the earlier commotion. Tang San regarded Chu Xiao, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This individual was undoubtedly deliberate. He was testing him, threatening him, and perhaps even seeking an opportunity to incapacitate him. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Chu Xiao provocatively challenged, or do you only dare to bully someone like Shi Zhuang? I will fight you. Tang San gritted his teeth, fully aware that he could not retreat. If he lacked the courage to face a challenge, how could he protect himself and his father? How could he uncover the truth behind his mother's death? The two individuals approached the center of the training ground, standing face to face. Please enlighten me, Tang San said, slightly bowing, yet his gaze was rife with vigilance. Chu Xiao chuckled softly, subtly releasing his bone claw martial spirit, which was enveloped in a faint green toxic mist. The training methods of the spirit hall may open your eyes. He emphasized the word spirit hall, and indeed, he observed Tang San's expression grow colder. Begin, commanded Teacher Zhao. Chu Xiao did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he harnessed his soul power, intensifying the green toxic mist emanating from his bone claws. This is my first soul skill, Mandala's Kiss, which carries a paralyzing toxin. Be cautious, Tang San. He advanced step by step towards Tang San, each stride exuding a heavy sense of oppression, waves of soul power crashing upon Tang San like a tide. Intermingled with the unique aura belonging to the spirit hall, an effect of Chu Xiao's newly upgraded skill, Disguise Aura. Tang San felt a familiar, loathsome presence wash over him, reminiscent of the demonic aura occasionally described by his father. Dog of the spirit hall, Tang San growled, unable to contain his rage any longer. The blue-silver grass martial spirit erupted forth, black vines darting like ethereal serpents towards Chu Xiao. A glint sparked in Chu Xiao's eyes. Here it comes. This is precisely what I desired. He did not dodge. With a swift motion of his bone claw, the green toxic mist expanded instantly, colliding with the blue-silver grass. As the blue-silver grass made contact with the toxin, it sizzled, blackening, its growth visibly stunted. Your blue-silver grass seems to lack a high resistance to toxins, Chu Xiao remarked coolly. Had this been in the judgment arena of the spirit hall, you would have already lost. Grinding his teeth, Tang San forcibly channeled his soul power, causing the blue-silver grass to surge once more, while his body, like a specter, evaded Chu Xiao's bone claw. This was the ghost shadow misty step. Oh, that footwork is quite commendable, Chu Xiao feigned surprise. However, in the face of absolute power and toxins, skill is but a futile endeavor. He suddenly accelerated, his bone claw slicing through the air towards Tang San's shoulder, the green toxic mist glistening ominously in the sunlight. Tang San's pupils constricted. He bent backward sharply, narrowly avoiding the bone claw, while simultaneously raising his right hand, silently launching several drug-laced dragon whisker needles towards Chu Xiao. This was his final trump card. Yet, as if foreseeing this, Chu Xiao deftly deflected the needles with a sweep of his bone claw, sneering. Such trivial tricks have long been outdated in the intelligence department of the Spirit Hall. Teacher Zhao, puzzled, asked, "Why have you stopped?" Chu Xiao glanced at the pallid-faced Tang San, a smirk gracing his lips. Continuing this would be pointless, after all. Defeating a soul master without a soul ring is hardly a victory. These words pierced Tang San's heart like a needle. He clenched his fists, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, blood trickling between his fingers. He had lost, not only in power but also in spirit. All of this stemmed from that name he detested so deeply, the Spirit Hall. Ding. The target, Tang San, has had his hostility towards the Spirit Hall elevated to 45, far exceeding the mission requirements. A hidden reward has been triggered, 10 fate fragments, and an enhancement in mental detection resistance, which can slightly diminish Tang San's mental detection effects. Chu Xiao felt a cold smile forming within him. The stronger your hatred, Tang San, the easier it is for me to manipulate you. He turned and departed, leaving Tang San standing alone at the center of the training ground, surrounded by the sympathetic or mocking gazes of his peers. The sunlight bathed him, yet he felt no warmth. Raising his head, he gazed at Chu Xiao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with icy, murderous intent and resolute determination. "I will remember you. Spirit Hall's Chu Xiao. One day, you shall pay the price." The clamor of the training ground gradually subsided. Yet the clash between Chu Xiao and Tang San was akin to a stone cast into the surface of a lake, stirring ripples beneath the tranquil facade of Nodding Academy. These ripples were slowly expanding into a storm that would sweep across the entire continent. Chapter 9. The watchful eyes in the shadows and the emergence of fangs as the setting sun elongated the shadows on the training ground. Chu Xiao observed Tang San's clenched fists in his retreating figure, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to the edge of the crowd, where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, with a sinister gaze, feigned the arrangement of teaching tools while frequently glancing in his direction. Chu Xiao understood. This was the Academy's supervisory officer, tasked with documenting the talents among the students, and also an informant from the Spirit Hall embedded within the Academy. System scan. Target, gray-robed man. Soul power level 37, martial soul. Eagle eye, affiliated with the Spirit Hall's external supervision department. Current status, observing the host and Tang San. It seemed the commotion had attracted considerable attention, even drawing the Spirit Hall's personnel. Chu Xiao was unconcerned. Rather, he perceived it as an opportunity. He said to Laina, "Laina, follow me." The two departed from the training ground, and Chu Xiao intentionally took a secluded route, soon noticing that the gray-robed officer trailed them at a measured distance. "Just the eyes of the Spirit Hall," Chu Xiao remarked nonchalantly. "He is confirming my identity while assessing Tang San's threat level." Beep. Triggered temporary mission. Killing with a borrowed knife. Mission content. Guide the supervisory officer's attention towards Tang San's anomalies, leading him to mark Tang San as a potential heretic and report to the Spirit Hall. Mission reward. 20 fate fragments, 1500 system energy, unlock information tampering beginner level, allows slight modifications to supervision records. Failure penalty. Exposure of the system's connection with the Mandala Snake Soul Ring. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. By having the Spirit Hall's gaze fixated on Tang San ahead of time, he could not only apply pressure on Tang San, but also conceal himself under the guise of a Spirit Hall student, reaping the benefits. The gray-robed officer's steps hesitated slightly, a flicker of insight crossing his eyes as he hastened his documentation. Laina exclaimed in astonishment, "A sinister soul master? Surely not. He doesn't appear to be one." "Whether he is or not is not for us to decide," Chu Xiao replied with a cold laugh. "You are well aware of the Spirit Hall's strict investigations into sinister soul masters. Individuals like him, with unclear origins and possessing unusual abilities, should be under close scrutiny." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring the supervisory officer behind them could hear every word distinctly. Beep. The supervisory officer's focus on Tang San has increased. Mission progress. 30. Chu Xiao ceased to speak further and led Laina towards the dormitory area. As they passed a small grove, he caught a glimpse of Tang San, who was evidently eavesdropping behind a tree, his complexion as pale as parchment and his fists clenched tighter. Excellent, Chu Xiao mused to himself. The intertwining of fear and anger often breeds a deeper enmity. Upon returning to his temporary residence, Chu Xiao immediately began to delve into the newly unlocked Poison Affinity Soul Power. He channeled his soul power, merging the venom of the Mandala Snake with the death energy of the underworld bone dragon. The azure toxin emanating from the bone claws shimmered with a faint gray mist, enhancing both its corrosive and paralyzing properties. This attribute proved to be quite practical, and Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. In confronting an opponent like Tang San, whose mental acuity and elusive movements posed a significant threat, Enhancing the stealth and potency of his toxins was of utmost importance. In the dead of night, Chu Xiao stealthily departed from the dormitory, utilizing the disguise aura skill to mask his soul power fluctuations as those of an ordinary student, making his way towards the residence of the monitoring steward. Environmental scan activated. Energy distribution within 100 meters being scanned. Target, gray-robed man, located in the eastern wing, currently using a soul guide device to transmit information. Chu Xiao held his breath and crept to the window of the eastern wing, focusing his mental energy to capture the conversation inside. The codenamed Gray Eagle was reporting to the inner chamber. Class 7 of Nodding Academy had identified a suspicious student, Tang San, male, approximately 6 years old, with a martial soul of blue-silver grass, possibly mutated, lacking a soul ring, yet capable of employing peculiar techniques and movements reminiscent of a sinister soul master to defeat Shi Zhuang, a level 21 great soul master, while also exhibiting a marked opposition to the martial soul hall. Additionally, transfer student Chu Xiao from Class 7, male, possessing a soul power of level 21. With a martial soul of bone claws, suspected mutated weapon martial soul, his first soul skill being poison type, accompanied by Hu Laina, has been verified as a trainee from the martial soul hall's outer circle, with a potential assessment of excellence. It is advised to place Tang San on the heretical observation list, should he subsequently display characteristics of a sinister soul master. A request for the dispatch of a steward for capture and examination should be made. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. Half of the plan had succeeded. He quietly activated the information modification novice skill, his fingertips enveloped in a faint soul power, injecting it through the window seam. This skill could not alter core information, but could amplify certain descriptions. Information modification effective. Intensity of Tang San's peculiar techniques description increased by 30. Opposition sentiment marked as potential hostility. The gray-robed man inside appeared oblivious to any anomaly, concluding the communication and extinguishing the candlelight. Chu Xiao retreated silently, vanishing into the night. Notification. Temporary mission, using a knife, to kill completed. Rewards granted. 20 destiny fragments, 1500 system energy. Unlocking information modification novice level. Main mission interfere with the Destiny Child's growth trajectory progress updated. 35. Successfully attracted the martial soul hall's attention towards Tang San. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Xiao gazed at the progress displayed on the system panel, inwardly reflecting, Tang San. Now you must contend not only with the troubles of the academy, but also remain constantly vigilant against the scrutiny of the martial soul hall. I shall see how long you can conceal yourself. The following morning, the atmosphere in the training ground was particularly eerie. The students regarded Tang San with increased trepidation and distance, as if he were a fearsome beast. Shi Zhuang and others kept their distance, evidently intimidated by the rumors of sinister soul masters. Tang San silently bore the weight of it all, his gaze more resolute than ever. He understood that all of this was the machination of Chu Xiao. That man not only sought to suppress him, but also aimed to tarnish his reputation, even contemplating using the spirit hall to eliminate him. Tang San. A cool voice broke the silence. Tang San looked up to see Chu Xiao standing before him, idly toying with a pale green serpent scale, indeed, a scale from the Mandragora serpent. I heard you have been labeled as an evil soul master by everyone? Chu Xiao chuckled lightly. If you simply report your methods to the spirit hall, you might clear your name. After all, the spirit hall has always been quite lenient towards soul masters who seek redemption. I have done nothing wrong. I do not need to report anything. Tang San retorted, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Is that so? Chu Xiao tossed the serpent scale toward Tang San, saying, this Mandragora scale is a gift for you. Perhaps it will remind you of the rules the next time you encounter someone from the spirit hall. The scale landed at Tang San's feet, glowing with a ghostly green light, like a mocking eye. Tang San gazed at the scale, then at Chu Xiao's smiling face. Suddenly realizing that Chu Xiao was not merely provoking him, he was conveying a deeper message. I am aware of your secret, and I can summon the spirit hall to destroy you at any moment. A chilling intent surged from the depths of Tang San's heart, so swift that it startled even him. He abruptly stepped back, gripping the dragon whisker needle hidden in his sleeve, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Chu Xiao detected the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Tang San's eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction. This was more like it. Anger and lethal intent were the finest catalysts for a genius's downfall. It seems you do not appreciate this gift. Chu Xiao shrugged and turned to Hu Laina. Laina, today we shall practice our combat coordination. Hu Laina unleashed her enchanting fox spirit, a soft red energy swirling around her. Sounds good. Brother Chu Xiao, let us see if your poison techniques combined with my speed enhancement will prove more formidable. The two began their exercise in the center of the training ground. Chu Zhao's bone claws intertwined with Huliana's foxfire, the green poison gas clashing with the red flames, generating peculiar energy fluctuations. He deliberately amplified the soul power fluctuations just enough to ensure Tang San clearly sensed the oppressive force belonging to the spirit hall. Tang San stood rooted in place, observing their seamless collaboration. He glanced down at the mandragora scale by his feet, his teeth grinding together in frustration. He knew he could no longer afford to wait. He must rapidly enhance his strength and find a means of protection and retaliation. He turned and exited the training ground, heading towards the back mountain of Nodding Academy. There lay a secluded bamboo grove, his sanctuary for practicing the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. Chu Xiao noticed Tang San's departure, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Go on, become stronger. Every ounce of your effort is accounted for in my calculations. Ding. Detected that Tang San, under pressure, has developed a strong desire to grow stronger. Triggering a beneficial effect. His training efficiency temporarily increases by 15, lasting for 72 hours. Triggered option task, catalyze. Option 1. Allow his growth to proceed and observe the resilience of the destined child under pressure. Reward. 10 destiny fragments, 10 proficiency in basic analysis. Option 2. Subtly interfere with his training, suppressing his growth rate. Reward. System energy 2000. Poison system soul power affinity elevated to intermediate. Chu Xiao chose without hesitation. His intention was not to suppress Tang San, but to compel him to grow in a twisted manner under pressure, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards the spirit hall. Gradually advancing towards the battlefield, he had meticulously predetermined. Did you not say that theoretical classes are rather dull? Due to today's lesson, Tang San would undoubtedly attend. A glimmer of insight flickered in Chu Zhao's eyes. He yearned to discern whether Tang San's understanding of soul beasts was as enigmatic as his techniques. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo grove, casting a warm glow upon Tang San, who was engrossed in his cultivation. The blue-silver grass danced at his fingertips. The pace of his ghost shadow steps quickening, while the soul power of his Xiantian skill surged through his meridians. Unbeknownst to him, each acceleration in his cultivation left a distinct trace on Chu Xiao's system panel. Meanwhile, in the training grounds afar, Chu Xiao's bone claws glimmered with a chilling emerald light once more. An unspoken battle, centered around growth, hatred, and schemes, was subtly intensifying beneath the sunshine of Nodding Academy. Chapter 10. The doubts on the classics and the authority of the Spirit Hall. The afternoon theoretical class unfolded within a somewhat antiquated classroom, sunlight streaming through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the yellowed pages of books. At the podium, the elderly teacher was elucidating the behavioral analysis of century-old soul beasts from the illustrated guide to soul beasts of the continent, his voice aged and steady. The mandala snake, a highly venomous serpent-type soul beast, could release paralyzing toxic mist when its cultivation reached a century, with its soul rings predominantly suited for agility and control-type soul masters. Li teacher adjusted his reading glasses and pointed at the illustration in the guide, cautioning that the mandala snake's venom was formidable. Thus, when absorbing its soul ring, at least 2 antidote herbs were necessary to prevent damage to one's meridians. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Xiao abruptly raised his hand. Chu Xiao, do you have a question? Li teacher inquired, somewhat surprised. This transfer student had been notably silent in theoretical classes, and it was unexpected for him to engage. Chu Xiao stood, his gaze sweeping across the classroom before settling on Tang San, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. Li teacher, you mentioned that the toxin of the mandala snake requires at least 2 antidote herbs for absorption. I hold a differing perspective. The classroom fell silent. All eyes now fixed on Chu Xiao. Li teacher furrowed his brow. Oh, please elaborate. According to the latest revision of the guidelines for absorbing venomous soul beasts by the Spirit Hall, Chu Xiao deliberately emphasized the 4 characters of the Spirit Hall, stating clearly, though the mandala snake's venom is potent, its core toxicity originates from the gallbladder rather than the blood. If one can precisely extract the residual toxins from the gallbladder during the absorption of the soul ring using soul power, only a single purity grass is needed for neutralization, rather than requiring 2 herbs. He paused, casting a challenging glance at Tang San, his expression imbued with provocation. After all, the classics of the Spirit Hall must be the most authoritative in the realm of soul beast research, would they not? Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Chu Zhao's words appeared to question the teacher, yet they were directed at him. He had encountered references to the mandala snake in the notes left by his father, which slightly contradicted Chu Zhao's claims regarding the Spirit Hall's classics, aligning more closely with Li teacher's explanations. However, by invoking the authority of the Spirit Hall, Chu Xiao was clearly insinuating that anything inconsistent with the Spirit Hall's texts was erroneous. Teacher Li's expression was somewhat grim. Having devoted his life to the study of soul beasts, he naturally did not subscribe to such authoritative views. However, the stature of the spirit hall rendered him unable to refute them as a mere instructor at a junior academy. The texts of the spirit hall undeniably held their merit. Teacher Li mumbled, "Perhaps my knowledge has become somewhat antiquated." Chu Xiao smiled faintly and took a seat. This was the effect he desired, to suppress dissenting voices with the authority of the spirit hall, allowing Tang San to feel the pervasive sense of oppression. Ding. Task triggered. Clash of authority. Task content. Guide Tang San to publicly question the absolute nature of the spirit hall's texts, further deepening his awareness of the hall's hegemony. Task rewards. 25 destiny shards, 1800 system energy. Kiss of Mandragora poison duration extended by 5 seconds. Failure penalty. Disguised aura skill effect reduced by 50. Lasting for 48 hours. Teacher Li. Tang San suddenly stood up, his voice not loud yet remarkably resolute. "I believe your assertion is correct." The class erupted in astonishment. How dare this country bumpkin challenge the authority of the spirit hall? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. Here it comes. Facing the astonished gazes of his peers, Tang San continued. "I once encountered in an ancient text that the venom of the Mandragora snake's blood differs from that of its gallbladder. The former is primarily paralyzing while the latter is corrosive, necessitating different herbs for neutralization. While the spirit hall's texts may apply to most cases, they may not encompass all variations of the Mandragora snake." He did not directly question the spirit hall, but used the notion of variation as a pretext, nevertheless. His implication was clear. The spirit hall's texts were not infallibly correct. Teacher Li paused for a moment, and a flicker of gratification appeared in his eyes. "What you say holds merit, Tang San. The world of soul beasts is ever-changing, and indeed, there are no absolute conclusions." Chu Xiao seized the moment to interject. His tone laced with iciness. "Tang San, which ancient text are you referring to? Does it bear the certification of the spirit hall?" Tang San fell silent. He could hardly claim it was a notebook left by his father, nor could he assert that it had any endorsement from the spirit hall. A non-certified ancient text inherently raised questions about its credibility. Chu Xiao pressed on relentlessly, asserting that the spirit hall had become the benchmark for soul masters on the continent precisely because its texts had been validated through the rigorous practice of countless soul masters, leaving no room for casual doubt. "Do you presume to understand soul beasts better than the myriad researchers of the spirit hall?" These words felt like a heavy crown placed upon Tang San, nearly suffocating him. The glances from his classmates shifted, as if they were observing a rebellious spirit unaware of his own limitations. Ding. Detected Tang San's deepened awareness of the spirit hall's hegemony. Hostility level increased to 55. Task clash of authority completed. Rewards being distributed. Kiss of Mandragora poison duration extended by 5 seconds. Current total duration 15 seconds. Chu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet feigned indifference as he added, "Of course. You could also submit that ancient text to the spirit hall's steward for review. If it possesses genuine value, perhaps you may receive rewards from within the hall. However, should it be deemed heretical?" He left the threat hanging in the air, its implication starkly evident. Tang San's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. He understood that handing over his father's notes to the spirit hall was akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den. Chu Xiao was coercing him. "I merely spoke without thinking." Tang San ultimately chose to concede. He lacked the strength to confront the spirit hall, and engaging in a war of words would serve no purpose. Observing Tang San's restrained demeanor, Chu Xiao smirked coldly. Retreating would only exacerbate his frustration, and this pent-up resentment would inevitably morph into a more intense hatred. As he watched Tang San's silhouette disappear into the library, he turned to Hulaina and said, "Let us investigate the spirit hall's stronghold in Nodding City." "Why go there?" Hulaina inquired, puzzled. "It is time to bestow certain gifts upon Tang San," Chu Xiao replied, his eyes flashing with a hint of severity. He intended to make Tang San understand that questioning the spirit hall would come at a cost. The spirit hall's outpost in Nodding City was concealed behind a shop named the Holy Spirit Hall. While it appeared to be an ordinary supply station for soul masters, it was, in fact, a place where the supervisory officials conducted their affairs. As Chu Xiao and Hulaina approached the alleyway entrance, they were halted by 2 black-clad guards. "Halt. This is an internal area of the spirit hall," the guards stated expressionlessly. Lol. The individual previously indicated by the system as the secretive leader of the spirit hall in Nodding City was a level 29 assault type grandmaster with the martial spirit of an iron smoking rod. Upon entering the stronghold, Chu Xiao found Lal seated at a table, organizing documents. Noticing Hulaina, he promptly stood and bowed. "Greetings, Miss Hulaina. How may I assist you both?" Chu Xiao got straight to the point. "Lal, Regarding the Academy's student named Tang San, what is the status of your observation records? Insufficient. Chu Xiao shook his head. I suspect he practices unorthodox techniques, as his methods bear a resemblance to the remnants of the Tang sect. The mention of the Tang sect was a vague association provided by the system after its analysis of Tang San's skills had failed. Law's expression shifted slightly. The Tang sect? The malevolent soul master sect that was eradicated by the Spirit Hall? Merely a conjecture, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly, but it is always prudent to take precautions. I hope you can inadvertently inform Tang San that he is being watched by the Spirit Hall. A bit of pressure may compel him to reveal his true nature. This was precisely Chu Xiao's plan. Through Law, he intended to directly convey the pressure to Tang San, ensuring he comprehended the peril he was in. Law hesitated momentarily. According to protocol, he could not casually disclose surveillance information, yet this individual was a promising student of the Golden Generation, backed by the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. And he could not afford to offend him. Very well, Mr. Chu Xiao, Law eventually nodded. I understand what must be done. Chu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Once the task is completed, I will duly report your contributions to the hall. Upon leaving the Holy Spirit Hall, Hulaina could not contain her curiosity. Brother Chu Xiao, why are you so antagonistic towards Tang San? He doesn't seem all that formidable. Gazing towards the direction of nodding academy under the setting sun, Chu Xiao spoke softly. Because he is an unpredictable variable. The Spirit Hall demands absolute order. Any deviation must be controlled or eradicated. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable chill. Hulaina observed his profile and suddenly felt that this youth, only a few years her senior, possessed a depth of thought akin to an ancient well. In the library, Tang San was engrossed in a thick tome titled History of the Continental Sects. Upon reading the words Tang sect, his pupils abruptly constricted. The text described the Tang sect as notorious for its secretive hidden weapons and poison techniques. Having been eradicated 50 years ago due to its resistance against the martial soul hall, with remnants still at large, a chill crept up Tang San's spine. The evil soul master sect mentioned by Chu Xiao is indeed his own Tang sect? The martial soul hall was the very perpetrator of its annihilation? At that moment, an apprentice clad in the attire of the Holy Spirit Hall entered the library, seemingly searching for something, muttering, that student named Tang San is truly unfortunate. He has only been here a few days and has already caught the hall's attention. I heard it relates to the remnants of the Tang sect. If verified, he likely won't survive the night. Though the apprentice's voice was low, it resonated clearly in Tang San's ears. He abruptly slammed the book shut. His face as pale as a sheet. He was being targeted. Indeed targeted. And it was related to the Tang sect. Unable to remain seated any longer, he sprang up and dashed towards the library's exit. He had to find his father immediately. They must leave Nuoding Academy at once. As he bolted out of the library in a state of panic, a smirk crept across the lips of Lar, who was hidden in the shadows. Before he turned to leave, all of this was captured in exquisite detail by Chu Xiao's Environmental Investigation Authority. Ding. Tang San has exhibited intense panic upon realizing he is being monitored by the Martial Soul Hall. Hostility level increased to 65. Main quest interfere with the growth trajectory of the Chosen One progress update. 45. Successfully instigated Tang San's urge to flee. Standing atop the Academy's high platform, Chu Xiao observed Tang San's frantic escape, a cold smile gracing his lips. Run, Tang San. The more hastily you flee, the more mistakes you will make. Each step of your flight will serve as a stepping stone in my grand design. As the last rays of the setting sun sank beneath the horizon, the pathways of Nuoding Academy were enveloped in twilight. Tang San raced towards the dormitory, his mind consumed by the apprentice's words and the ominous connection to the remnants of the Tang sect. He had to find his father. They needed to leave immediately. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he spotted Tang Hao leaning against a tree, a tattered bundle slung over his shoulder, seemingly waiting for a long time while smoking a pipe. Father. Tang San rushed over, his voice tinged with desperation. We must leave. The Martial Soul Hall is after me. They say I am connected to the Tang sect and want to kill me. Tang Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in his murky eyes before it quickly vanished. He placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder. What is there to panic about? I knew this day would come. He handed the bundle to Tang San, which contained provisions and a few garments. Come with me. Just as the father and son were about to turn away, footsteps echoed from behind them. Chu Xiao and Hulaina stood nearby, blocking their path. Tang San, my friend. Where are you off to at this hour? Chu Xiao's voice was particularly frigid in the dimming light, as his bone-claw martial soul subtly manifested, the greenish toxic gas flickering ominously in the shadows. Tang San's heart leapt into his throat. What are you planning to do? He intentionally mentioned the Tang sect again. observing Tang Hao's grip on the pipe tighten, leaving a deep imprint in his palm. Ding. Detected fluctuations in Tang Hao's concealed emotions triggered an urgent task. Force out the hidden dragon. Task details. Compel Tang Hao to reveal a portion of his strength. Confirming his identity as the Haotian Douluo. Task rewards. 50 destiny fragments, 3000 system energy, unlock the armor-breaking trait, increases damage by 10 when attacking with weapon spirits. Failure penalty. System energy reduced to 0. All unlocked skills sealed for 24 hours. Chu Xiao felt a jolt within. Haotian Douluo. Indeed, it was him. No wonder the system consistently indicated that Tang San was shielded by an unknown energy barrier. It turned out a title Douluo was covertly protecting him. Stop. Tang Hao suddenly shielded Tang San behind him, his previously hunched form straightening instantly, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupting without warning, though fleeting. It caused Chu Xiao and Hulaina's expressions to shift dramatically. This soul power far exceeded that of an ordinary soul master, at least at the soul Douluo level. A tempest raged within Chu Xiao. Tang Hao had indeed concealed his true strength. Was this the foundation of Haotian Douluo? System alert. High-intensity soul power impact detected. Immediate evacuation recommended. However, the task had been initiated, and retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xiao propelled the mandala kiss to its zenith. Emerald poison surging toward Tang Hao like a tidal wave. The spirit hall is at work. Outsiders, be gone. The spirit hall? Tang Hao's voice suddenly turned hoarse and frigid. A flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes. You wretches again! He slammed his pipe onto the ground, and with a resounding crack, the earth fractured beneath him. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, instantly dispersing Chu Xiao's emerald poison. Chu Xiao felt a pressure in his chest, the forceful gust causing him to stagger back 3 steps. Blood churning. Tang San gazed at his father in astonishment, having never witnessed such an imposing presence from him. Hulaina, pale with fright, clutched Chu Xiao's sleeve tightly. Chu Xiao, we must flee. He is far too powerful. Yet Chu Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao. The notifications on the system panel, sending his heart racing, detected abnormal fluctuations in target's soul power, suspected to be at the title Douluo level. Identity match successful. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao injured state, soul power suppressed. Emergency task force out the hidden dragon completed. Rewards will be distributed after exiting combat. It worked. A wave of elation surged through Chu Xiao, though his exterior feigned terror. Why you are a title Douluo. The words, though casually spoken, carried a menacing aura that sent shivers down the spine. Chu Xiao understood that Tang Hao, currently injured, wished to keep his identity concealed. Otherwise, that previous strike would not have merely repelled him, but would have struck him down. We must go. Chu Xiao decisively pulled Hulaina away. Remaining any longer would only invite calamity. The father and son duo did not linger, dashing toward the outskirts of Nodding City under the cover of night. After running a considerable distance, Tang San could no longer contain his curiosity. Father, what just happened? Do not ask. Tang Hao interrupted, his tone laced with fatigue. You will understand in due time. Remember, never trust anyone from the spirit hall. And never let them know about your connection to the Tang sect or my relationship with the Haotian hammer. Tang San nodded vigorously, clenching his fists. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he understood that his father had just revealed his concealed prowess to protect him. The root of all this turmoil lay with the spirit hall, with that Chu Xiao. Hatred burgeoned within him like an insatiable seed. Tang San had fled. Chu Xiao, panting, wore a grim expression, and his father, something was amiss. The soul power unleashed moments ago was at least of the soul Douluo level, possibly even that of a title Douluo. What? Latter's countenance transformed drastically. Title Douluo? How could that be? How could a mere drunkard be a title Douluo? What would I gain from deceiving you? Chu Xiao retorted sharply, promptly sending a message to the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, reporting the appearance of a suspected title Douluo level powerhouse in Nodding City, requesting support to ensure Tang San's escape. Lair, not daring to delay, hurried to activate the soul guide device. Hulaina, her heart still racing, patted her chest and asked, Brother Chu Xiao, was that person truly a title Douluo? How terrifying. It's almost certain, Chu Xiao replied, his eyes flickering with complexity. Moreover, I suspect he is none other than the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. The Haotian Douluo? Hulaina exclaimed in shock. Was it not he who had once wreaked havoc in the Spirit Hall, causing headaches for the Supreme Pontiff? Who else could instill such fear in the Spirit Hall and go to such lengths to protect Tang San? Chu Xiao smirked. It seems we have hooked a big fish this time. Ding. Emergency mission force out the hidden dragon reward issued. 50 destiny fragments, 3000 system energy, unlock armor breaking trait. Main mission interfere with the Destiny Child's growth trajectory progress updated. 55. Successfully force Tang Hao to reveal his identity, altering Tang San's escape route. Main mission completed. Rewards issued. 1 random God-level skill fragment. System backpack expanded to 5 slots. Unlock Destiny Simulation basic privileges. Can simulate the course of a single event within the next 72 hours. God-level skill fragment. Chu Zhao's heart stirred, and he quickly examined fragment. Unknown God-level skill, collect 3 to synthesize. Although he was yet unaware of its nature, the mere mention of a God-level skill was enough to excite him. Brother Chu Xiao, what shall we do now? Tang Xin has escaped, Hu Liena inquired. His escape is for the best, Chu Xiao replied with a slight smile. Within Nodding Academy, with Tang Hao's protection, our hands are tied. But once he has departed from here, he will be a lost dog, and the Spirit Hall's pursuers will soon be upon him. He gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes glimmering with the light of a hunter. Moreover, I already know where they are headed. Basic activation of Destiny Simulation, simulating the escape route of Tang San and his father. Simulation result. The target is heading towards Holy Spirit Village, but will divert towards Soto City midway. Lair, Chu Xiao called, prepare the fastest carriage for me. We are heading to Soto City. To Soto City? Lao poked his head out from beside the Soul Guide device. But the support from headquarters hasn't arrived yet. No time to wait, Chu Xiao replied calmly. By the time support arrives, it will be too late. We will first set up in Soto City, and you will inform headquarters to send their reinforcements directly to Soto City. Understood. As the night deepened, a speeding carriage departed from Nodding City, racing towards Soto City. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiao rested with closed eyes, yet his mind was diligently strategizing the next steps. Tang Hao's identity has been revealed, and the Spirit Hall is bound to dispatch stronger individuals to pursue him, potentially even attracting the attention of the titled Douluo. Tang San, consumed by an overwhelming hatred for the Spirit Hall, embarks on a desperate flight. His rate of growth will accelerate, yet his inclinations may become more extreme. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao, will serve as the most clandestine manipulator in this pursuit. Tang San, Tang Hao, in the Spirit Hall, Chu Xiao murmured to himself, remarking that this game has only just begun to become intriguing. Chapter 12. The Fog of Soto City and the Trail of Shrek, Destiny Simulation Update. Tang San and his father are expected to arrive in Soto City by noon tomorrow. Tang Hao's soul power fluctuations continue to diminish, suggesting a potential recurrence of old injuries. A recurrence of old injuries? A glimmer of insight flickered in Chu Zhao's eyes. Tang Hao's grievous wounds were inflicted by the Spirit Hall, and his current decline in soul power undoubtedly presents the optimal moment for pursuit. However, he refrained from immediately alerting the Spirit Hall's pursuers. Instead, he instructed the coachman, accelerate, let us reach Soto City before dawn. Hyena leaned against the carriage wall, rubbing her weary eyes. Brother Chu Xiao, why the haste? Wouldn't it be more prudent to wait for the Spirit Hall's reinforcements before taking action? Prudent? Chu Xiao chuckled lightly. With the Haoyan Douluo by Tang San's side, even if they were to receive support at the Soul Douluo level, it might not suffice to detain them. Our objective is not to confront them head-on, but to drive them into a more disadvantageous position. He tapped his fingertips on the system panel, bringing up information on Soto City. This city is renowned not only for its grand soul arena but also for the Monster Academy, hidden in a secluded valley, Shrek Academy. In the original narrative, Shrek was Tang San's cradle of growth, the place where he forged alliances and truly stepped onto the continental stage. A sly smile curved Chu Zhao's lips. If Tang San were to find Shrek at his most vulnerable moment, his sense of belonging to the Monster Academy would intensify. Yet, what if the Spirit Hall were to take notice of Shrek first? Beep. Side quest triggered, Web of Fog. Quest objective. Before Tang San enters Shrek Academy, have the Spirit Hall's outpost in Soto City mark Shrek Academy as a suspected gathering point for heretics, increasing its survival pressure. Quest reward. 30 Destiny Shards. 2,000 System Energy, disguise aura capable of simulating the soul power fluctuations of Shrek Academy students. Failure penalty, extension of Destiny Simulation cooldown by 48 hours. So it shall be. Chu Xiao formulated his strategy in his mind. He needed to ensure that Shrek Academy was cast under the shadow of the Spirit Hall from the very beginning, with Tang San's arrival serving as the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. As dawn broke, the carriage finally reached Soto City. This city, several times more prosperous than Nodding City, had awakened. The streets grew busier, with the sounds of vendors and hoofbeats intertwining to create a vibrant morning symphony. Chu Xiao did not head directly to the Spirit Hall's outpost, but instead took Hyena to an inn near the Grand Soul Arena, where the throngs of people would facilitate concealment and allow for monitoring the route to Shrek Academy. Miss Hyena, Mr. Chu Xiao, what brings your esteemed presence to our humble establishment? Clint inquired respectfully, though his gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. The arrival of the Golden Generation's prospective students in Soto City was indeed no trivial matter. Chu Xiao spoke directly. We are in pursuit of a potential heretic named Tang San, accompanied by a suspected title Douluo guardian, whose soul power fluctuations are alarmingly unstable, indicating severe injuries. It is our conjecture that they are likely to be hiding near Soto City. Clin's expression shifted slightly. A title Douluo? A heretic? Indeed. Chu Xiao produced a pre-drawn portrait of Tang San. This is his likeness, a blue-silver grass martial soul, yet possessing enigmatic abilities, seemingly connected to the fallen Tang sect. His guardian appears to be an unassuming drunkard, yet his true strength is unfathomable. Clin took the portrait, furrowing his brow. The remnants of the Tang sect? And a title Douluo guardian? This matter is of great significance. I must report it immediately. Not so fast. Chu Xiao interjected. We have another lead. He paused, deliberately lowering his voice. There is a place near Soto City known as Shrek Academy, which enrolls peculiar students, operates in secrecy, and has no dealings with the Spirit Hall. We suspect that it may serve as one of the heretics' hideouts, and Tang San might seek refuge there. A flicker of caution crossed Clin's eyes. Shrek Academy? I am aware of it. They say the director is a soul sage named Flinder, known for his eccentricity, but I have never heard of any connection to heretics. It remains to be investigated, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Tang San, accompanied by a titled Douluo guardian, would not dare seek refuge in ordinary places. Only an institution that defies convention might take the risk of harboring them. Clin, all that is required of you is to place Shrek Academy under close observation. Dispatch personnel to monitor the comings and goings. If we can capture evidence of Tang San colluding with Shrek, it would be a significant accomplishment. This statement resonated with the ambition of the Spirit Hall's administrator. Clin pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall promptly arrange for surveillance of Shrek Academy, while also increasing patrols throughout the city. Should we discover any trace of Tang San, we will immediately inform both of you. Thank you for your cooperation, Clin. Chu Xiao smiled faintly. The first step of our mission has been accomplished. As they departed from their stronghold, Hu Laina could not suppress her curiosity. Do you think Shrek Academy would really take in Tang San? I cannot say, Chu Xiao replied, gazing towards the distant city gates. But once the Spirit Hall has set its sights on Shrek, regardless of whether Tang San goes or not, it will inevitably become a place of turmoil. Our task now is to wait and observe the unfolding drama. Ding. Side quest web of Missed Progress 50. Shrek Academy has been marked as a priority target by the Soto City Spirit Hall base. Shortly after noon, Chu Zhao's Environmental Detection Authority suddenly picked up two familiar soul power signatures, Tang San and Tang Hao, indeed having entered Soto City. He immediately hurried with Hu Laina to the vicinity of the city gates, where they spotted Tang San supporting the pale-faced Tang Hao. Both were clad in coarse garments, keeping their heads down to blend into the crowd, appearing exceedingly cautious. Tang Hao's steps were unsteady, his cough suppressed and painful, clearly indicating a serious relapse of old injuries. Father, where shall we go next? Tang San's voice was low, tinged with concern. Tang Hao took a breath, producing a crumpled note from his pocket. To Shrek Academy. Your master uncle said that it might provide you with temporary protection. Tang San's eyes brightened. Master uncle? You mean the esteemed Yu Xiaojing you often mention? Indeed. Tang Hao nodded. He was teaching there. Remember, once we arrive, everything will follow his arrangements, and we must refrain from impulsive actions. As they conversed, they turned into a secluded alley, heading towards the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Chu Xiao gazed at their retreating figures, a cold smile curling at his lips. Indeed, they have come. Master Yu Xiaojing, it seems that the pull of destiny has ultimately guided Tang San down this path. Ding. Destiny simulation updated. Tang San and his father will enter Shrek Academy at the hour of the unseen, and Yu Xiaojing will accept them. Mainline task triggered. Infiltrator. Task details. Enter Shrek Academy under a plausible identity, closely monitor Tang San's movements, and attempt to gain Yu Xiaojing's trust. Task rewards. 40 destiny fragments. 2500 system energy. Unlock information reading basic level, capable of reading basic information of low-level soul tools. Failure penalty, temporary blockage of the system backpack. Entering Shrek? Chu Xiao paused briefly before regaining his composure. This was indeed the most effective way to observe Tang San. However, Shrek Academy was renowned for only accepting exceptional talents. How would he and Hu Laina gain entry? Brother Chu Xiao, should we pursue them now? Hu Laina inquired. No, Chu Xiao shook his head. The location of Shrek Academy was remote. Acting rashly would alert them. We need to devise a plan to enter with propriety. He looked at Hu Laina and suddenly had an idea. Do you remember Flinder? The information from the Spirit Hall mentioned that he is an old acquaintance of Yu Xiaojing, and he was once a rogue soul master in his youth. This was a risky move. Flinder had never held a favorable view of the Spirit Hall. But Hu Laina's unique identity, coupled with the pretense of a visit, might present an opportunity. The two immediately set off towards the valley where Shrek Academy was situated. Half an hour later, as they stood before the modest wooden sign inscribed with Shrek Academy, they couldn't help but frown. What lay before them was not an academy, but rather a chaotic valley scattered with dilapidated wooden huts, the air thick with the scent of earth and animal waste, utterly devoid of any semblance to an institution of learning. Is this really Shrek Academy? Hulaina expressed her disdain. It appeared even more run-down than Nodding Academy. No wonder Father referred to it as the Monster Academy. It lacked even a proper entrance. Yet, Chu Zhao's gaze sharpened. The more rudimentary it appeared, the more it hinted at its significance. The fact that Yu Xiaojiang was willing to remain here and that it could cultivate future powerhouses capable of shaking the continent suggested that this place was far from ordinary. At that moment, a tall, gaunt middle-aged man clad in tattered leather garments emerged, a pipe clamped between his teeth. Upon seeing them, he narrowed his eyes. Who are you? What brings you here? His soul power fluctuation surpassed level 40, and his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He was none other than Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. Principal, please do not rush to dismiss us. Chu Xiao stepped forward, his tone calm. We are not here to provoke, but to understand what makes this academy, which has retained Master Yu Xiaojiang, so extraordinary. Moreover, we come bearing a token of our visit. He retrieved a small box from his system backpack, opening it to reveal a plant radiating a soft blue glow, soul-condensing grass. A rare herb that aids soul masters below level 30 in gathering their soul power. Flander's eyes brightened momentarily, only to revert to a state of vigilance. Flattery without cause is often laced with ulterior motives. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Chu Xiao smiled faintly. We wish to stay here for a few days to observe the teaching methods of Shrek Academy. If the dean finds us bothersome, you may expel us at any time. Consider this condensed soul herb as a token for our lodging. Flander scrutinized Chu Xiao for a while, then glanced at Hulaina before breaking into a grin. Interesting. The little ones from the spirit hall wish to become monsters? Very well, if you wish to stay. You must abide by the rules of Shrek. Here, you are merely students, devoid of any identity from the spirit hall. If you cannot endure it, you may leave on your own accord. It's settled then. A surge of joy filled Chu Xiao's heart. Success. Ding. Main task Infiltrator Progress 30. Successfully entered the realm of Shrek Academy. Flander turned and walked into the valley. Follow me. Coincidentally, we have just admitted a new student today, and you can meet him. Chu Xiao and Hulaina exchanged glances and followed suit, both aware that the new student Flander mentioned was most likely Tang San. As they passed several wooden houses, familiar voices echoed from the training ground. Tang San was confronting a blonde youth, with Yu Xiaojiang and a muscular man, Zhao Wujin, standing nearby. In that instant, as their eyes met, both Tang San and Chu Xiao were taken aback. Tang San's eyes flashed with shock and wariness. What is he doing here? Meanwhile, a knowing smile crept onto Chu Zhao's lips. Indeed, we meet again, Tang San. Chapter 13. The test of the immutable king and the new strategy of the system. The air in the training ground seemed to solidify. Tang San clenched his fists, the blue-silver grass in his palm subtly writhing as he warily regarded Chu Xiao. How could this tale from the Spirit Hall have tracked him down to Shrek? What could he possibly want? Does the Spirit Hall seek to encroach upon even such a remote academy? Daimubai noticed Tang San's unease and raised an eyebrow. Casting a glance at Chu Xiao and Hulaina before addressing Flander. Dean, who are these two? Guests from the Spirit Hall, Flander replied, puffing on his pipe, his tone laced with sarcasm. They wish to witness how our Shrek monsters train. Zhao Wujin rubbed his large hands together, his bell-like eyes scanning Chu Xiao and Hulaina, and grinned. Little ones from the Spirit Hall, is it? Perfect. I happen to need 2 targets for today's practical lesson. How about you give it a try? Hulaina instinctively shrank behind Chu Xiao. She had just witnessed Zhao Wujin's earth-shattering punches. Yet, Chu Xiao stepped forward, nodding slightly to Zhao Wujin. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Teacher Zhao. Since this is a practical lesson, I would be eager to learn. He feigned composure, while secretly activating Environmental Probe, analyzing Zhao Wujin's soul power. A formidable 76-level assault system battle spirit, the might of the Diamond Bear. With soul power as robust as a small mountain. System prompt, target Zhao Wujin. Soul power level 76, first soul skill, Diamond Body, defensive enhancement. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Fist, power explosion. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement, domain type, speed suppression. Recommendation, avoid his strengths and utilize toxins for interference. Quite intriguing. Zhao Wujin, undeterred by the challenge, found himself intrigued. Perfect. Tang San had just passed my test, and now it was your turn. The rules remain unchanged. Traverse the thorny brambles of the magical vines, and withstand 3 of my strikes. He gestured toward the thorny thicket, entwined with purple poisonous thorns. The very same that Tang San had previously conquered. Hu Lai's complexion paled. But I am an auxiliary soul master. Must I also endure the strikes? In Shrek, there was no distinction between auxiliary and assault types. All were students. Yu Xiaojang adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. To remain, you must prove your worth. His gaze fell upon Chu Xiao, scrutinizing the peculiar aura surrounding the young man, one that exuded the arrogance of the spirit hall while concealing an inscrutable calmness. Chu Xiao turned to Hu Laina, whispering, "Do not fear. Follow my lead." He nodded to Zhao Wujis. "We accept the challenge." Alert. Temporary mission triggered. Qualification for Shrek. Mission objective, collaborate with Hu Laina to pass Zhao Wujis test. While demonstrating at least one indirect cooperation with Tang San, such as utilizing the traces of blue-silver grass left by Tang San to alleviate Yu Xiaojang's suspicions. Rewards: 20 fate fragments, 1500 system energy, kiss of the mandala which can briefly attach to the surface of plants. Failure penalty, expulsion from Shrek. Main quest infiltrator progress reset to 0. Laina, you go first. Enhance your speed. Chu Xiao instructed quietly. I will follow and help clear the obstacles. Hu Laina gritted her teeth, unleashing her demon fox spirit, a pink aura swirling around her. First spirit skill, speed enhancement. She darted toward the thicket, attempting to leap through the gaps in the vines like Tang San, but she was clearly not as agile. After only a few steps, a poisonous vine ensnared her ankle. The purple paralyzing toxin quickly spreading. Be careful, Tang San instinctively shouted, but then fell silent, his expression complex. Why would he be concerned for someone from the spirit hall? Chu Zhao's gaze sharpened, his right hand unfurled into a claw, emerald toxins swirling at his fingertips. Simultaneously, he activated the new feature of Kiss of the Mandala, quietly injecting the toxin into the remnants of blue-silver grass left by Tang San. Buzz! The blue-silver grass suddenly shimmered with a faint purple hue, the toxin coursing through the vines and deep into the thorny thicket. The poisonous vine ensnaring Hu Laina's ankle seemed to react, loosening its grip slightly. Now, Chu Xiao urged. Realizing the momentary opportunity, Hu Laina broke free, scrambling away from the thicket. Her ankle was already swollen with a purplish hue, yet she had successfully passed the first trial. Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback. How had Chu Xiao, without even touching the thicket, managed to cause the poisonous vine to relent? Yu Xiaojang's gaze fell upon the blue-silver grass tinged with purple, his brow furrowing. Is this Tang San's blue-silver grass? Is this kid utilizing Tang San's spirit? Without offering an explanation, Chu Xiao moved, charging toward the thorny thicket. He did not follow Hu Laina's path but instead headed straight for the route that Tang San had previously opened, infusing more soul power into the remaining blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass seemed to guide him, and along the way, the poisonous vines parted with ease, even more smoothly than when Tang San had passed through. This boy's affinity with plants is even greater than that of San. Flanders narrowed his eyes. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed that his blue-silver grass was being utilized by an unfamiliar soul power, a feeling both peculiar and devoid of any malicious intent. What kind of martial soul does Chu Xiao possess? How could bone claws be associated with plants? Chu Xiao deftly navigated through the thorns and stood beside Hu Laina. Turning to Zhao Wujia and stating, Teacher Zhao, you may strike now. Zhao Wujia grinned broadly, his muscles swelling instantly as earthy soul power enveloped him. Not bad. I shall not hold back. With that, he unleashed his first punch. A fist the size of a cauldron came crashing forward with a whoosh. And Chu Xiao dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he executed the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, a foundational version he had self-taught by mimicking Tang San's footwork. Evading to the side while simultaneously sweeping his bone claws, laced with emerald poison, toward Zhao Wujia's wrist. Such trivial skills. Zhao Wujia countered with his other hand, dispersing the poison with a forceful block. Second punch. This strike was even swifter and more ferocious, emanating a golden aura, a manifestation of his second soul skill. The mighty Diamond Fist. Recognizing he could not evade, Chu Xiao summoned his soul power to its utmost, crossing his bone claws defensively before infusing them with the remaining mandragora toxins. The impact of the fist and claws resonated with a thunderous sound. Chu Xiao felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him backward 3 steps, his arm numbing, and a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. However, the emerald poison on his claws managed to taint Zhao Wujia's fist. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, sensing a slight tingling sensation in his fist. Although it posed little threat to him, it piqued his curiosity. Poison-based soul skill? Quite intriguing. Third punch. Zhao Wujia unleashed his third soul skill, gravity amplification, with no restraint. Chu Xiao suddenly felt his body weigh heavily, as if an invisible boulder pressed down upon him, causing his speed to diminish drastically. This is bad, Hulaina gasped. At that moment, Tang San made an unexpected move. He did not approach but merely flicked his finger, causing a strand of blue-silver grass to stealthily emerge from beneath Chu Xiao's feet, entwining around his ankle. A gentle tug, perfectly timed, allowed Chu Xiao's form to shift half an inch sideways due to inertia. It was this half-inch that enabled him to narrowly evade Zhao Wujia's punch, resulting in only the wind from the blow grazing his shoulder, causing him to stumble to the ground without sustaining serious injury. A hush fell over the crowd. Tang San himself was bewildered. Why had he assisted Chu Xiao? Chu Xiao was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure, casting a meaningful glance at Tang San before addressing Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, has the junior passed? Ding. Temporary task qualification for Shrek completed. Rewards granted, 20 fragments of destiny, 1500 system energy, Kiss of Mandragora trait updated. Mainline task infiltrator progress at 50. Preliminary acquisition of temporary residency rights at Shrek. Suspicion towards Yu Xiaojiang reduced by 10. Chu Xiao exhaled in relief, rising with Hulaina's assistance. Tang San's timely intervention had unexpectedly aided him in accomplishing the task of indirect collaboration and had also led Zhao Wujia to a misunderstanding. Truly a fortunate miscalculation. Yu Xiaojiang approached Tang San, whispering, "Little San, why did you assist him?" Tang San lowered his head, responding quietly, "I just didn't want him to be harmed by Teacher Zhao. After all, we are classmates now." Even he found this reasoning somewhat flimsy. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from further inquiries, casting a profound glance at Chu Xiao. This young man exceeded his expectations in complexity. Flander clapped his hands together, declaring, "Well, the trial is complete. Let them stay for now. Old Poison, take them to tidy up 2 vacant wooden houses." An elderly man, clad in a green robe and bearing a face etched with wrinkles, emerged from behind the wooden house. With an impatient wave of his hand, he gestured, "Follow me." He was none other than the 3rd teacher of Shrek, the uncle of Poison de Dugubo, and the grandfather of Dugu Yin, equally adept in the art of poison. As Chu Xiao followed Old Poison out, he deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside Tang San, whispering, "Thank you for earlier." Tang San, not meeting his gaze, replied coldly, "I did not assist you. I merely wished to prevent a fatal incident during the Shrek assessment. Regardless, I owe you one." Chu Xiao smiled faintly and quickened his pace to catch up with Old Poison. Watching Chu Xiao's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists, perplexed by his instinctive intervention. What troubled him further was Chu Xiao's smile, which seemed to pierce through to his innermost thoughts. As night fell, the Shrek Valley exuded an unusual tranquility. Chu Xiao sat by the window of the wooden house, observing the progress of his tasks on the system panel, a slight smile curving his lips. Main quest infiltrator, gain the trust of at least 2 Shrek members, current. 02, acquire preliminary trust from Yu Xiaojiang, current. 10. Triggered new side quest, Resonance of Poison. Quest details, engage in a discussion of toxicology with Old Poison, demonstrating your understanding of poisons to gain his approval. Quest rewards, 25 fate fragments, 1800 system energy. Unlock poison analysis permission, ability to analyze common toxins and their antidotes. Old Poison, a glimmer of interest flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. It was said that he had a close relationship with Poison Douluo de Gubo. If he could establish a connection, it might allow him early access to information regarding the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He retrieved a small vial of Mandragora snake venom from his system backpack, a substance he had deliberately preserved during his soul ring absorption. Perhaps this could serve as an opening for dialogue with Old Poison. In the distant wooden house, Tang San stared blankly at a strand of blue-silver grass. He could sense the lingering aura of Chu Xiao's soul power upon it, imbued with a faint toxicity, yet exuding an extraordinary vitality. "Chu Xiao," Tang San murmured to himself, "who exactly are you?" As the night deepened, the thoughts of the youths in Shrek Valley entwined like creeping vines, each testing the waters, remaining guarded against one another, yet unknowingly bound together by the threads of fate. Meanwhile, in the Wuhuan Temple stronghold in Soto City, Clin was reporting to the Soul Guide device. Shrek Academy has indeed accepted Tang San, accompanied by a young man named Chu Xiao, suspected to be an outer disciple of the Wuhuan Temple, identity unknown. Requesting instructions on whether action is required. A cold voice responded from the other end of the Soul Guide. "Do not act for now. Keep a close watch on them." That Chu Xiao may well be our eyes within Shrek. Chapter 14. The resonance of toxicology and the fracture of trust. As the morning mist lingered, a pungent odor wafted through Shrek Valley. Following the scent, Chu Xiao arrived at the edge of the training ground, where a small wooden cabin stood. Inside, the Old Poison Master was crouched on the ground, fiddling with a pile of colorful poisonous herbs, muttering to himself. The toxicity of the corruption heart herb is still too potent, while the drunken immortal vine is too mild. How can I concoct a paralysis potion that is both rapid and subtle? Chu Xiao halted, his gaze fixed upon the array of toxic plants. Poison analysis, permission automatically activated. Corruption heart herb, toxicity level, onset time 30 seconds, symptoms, cardiac paralysis. Drunken immortal vine, toxicity level, onset time 5 minutes, symptoms, diminished consciousness. Analysis result, the toxicity of the two plants conflicts when combined. The addition of the cleansing dew flower is necessary for moderation, stabilizing the onset time to 1 minute while retaining 70 toxicity. Master of Poisons, Chu Xiao interjected, perhaps we could try adding a bit of cleansing dew flower juice. The ordinary cleansing dew flower would not suffice, but there exists a mutated variant in the Black Marsh beyond Soto City, whose juice has a faint stagnation effect, perfectly capable of balancing the ferocity of the corruption heart herb with the gentle nature of the drunken immortal vine. Approaching closer, he pointed to the pile of herbs. Observe. The veins of the corruption heart herb are dark red, indicating that its toxicity spreads through the vital energy. The tendrils of the drunken immortal vine are covered in white fuzz, dispersing toxicity through breath. Their conflict arises from differing propagation methods. While the stagnation effect of the mutated cleansing dew flower can temporarily lock the flow of vital energy, allowing both toxicities to manifest simultaneously. The old poison master was taken aback, pinching a leaf of the corruption heart herb and twisting the fuzz of the drunken immortal vine. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, how did I not realize this? The differing propagation methods naturally create discord and toxicity. Young man, do you possess knowledge of poisons?" "Somewhat," replied Chu Xiao, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his system backpack. "This is a venom I extracted from the mandrake serpent, mixed with a bit of Nether River seaweed powder, which delays the paralysis effect, making it suitable for traps." The old poison master took the vial, opened it, and upon inhaling the aroma, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. This delayed effect can conceal the poison for at least 3 breaths. How did you conceive of using Nether River seaweed to mitigate the mandrake's acute toxicity?" "I have experimented a few times," Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. "The icy aura of the Nether River seaweed can freeze the mandrake's activity, with the optimal ratio being 3:7 for the best effect." The old poison master's gaze toward Chu Xiao shifted entirely. Gone was the earlier impatience, replaced by a newfound admiration. "Not bad, not bad. You're far superior to those reckless youths who only know how to force toxins down." He beckoned, "Come, let us converse inside. I have a bottle of bone corrosion wine steeped with scorpion venom, perfect to accompany your mandrake venom." As the duo engrossed in their discussion of poisonous herbs departed, Oscar, passing by, couldn't help but exclaim, "That Chu Xiao is quite impressive. Even able to converse with the old poison master." Dai Mubai scoffed. "Coming from the spirit hall, he's bound to be clever. Who knows if he's merely trying to curry favor with the old poison master?" Tang San, standing at a distance, observed Chu Xiao's retreating figure. A deep furrow etched upon his brow. He found it perplexing how someone from the spirit hall could possess such extensive knowledge of toxicology, especially when the Nether River seaweed he mentioned wasn't even recorded in his father's notes. Ding. Side quest resonance of poison completed. Rewards distributed, 25 destiny fragments. 1800 system energy, unlocking poison analysis permission. Main quest infiltrator progress update. Initial approval from the old poison master obtained, trust level 30. Yu Xiaojiang's suspicion reduced by 5, current 5. Chu Xiao followed the old poison master into the wooden cabin, where a plethora of poisonous herbs and vials cluttered the space. The air thick with a medley of toxic scents that would fell an ordinary person with a single breath. Yet, Chu Xiao remained unfazed, his martial spirit. The Een Riverbone dragon inherently possessed a cold aura, granting him a natural resistance to toxins. Their conversation spanned the entire morning, ranging from the optimal timing for harvesting poisonous plants to the techniques for purifying venom. The old poison master even presented his treasured compendium of poisons, pointing out several incomplete annotations for Chu Xiao to analyze. Leveraging the system's toxin analysis, Chu Xiao consistently offered astute yet practical suggestions, igniting the old poison master's enthusiasm. "My boy, your talent for poison manipulation is remarkable. It would be a pity not to learn from my nephew," the old poison master remarked after sipping some bone corrosion wine. "My nephew, Douluo, is unparalleled in the art of poison across the continent." Douluo? Chu Xiao's heart stirred, though his expression remained unperturbed. "I would indeed like to seek his guidance when the opportunity arises." As Chu Xiao departed the old poison master's cabin, the trust level had risen to 45. During lunch, Ma Hongjun, holding a bowl of brown rice, gazed despondently at his hand. He had failed to control himself during his training the previous night, resulting in the resurgence of malevolent flames and several painful blisters on his palm. Troubled by the malevolent flames again, Dai Mubai patted his shoulder. Just endure. Once we find a suitable spirit ring, it will be manageable. Ma Hongjun grimaced. Endure? Last time, I nearly set the cabin ablaze, and Dean Flinder punished me with 3 days of chopping wood. Chu Xiao approached with his bowl, placing a small ceramic jar before Ma Hongjun. This contains ice silkworm ointment, made from powdered ice silkworm cocoons mixed with a bit of mint juice. Apply it to your hand, and it will alleviate the malevolent flames. Ma Hongjun stared in surprise. For me? Indeed, Chu Xiao nodded. You helped me gather stones from the thorny bushes last time. Consider this a token of gratitude. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, opened the jar, and was immediately met with a refreshing aroma that significantly eased the burning sensation in his palm. Thank you, Chu Xiao. He applied some of the ointment, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Oscar leaned in, grinning. Chu Xiao, you seem to possess quite a treasure. Do you have any herbs that could enhance the flavor of sausages? Chu Xiao chuckled softly. I do. The powder from honey fruits can impart a hint of sweetness to food. I have some left. I'll fetch it for you shortly. Really? That's incredibly generous. Oscar's eyes sparkled, momentarily casting aside his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall. Ding. Trust level with Ma Hongjun increased to 20. Trust level with Oscar increased to 15. Tang Sen observed the scene with a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Chu Xiao seemed effortlessly able to connect with everyone, his skills in poison, his gifts, and his composure weaving an invisible web that gradually enveloped each member of Shrek. Meanwhile, he felt as though he had yet to genuinely integrate into the collective, aside from Master and Xiao Wu. In the afternoon's practical combat class, Flinder announced an important piece of news. In 3 days, we will head to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena to participate in a team competition, honing your cooperation skills. Chu Xiao and Hu Laina joined the group, providing a perfect opportunity for you to witness what true combat entails. A team competition? Splendid, exclaimed Ma Hongjun with enthusiasm. Dai Mubai turned to Chu Xiao, inquiring, what soul skills will you employ? Don't hold us back. I can manage auxiliary, control, and offense. Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. I will simply coordinate with you all. Yu Xiaojiang adjusted his glasses, stating, team competitions require specialization. Tang San is our control specialist, Dai Mubai excels in offense. Ma Hongjun in agility, Oscar provides support and healing, Xiao Wu engages in close combat, while Hu Laina offers enhancement. Chu Xiao, your poison abilities can serve as a form of disruption, essentially acting as a semi-control role. No problem, Chu Xiao nodded, momentarily locking eyes with Tang San, who quickly averted his gaze, his ears slightly reddening. He found himself unexpectedly anticipating their collaboration, only to feel that notion was perilous. In the following 2 days, the group began to refine their tactics. Chu Xiao's poison skills yielded unexpected results. His mandala's kiss could attach to Tang San's blue-silver grass, significantly expanding the control range. In several simulated battles, they managed to ensnare Dai Mubai multiple times with this toxic vine. Well done, you two, Dai Mubai exclaimed, disentangling himself from the blue-silver grass. Panting, that poison was quite sinister. It nearly hindered my soul power. Tang Sen remained silent, but internally acknowledged that Chu Xiao's poison techniques indeed complemented his blue-silver grass remarkably. Beep. Detection indicates an increase in the synergy between Tang San and the host, while Yu Xiaojiang's suspicion has diminished to 0. Main quest Infiltrator progress updated. Gain Ma Hongjun's trust level of 30, Oscar's trust level of 25, 22 achieved, and initial trust from Yu Xiaojiang, 10. Quest rewards distributed. 40 destiny fragments, 2,500 system energy, unlocking information reading at a basic level. On the eve of their departure to Soto City, Chu Xiao was busy preparing his poison powder when Hu Laina entered, hesitating as she asked, Brother Chu Xiao, must we remain here indefinitely? I feel as though Tang San and the others are gradually becoming less averse to us. Lowering her head, she added, I understand. Chu Xiao gazed out the window towards Soto City, aglow with lights, home not only to the Grand Soul Arena but also to the Spirit Hall stronghold. The people from Klin were certainly still monitoring their movements, and he needed to ensure that Tang San's value was fully revealed in the eyes of the Spirit Hall during the Grand Soul Arena competition. Tomorrow's match, Chu Xiao murmured. We must thoroughly showcase Tang San's control capabilities. The more dazzling, the better. Hu Laina, perplexed, asked, why? Shouldn't we conceal him? Only by allowing the Spirit Hall to witness his potential will they dispatch more significant figures, Chu Xiao replied with a cold smirk. What we seek to ensnare is not just Tang San. In the night, the lights at the Spirit Hall stronghold in Soto City still shone brightly. Clint scrutinized the intelligence in his hand, noting the harmonious relations between Chu Xiao and the Shrek members, particularly his tactical collaboration with Tang San. His brow furrowed in concern. Is Chu Xiao here to monitor us, or has he truly been assimilated by Shrek? He spoke into the soul communicator, requesting a silver-ranked steward to provide clearer directives. After a moment of silence, a deep voice responded, "No need. Continue observing. Remember, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. That Chu Xiao may prove to be more useful than we have imagined." After ending the communication, Clint gazed out towards the direction of Shrek Academy, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 15. The spark of the Great Soul Arena and the eyes in the shadows. The sunlight in Soto City was more intense than that in the Shrek Valley. The stone walls of the Great Soul Arena were adorned with creeping vines, yet they could not conceal the roars and cheers emanating from within. As Flander led the 7 youths through the entrance, they immediately attracted considerable attention. After all, their patchwork uniforms stood out conspicuously among the glamorous Soul Masters. Upon reporting their names and registering their battle team, the Soul Master in charge cast them a cursory glance, his tone dismissive. Shrek 7 monsters. Flander placed his purse on the table, stating, "With these 2 added, we shall have 9? No, for the team competition, it is 7, so just the 7 of them." He pointed to Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Chu Xiao, and Hu Laina. "This is our first time here," Chu Xiao said, handing over his identity badge. With Hu Laina following suit. "The Wild Wolf team?" Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow. "I've heard of them. 3 powerful attack-type Soul Masters and 2 agile attack-type Grand Soul Masters. Their synergy is quite fierce." "Fierce?" Ma Hongjun cracked his knuckles, eager to let them experience his wicked fire. Tang San silently circulated his soul power, the tender shoots of his blue-silver grass quivering slightly. Chu Xiao approached him and whispered, "The captain of the Wild Wolf team possesses a wolf spirit, known for its speed and fangs that inflict tearing effects. When your blue-silver grass ensnares him, I will sprinkle some paralysis powder to stiffen his muscles for a moment." Tang San turned to look at him. Chu Xiao's gaze was calm, devoid of cunning, resembling a pure tactical reminder instead. He nodded. "The blue-silver grass will leave a gap for your powder to permeate." This was their first genuine tactical communication, marked by trust and a shared determination for victory. Oscar, munching on a sausage nearby, chuckled. "Well, you 2 seem to have made a pact." Hu Laina tugged at Chu Xiao's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Chu Xiao, the information on the Wild Wolf team states that their vice-captain excels at using wind blades. I might be able to temporarily immobilize him with my charm." "Yes, keep an eye on the vice-captain. Dai Mubai will confront the captain head-on. Xiao Wu will flank from behind for agile attacks. Ma Hongjun will suppress the rear. And Oscar will be ready to provide support." Chu Xiao swiftly assigned tasks, his clarity prompting Flander to regard him with increased interest. 10 minutes later, as the gates slowly rose, 7 figures leaped onto the Soul Arena stage. The 7 members of the Wild Wolf team stood opposite, with the burly leader grinning broadly to reveal his sharp canine teeth. "Which wild kids dare to seize our territory? Enough with the nonsense, let's begin." Dai Mubai activated his martial spirit, his white tiger claws glinting coldly. The referee raised his token. "Iron Soul Team Battle, commence." At the moment the token fell, the Wild Wolf team's captain blurred into motion, transforming into a gray shadow that lunged at Dai Mubai with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the 2 agile attack-type Soul Masters shot towards Oscar and the others, clearly aware that eliminating the support class first was a fundamental strategy in team battles. Blue-silver grass. "Entangle," Tang San shouted, dozens of blue-silver grass shoots erupting from the ground, instantly ensnaring the legs of the Wild Wolf team's captain. Yet, the captain exerted tremendous force, his muscles swelling, and the blue-silver grass audibly creaked under pressure. Now is the moment. With a deft flick of his wrist, Chu Xiao released a fine white powder that wafted through the gaps of the blue-silver grass, settling precisely upon the knee of the wolf pack's captain. Just as the captain prepared to exert his strength once more, he suddenly felt his knee stiffen, causing his movements to falter momentarily. White Tiger's radiant wave. Dai Mubai seized the fleeting opportunity, unleashing a brilliant beam of white light that struck the captain squarely in the chest, propelling him backward. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had instantaneously teleported behind the agility-focused Soul Masters, exerting her strength to knock both of them to the ground. Ma Hongjun, empowered by his martial soul, sprouted wings from his back, unleashing flames towards the rear-line Soul Masters of the Wolf Pack, forcing them to retreat in haste. Charm. Hu Laina's eyes shimmered with a pink glow, momentarily stunning the vice-captain, who was poised to release a blade of wind, causing his actions to lag. In less than 3 heartbeats, the wolf pack found themselves on the defensive. The captain, rising from the ground, was filled with astonishment and fury. What is that powder? Ignoring him, Chu Xiao summoned a faint purple toxic mist at his fingertips, which spread alongside Tang San's blue-silver grass. This was his second soul skill, ethereal poison mist. While not lethal, it could severely impede the flow of soul power. Tang San immediately understood, causing the blue-silver grass to expand violently, enveloping the toxic mist and ensnaring the remaining members of the wolf pack. The moment those members came into contact with the blue-silver grass, they felt their soul power stagnate, as if a dam had blocked the river's flow. We concede. We concede. The captain of the wolf pack, sensing the dire situation, cried out. The referee blew the whistle, declaring the Shrek 7 monsters victorious. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, as no one had anticipated such a swift conclusion to the match. Flender stroked his beard, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. Quite impressive. A well-coordinated effort. Chu Xiao approached Tang San, offering him a bottle of clean water. The blue-silver grass absorbed quite a bit of the poison. Wash your hands. As Tang San took the bottle, the coolness of its surface sent an unusual sensation through him. While washing his hands, Chu Xiao's voice reached him again. The captain's fluctuations in soul power are rather peculiar. It seems to have been enhanced by some external means, unlike a normal battle spirit. Tang San paused mid-motion. You felt it too? He had sensed that the power he had encountered was far more domineering than that of an ordinary battle spirit. Indeed, it may be the result of forbidden substances. Chu Xiao cast a sidelong glance towards a shadowy corner beneath the arena, where two figures clad in black were observing. Following his gaze, Tang San discerned two individuals lurking in the shadows, one of whom was Clin, whom he had previously encountered on the outskirts of Shrek. The other, garbed in a silver-trimmed robe, exuded a far greater presence than Clin, evidently a silver-ranked deacon of the Spirit Hall. The silver-ranked deacon fixed his gaze upon Tang San, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, accompanied by a faintly amused smile. Alert! Detection of the Spirit Hall's silver-ranked deacon Levin observing. Target: Tang San. Main quest Infiltrator progress updated. Tang San's potential has attracted the attention of mid-level figures within the Spirit Hall, increasing task completion by 15. Reward granted: 30 Destiny Shards, 2,000 System Energy, unlocking Soul Power, tracking basic level. In the subsequent 2 matches, the Shrek 7 monsters surged forward with unstoppable momentum, claiming victory in 3 consecutive bouts, thereby advancing from Iron Soul Arena to Copper Soul Arena. The synergy between Chu Xiao's poison techniques and Tang San's control skills grew increasingly harmonious. On one occasion, Tang San deliberately left an opening in his blue-silver grass, and Chu Xiao swiftly filled it with poison powder. A glance exchanged between them spoke volumes of their mutual understanding of tactics. Chu Xiao, who taught you this poison technique? Xiao Wu couldn't help but inquire during a break. It's far superior to our village's old witch. Chu Xiao chuckled softly. It's a family tradition. I learned a bit from my grandfather. Your grandfather must be quite remarkable. Then, Ma Hongjun interjected, savoring a sausage sprinkled with the sweet fruit powder Chu Xiao had provided. Yes, he is quite skilled, Chu Xiao replied, his tone slightly subdued. No one noticed the fleeting complexity in his gaze regarding his grandfather. Merely a fabricated identity by the system. Tang San observed Chu Xiao, sensing he harbored numerous secrets. The precision in his poison mixtures, his profound knowledge of various toxins, and his sensitivity to fluctuations in soul force seemed far beyond that of an ordinary youth. Yet, during the recent match, Chu Xiao had clearly possessed the means to unleash more formidable poison, but opted instead for a disruptive variety, seemingly holding back intentionally. At that moment, Flender approached with a new schedule in hand. The next match is the Copper Soul Arena Elimination Round against the Black Spider team, which comprises 5 Control-type and 2 Assault-type fighters. It could be quite challenging. Daimobai frowned. 5 Control types? How do we counter that? Control types are most vulnerable to breakthrough assaults, and they have 2 Assault types. Their control types likely utilize web-based martial souls, adept at area confinement, Chu Xiao noted, scanning the team information on the schedule. The captain of the Black Spider is a Spider Martial Soul Master with poison attributes. Perfect, I will handle him. Tang San immediately replied. My blue-silver grass can counter the webs. We will work together. Agreed, Chu Xiao nodded. The two once again reached a consensus, leaving Hulina astonished. She had never witnessed such seamless cooperation from Chu Xiao, who had always maintained a degree of aloofness, even during his time at the Spirit Hall. Below the arena, Clin spoke softly to Raven. Sir, look at Chu Xiao. He and Tang San are in perfect sync. Raven raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze fixed on Tang San in the arena. That blue-haired youth possesses exceptional talent and control. The blue-silver grass can carry toxins while precisely regulating their range. He is a valuable asset. As for Chu Xiao, he smirked. Let him continue to collaborate. The more seamless their partnership, the better. Once they fully trust one another, we can tighten our net. That will be intriguing. Clint felt a chill run down his spine. You mean to say, to make Chu Xiao a dagger plunged into Shrek's heart, one that they must first believe is their own? Raven licked his lips, investigate Chu Xiao's background. I must uncover the origins of his family's poison techniques. Understood. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, the Black Spider team had entered. 5 enormous black spider webs unfurled simultaneously, instantly enveloping half the arena, accompanied by a pungent scent. The captain grinned, revealing venomous fangs. Shrek's little brats, taste the flavor of being ensnared in webs. Tang San's expression sharpened as the blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, colliding with the black webs. Chu Xiao concentrated poison mist at his fingertips, whispering, Tang San. 3 meters to your left front. The web is thinnest there. Without hesitation, Tang San pivoted sharply, tearing a gap in the web. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, launching the White Tiger's fierce light wave towards the captain of the Black Spider team. A new contest commences amidst the cheers resonating from the Seoul Arena in Soto City. Sunlight filters through the dome of the arena, illuminating the focused faces of the youth, while also casting light upon the pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. Waiting for the opportune moment, Chu Xiao gazes at Tang San, fighting alongside him, and observes the cheering companions in the distance. A subtle thawing of the deliberately maintained coldness within his heart occurs, yet he swiftly suppresses this anomaly, allowing tranquility to blanket his gaze once more. What he desires has never been companionship. Chapter 16. Whispers in the Tavern. In the trial of the Spirit Hall, the taverns of Soto City are perpetually infused with the aromas of malt liquor and roasted meat. Upon entering the drunken immortal pavilion, the group from Shrek is met with the beaming smile of the innkeeper. For they have just triumphed over the Black Spider team at the Seoul Arena, their bodies still emanating the residual energy of their spirit powers, unmistakably formidable adversaries. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Flinder slams his coin pouch on the counter, declaring, Bring us 10 gene of roasted meat and 2 barrels of malt liquor. Today, having won at gambling, he indulges in a rare display of generosity. Ma Hongjun, already salivating, eagerly drags Oscar upstairs, followed closely by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. Tang San walks in the middle, with Chu Xiao and Hulaina trailing behind, maintaining a deliberate half-step distance between them, as if to preserve some unspoken boundary. The window of the private room faces the back entrance of the Seoul Arena, allowing a view of Soul Masters departing in 2s and 3s. As Chu Xiao settles into his seat, he catches a glimpse of a silver garment flitting through the shadows at the street corner, one of Raven's associates. Earlier, the venom from the Black Spider's captain was best neutralized with 7-star grass. The old poison master appears unexpectedly, holding a small vial containing the spider's toxin. Did you add a bit of awakening flower to the breaking powder you scattered? I detect a fragrant note, he inquires. Chu Xiao nods. The awakening flower can dissipate the fishy odor of the spider venom, allowing the breaking powder to adhere more effectively to the web. No problem, he responds succinctly. But from the corner of his eye, he notices Tang San observing him with a probing gaze. Chu Xiao, from whom did you learn this toxicology? Tang San finally cannot restrain his curiosity. The use of 7-star grass to counteract spider venom is only briefly mentioned in my father's notes. Raising his cup, Chu Xiao takes a sip of the cool liquor, which perfectly quells the tumult within his heart. I perused a few tomes on toxicology in the Spirit Hall's library and memorized some scattered formulas. Dai Mubai interjects, regardless of whom he learned from. Had it not been for his dismantling of the spider web earlier, we could not have achieved victory so swiftly. Come, let us drink. Ma Hongjun raises his wooden cup. Indeed, Chu Xiao, I toast to you. That eye silkworm paste of yours is truly effective. The blisters on my palm have all vanished. Ding. Ma Hongjun's trust level increases to 35. Tang San's suspicion level rises by 3, current 8. The system notification echoes in Chu Xiao's mind as he clinks cups with Ma Hongjun, maintaining a facade of composure. He understands that Tang San's suspicion is akin to a seed, destined to sprout eventually, yet the time for addressing it has not yet arrived. Hulaina discreetly tugs at his sleeve, whispering in a voice only they can hear. The people from Raven have been lingering outside. Should we? No need. Chu Xiao replies softly, he is waiting for us to act independently. I shall visit the apothecary to procure some clear dew flowers. Chu Xiao rises to take his leave. Recalling his earlier conversation with the old poison master regarding a new formulation he wishes to experiment with. The old poison master's eyes light up. I shall accompany you. It would be fortuitous to see what fine wares Soto City's apothecary has to offer. Tang San felt a stir in his heart and stood up as well, stating, I shall also go to purchase some nutrients for the blue-silver grass. Xiao Wu immediately chimed in. I will accompany Brother San. The 4 of them exited the tavern. and at the street corner, a silver-clad figure shifted slightly. Out of the corner of Chu Zhao's eye, he noticed that Raven had not followed them. Instead, he had dispatched 2 cloaked figures to trail behind. The apothecary was suffused with the fragrance of herbs. The old poisoner headed straight for the toxic herb section, while Chu Xiao paused before the counter of the Qingluo flower. Tang San and Xiao Wu busied themselves selecting nutrient solutions. This Qingluo flower is not fresh enough, Chu Xiao remarked, picking up a blossom with slightly yellowing petals. Is this the standard of the apothecaries in Suodo City? The shopkeeper forced a smile, replying, "Ah, esteemed guest. You are quite knowledgeable. This is indeed the finest quality available. Fresh Qingluo flowers must be harvested from the Black Marsh, but it has not been safe there recently, and no one dares to venture." The Black Marsh? Tang San inquired. Isn't that where the mutated Qingluo flowers grow? Precisely. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. I heard that a few days ago, people from the Spirit Hall went there, apparently searching for something, and they injured several herbal gatherers. A chill ran through Chu Xiao at the thought of the Spirit Hall seeking mutated Qingluo flowers. Could this be Raven's scheme to utilize them for poison research? The old poisoner snorted disdainfully. The Spirit Hall is indeed tyrannical, resorting to violence even for herbal gathering. Just then, a dull thud echoed from outside the apothecary, followed by the shopkeeper's exclamation of dismay. Oh no, my stall. The 4 rushed out to see 2 cloaked figures overturning the stall at the entrance of the apothecary. One of them sneered at Chu Xiao. Kid, you were quite the fighter at the Grand Soul Arena earlier. Care to spar with us? These were indeed individuals sent by Raven. Chu Xiao instantly comprehended this as a test of his true strength, intended to sow discord. If he were to strike here, revealing the techniques of the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from Tang San and the others. We do not wish to cause trouble. Tang San stepped forward, the blue-silver grass poised at his fingertips. Do not wish to cause trouble? The other cloaked figure scoffed. When you were bullying the Crazy Wolf team at the arena. Did you think of that? He suddenly struck, launching a punch towards Chu Zhao's face, imbued with a faint aura of soul power. A formidable attack from a great soul master. Chu Xiao sidestepped and, with a flick of his wrist, scattered a handful of white powder. The cloaked figure felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, the strength of his punch dissipating instantly. Poisonous tricks? The cloaked figure was both startled and enraged, realizing he had encountered a rat in the gutter. The old poisoner instantly erupted. Who are you calling a rat? He seized a nearby jar of herbs and hurled it, releasing venomous scorpions that crawled all over the cloaked figure, causing him to scream in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver grass, ensnaring the ankle of the other cloaked figure. Xiao Wu instantaneously teleported behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. In mere moments, both cloaked figures were subdued. Chu Xiao pressed his foot onto the chest of the one who had attacked, coldly demanding, "Who sent you?" The cloaked figure gritted his teeth in silence, but suddenly blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he succumbed. The other, attempting to poison himself, was seized by the old poisoner, who firmly grasped his jaw, declaring, "Wanna die? It won't be that easy." At that moment, the sound of hooves approached from the street corner, as a squad of city guards rushed forth, shouting, "What is going on here? Gathering to brawl? You all need to come with us." Chu Xiao, aware of the need to avoid escalating the situation, exchanged a glance with Tang San, signaling, "We must leave." Amidst the chaos, the 4 individuals made their discreet exit, while the old poison master did not forget to drag the surviving black-clad man into the woodshed behind the apothecary, intending to interrogate him. Upon returning to the inn, Dai Mubai and the others noticed their grave expressions and hurriedly inquired about the matter. Chu Xiao briefly recounted the provocation incident, deliberately omitting any references to the Spirit Hall. "It must be the wolf pack's retaliation," Ma Hongjun exclaimed angrily. "We should confront them tomorrow." However, Tang San turned his gaze towards Chu Xiao, asking, "The powder you used earlier, is it the muscle-locking powder?" "Indeed." Chu Xiao affirmed with a nod. It was for self-defense. The soul power fluctuations from those 2 black-clad individuals were peculiar, not akin to ordinary spirit masters. Tang San remarked solemnly. Moreover, their method of self-destruction was reminiscent of. Reminiscent of what? Xiao Wu pressed for clarification. Tang San refrained from elaborating. Yet Chu Xiao discerned his unspoken implication, that it resembled the tactics of the Spirit Hall's assassins. In the stillness of the night, Chu Xiao stealthily slipped out of his room and made his way to the woodshed. The old poison master was poised, a venomous needle pressed against the black-clad man's neck, demanding, "Will you speak? My bone-corroding needle can induce agony for 3 days and nights before you perish." The black-clad man trembled violently, eventually breaking down. "I will speak. We were sent by the Spirit Hall's Elder Raven. He instructed us to test your strength. hoping to force you to reveal the Spirit Hall's soul skills. Chu Zhao's gaze turned icy. What else did he say? It was evident that they were targeting both him and Tang San. Clenching his fists, Chu Xiao realized Elder Raven aimed to kill two birds with one stone, testing him while attempting to sow discord between him and Tang San. And what of the Black Swamp? What does the Spirit Hall seek? It seems they are searching for a herb that can neutralize various toxins, known as the all-poison countermeasure. The all-poison countermeasure? Chu Zhao's heart sank. Was this not the rare herb recorded in the system that could cure the poison of the Douluo's green phosphor serpent emperor? What could the Spirit Hall possibly want with it? Had they already set their sights on Douluo? Enough. It is of no use now. The old poison master flipped his hand, driving the needle into the black-clad man's neck, silencing him instantly. Young man, this matter is far from simple. The Spirit Hall has set their sights on you. Perhaps, Chu Xiao replied vaguely. I had offended some individuals during my time at the Spirit Hall. The old poison master scrutinized him for a long moment before declaring, regardless of who you were in the past, if we can converse amicably now, you are a friend. Should anyone dare to harm you, they must first reckon with my poison needle. Ding. Trust level with the old poison master has risen to 50. Main quest infiltrator progress updated. Uncovered the Spirit Hall's probing. Gained the old poison master's willingness to protect. Rewards claimed. 40 destiny fragments. 3,000 system energy. Unlocked poison art fusion basic level. As Chu Xiao observed the old poison master's retreating figure, a warmth spread through his heart. This was the first instance where someone, upon learning of his potential ties to the Spirit Hall, still chose to offer him protection. Returning to his room, he found Hu Liena still awake, seated by the window gazing at the moon. They have indeed made their move, she noted. Indeed, Chu Xiao replied, approaching the window. Elder Raven's targets extend beyond Tang San. They also seek the all-poison countermeasure from the Black Swamp. The all-poison countermeasure? Hu Liena frowned. Isn't that the legendary herb capable of neutralizing all manner of extraordinary toxins? What does the Spirit Hall want with it? I do not know, Chu Xiao said, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Black Swamp, the night cloaked in depth, concealing countless secrets. However, we must discover it before they do. He understood that the all-poison countermeasure could not only counteract Douluo's poison, but also mitigate the effects of numerous toxins cataloged within his system. If the Spirit Hall were to acquire it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who exactly is Chu Xiao? What is his connection to the Spirit Hall? As the night deepens over Soto City, distant, unrecognizable beast roars echo from the direction of the Black Marsh. Chu Xiao is aware that at dawn, they must venture into the Black Marsh, racing against the Spirit Hall to locate the antidote to myriad poisons. This contest, steeped in toxic flora, trust, and conspiracy, has only just begun. Chapter 17. The miasma of the Black Marsh and the guardian of poisons. The morning mist of the Black Marsh is denser than that of Soto City, resembling a veil steeped in ink, enveloping the air with the pungent scent of decaying leaves. The Shrek team trudges forward through the ankle-deep mud, each step taken with utmost caution, for beneath the surface may lie poisonous vines or lurking swamp crocodiles. Stay close and refrain from touching anything. Old Poison leads the way, wielding a probing staff wrapped in thick beast hide. The miasma here has a soul-eroding effect. Those with lower spirit power should avoid deep breaths. Oscar, prepare the detoxifying sausages. Right away, Oscar promptly produces several sausages glowing with a green hue, infused with indigo root powder, renowned for its exceptional detoxifying properties. As Chu Xiao walks in the center, his toxic analysis ability automatically triggers, revealing a flurry of notifications before him. Corrupted heartvine. Toxicity level, lurking beneath the sludge, will ensnare limbs upon contact. Secreting corrosive mucus. Marsh miasma. Toxicity level, prolonged inhalation leads to chaotic soul power, requiring solar attribute spirit power for defense. Luminous frog. Toxicity level, secretes fluorescent venom through its skin, capable of paralyzing nerves. Favors consuming blue-silver grass. His gaze sweeps over Tang San, who is channeling his spirit power. The blue-silver grass trembling slightly at his fingertips, seemingly attuned to the surrounding movements. Chu Xiao whispers, 5 meters to the left, there are 3 luminous frogs. Do not extend your blue-silver grass too far. Chu Xiao gestures towards his eyes. The fluorescence of the luminous frogs refracts within the miasma, allowing their trajectory to be discerned upon close inspection. This is a result of the system's analysis. He merely seeks a plausible excuse. After approximately half an hour of cautious advancement, the miasma suddenly thickens, blocking out even the sunlight. Old Poison abruptly halts, thrusting his probing staff into the ground, producing a dull thud. Something is amiss. There are soul power fluctuations ahead, quite chaotic, more than one wave. Chu Xiao activates soul power tracking, and indeed senses several soul powers clashing 100 meters ahead, one of which bears a familiar coldness. It's a subordinate of Raven. It's the Spirit Hall's people, Chu Xiao murmurs. There are about 5 of them, engaged in combat with something. Let us investigate. Dai Mubai clenches his fists. Perhaps they have already found the antidote to myriad poisons. The group approaches cautiously, parting the hanging poisonous vines. In a relatively dry clearing at the center, 5 figures clad in black are attacking a plant nearly human height. The plant is entirely golden, with silvery edges on its leaves. And at its apex rests a fruit the size of a fist. Indeed, it is the antidote to myriad poisons. Guarding it is a massive python. Its body cloaked in dark green scales, flicking its forked tongue, venom drips from its scales, instantly corroding the ground into small pits. It's the biphosphor snake. Old Poison exclaims, astonished. This size indicates it has lived for at least 50 years. Tang San's pupils constrict. The biphosphor snake shares the same origin as Dugubo's spirit. The leader of the black-clad figures let out a chilling laugh. A mere serpent dares to obstruct our path? Eliminated. With a surge of soul power, he revealed himself to be a formidable soul master of rank 39. Wielding a long blade that sliced through the air with a fierce gust towards the giant python's vital point. The serpent retaliated with a fierce whip of its tail, venom splattering forth. 2 of the black-clad men were caught off guard, the toxic liquid hitting their arms. And they let out agonized screams as their skin began to rot at a visibly alarming rate. What a potent toxin! Ma Hongjun gasped, more tyrannical than my evil fire. Chu Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the rare herb known as the All-Poison Conqueror, when a system notification suddenly appeared. All-Poison Conqueror, a rare herb capable of neutralizing all non-divine toxins. It requires the shed skin of a millennium-old venomous python for growth, and is currently at a critical maturation stage, guarded by the biphosphor snake. Warning: forcibly harvesting will result in the loss of medicinal properties. The roots must be softened using the saliva of accompanying venomous ants. Accompanying venomous ants? Chu Xiao glanced at the base of the all-poison conqueror and indeed noticed several minuscule black ants scuttling about, precisely as the system had described. He realized he could not seize it by force. Hold back, Chu Xiao exclaimed, recognizing that the snake served as the guardian of the herb. To slay it would lead to the herb's wilting. Yet, the leader, blinded by rage, disregarded caution and swung his blade once more, declaring, whether it wilts or not, I will claim it first. Enraged, the biphosphor snake reared its head and released a cloud of dark green venom. The leader, prepared for such an eventuality, donned a gas mask, yet failed to notice the creeping blue-silver grass beneath him, which Tang San had activated. Blue-silver grass, entwine, Tang San commanded. And the grass swiftly coiled around the leader's ankle, pulling him half a step closer to the toxic mist. Taken by surprise, the leader inhaled a wisp of the venom through a gap in his mask, immediately succumbing to a fit of coughing, his complexion turning an ashen hue. Seeking death, the leader bellowed, severing the blue-silver grass with his blade and turning to retaliate against Tang San. Seizing the moment, Dai Mubai charged forth, unleashing a radiant wave of light aimed directly at the leader's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu teleported behind another black-clad figure, delivering a powerful kick that sent him plunging into the mire. Ma Hongjun unleashed flames upon the remaining foes, forcing them to retreat in haste. Chu Xiao, however, advanced towards the all-poison conqueror, gathering a small orb of toxic mist at his fingertips, not for an attack, but to attract the surrounding venomous ants to his palm. He required their saliva without causing them harm. What are you doing? Tang San, witnessing his approach to the herb, assumed he intended to snatch it, and immediately sent forth the blue-silver grass to obstruct him. Do not touch it, Chu Xiao urgently shouted. The roots are delicate. The force of the blue-silver grass could break them. Tang San hesitated, watching helplessly as Chu Xiao placed the venomous ants he had summoned onto the roots of the all-poison conqueror. The ants promptly began secreting a transparent saliva that dripped onto the roots, causing them to soften gradually. How did you know? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. As the black-clad men found themselves entangled with the Shrek 7 devils, their advantage dwindled. Sensing the dire situation, the leader suddenly produced a black token from his bosom and hurled it to the ground. The Spirit Hall is at work. Outsiders, begone. The moment the token struck the earth, an overwhelming wave of soul power radiated outward. It was a mark of the soul, Douluo level. The expressions of Dai Mubai and his companions shifted dramatically. Soul Douluo? The Spirit Hall has dispatched someone of such high rank to keep watch? At that moment, the phosphorescent serpent emitted a mournful cry, having been struck in its vital point by a flying stone, causing its movements to slow significantly. Chu Xiao looked up to see a figure emerging from the distant miasma, clad in a silver robe, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was Raven. It seemed I must intervene personally. Raven approached step by step, his gaze sweeping over Chu Xiao and Tang San. The nemesis of all poisons, I will claim it. The old poison master roared, "You filthy remnants of the spirit hall, dare to harm my serpent." He hurled a poison needle directly at Raven's face. Raven deftly sidestepped, unleashing a surge of soul power that shattered the needle into fragments. "Old fool, are you tired of living?" A sense of urgency gripped Chu Xiao. Raven was at least a soul emperor. On Shrek's side, without Flander present, and with Yu Xiaojang lacking combat capability. The old poison master was merely a soul king and posed no threat. "Tang San, take the nemesis of all poisons and go," Chu Xiao suddenly called out, simultaneously shaking off the accompanying venomous ants from his palm onto the plant's root. "Hurry, the saliva is about to lose its efficacy." Startled, Tang San looked into Chu Xiao's anxious eyes and instinctively complied. He grasped the root of the nemesis of all poisons and gently pulled. The entire herb, along with its soil, emerged unscathed. "Trying to escape?" Raven sneered, unleashing a torrent of soul power as a silver blade of light cut toward Tang San. Chu Xiao lunged forward, pushing Tang San aside, while simultaneously tossing a handful of black powder, his freshly concocted mist powder, into the air, which exploded into a cloud of darkness upon contact. Bang! The black mist enveloped an area of 10 meters, obscuring their vision. "Go!" Chu Xiao seized Tang San's wrist and ran eastward, where the miasma was thinner, marked by the signs he had previously made. Tang San was pulled along, tightly gripping the nemesis of all poisons. Within the black fog, he could hear Raven's furious shouts and the curses of the old poison master, as well as the sounds of battle from Dai Mubai and the others. Chu Xiao's palm felt cold yet remarkably strong, guiding him through the labyrinthine vines, skillfully avoiding treacherous pits and toxic plants. "Why are you helping me?" Tang San couldn't help but ask, his voice slightly ethereal in the mist. Gazing at Chu Xiao's back, he felt as though something had struck him within. This youth from the spirit hall had just moments ago had the opportunity to escape with the herb, but chose instead to save him. Once they had exited the range of the black mist, the two paused to catch their breath. Tang San lowered his gaze to the nemesis of all poisons in his hand. The leaves still bore the lingering essence of Chu Xiao, a scent combining various herbs that, surprisingly, was not unpleasant. "I will accompany you," Tang San declared immediately. Chu Xiao regarded him, a sudden smile gracing his lips. "Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? What if Raven and I are in cahoots, luring you here to seize the herb?" Tang San clenched his fists. "You are not." He could not comprehend why he was so certain, but witnessing Chu Xiao's selfless act of shielding him from the silver blade had instilled that belief. Tang San quickly fell and stepped behind him, his blue-silver grass quietly unfurling, this time not as a mere test, but as a genuine safeguard. He aimed to protect this ally-come-adversary while also safeguarding the herb that held the fate of many. As the black mist gradually dissipated, Raven surveyed the desolate clearing, his expression ashen. Lying on the ground were several corpses clad in black, the old poison master leaning on his staff, panting for breath, while Dai Mubai and the others bore injuries, yet showed no signs of retreat. "Where is the nemesis of all poisons?" Raven's voice was as cold as ice. The old poison master spat, "You shall be devoured by me." The murderous intent in Raven's eyes surged, and his soul power coalesced once more. "Then I shall take your lives." At that moment, two figures burst forth from behind the toxic vines. Chu Xiao hurled toxic powder to obscure Raven's vision, while Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, instantaneously ensnaring Raven's legs. "Once again, it is you two." Raven sneered in fury. "Very well, I'll dispose of you both today." He violently broke free from the blue-silver grass and swung a fist at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao stood firm, suddenly unleashing his martial spirit, a colossal dragon silhouette composed of bones and black mist materializing behind him, its chilling aura overpowering the swamp's miasma. What manner of martial spirit is this? Raven's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such an eerie martial spirit, exuding an aura of death. Chu Xiao's first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, touch of the underworld river. A black stream of soul power shot forth from his fingertips. Not as an attack, but to ensnare Raven's arm. Raven felt a chilling energy spread along his arm, his soul power sluggish, as if it had been frozen. What sorcery is this? Raven was both astonished and enraged. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San's second soul ring glowed. Second soul skill, parasitism. Countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Raven's feet, binding him tightly, the leaves coated in the toxic powder Chu Xiao had just scattered, further disrupting his soul power. "Dai Mubai?" Tang San called out. "On my way." Dai Mubai's third soul ring suddenly illuminated. Invoking his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Golden soul power enveloped him, resembling a streak of golden lightning as he delivered a punch to Raven's chest, which was ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Poof! Raven spat out blood, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could a Soul Emperor be wounded by mere Soul Masters and Soul Seniors? Retreat. Raven realized that further combat would yield no advantage, roaring as his soul power erupted, shattering the blue-silver grass, before he turned and vanished into the miasma. You shall wait for me. As they watched his retreating figure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. The old poison master gazed at Chu Zhao's martial spirit, his eyes gleaming. Youngster, what is this martial spirit of yours? Its chill surpasses even my poisonous scorpion. Chu Zhao retracted his martial spirit, replying nonchalantly, it is the underworld bone dragon, merely a discarded martial spirit. However, Tang San fixated on the fingers that had just unleashed the soul skill. That black stream of soul power bore an unusual quality, diverging from the conventional soul skills of the Spirit Hall, further solidifying his belief that Chu Zhao was no ordinary member of the Spirit Hall. Ding. Side quest guarding the poisonous nemesis completed. Rewards granted. 50 fate fragments, 5,000 system energy. Unlocks martial spirit mimicry beginner level, can briefly simulate the aura of other martial spirits. Main quest infiltrator progress updated. Tang San's trust level increased by 10, current 15. Raven's hostility value 30. Triggered hidden clue the Spirit Hall's poisonous herb plan. Chu Zhao surveyed the system panel, his heart heavy. The Spirit Hall's poisonous herb plan sought the poisonous nemesis. Indeed, it was not solely for the purpose of detoxification, but likely entangled with Douluo Bo and perhaps deeper conspiracies. Tang San approached him, offering the poisonous nemesis. You take it. You discovered the method for harvesting. Chu Zhao declined. Let the old poison master have it. He knows how to preserve its medicinal properties. The old poison master promptly rushed forward, delicately wrapping the precious item in leaves. At least the lad is sensible. This antidote to myriad toxins must be encased in the ice jade box, otherwise its potency will dissipate in just 3 days. The sunlight finally pierced through the miasma, illuminating the sludge of the black marsh and reflecting an uncanny glow. Tang San gazed at Chu Zhao's profile and suddenly felt that this youth from the Spirit Hall might be entirely different from his preconceived notions. Meanwhile, Chu Zhao looked towards the direction of Soto City, aware that Raven would not easily relent. A greater storm was on the horizon. Chapter 18. The Secret of the Ice Jade Box and the Invitation from Douluo Bo on the road back to Shrek. Silence enveloped the group. The miasma of the black marsh clung to their garments, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood, akin to an indelible weight. Tang San clutched the antidote to myriad toxins wrapped in leaves, his fingertips sensing the subtle pulsation of the herb, as if it were breathing with life. Chu Zhao trailed behind, observing Tang San's silhouette. Information reading, basic permissions quietly activated. Tang San, soul power level 32, condition, mild miasma erosion. Emotion, confusion regarding Chu Zhao's spirit. Vigilance, towards the Spirit Hall. Trust, 15. Chu Zhao kicked a pebble at his feet. The Spirit Hall assessed it. Innate soul power at level 5, deemed a half-defective spirit. This is the system's identity setting, half true, half false. Nonsense. The old poison master retorted vehemently. Innate soul power means nothing. My nephew, Douluo Bo, possesses only a level 3 innate soul power, yet he is still one of the continent's foremost poison masters. The merit of a spirit lies in how it is wielded. Upon mentioning Douluo Bo, Tang San hesitated momentarily. His father's notes had referenced this name, describing him as an eccentric old recluse, the biphosphor serpent emperor spirit reigning supreme, yet he had long secluded himself in the sunset forest. Master Poison, I cannot help but inquire, is your nephew truly formidable? Tang San asked. Formidable? The old poison master scoffed. Across the entire continent, he is one who compels the Spirit Hall to take a detour. However, his temperament is rather twisted. He has a propensity to test his poisons on anyone who crosses his path. He lowered his voice suddenly, especially those young fools who presume to understand poison. He is merciless with them. Chu Zhao felt a stir in his heart. Was the old poison master offering him a warning, or perhaps testing him? Daimu Bai recounted the events in the Black Marsh, particularly emphasizing Raven's soul emperor prowess in the Spirit Hall's token. Upon hearing this, Flandre furrowed his brow deeply. Has the Spirit Hall set its sights on the antidote to myriad toxins? Is there more to that item than merely detoxifying? The old poison master cradled the ice jade box, placing it on the table as if it were a treasured possession. Its uses are indeed vast. It can neutralize the biphosphor serpent emperor's toxin and also purify highly toxic substances, allowing 2 conflicting toxins to merge flawlessly. He opened the jade box, and the antidote to myriad toxins unfurled its leaves in the chill, its golden hue becoming even more vibrant. I once wagered half a seedling of the antidote with that old eccentric. He surely still harbors it. Chu Zhao's pupils constricted. Did Douluo possess a seedling of the antidote? Was the spirit hall truly seeking this herb to counter him? Ah, just remembered something, the old poison master suddenly exclaimed, rummaging through his garments to produce a crumpled envelope. Received this yesterday from the Sunset Forest for you. He tossed the envelope to Chu Xiao. The envelope bore no signature, only a crooked serpentine seal. Chu Xiao opened it, revealing merely a note within, the ink tinged with a faint metallic scent. I have heard that you possess knowledge of poisons. 3 days hence, at the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest, a conversation awaits. Douluo ding. Hidden task: the Pact of Ice and Fire I triggered. Task objective: meet with Douluo, gain his trust, at least 50, and investigate the whereabouts of the antidote sprout. Task rewards: 100 destiny fragments, 10,000 system energy, unlock poison resonance advanced. Chu Xiao clutched the note tightly, his heart skipping a beat. How did Douluo know of his knowledge of poison? Was it the old poison master who mentioned it, or had the spirit hall leaked this information? Who sent this? Tang Sen approached, his expression shifting as he recognized the serpentine emblem on the note. It bore the mark of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, signifying Douluo's involvement. What does that old monster want with you? Flander frowned, aware that Douluo seldom met outsiders, particularly the youth. Chu Xiao tucked the note away. Perhaps the old poison master informed him of my expertise in poison. The old poison master glared. I never said anything. That old monster-esque temperament is something I would rather avoid. This was perplexing. Chu Xiao turned to Hu Liena, who shook her head, indicating that the spirit hall had not transmitted any related news. Where then did Douluo acquire this information? We cannot go. Tang Sen interjected suddenly. Douluo is notoriously unpredictable, quick to kill without a second thought. My father's notes state that he harbors a deep disdain for those affiliated with the spirit hall. Chu Xiao studied him, noting the genuine concern reflected in Tang San's eyes. It was not feigned. The icy barrier within him seemed to crack open slightly. We have no choice but to go, Chu Xiao murmured. Since he has sent an invitation, to refuse would be a direct affront to him. Given his temperament, he would likely come seeking me, which would only complicate matters for Shrek. The old poison master nodded. This lad speaks truthfully. Though that old monster is mad, he adheres to certain protocols. As long as you do not intend to disrupt his gathering, he is unlikely to act against you. He pondered for a moment. I shall accompany you. I have known him for decades, so he ought to grant me some measure of respect. Ding. Trust level with the old poison master increased to 55. Just as Chu Xiao was about to decline, a system notification suddenly appeared. It is advisable to accept the old poison master's company. Douluo holds a lower suspicion towards him, which will assist in task completion. Then I must trouble you, master. Tang Sen observed Chu Xiao, sensing that this meeting would not be straightforward. Why, of all times? Did Douluo extend an invitation precisely when they had secured the antidote? Did he know of the herbs, or had he already taken note of Chu Xiao? That night, Tang Sen tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and quietly slipped to the training grounds. Under the moonlight, Chu Xiao stood before a wooden post, his fingertips coalescing with black soul power as he inscribed eerie patterns upon the post. These were the focal points of a poison formation, utilized earlier in the Black Swamp against the Illumination Frog. Practicing the poison formation? Tang Sen inquired as he approached. Chu Xiao paused, retracting his soul power. I must prepare against the spirit hall. We cannot rely solely on fortune should they return. Are you truly going to accept Douluo's invitation? Tang Sen pressed. Indeed. I'll accompany you. The words slipped from Tang Sen's lips before he could fully process them. Chu Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? My father's notes contain an antidote for the emerald phosphor snake venom, Tang Sen asserted, clenching his fists. Furthermore, having an ally is always beneficial. What he refrained from voicing was his desire to witness firsthand why Douluo sought out Chu Xiao and to uncover the connection between Chu Xiao's poison techniques and the spirit hall. Chu Xiao gazed at him, the moonlight cascading upon Tang Sen's azure hair, casting a gentle glow. Suddenly, he recalled the trust level of 15 displayed on the system panel. Though not exceptionally high, it was sufficient to warm one's heart. Very well, Chu Xiao nodded. Though he must keep this from Dean Flandra, who would undoubtedly disapprove of such an endeavor. Tang Sen chuckled, revealing his small canine teeth. I know of a dog hole at the back mountain that allows for a discreet escape. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and the previous suspicions and barriers seemed to dissolve under the moonlight. Meanwhile, at the Wuhuan Temple's outpost in Soto City, Raven knelt on one knee before a water mirror. In the reflection, a figure clad in a golden robe stood with his back to him, his voice deep and resonant. You cannot even procure a remedy for the myriad of poisons, and yet you allow Chu Xiao and Tang San to grow closer? Raven, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammered, "It is my inadequacy. Chu Xiao's martial spirit is peculiar, infused with soul-devouring power. It is not a wasteful martial spirit," the golden figure interrupted, "but an ancient variant that has not manifested for a millennium. It seems His Holiness has stumbled upon a treasure." Raven paused. "Do you recognize that martial spirit? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you," the golden figure replied coolly, continuing to observe Chu Xiao, intrigued to witness what he would discuss with Douluo. Furthermore, relay the news of the poison antidote to Douluo, claiming that individuals from the Wuhuan temple sought to seize the herbs, only to be thwarted by a young man well-versed in poisons. Understood. 3 days later, before dawn, Chu Xiao, Tang San, and the old poison master stealthily exited Shrek Academy. The dog hole at the back mountain was indeed narrow, and as Tang San's azure hair became muddied, both he and Chu Xiao erupted into laughter, struggling to catch their breath. The old poison master squatted nearby, puffing on his pipe, observing the two youths playfully spar, a smirk creeping onto his lips. It had been ages since he had witnessed such vivacity in the young, far more pleasing than his perpetually cold nephew. The morning mist in the sunset forest was thicker than in the black marsh, imbued with the fragrance of vegetation. The old poison master led the way. Humming an off-key tune, the old monster's ice-fire duality lies deep within the forest. One side is molten lava while the other is frigid ice. The poisonous flora thrives taller than trees. Stay alert and refrain from touching recklessly. Curious, Tang San inquired, "What is the ice-fire duality I?" "The source of toxic veins in the world," Chu Xiao interjected, "as recorded in the system's data. The blazing fountain, embodying utmost yang and vigor, and the chilling spring, epitomizing utmost yin and cold, clash to nurture exquisite poisonous plants. The antidote for myriad poisons flourishes best in that realm." The old poison master nodded approvingly. "You possess knowledge, lad. It is the old monster south guardianship of that place that has cultivated his formidable toxic prowess." After traversing for approximately 2 hours, the mist ahead suddenly turned scalding, interspersed with icy shards, the contrasting sensations striking their faces like lashes. The old poison master extinguished his pipe. "We have arrived." As they passed through the final thicket, the sight before Tang San caused him to gasp in astonishment. In the valley's center, one half was a tumultuous sea of crimson lava, exuding steam. While the banks were adorned with fiery red flora, their edges flickering with ethereal flames, the other half was a frozen lake, its chill piercing. While the grass at the water's edge hung with icicles, glowing with a faint blue luminescence. Between the two springs stood a massive black stone, upon which sat an elderly man in a green robe, his hair disheveled, his face lined with wrinkles, as he nonchalantly used a blade of grass to clean his teeth. "Old monster, cease your pretense of slumber," the old poison master called out. The elderly man raised his gaze, his eyes an eerie shade of emerald green, reminiscent of a serpent's pupils. "Who did I think it was? Ah, it is you, old fool. Have you brought 2 little ones to test the poison on me?" His gaze swept over Tang San, paused briefly, and then settled on Chu Xiao, a sudden smile gracing his lips. "The poison emanating from this child is quite intriguing." Chu Xiao clasped his hands in respect. "I am Chu Xiao, a junior, and I pay my respects to you, Elder Douluo." Tang San followed suit, bowing respectfully. "I am Tang San, a junior as well." Douluo leapt down from the massive stone, his steps light, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. "You possess the antidote to all poisons?" The old poison master handed over the Xianbing jade box. "Here, take it, lest you dwell on it incessantly." Douluo opened the jade box, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the antidote, before turning to Chu Xiao. "The saliva of the toxic ants from the Black Marsh. Did you conceive this?" "By a stroke of luck," Chu Xiao replied. Suddenly, Douluo struck, seizing Chu Xiao's wrist, the emerald green soul power flooding into his meridians. Chu Xiao's body stiffened, that poison analysis, alarm blaring. Phosphorescent serpent king's poison. Toxicity level, currently eroding meridians. Immediate resistance with Nether River soul power advised. Just as he was about to channel his soul power, Tang San shouted, "Elder, cease." The blue-silver grass swiftly coiled around Douluo's arm, imbued with a faint, paralyzing toxin. Douluo raised an eyebrow, ignoring Tang San, instead fixing his gaze on Chu Xiao's eyes. "No resistance? Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Chu Xiao met his emerald gaze unflinchingly. "If you wish to kill me, you wouldn't send an invitation." Douluo chuckled, releasing his grip. "You possess some courage. More interesting than this little blue-haired one." He gestured towards Tang San. "Your father is Tang Hao?" Tang San's body trembled. "You know my father?" "I do," came the curt reply from Douluo. "He owes me a jug of wine." which remains unpaid. He chose not to mention Tang Hao further, instead turning towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Since you are here, let us see my treasures. Chu Xiao and Tang San exchanged glances, both surprised at the unexpected turn of events. The old poison master leaned closer, whispering, "This old monster seems to have taken a liking to you too. Be cautious. His treasures are more precious than life itself, and he will not hesitate to unleash poison if they are damaged." The three followed Douluo into the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the blazing flames of the fire apricot danced alongside the icy lake adorned with the octagonal xianbing grass, crystalline ice forming upon it. Chu Zhao's poison analysis, rapidly refreshed with information, each species a legendary top-tier toxin. Observing the gleam in Chu Zhao's eyes, Douluo suddenly inquired, "Do you know what poisons can be concocted from these herbs?" Pointing to the fire apricot and the octagonal xianbing grass, Chu Xiao explained. "By mixing the two in an 11:1 ratio and boiling them in magma water, one can refine the ice-fire heart corrosion powder. The afflicted will first feel as if plunged into a furnace, then as if trapped in an ice cellar. Their soul power torn asunder by the dual forces of ice and fire." Douluo's emerald eyes widened in shock. "How do you know this?" "This formula is of my own design." Chu Zhao's heart raced. He had merely spoken based on the system's analysis. He had not anticipated his words to be so accurate. Just as he sought a way to excuse himself, Douluo burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Far superior to my inept grandson. Boy, how about learning the art of poison from me?" Beep. Trust level with Douluo increased to 30. Hidden task: the Pact of the Eye of Ice and Fire progress updated. Chu Xiao stood in stunned silence, as did Tang San. No one could have anticipated that the notoriously reclusive Douluo would take the initiative to accept disciples. Chapter 19. The Trial of Poison Arts and the Strategy of the Spirit Hall. Chu Xiao gazed into the emerald eyes of Douluo, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. Accepting a disciple? This was entirely outside his plans. The progress bar for the hidden task, the Pact of the Ice and Fire duality, was stuck at 30, indicating that mere acknowledgement was insufficient. "Your esteemed kindness is overwhelming. I, as a junior, do not dare to accept such honor," Chu Xiao said, bowing slightly. "My mastery of poison arts is merely superficial and may tarnish your esteemed name." He needed to buy time. He could not readily agree until he discerned Douluo's true intentions. Douluo raised an eyebrow, pinching a leaf of the 8-pointed ice grass between his fingers. "Superficial? The ability to discern the formulation of the ice-fire erosion powder is unparalleled across the continent. If you are merely superficial, then those who endlessly fawn over the book of poisons are not, but refuse." Suddenly, he tossed the leaf towards Chu Xiao, who caught it. "What?" A flicker of surprise danced in Douluo's eyes. "Can your soul power resist my ice poison?" Tang San was also taken aback. He had seen in his father's notes that the coldness of the 8-pointed ice grass could shatter even the resilience of blue-silver grass. How could Chu Zhao's soul power counter it so directly? "A trivial technique," Chu Xiao replied, crushing the leaf in his hand. The coldness transformed into white mist, as his Nether River soul power, being inherently cold, could neutralize a portion of the ice poison. This was merely a fabricated excuse. In reality, it was the innate resistance to toxins bestowed by the Nether River Bone Dragon. "What do we wager?" Chu Xiao inquired. "Do you see that spectral soul-devouring flower?" Douluo pointed towards the boundary of the ice-fire duality, where a jet-black flower grew, its petals oozing a dark red sap. Its pollen could paralyze a soul core, but it required the heat from a magma spring to activate. If you can use its pollen to render that ice-armored poison turtle unconscious within half an hour, I shall reveal to you the location of the antidote seedling. Chu Xiao turned his gaze towards the colossal turtle lounging by the icy lake, its shell encased in a half-foot-thick layer of ice, evidently immune to the ice poison but fearful of fire. Utilizing the pollen from the spectral soul-devouring flower would necessitate the catalytic heat from the magma while not being obstructed by the turtle's icy shell, which posed a considerable challenge. Alert! Detection of Douluo's trial. Analyzing spectral soul-devouring flower. Spectral soul-devouring flower. Toxicity level. Pollen requires activation at a temperature above 100 degrees. Effectiveness necessitates contact with biological mucous membranes. The ice-armored poison turtle's nostrils possess special valves that filter gaseous toxins. Solution. Envelop the pollen in the leaves of the fiery apricot blossoms and throw it towards the eyelids of the ice-armored poison turtle, which lack valves and instinctively open when threatened by high temperatures. Just as the system notification faded, Tang San suddenly whispered, "The eyelids of the ice-armored poison turtle are thin, and they slightly part when it exhales." He had evidently identified a crucial detail. A warmth blossomed in Chu Zhao's heart as he glanced at Tang San, who nodded at him, devoid of any jealousy, offering only a pure reminder. "Very well. I shall wager." Chu Xiao approached the spectral soul-devouring flower, carefully collecting its pollen, and plucked several leaves of the fiery apricot blossoms. The flames that brushed against his fingers recoiled, subdued by the Nether River soul power. Douluo stroked his chin, smiling at the old poison master. This lad is fated to encounter the toxins of the ice-fire duality. The old poison master snorted. Do not harbor any misguided intentions. He is one of my Shrek disciples. Shrek? Douluo scoffed, questioning how that old fly from the Flinder Academy could possibly produce such a skilled poison user. He shifted his gaze to Tang San, remarking that his father had visited this place long ago and had even stolen a plant known as Wangchuan Qiushui Lu. Tang San abruptly looked up, inquiring about his father's purpose. Douluo replied, stating that he sought herbs capable of suppressing the Haoyan hammer's malevolence. Regrettably, Douluo continued. His father was too stubborn to learn the art of poison control from him. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. His expression turned complex as he trailed off. At that moment, Chu Xiao made his move. He pinched a leaf of the fiery apricot, covered in pollen, between his fingers and infused it with soul power, causing it to ignite in a ghostly blue flame, not to burn, but to maintain a precise temperature around 100 degrees. The ice-armored poison turtle seemed to sense impending danger, retracting its neck as the chill emanating from its icy shell intensified. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao flicked his finger, sending the flaming leaf arcing towards the turtle's eyes. The creature, indeed fearful of fire, opened its eyes wide in an attempt to extinguish the flames with an icy breath. Now was the moment. Chu Xiao released a fine thread of soul power, striking the leaf. With a soft pop, the leaf exploded, releasing the activated pollen of the phantom soulflower directly into the turtle's eyes. The ice-armored poison turtle froze momentarily before its limbs went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Its eyelids twitching slightly, clearly slipping into unconsciousness. Success. The old poison master clapped his hands in delight. Douluo's azure eyes sparkled with astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiao, akin to beholding a rare treasure. Excellent. This technique is even more refined than in my youth. He strode to the center of the ice and fire duality eye, lifting a stone slab to reveal a jade basin concealing a tiny seedling. Its leaves a striking combination of gold and silver, the very seedlings that could counteract all poisons. I have nurtured this seedling for 5 years. It only requires one final step to mature, Douluo indicated. It needs to be nourished with the blood of 2 extreme poison soul beasts, one representing the utmost yang, the other the utmost yin. If you can procure them, this seedling shall belong to you. Chu Xiao's heart raced. Was the quest to locate the antidote seedling truly to be fulfilled in such a manner? Beep. Douluo's trust level has risen to 60. Hidden mission: the Pact of Ice and Fire Duality, I completed. Rewards granted: 100 Destiny Fragments, 10,000 System Energy. Unlocking Poison Resonance Advanced, which allows for a mental link with poisons. The Yang and Yin Poison Soul Beasts. Tang Sen pondered, in the Sunset Forest. The Yang Poison Beast was the red-scaled fire snake, while the Yin was the Xianbing Poison Scorpion, both notoriously difficult to deal with. Hence, it was termed a trial. Douluo looked at Chu Xiao, challenging him to gamble once more. The old poison master then grew vigilant, questioning whether they were being pursued by the spirit hall. The three burst forth from the ice and fire duality eye, only to see an iron feather eagle circling above the dense forest. Its talons bound to a soul guide device that was filming the valley below. On the ground, 5 cloaked figures were entangled with a red-scaled fire snake, the leader among them being Lei One. They were attempting to seize the snake's precious blood. Tang Sen exclaimed in a low voice. Chu Xiao instantly comprehended that Lei One was not only surveilling them, but also aimed to acquire the Yang Poison Beast's blood before them. Was he trying to provoke a confrontation between Chu Xiao and the spirit hall using Douluo? Such reckless audacity. Douluo roared in fury, unleashing his verdant soul power, enveloping the 5 cloaked figures in a shroud of invisible poison mist. The air was filled with piercing screams as 5 cloaked figures fell to the ground, their bodies turning green and rapidly decaying without even having the chance to unleash their martial spirits. Raven, witnessing this scene from a distance, was struck with terror and turned to flee. Douluo scoffed disdainfully, flicking his fingers to release a vibrant green stream of soul energy that shot after Raven, grazing his shoulder and corroding a great tree behind him into a puddle of green liquid. Begone! Should I see another member of the spirit hall, I shall show no mercy. Douluo's voice resonated with overwhelming authority, causing Raven to vanish into the dense forest in a frantic scramble. Chu Xiao gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was this the power of a tidal Douluo, to kill with mere presence? Douluo turned and fixed his emerald eyes upon Chu Xiao. It appears the spirit hall has taken quite an interest in you. A sense of urgency gripped Chu Xiao, And just as he was about to explain, Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of your background, those versed in poison are allies. If the fools from the Spirit Hall wish to lay a hand on you, they must first reckon with this old bone of mine. He gestured towards the ice-armored poison turtle, which was incapacitated by the pollen, its most potent blood being amply sufficient. As for the scarlet flame serpent, he cast a glance at the corpse on the ground. I shall have another captured. Notification. Douluo's trust level has risen to 70. Triggered new side quest cultivating the ultimate poison antidote. Quest objective. Assist Douluo in nurturing the seedlings of the ultimate poison antidote until maturity. Quest rewards. 200 destiny fragments, 20,000 system energy, and Douluo's token, the green phosphor serpent scale. Tang San approached Chu Xiao, speaking in hushed tones. The Spirit Hall will undoubtedly pursue this further. They seem eager to bind you to Douluo. Chu Xiao nodded, finally grasping Raven's intentions. By gaining Douluo's trust and possibly becoming his successor, the Spirit Hall could manipulate him to control the ultimate poison antidote while simultaneously using him to restrain the formidable title Douluo, when necessary. They are playing a grand game, Chu Xiao murmured. A smile graced Chu Xiao's lips. Playing chess is fine, but if you lose, do refrain from using poison. Haha. You lad, you suit my taste. Douluo's rare laughter echoed, a refreshing sound amidst the tension. As they departed from the sunset forest, the setting sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson. The old poison master walked ahead, humming a cheerful tune, evidently in high spirits. Behind him, Tang San and Chu Xiao walked in silence, but the atmosphere was considerably lighter than when they had arrived. Chu Xiao, Tang San suddenly spoke. Do you truly intend to cultivate the ultimate poison antidote? Indeed, Chu Xiao affirmed. It can neutralize many toxins, including Douluo's green phosphor serpent venom. What he did not disclose was that this was also a crucial step in the system's quest. Tang San paused momentarily before replying. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. My father's notes contain ample information on poison-type soul beasts. Notification. Tang San's trust level has risen to 25. Chu Xiao regarded him thoughtfully, sensing that this mission, cloaked in the guise of infiltration, was sprouting uncontrollable offshoots. Those who were meant to be mere pawns gradually began to exhibit warmth. The once cold calculations were subtly infused with sincerity. How intriguing. Bibi Dong caressed the ring on her finger, her voice tinged with amusement. The Mingi Bone Dragon, Douluo, and Tang Hao's son, this game becomes increasingly captivating. Beside her, Douluo Yu Guan bowed respectfully. Your Holiness, do you require my intervention? The antidote to all poisons is crucial to our plan. No need for that. Bibi Dong shook her head, allowing Chu Xiao to proceed. A bone dragon skilled in stealth is far more valuable than 10 squads of Spirit Hall assassins. She gazed out the window, watching the sun dip below the western mountains, instructing Raven to keep a close watch without intervening. I wish to see how high this bone dragon can ascend within the mire of Shrek. As the lights of Soto City illuminated once more, the warmth emanating from Shrek's wooden cabin was palpable. Chu Xiao sat at the table, observing the fluctuating trust level and task progress on the system panel. Feeling a sense of confusion for the first time. Was he here to infiltrate or to seek something else? Outside, Tang San was recounting his experiences in the Sunset Forest to Xiao Wu, and when he mentioned Chu Xiao, his tone unconsciously conveyed admiration. Chu Xiao clenched his fists as he watched the blue-haired figure depart. Chapter 20. The Lair of the Crimson Fire Serpent and an unexpected ally. On the third day back at Shrek, a messenger sent by Douluo arrived. The boy, burdened with a large snakeskin bag and marked by several small scars on his face, knelt before Chu Xiao. Mr. Chu, the master has sent me with this. He presented an ice-sealed jade vial containing a dark red liquid, where streaks of blood could be seen flowing. It was indeed the essence of the Crimson Fire Serpent. The master said that the essence of the Xianbing scorpion is the most difficult to obtain. It resides in the cold prison gorge to the north of the Sunset Forest, where natural ice barriers exist, preventing anyone below the 40th level of soul power from entering. The boy added, the master also insisted you must bring Tang San along. His blue-silver grass might be able to break the ice barriers. Chu Xiao accepted the jade vial, feeling its icy chill in his hands. The essence's masculine energy firmly locked by the cold. He turned to Tang San, who was intently observing the blood streaks within the vial, pondering. The essence of the Crimson Fire Serpent is mixed with the juice of the heartburn grass. Does Senior Douluo wish to enhance its yang properties? That seems likely. Chu Xiao nodded. The seedling of the antidote to all poisons requires a perfect balance of yin and yang, and the heartburn grass could intensify the potency of the serpent's essence. Dai Mubai leaned closer. The cold prison gorge? I have heard of that place. It is perpetually shrouded in icy mist. The poison needles on the tail of the Xianbing scorpion can freeze a soul master's martial soul. Are you all planning to go? Indeed. Chu Xiao glanced at Flender. Director, we will need 2 days. Flender stroked his beard and cast a glance at the old poison master. If that ancient creature has spoken, how can we not go? Dai Mubai Ma Hongjun. You will accompany them. Having more hands will ensure safety. He clearly did not trust allowing the 2 youths to venture into the cold prison gorge alone. I will go too. Xiao Wu raised her hand. My teleportation can scout ahead. Oscar immediately chimed in, and I shall join. My detoxification sausages and recovery sausages are plentiful. Chu Xiao felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the support team that had quickly assembled. On the system panel, Ma Hongjuan's trust level had reached 40. Dai Mubai had risen to 20, and even Xiao Wu had garnered 15. During these days, it seemed they truly regarded him as a companion. Hu Laina stood in the corner, observing the scene of Chu Xiao surrounded by the others, her gaze filled with complexity. Later that night, she quietly approached Chu Xiao. Brother Chu Xiao, the people from the Spirit Hall are certainly still watching the cold prison gorge. Should we proceed as planned? Chu Xiao interrupted her, his tone cool. Cultivating the antidote to all poisons is of utmost importance. There can be no missteps. He understood what Hu Laina intended to suggest, taking the opportunity to eliminate Tang San and fulfill the Spirit Hall's mission. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to comply. Hu Laina bit her lip, falling silent, and as she turned to leave, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her eyes. The following morning, the quintet set off. The cold prison gorge was even chillier than anticipated. As they approached the mountain's mouth, icy mists surged from the gorge's depths, instantly frosting their garments. Oscar hastily presented a sausage wrapped in chili powder. This is a warming sausage. It can fend off the cold for 2 hours. Ma Hongju gnawed at the sausage, his breath forming white clouds. How can such a wretched place accommodate the ice-poison scorpions? Tang San's blue-silver grass ventured ahead, the blades forming a thin layer of ice upon contact with the mist, necessitating that he clear the ice shards with each step. The icy mist contains trace amounts of frozen soul powder. Our soul power will be impeded, so everyone be cautious. Chu Xiao circulated his Nether River soul power, a layer of dark energy enveloping his body, dispersing the icy mist as it approached. Observing Tang San's blue-silver grass suffering from frostbite, he suddenly suggested, let's try my poison powder. He handed over a small porcelain vial, containing ice-melting powder mixed with volcanic ash, which would melt the thin layer of ice upon being sprinkled on the blue-silver grass. Tang San accepted the vial and sprinkled the powder on the grass blades. Indeed, the frost immediately transformed into droplets of water. He glanced at Chu Xiao, gratitude evident in his gaze. Thank you. It's nothing, Chu Xiao replied, though internally. He noted the system message indicating Tang San Trust Level 3, current 28. After traversing the gorge for about half an hour, the icy mist suddenly thickened, visibility dwindling to less than 3 feet. Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit ignited, golden soul power dispersing a small patch of mist. It seems there's something ahead. The group remained vigilant, spotting a dozen palm-sized scorpions clinging to the ice wall, their bodies entirely white, with their stingers emanating an eerie blue glow. These were the young of the ice-poisoned scorpions. Be careful, their stingers are poisonous, Chu Xiao warned. The poison analysis, indicating that while the toxicity of these young scorpions was mild, it could temporarily freeze soul power, just as Ma Hongjun was about to unleash fire. Tang San restrained him. No open flames. The icy mist will turn into ice spikes upon contact with heat. He sent forth the blue-silver grass, deftly ensnaring each young scorpion's stinger with the soft tendrils. Xiao Wu, teleport over and knock them out. Got it. Xiao Wu's figure flickered, her fist imbued with soul power striking the armor of the young scorpions, causing them to topple over, twitching and motionless. All sorted. Ma Hongjun clapped his hands. Just as he intended to advance, a crack echoed beneath his feet as he shattered a piece of ice, revealing a bottomless ice pit below. Goodness, if I were hit. Wouldn't I freeze solid? Ma Hongjun patted his chest. Such intense cold. Oscar gasped. It's more formidable than the octagonal ice grass. Chu Xiao gazed into the ice pit, a system prompt suddenly appearing. Ice poison scorpion, adult toxicity level, inhabiting near the hot springs at the bottom of the ice pit, a place of ice and fire symbiosis. The stinger's toxin contains frozen soul factors, and it fears the masculine energy of the crimson snake's essence. I have a plan, Chu Xiao declared. Producing a jade vial containing the essence of the crimson snake, tossing it into the pit to lure it out. Dai Mubai frowned. What if it doesn't come out? It will, Chu Xiao asserted confidently. The territorial instincts of the ice-poison scorpion are exceedingly strong, and the essence of the crimson snake, its natural enemy, would provoke its wrath. Tang Sen took the jade vial, I'll throw it. The blue-silver grass can control the landing. He poured his essence onto a leaf of blue-silver grass and, channeling his soul power, the leaf shot forth like an arrow into the depths of the icy cavern. A few individuals held their breath in anticipation. After a brief moment, a piercing shriek echoed from within the ice cave, followed by the sound of cracking ice. Suddenly, a half-human-sized white scorpion sprang forth from the depths, its tail's stinger glowing with a ghostly blue light. Evidently having detected the scent of blood and mistaking Tang San for an adversary. Now, Chu Xiao shouted, simultaneously tossing a handful of black powder, muscle-binding powder. What a tough shell! Daimubai exclaimed in disbelief. Attack its eyes! Tang San commanded, as the blue-silver grass lashed out like a whip towards the scorpion's compound eyes. The creature, in pain, hissed and lashed its tail, the stinger narrowly grazing Tang San's shoulder, leaving a trail of ice shards that quickly coated his clothing in a thin layer of frost. Third brother, Xiao Wu teleported to Tang San's side, delivering a punch to the side of the scorpion's head. Ma Hongjuan's sinister fire finally came into play as he took a deep breath and unleashed a stream of flames that struck the softer abdomen of the scorpion. The creature let out a chilling screech, smoke billowing from its midsection as it became visibly agitated. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiao focused his soul power into his fingertips. And the touch of the nether river transformed into a black rope, ensnaring the scorpion's tail stinger. Tang San, bind its pincers with the blue-silver grass. Without hesitation, Tang San complied, wrapping the blue-silver grass tightly around the scorpion's formidable pincers. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity and, empowered by the white tiger's transformation, delivered a punch to the scorpion's head. With a resounding thud, the icy poison scorpion's movement ceased entirely, its body gradually stiffening into a frozen sculpture. Job well done. Ma Hongjun gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. This beast was even more troublesome than the phosphorescent snake of the Black Marsh. Chu Xiao approached, drawing a dagger and carefully extracting a drop of essence from the base of the scorpion's stinger. It was a glimmering blue liquid, emanating a chilling aura. He placed the essence into a jade vial alongside the essence of the crimson fiery serpent. The two vials, one red and one blue, seemed to attract each other under the sunlight, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Ding. Obtain the essence of the Xianbing poison scorpion. Side quest Cultivation of the Poison Master progress at 50. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the depths of the ice mist, and a familiar figure emerged. It was Clin. He held a soul guide device, clearly having been monitoring their activities. Mr. Chu Xiao, congratulations on acquiring the essence. Clin said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Elder Raven has a message. The Spirit Hall is willing to exchange 10 millennium-grade poison herbs for the cultivation method of the Poison Master. Leave. Chu Xiao's voice was as cold as the ice of the prison ravine. Tell Raven that if he sends anyone else, next time at 1 TB muscle-binding powder. Clin's expression changed. He had not anticipated such firmness from Chu Xiao. However, seeing the wary expressions of Dai Mubai and the others, he dared not linger. With a cold snort, he turned and vanished into the ice mist. Dai Mubai frowned. The Spirit Hall truly is relentless. Tang Sen glanced at Chu Xiao and remarked, "You seem quite familiar with the Spirit Hall's methods." Just as Chu Xiao was about to offer an excuse, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's light in the ice cave." The group turned their gaze towards the cavern, where a faint red glow emanated from the spot where the Xianbing poison scorpion had emerged, resembling flowing magma. Chu Xiao's toxic analysis instantly scanned the area. At the bottom of the prison ravine, there exists a geothermal hot spring, creating a symbiotic environment of ice and fire, suitable for the growth of the Poison Master's seedlings. Ah, so that is the case. Tang Sen suddenly realized that Elder Dugu had led them to the cold prison gorge, not merely for the essence of blood, but rather to discover an environment conducive to the growth of the saplings. Chu Xiao, gazing at the crimson glow within the ice cavern, felt an epiphany. Perhaps Dugu Bo had long been aware of the secrets harbored by the cold prison gorge. This ancient being, seemingly casual, was in fact meticulously orchestrating events, not only testing his mastery of poison, but also guiding them toward the revelation of the key to nurturing the antidote to all toxins. Notification. Ma Hongjuan's trust level increased to 45. Daimubai, with rare mirth, remarked, "That last technique, the touch of the underworld river, was quite impressive. Would you mind teaching me a few tricks when you have the time?" Notification. Dai Mubai's trust level increased to 25. As Chu Xiao observed his jovial companions, the icy barrier within his heart, known as infiltration, began to fracture. He suddenly felt that perhaps, before the task was even completed, he had already discovered something far more significant than the shards of destiny. Meanwhile, deep within the cold prison gorge, Clin was reporting to the soul guide device. "Esteemed steward, Chu Xiao has rejected the transaction and is growing increasingly close to the Shrek individuals. Rei Wen's voice emanated from the soul guide, laced with a chilling amusement. The closer, the better. Keep your eyes on the geothermal springs of the cold prison gorge. That is the true nurturing ground for the antidote to all toxins. Once the saplings take root there, we shall act, capturing both Chu Xiao and Tang San together. Understood. Chapter 21. The cultivation array of the geothermal springs and the poisonous schemes of the spirit hall. The base of the cold prison gorge proved to be even more extraordinary than anticipated. Beneath the ice cavern lay not a realm of eternal frost, but rather a geothermal spring approximately 10 yards square, with scalding waters emitting white steam. The hot spring collided with the surrounding ice walls, forming translucent ice curtains. Sunlight filtered through these curtains, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the water's surface. Chu Xiao retrieved the jade basin given to him by Douluo from his system backpack, where the sapling of the antidote lay quietly, its half gold, half silver leaves slightly curled, as if awaiting nourishment. Taking a deep breath, he poured the essence of the crimson serpent fire and the dark ice scorpion into 2 jade bowls, concentrating his soul power at his fingertips as he carefully adjusted the proportions of the 2 essences. The system's toxin resonance advanced permission was in operation, allowing him to perceive the sapling's needs clearly. A composition of 60% masculine power and 40% cold energy was required to activate its vitality. Do you need assistance? Tang San offered, extending a sprig of blue silver grass. My blue silver grass can transmit soul power, which may stabilize the essence's vitality. Chu Xiao nodded, wrapping the blue silver grass around his wrist. Tang San's soul power flowed through the grass, gentle and stable, forming a protective layer that firmly contained the 2 conflicting essences within the jade bowls. The 2 exchanged a glance, understanding without words. The flow of soul power naturally established a tacit agreement. Chu Xiao took the lead in harmonizing, while Tang San ensured stability. The golden and black soul powers intertwined above the jade bowls, gradually forming a faint luminescent pattern. Is this the resonance of soul power? Daimubai exclaimed, astonished. Your soul power attributes are entirely different. How could this be possible? The old poison master, who had come earlier to provide assistance, was now squatting beside the hot spring, smoking a pipe. Hearing this, he chuckled derisively. Those who understand poison carry its resonance within their soul power. These 2 youngsters' poison resonances harmonize, naturally allowing for resonance. He observed as the essences within the luminescent pattern gradually merged into a light purple hue, a glint of approval flashing in his eyes. It is complete. Pour it in. With great caution, Chu Xiao poured the fused essence of blood into the jade basin and placed it at the junction of the hot spring and the icy wall, where the warmth of the spring met the chill of the ice, perfectly aligning with the conditions for the coexistence of ice and fire. The moment the seedling came into contact with the essence, its half-golden, half-silver leaves unfurled dramatically, and its roots burrowed into the soil of the jade basin at a visible speed, with a faint halo appearing around the edges of the leaves. Ding! Side quest cultivating the ultimate antidote progress increased to 80. Host resonance detected with Tang San's soul power, triggering toxic synergy effect, accelerating the growth rate of the antidote by 30. Rewards granted. 50 destiny fragments, 5,000 system energy. Unlocking soul power resonance basic level. Temporary soul power link with targets of trust level 50 or above. It is growing. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in excitement. Chu Xiao sighed in relief, about to speak when a sudden warning from the system interrupted. Warning. High concentration of soul-corroding miasma detected approaching from the northeast ice crevice. Hold your breath. Old Poison shouted, tossing a handful of antidote powder into the mist. Upon contact, the powder emitted a hissing sound and produced black smoke. It was the corrupted heart miasma from the spirit hall. They had mixed in the powder of the corrupted heart herb. Tang San immediately unleashed his blue silver grass, weaving an impenetrable net to shield everyone. The corrupted heart miasma will corrode soul power. Do not resist it with your soul power. At that moment, 5 dark figures burst forth from the ice crevice, led by Lei Wan. He held a black soul guiding device, evidently the source of the miasma. Chu Xiao, Tang San. Hand over the antidote, and I can grant you a swift death, Lei Wan sneered, as the 4 black-clad figures behind him simultaneously released their martial spirits, all of which were at least level 40 soul masters. Is that all you've got? Dai Mubai activated his martial spirit, the white tiger claw gleaming with a cold light, eager for revenge after their last encounter in the Black Marsh. Do not act rashly. Chu Xiao restrained him. The corrupted heart miasma will weaken our soul power, and a direct confrontation would be detrimental. He glanced at the hot spring, suddenly struck by an idea. Ma Hongjun, ignite the steam with your evil fire. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, but quickly understood. All right. He took a deep breath and unleashed a stream of fire, precisely hitting the white steam of the hot spring. The scalding vapor ignited explosively upon contact with the flames, forming a wall of fire that kept the corrupted heart miasma at bay. It feared high temperatures and would decompose upon encountering fire. Interesting. Lewin raised an eyebrow and signaled to the black-clad figures nearby to seize the basin. Two black-clad figures charged towards the jade basin, but Tang San's blue-silver grass quickly ensnared their ankles. At the same time, Chu Xiao threw out binding powder, freezing them in their tracks. "Xiao Wu, Oscar!" Tang San shouted. "Understood." Xiao Wu teleported behind the two black-clad figures, using her strength to kick them into the scalding spring water, eliciting their anguished screams. Oscar seized the moment to toss recovery sausages to replenish the rapidly depleting soul power of Tang San and Chu Xiao. Seeing this, Lewin took action himself. He swiftly dodged Dai Mubai's attack, gathering a silver thread of soul power at his fingertips, aiming straight for the jade basin. Break it. Not a chance. Chu Xiao unleashed the bone dragon martial soul of the underworld, its black dragon silhouette unfurling behind him. The first soul skill, touch of the underworld, transformed into tendrils that ensnared Raven's arm. Raven felt a chill seep through his arm, his soul power becoming sluggish. Anger and surprise surged within him. This ghostly technique. At that moment, Tang San activated his second soul skill, parasitic, as blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Raven's feet, binding his legs tightly. The grass blades were laced with Chu Xiao's poisonous powder, further disrupting his soul power. "You seek death," Raven roared, and his third soul ring flared to life. Invoking his third soul skill, Silver Moon Slash, a silver blade of light erupted, instantly severing both the blue-silver grass and the touch of the underworld. Chu Xiao and Tang San were forced back several steps, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. "Chu Xiao, Tang San," Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai shouted in unison. Seizing the opportunity, Raven charged toward the jade basin, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with it. A cerulean green stream of soul power shot forth from the ice crevice, striking his wrist with precision. "Ah!" Raven screamed in agony as his wrist was rapidly corroded by the toxic substance, revealing stark, white bone. "This is my domain. How dare you act recklessly?" Douluo stepped forward, exuding a soul power pressure that made the entire cold prison gorge tremble. "I spared you last time. It seems I was too lenient." Raven's face turned pale. He realized he was no match for a titled Douluo. Acting decisively, he threw a smoke bomb. "Retreat." The remaining cloaked figures immediately followed him into the ice crevice, vanishing from sight. Douluo did not pursue but approached the jade basin, observing how the recent battle had affected the sapling of the Poison King. With one of its leaves turning yellow from the shock, he gently blew on the leaf, then turned to glare at Chu Xiao and Tang San. "You two little rascals nearly destroyed my treasure." Chu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Senior, your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived a moment later, your treasure would have belonged to the spirit hall." Douluo snorted but retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his robe, tossing them to the two. "This is the clear soul pill to counteract the residual toxins of the corrupt heart miasma. Should you act so recklessly again, I will let you experience the effects of the ice-fire corroding heart powder." Ding. Douluo's trust level increased to 75. Tang San accepted the vial. Glancing at the wound on Chu Xiao's arm inflicted by the Silver Moon Slash, his brow furrowing. "Your injury, it's nothing." Chu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. The underworld soul power can heal itself. He could indeed feel the wound itching as the black soul power gradually repaired the damaged meridians. Old Poison examined the area and remarked, "The spirit hall is serious this time, dispatching 4 soul ancestors. It seems this Poison King is even more crucial than we anticipated." Douluo stroked his chin, his green eyes glinting. "If they desire it, I shall deny them." He turned to Chu Xiao and Tang San. "The sapling requires 7 days to mature. During this time, you two will take turns keeping watch, while I will station guards on the perimeter." "I will guard for the first 3 days," Chu Xiao declared immediately. "I will take the last 4 days," Tang San added. The two spoke once more in unison, prompting Dai Mubai to chuckle. "You two are in such sync that even your speech matches." Chu Xiao and Tang San exchanged a glance, both a bit awkward as they shifted their gaze away, their ears subtly reddening. As they departed the cold prison gorge, the sun was setting behind the icy walls, casting elongated shadows of the group. Hulaina appeared at the mountain pass, holding a healing ointment in her hands. Upon noticing the wound on Chu Xiao's arm, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Brother Chu Xiao, your injury is but a trifle." Chu Xiao accepted the ointment, his tone softening. "What brings you here?" "The director is concerned for you all, so I came to check," Hulaina replied, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Earlier, when the Wuhuan Hall retreated, I saw Clin head deeper into the sunset forest. It seemed he was contacting someone. A chill ran down Chu Zhao's spine. Contacting someone. Is the Wuhuan Hall sending stronger reinforcements? Ding. New clue triggered. Reinforcements from the Wuhuan Hall. Mission prompt. Raven may be gathering tidal Douluo level combatants. Preparations must be made in advance. That night, Chu Xiao stood vigil at the bottom of the cold prison gorge, illuminated by the warm spring water as he inspected the system panel. The progress of cultivating the poisonous nemesis had stalled at 80. The leaves of the sapling had fully unfurled, their luster shimmering with a blend of gold and silver. He glanced up at the ice wall opposite the spring, where moonlight filtered through the icy drapery, casting fragmented light on the water's surface, reminiscent of the sheen on Tang San's azure hair. Suddenly, he recalled the sensation of soul power resonance from earlier. Tang San's soul energy was warm and resolute, akin to a beam of light piercing through his previously taught heart. His initial objective had been infiltration, to gain trust and fulfill the mission for the Wuhuan Hall. Yet now, as he observed Tang San's trust level of 28 on the panel, doubt began to creep in. If his mission conflicted with these individuals, would he truly be able to take action? At that moment, the system abruptly issued a warning. Strange soul power fluctuations detected nearby. Intensity. Tidal Douluo. Chu Xiao sprang to his feet, fists clenched. The reinforcements from the Wuhuan Hall had arrived sooner than expected. He glanced between the sapling in the jade basin and the entrance of the cold prison gorge. A singular thought racing through his mind. It must not fall into the hands of the Wuhuan Hall, even if it meant revealing his identity or betraying his original mission. Soft footsteps echoed from beyond the ice crevice, and a figure draped in a black cloak emerged, their hood obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with mirth. The figure approached the spring, gazing at the sapling, their voice rasping like sandpaper against wood. What a splendid poisonous nemesis. It seems my journey was not in vain. Chu Xiao summoned his martial spirit, the spectral form of the underworld bone dragon roaring behind him. Who are you? The cloaked figure removed their hood, unveiling a face etched with wrinkles. The left eye was a normal shade of black, while the right glimmered with an eerie purple. It was Ju Douluo Yueguan. Yueguan, from the Wuhuan Hall, smiled benignly at Chu Xiao. His Holiness the Pope holds you in high regard. Surrender this herb, and all previous matters can be forgiven. Chu Xiao's heart plummeted. Ju Douluo, a tidal Douluo of the Wuhuan Hall, renowned for his mastery of control and poison, was a far more formidable opponent than Douluo. He slowly retreated, placing himself in front of the jade basin, black soul power coalescing in his palm. To claim it, you must first step over my corpse. Chu Xiao's pupils constricted. He realized that Yueguan was aware of his mission. The golden chrysanthemum began to spin slowly, emanating a lethal pressure that plunged the temperature of the cold prison gorge to freezing levels. Chu Xiao understood that he was no match for Yueguan. Yet he did not falter. He recalled the trust in Tang San's eyes, the strength of Dai Mubai's hand on his shoulder, and the sight of Xiao Wu offering him healing medicine. These memories ignited like flames, dispelling the chill within him. Let us try. Chu Xiao's voice was soft, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. The chrysanthemum of Yueguan suddenly accelerated its rotation, golden petals transforming into blades, hurtling towards Chu Xiao. At that moment, a surge of blue-silver spirit power burst forth from a crack in the ice, wrapping around Chu Xiao's waist and pulling him aside. It was Tang San. Chu Xiao, be careful. Tang San's voice was laced with urgency, clearly having rushed over. He positioned himself in front of Chu Xiao, and blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, weaving a dense net before them. Yueguan, taken aback by Tang San's sudden appearance, paused for a moment before smiling. Tang Hao's son? How fortuitous. It saves me a trip. The golden petals instantly tore through the blue-silver grass net, aiming straight for the faces of the two. Chu Xiao and Tang San simultaneously channeled their spirit power, the touch of the underworld river intertwining with the blue-silver grass. This time, their energies flowed seamlessly together, as if destined to unite. Black and blue light patterns erupted before them, barely managing to shield against the assault of the golden petals. However, the overwhelming pressure of the tidal Douluo sent them both flying, crashing heavily against the icy wall, and they coughed up blood. Yueguan approached slowly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Two little brats, quite interesting. Before he could finish his words, a surge of emerald green spirit power suddenly descended from above, carrying an earth-shattering poisonous aura. Yueguan, do you dare to harm my people? The figure of Douluo emerged atop the cold prison gorge, his emerald eyes glaring fiercely at Yueguan, surrounded by a poisonous mist of the emerald phosphor serpent king that was almost tangible. Yueguan's expression shifted slightly. Douluo? You wish to meddle as well? This is my territory, my grass, my people. Douluo roared, the emerald spirit power shooting straight towards Yuiguan. Leave the sunset forest, or today you shall taste the venom of the emerald phosphor serpent king. Yuiguan surveyed the toxic mist enveloping the area, glanced at Chu Xiao and Tang San on the ground, and finally snorted coldly. Consider yourselves fortunate. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing behind the ice crack. With the crisis averted, Douluo landed before the two, observing the blood at their lips, both angry and anxious. You fools. Knowing you cannot win, yet still fighting? Do you have a death wish? Chu Xiao smiled faintly, about to respond, when darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. His spirit power had been utterly depleted from forcibly resonating with Tang San and enduring a blow from Yuiguan. Tang San quickly supported him. Checking his breath and sighing in relief, he merely exhausted himself. Douluo regarded the unconscious Chu Xiao, then glanced at Tang San, who was holding him tightly. A flicker of complexity flashing in his emerald eyes. He knelt down, touching the leaves of the antidote plant, murmuring, "These two kids are more reliable than my nephew." The steam from the hot spring gradually rose, enveloping their figures in a veil of white mist. Tang San gazed at Chu Xiao's pale face, gently wiping the blood from his lips, his mind consumed by a singular thought. When he awakens, he must uncover who he truly is. Meanwhile, outside the cold prison gorge, Clin was reporting to the Soul Guide device. Lord Yuiguan has retreated, and Douluo has intervened. Chu Xiao and Tang San are cooperating against him. They seem to share a strong bond. At the helm of the Soul Guidance device, Bibi Dong's voice carried a chilling undertone. Very well. Let Raven continue to observe. When the antidote matures, I wish to witness their enmity unfold. Chapter 22. Fractures of Trust and the Maturation of the Antidote. When Chu Xiao awoke, he found himself reclining on the soft grass by the hot spring, draped in a coat imbued with the scent of sunlight, belonging to Tang San. The steam from the spring enveloped the air, as the leaves of the antidote unfurled within the jade basin, shimmering with a lustrous half-gold, half-silver sheen. Evidently, just a step away from maturity. You're awake? Tang San's voice emerged from nearby, where he squatted before the jade basin, delicately brushing his fingertips over the tender leaves. His movements tender as if cradling a precious gem. Chu Xiao propped himself up, and the coat slipped from his shoulders. He instinctively grasped it, still carrying the gentle and pure essence of Tang San's soul power. How long has it been? 1 day and night, replied Tang San, offering a water pouch. The old poison master mentioned that your soul power was severely depleted, advising you to rest a bit longer. He has gone to set up a poison formation outside, wary of a potential ambush from the spirit hall. Taking the water pouch, Chu Xiao drank a mouthful. The warm liquid slid down his throat. Infused with a subtle herbal flavor from the dew flower juice Tang San had added, nourishing his meridians. Thank you. You're welcome, Tang San responded, his gaze revealing curiosity, yet devoid of interrogation. What did the chrysanthemum Douluo mean by infiltration? A weight suddenly settled in Chu Xiao's heart. He anticipated this day would come, yet he did not expect Tang San to be so forthright. Gripping the water pouch tightly, his fingertips turned pale as the numerical display of Tang San's trust level 28 stung his eyes. Chu Xiao opened his mouth, intending to fabricate an excuse. But upon meeting Tang San's clear gaze, one devoid of doubt, only earnest in awaiting an explanation, he found himself reluctant to weave a falsehood. I indeed hail from the spirit hall, but I am not here to infiltrate. Tang San was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an admission. I was sent to observe you, Chu Xiao murmured, his voice somewhat hoarse. The spirit hall is aware that you are the son of Tang Hao and seeks to comprehend your strength. However, I have not relayed any information to them, especially following the events in the Black Marsh and the Cold Prison Gorge. He produced a small soul guidance device from his system backpack, the communicator bestowed upon him by the spirit hall, which he had never utilized. This, I can hand over to you. Chu Xiao abruptly lifted his gaze, astonishment flooding his expression. If they intended to harm me, there would have been no need for you to shield me from the light blade in the Black Marsh, nor to confront the chrysanthemum Douluo alongside me in the cold prison gorge. Tang San seized the soul guidance device and casually tossed it into the hot spring. This device is merely a nuisance. The device hissed as it met the heat, quickly sinking to the bottom of the water. Ding! Tang San's trust level increased to 40. Main quest infiltrator progress updated. Identity partially exposed. Gained profound trust from Tang San. Quest completion increased by 20. Rewards issued. 80 fate fragments, 8,000 system energy. Unlock martial soul mimicry intermediate level. Can simulate the aura of target martial soul rank 50. Chu Xiao gazed at Tang San, his throat tightening unexpectedly. After so long as an infiltrator, calculating the fluctuations of trust countless times, he felt for the first time that the numbers held weight far beyond the task itself. The antidote is nearly ready. Chu Xiao redirected the conversation, glancing at the jade basin. It will likely be ready by tomorrow at dawn. Indeed, by then, Tang San replied. Tang San pointed towards the tip of the leaf, where a drop of crystalline dew had gathered, shimmering with iridescent hues. The esteemed Dugu had mentioned that this was the essence of myriad poisons, capable of neutralizing the most extraordinary toxins in existence, including the venom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. The two sat side by the hot spring, their silence filled with an inexplicable understanding. Chu Xiao observed Tang San's serious profile as he meticulously examined the sapling and suddenly realized that perhaps the infiltrator's mission had long deviated from its course. He was not there to dismantle Shrek, but to discover a group of individuals who could stand together against the tempests of fate. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the icy curtain and illuminated the bane of all poisons, that drop of essence finally fell, merging with the soil. The sapling instantly flourished, its half-gold, half-silver leaves expanding to the size of a palm, crowned by a tiny flower of 7 colors that exuded a refreshing fragrance. Ding! Side quest cultivation of the bane of all poisons completed. Rewards granted. 200 destiny fragments. 20,000 system energy. Obtain Dugobo's token Emerald Phosphor Serpent Scale. Emerald Phosphor Serpent Scale effect. Provides resistance against toxin attacks below the tidal Douluo level. Possessing this scale will earn you Dugobo's regard as a half-successor. It's done, Tang Sen exclaimed with excitement. Just then, a violent explosion echoed from the entrance of the cold prison gorge, followed by the furious roar of the old poison, the trifles from the spirit hall. How dare you invade my poison array? Chu Xiao and Tang San exchanged glances and simultaneously rose to their feet. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, the soul power of the underworld river surging within him. The inevitable had arrived. Bursting forth from the icy cave, they beheld the entrance where Lei One, accompanied by several individuals clad in black, was locked in combat with the old poison. In the distant sky, 2 figures were swiftly approaching, the chrysanthemum de Yueguan and another tidal Da clad in a black robe. It's the ghost Douluo. Tang Sen's expression shifted dramatically. Both of the Spirit Hall's formidable tidal Douluos had arrived. Although Dugobo was powerful, facing a single chrysanthemum Douluo was already quite taxing. With the addition of the ghost Douluo, he could hardly endure for long. The old poison was being forced back by Yueguan's golden chrysanthemum, his left arm already corroded by toxins, displaying a sinister purple hue. Old monster, Chu Xiao shouted, retrieving the Xianbing jade box and carefully storing the bane of all poisons within, urging, take it and go. We'll hold them off. Dugobo bellowed, nonsense. If we leave together. Yueguan chuckled lightly, golden soul power surging forth like a tidal wave. No one is leaving. His gaze fell upon the jade box in Chu Xiao's hand. Hand over the bane of all poisons, and I can ensure your deaths are swift and painless. Dream on. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu, and Oscar burst forth from behind the ice crevice, although their soul power paled in comparison to their foes. None of them retreated. Chu Xiao glanced at his companions and then down at the jade box, suddenly making a resolute decision. He thrust the box into Tang San's hands. You take it and find Dean Flinder. Only he can contact the master and leverage the Spirit Hall's hesitance. And you? Tang San grasped his wrist, urgency evident in his eyes. I will hold off the old poison. Chu Xiao pried his hand free, giving him a push. Hurry. The bane of all poisons must not fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. He unleashed the underworld riverbone dragon martial spirit, the massive shadow of a black dragon roaring behind him. Old poison, summon your Emerald Phosphor Serpent's poison array. I will lure them in. Kid, you've got guts. The old poison master grinned, unleashing his soul power, as emerald green toxic mist enveloped the entrance of the cold prison gorge, forming a vast poisonous array. Tang Sen observed Chu Xiao's retreating figure as he dashed into the toxic array, then glanced at the jade box in his arms, gritting his teeth. Daimubai, cover me. He turned and rushed towards the hidden passage deep within the gorge, a retreat meticulously prepared by Dugu Bo long ago. Witnessing this, Yuguan bellowed, stop him. Several men in black immediately charged at Tang San, but were firmly entangled by Daimubai and Ma Hongjun. Chu Xiao navigated through the toxic array, his black soul power detonating the poisonous herbs, successfully diverting the attention of Yuguan and Ghost Douluo. His Nether River touch could momentarily resist the array's encroachment, yet it rapidly drained his soul power. Little mouse, you're quite swift. Ghost Douluo's voice echoed behind him, a shadowy claw of soul power lunging towards his back. Chu Xiao abruptly turned, hurling the phosphorescent serpent scale given by Dugobo. The scale exploded in midair, transforming into a verdant barrier that deflected the claw's strike. Dare you touch the belongings of Elder Dugu? Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo exchanged astonished glances, taken aback that Douluo had bestowed upon him the phosphorescent serpent scale. Just then, Tang San's voice rang from the passage. Chu Xiao, I'm waiting for you at the exit. You must come. A warmth surged within Chu Xiao's heart as he shouted back, got it. He suddenly charged towards Yu Guan, deliberately exposing a flaw. Yu Guan, indeed, fell for the ruse, unleashing a golden chrysanthemum towards his face, oblivious to the black powder that quietly gathered at Chu Xiao's fingertips. This powder, a mixture of the leaves of the poisonous overlord and Nether River soul power, could briefly paralyze the soul power of a titled Douluo. Now's the time. Chu Xiao scattered the powder towards Yu Guan and swiftly turned towards the passage. Caught off guard, Yu Guan inhaled the powder, his soul power momentarily stagnating. By the time he regained his senses, Chu Xiao had already dashed into the passageway. Follow. Ghost Douluo roared, pursuing alongside Yu Guan. The passage was dark and narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Relying on his memory, Chu Xiao ran through the darkness, the furious shouts of Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo echoing behind him. He realized he could not outrun a titled Douluo, suddenly halting his steps to retrieve all the poison powders and liquids from his system backpack, arranging them into a colossal chain of poisonous arrays. Boom. Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo barreled into the poisonous array, triggering a series of explosions as toxic mist instantly filled the passage. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao accelerated, finally spotting Tang San waiting at the passage's exit. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating Tang San's blue hair with a gentle glow. Upon seeing him emerge, Tang San immediately broke into a smile. Hurry! Chu Xiao grasped his hand, and together they plunged into the dense forest of the setting sun. Behind them, the sound of explosive detonations erupted from the passage, indicating that Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo had breached the toxic array. However, within the thickly wooded forest, coupled with the poisonous herbs laid out by Douluo, they could not pursue immediately. After running for about half an hour and confirming they had shaken off their pursuers, the two collapsed beneath a large tree, gasping for breath. Tang San opened the mysterious iced jade box, revealing the poisonous overlord nestled safely inside, its 7-colored petals still vibrant. We did it, Tang San remarked with a smile, beads of sweat cascading down onto his blue hair. As Chu Xiao beheld his smile, he suddenly realized that all the calculations and tasks paled in significance to the profound ease of this moment. He retrieved the Qihun pill, given by Douluo, from within his robe and handed it to Tang San, saying, take this, you inhaled some toxic mist earlier. Tang San accepted the pill but refrained from consuming it immediately, instead gazing intently at Chu Xiao. From now on, regardless of how many people the spirit hall sends, we shall face them together. A jolt of emotion surged through Chu Xiao as he met Tang San's earnest gaze, and he solemnly nodded in agreement. All right. Notification. Tang San's trust level has risen to 50, triggering soul power resonance in its complete form. Effect. When fighting alongside Tang San, both parties' soul power increases by 20, and the effectiveness of poison techniques is enhanced by 30. Chapter 23. Shrek's Choice in the Shadow of the Spirit Hall. How much longer until we arrive? Tang San wiped the rainwater from his face, his blue hair clinging damply to his forehead, as his soul power gradually circulated within him, mending the toll taken from their earlier battle. Chu Xiao glanced up at the sky, faint outlines of Shrek Valley becoming visible through the rain curtain. We'll reach it after crossing that ridge. Be cautious. The rain has dampened the leaves, diluting the scent of the toxic vines. I sense faint soul power fluctuations ahead, likely a tracker from the spirit hall. He almost let slip the word system but quickly corrected himself. All is well. Chu Xiao shook his soaked sleeves, gathering the essence of the Mingi soul power at his fingertips. The dark energy dispelled the chill at his cuffs. The matured aura of the antidote could not be concealed. Although Moonlight and Ghost Douluo were hindered by the poison formation, it was certain they had dispatched others to pursue. The two quickened their pace, and upon cresting the ridge, they spotted several figures in front of the wooden cottage at Shrek Valley. Flander, Yu Xiaojing, Hulaina, and Dai Mubai, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. Oscar hurriedly presented a steaming recovery sausage. Quick, eat this. It contains warm sunflowers to ward off the chill. Flander took the mysterious iced jade box, weighed it in his hands, and with a grave expression, asked, is the antidote truly matured? Yes. Tang San nodded. It matured at dawn. Moonlight and Ghost Douluo pursued us relentlessly, but thanks to Chu Xiao's poison formation, we managed to elude them. Yu Xiaojing adjusted his glasses, observing Chu Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze, devoid of his prior skepticism. With the chrysanthemum Douluo personally involved, it seems the spirit hall is determined to acquire this herb. He paused, turning to Flander. We must relocate swiftly. Shrek Valley can no longer conceal it. Relocate? To where? Ma Hongjun mumbled through a mouthful of sausage. Deep within the sunset forest, to find Douluo. The old poison master had appeared behind them, his left arm's purple toxin visibly diminished, signifying he had used an antidote. His ice and fire eyes possessed a natural shielding array, preventing Spirit Hall's trackers from penetrating. Moreover, with such an ancient entity present, even the two-titled Douluo would not dare to act recklessly. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. The antidote has just matured and requires a special environment for preservation. The ice and fire eyes are the optimal choice. Hulaina suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation. I just received word that the Spirit Hall has mobilized all nearby branch forces, approximately 50 soul masters, converging on the Sunset Forest, led by the bishop. Bishop? Flanders' expression shifted alarmingly. The bishop of the Spirit Hall was at least of the Soul Douluo rank. Were they planning a full-scale assault? Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor darkened. It seems they seek not only the antidote, but also aim to ensnare us all in one fell swoop. Chu Xiao gazed intently, his expression grave. You are affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Their tactical habits should be well known to you. This was the first time Yuxiagang explicitly pointed out Chu Xiao's identity. Yet his tone bore no hostility, only an urgency for information. Chu Xiao took a deep breath and approached the sand table in front of the wooden cabin. Tracing the terrain of the Sunset Forest with a twig, the Spirit Hall's strategy emphasizes encircling 3 while leaving 1 unguarded. They would establish blockade lines to the east, south, and west, leaving the northern marshlands as an escape route, concealing their most formidable ambush forces there. High-ranking soul masters excel in collective amplification. The energy fluctuations from a circle formed by 50 soul masters would be quite conspicuous, allowing us to identify a breach at their energy junctions. His finger rested on a specific canyon on the sand table. Here lies a narrow passage, allowing only 2 to proceed side by side, rendering their collective amplification ineffective, making it suitable for a breakout. The group observed the clear tactical analysis on the sand table, and no one mentioned the Spirit Hall's affiliation again. Dai Mubai clapped Chu Xiao on the shoulder. I never realized you had an understanding of tactics. I perused the archives at the Spirit Hall, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Yet he was aware that this was the system unlocking the tactical analysis authority. As his sense of belonging to Shrek deepened, the system seemed to be subtly adjusting its functions. Ding. The main quest infiltrator has been automatically renamed to Guardian. New quest objective. Assist the Shrek team in escorting the Poison King to the Eye of Ice and Fire, thwarting the Spirit Hall's encirclement plan. Quest rewards. 300 Destiny Fragments, 30,000 System Energy, unlock Collective Soul Power Link, can form a temporary soul power network with Shrek members. Chu Xiao looked at the new quest name on the system panel, warmth filling his heart. Guardian, a term that offered him greater reassurance than Infiltrator. Time is of the essence, we must depart immediately. Flanders stowed away the mysterious ice jade box, while Oscar prepared ample sausages. Xiao took charge of scouting ahead, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun brought up the rear. Tang San and Chu Xiao positioned themselves centrally to protect the jade box. He cast a complex glance at Hulaina. You may choose to stay. The Spirit Hall will not cause you trouble. Hulaina bit her lip and stepped beside Chu Xiao. I will accompany you. She looked up at Chu Xiao, her gaze resolute. I know some details of the Spirit Hall's plan. The High Priest is named Sarah. His martial spirit is the Holy Light Lion, adept at purifying toxins, which poses a significant threat to our poison formations. He must be dealt with first. Chu Xiao's heart stirred. Do you know his soul abilities? Yes, Hulaina nodded. His third soul ability, Holy Light Purification, can dispel toxins over a wide area, while his fifth soul ability, Lion's Roar, can disrupt soul power flow, likely interrupting our coordination. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yuxiagang's eyes. Excellent. This information is crucial. Tang San, can your blue silvergrass isolate sound waves? Tang San pondered. We could attempt to weave a soundproof barrier with blue silvergrass, but it requires Chu Xiao's poison powder in conjunction with his sound-dampening powder to slow the propagation of sound waves. Not a problem. Chu Xiao retrieved a porcelain vial from his system backpack. I have sufficient sound-dampening powder. The two reached a tacit understanding once more, prompting even Flander to chuckle. You two are increasingly resembling comrades. As the rain gradually ceased, the setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden-red glow across the valley. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the group prepared their belongings and embarked on their journey. In the midst of the procession, Chu Xiao walked alongside Tang San, their wrists entwined with strands of blue silvergrass, forming a subtle connection of soul power. On his other side was Hulaina, who occasionally offered quiet reminders of potential ambush points, her demeanor now devoid of the earlier hesitation. As night deepened, countless eyes lurked within the shadows of the fallen sun forest. Perched on a branch of an ancient tree, Sarah idly toyed with a sacred light lion bone. observing the glowing dots representing Shrek's members on the soul guiding device as they moved toward a narrow passage. A cold smirk graced her lips. We are missing one. Let them have a sliver of hope, she commanded through the soul guiding device, instructing the ambush team to activate the holy light array as soon as their foes entered the canyon. I shall ensure that their poison and soul power are utterly purified within the sacred light. Yes, esteemed bishop. At the mouth of the narrow canyon, the wind moaned ominously. Chu Xiao peered into the darkness that lay deeper within. The soul power tracking system blared an urgent warning. High-intensity soul power fluctuations detected, arranged in a circular formation, with the core area exhibiting a concentration of holy light attribute soul power, indicating a holy light array. An ambush awaits, Chu Xiao exclaimed, gripping Tang San's wrist. They have set up a holy light array in the canyon to counteract toxins and soul power. Tang San halted immediately, the blue-silver grass swiftly expanding outward, indeed brushing against the hidden runes of holy light embedded in the rock walls. Retreat. Move toward the northern marsh. He decisively chose this path, fully aware of the risk of ambush from the north, but deeming it a better option than plunging into the holy light array. Seeing the glowing dots shift direction from her perch, Sarah scoffed. As expected, they have discovered our plan. Initiate the second strategy. Let the ambush team in the marsh engage. Leave no survivors. From the muddy depths of the northern marsh, 20 soul masters of the spirit hall suddenly emerged. Their holy light attribute soul power surging forth like a tidal wave, illuminating the dark swamp. The leading soul Douluo grinned menacingly as he lunged at the foremost Daimu Bai. Little brats, where do you think you're running? Form up, Flander bellowed, unleashing his soul power as the Shrek members swiftly arranged themselves into a battle formation. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun confronted the enemy head-on, while Tang Sen wove a platform of blue-silver grass above the marsh, where Xiao Wu and Oscar provided support. Chu Xiao and Hu Laina maneuvered to the sides, ready to employ poison and charm to disrupt the foes. Chu Xiao, utilize your river of the underworld touch, Tang San shouted, with the blue-silver grass erupting into countless slender strands, each coated with Chu Xiao's paralyzing powder. I will assist in delivering the poison into their soul power cores. Understood. Chu Xiao's soul power surged forth as the black essence of the river of the underworld extended along the grass strands, merging with the paralyzing powder into an eerie black-purple stream that swiftly invaded the soul power cores of 3 spirit hall soul masters. They shrieked in agony as their soul power spiraled into chaos, providing Daimu Bai with the perfect opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, Hu Laina unleashed her charm light, enveloping 5 soul masters in a pink halo, momentarily halting their movements. Xiao Wu teleported forward, launching a rapid series of kicks that sent the 5 tumbling into the marsh. The battle raged with ferocity. The mire of the swamp hampered both sides' speed yet allowed Chu Xiao's poisons and Tang San's control to flourish like fish in water. The ethereal soul power of Chu Xiao intertwined with Tang San's blue-silver grass, forming a barrier of dark blue hues that repelled the radiant soul power of holy light. This was the effect of the group soul power link, allowing each member of Shrek to circulate their soul power through this barrier, compensating for weaknesses and amplifying strengths. Ding. The effect of group soul power link is activated, enhancing the team's overall soul power by 15 and increasing poison and control effects by 25. Sarah, observing the diminishing light points on the soul guiding device, wore a grim expression. Useless. You cannot even handle a group of little spirits. He leaped down from the branch, embodying his holy light lion martial soul, its golden mane shimmering in the night. I will handle this personally. Feeling the sun-like intensity of Sarah's soul power approaching, Chu Xiao's heart tightened. Sarah is coming. Tang San, can your blue-silver grass withstand his holy light purification? Tang San gritted his teeth as the blue-silver grass grew wildly, forming a thick wall of grass before the others, its leaves laden with Chu Xiao's locking powder and immobilizing poison. We can only try. The golden holy light collided with the grass wall, producing a sizzling sound as the blue-silver grass rapidly withered, the poison powder dissipating into white smoke under the holy light. Sarah's figure pierced through the grass wall, his holy light lion claw exuding an aura of purification, directly targeting the Xianbing jade box containing the antidote to myriad poisons. Not a chance. Chu Xiao and Tang San lunged forward simultaneously, intertwining their powers to create a black-blue light shield that stood before the jade box. Bang! The light shield trembled violently, sending Chu Xiao and Tang San flying, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Sarah's claw was mere inches from the jade box when it was suddenly repelled by a surge of verdant soul power. It was Douluo Bo. You old monster. You finally dare to show yourself. Sarah sneered, his holy light power surging once more. Douluo Bo stood resolutely before the group, his emerald eyes fixed angrily on Sarah. The phantom of the emerald phosphor snake unfurling behind him, toxic mist billowing forth like a tide. Dare you covet my possession? Today, you shall learn that poison is mightier than holy light. Chapter 24. The fury of the emerald phosphor snake and the flaw of the holy light formation. The clash above the marsh continued. The verdant toxic mist and golden holy light danced like two entwined serpents, each collision sending mud splattering and startling the toxic frogs in the marsh, which leaped about, emitting piercing croaks. Douluo's emerald phosphor snake's toxic mist was evidently superior. While Sarah's holy light could purify toxins, it could not withstand the concentration of the mist, which was the culmination of Douluo's decades of expertise in poison. Every wisp of mist concealed dozens of highly toxic substances that catalyzed one another. The holy light might cleanse the surface, but the underlying toxins would only spread more rapidly, fueled by the heat of the holy light. You old wretch. Your poison techniques remain as sinister as ever, Sarah roared, his holy light lion martial soul's third soul ring illuminating as he unleashed his third soul skill, Holy Light Torrent. A golden beam erupted from his mouth, cascading like a small waterfall, instantly clearing the toxic mist and surging toward Douluo's face. This technique not only purified toxins, but also bore the sharpness to tear through soul power, serving as his ultimate move against control-type soul masters. Yet Douluo stood firm, unflinching, as verdant soul power coalesced in his palm into a toxic orb. Unlike you, who relies solely on the ostentation of holy light, I understand the principles of mutual generation and restraint. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a poisonous bead soaring toward the beam of light, which exploded midair, transforming into countless minute poisonous needles that pierced through the torrent of holy light, striking Sarah's body. Taken by surprise, Sarah felt the holy shield punctured in several places, and an immediate wave of numbness surged through her arm, a characteristic sensation of the bone-drilling poison from the azure phosphor serpent king, burrowing into the crevices of her soul bone. Despicable! Sarah, both startled and enraged, hastily channeled her soul power to suppress the toxin, momentarily halting her assault. Compared to me, you are still inexperienced in the art of poison. Douluo sneered, seizing the opportunity while she was occupied with the toxin suppression. The poisonous mist constricted once more, ensnaring Sarah firmly in its center. Today, you shall experience the taste of the toxin that you cannot purify. Chu Xiao crouched beside Tang San, employing the power of the river of Hades to mend the meridians scorched by the holy light. Tang San's blue-silver grass had charred at the edges in its attempt to block the holy light, now drooping limply at his wrist, resembling leaves battered by frost. Is your grass all right? Chu Xiao's fingertips gently enveloped the grass, attempting to neutralize the scorching heat of the holy light with the frigid essence of the river of Hades. Ding! Tang San's trust level has risen to 55. The effect of soul power resonance is enhanced, increasing soul power transmission efficiency by 30. Chu Xiao could distinctly feel a warm current spreading through his arm, dispelling the sluggishness within his body, akin to parched earth welcoming the spring rain. He observed the intertwining black and blue soul power on their arms and suddenly smiled, saying, in the spirit hall, "No one has ever transmitted soul power to me in this manner. I will from now on." Tang San replied earnestly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hulaina stood nearby, watching the seamless connection between the two, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had just used her charm to temporarily immobilize the two ambushing soul masters, despite the considerable drain on her soul power. She felt a sense of security for the first time in betraying the spirit hall. "Be careful," Dai Mubai suddenly shouted, pointing at the center of the poisonous mist where Sarah was trapped. "He's about to unleash a powerful move." Everyone looked up to see a golden holy light erupting from the poisonous mist, akin to a miniature sun, forcefully parting the greenish poison fog. Sarah's body hovered in midair, the spectral form of the holy light lion growing immensely, the soul rings around her glowing simultaneously. She was about to employ her seventh soul skill, the true body of the martial spirit, true body of the holy light lion. Sarah's roar reverberated, shaking the very marsh beneath them. The golden lion phantom, imbued with a cataclysmic aura, lunged fiercely at Douluo, prepare to meet your end. Douluo's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that this move surpassed her previous attacks in potency. The purity of the holy light approached the level of purifying all things, rapidly dissolving even his azure phosphor serpent's venom. "Everyone retreat," he bellowed, unleashing all his soul power without reservation. The phantom of the azure phosphor serpent merged with him, and a colossal green serpent, several dozen feet long, surged forth from the poisonous mist, colliding violently with the golden lion. With a thunderous roar, a massive energy shockwave erupted in the center of the marsh, a mixture of mud, poison mist, and holy light forming a towering pillar of light. The force of the shockwave sent everyone flying. Instinctively, Chu Xiao shielded Tang San beneath him, his back colliding with an ancient tree, letting out a muffled groan. As the smoke dissipated, a massive pit emerged in the center of the swamp. Douluo knelt at the edge, greenish blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Clearly grievously injured. Sarah was in no better condition. The true form of the holy light lion had already faded, and he leaned heavily on a spear forged from concentrated holy light. His chest caved in, evidently injured internally by the venom of the snake emperor. "You won't last much longer, old monster," Sarah gasped, yet a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. "Activate the holy light array, fully." With his command, dozens of golden beams of light suddenly illuminated the swamp, forming an immense circular formation that enveloped the entire area. Intricate runes flowed along the beams, and the emanating holy light intensified, causing even Douluo's toxic miasma to dissipate rapidly. "This is bad. It's a large-scale holy light purification array." Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that this formation could siphon away all toxins and dark attribute soul power in the vicinity, effectively countering Chu Xiao's Nether River soul power and the old monster's toxic arts. "There. That's the flaw in the formation." Chu Xiao pointed towards the southwest corner, where the shockwave had severed the energy line, and they had yet to repair it. Douluo followed his gaze and immediately understood. "You sharp-eyed brat. That's the core pivot of the holy light array. Destroy it, and the entire formation will collapse." "I'm on it," Tang San declared, as blue-silver grass coalesced into a vine beneath his feet. "My grass can absorb holy light and temporarily block the pivot's defenses. I'll assist you." Chu Xiao simultaneously summoned his soul power, the touch of the Nether River transforming into black ropes that intertwined with the grass vine. "My soul power can corrode the runes of the core, buying you time." The two exchanged a glance, no words needed. Tang San hurled the blue-silver grass, which shot towards the golden beam in the southwest corner like a serpent, while Chu Xiao's Nether River touch followed closely, weaving into a long whip of black and blue. "Stop them." Seeing this, Sarah immediately commanded the remaining soul masters to charge at the duo. Daimobai and Ma Hongjun sprang forward to intercept, forcefully carving a path through the group of soul masters. As the blue-silver grass and the touch of the Nether River approached the beam, the golden runes lit up instantly, attempting to purify the two foreign soul powers. Yet, Tang San's blue-silver grass, known for its resilience, withstood the holy light's purification, while Chu Xiao's touch of the Nether River took the opportunity to slip into the gaps of the runes, the black soul power beginning to corrode the energy core of the beam. "Now," Chu Xiao shouted, channeling the last remnants of his soul power into the long whip. Tang San understood without hesitation. The blue-silver grass suddenly exploded into countless strands, tightly wrapping around the beam, while he activated his soul power to force the toxin-laden powder within the strands deep into the core of the beam. The toxin powder reacted violently upon contact with the holy light, causing the runes on the beam to spiral into chaos, the originally golden radiance flickering erratically. "Shatter it!" Chu Xiao roared, as the touch of the Nether River surged with power, black soul energy drilling into the core of the beam. Boom! The southwestern beam erupted suddenly, golden shards scattering through the air. With the pivot destroyed, the brilliance of the entire holy light array dimmed instantly, the beams enveloping the swamp collapsing one after another, dissipating into specks of golden light in the atmosphere. "No." Sarah's eyes widened in despair. Deprived of the holy light array's support, the phosphorescent snake venom within him erupted violently, causing him to convulse in agony. Douluo seized the opportunity, condensing his emerald-hued soul power into a lethal poison arrow that precisely struck Sarah's shoulder. "Now, it is time to end this." Sarah let out a piercing scream, realizing her fate was sealed. With a venomous glance at Chu Xiao and Tang San, she transformed into a streak of golden light, fleeing desperately into the depths of the forest. The remaining soul masters from the spirit hall, witnessing this, scattered in disarray. With the crisis averted, the group collapsed into the muddy terrain, gasping for breath. Douluo approached Chu Xiao and Tang San, his pallor evident, yet his eyes brimming with approval. "You two youngsters possess remarkable talent. That earlier collaboration was tenfold superior to my inept grandson." Chu Xiao smiled softly, about to respond, when darkness enveloped him. He had genuinely pushed himself beyond his limits, having continuously expended his soul power and endured the backlash from the holy light formation. His body had reached its threshold. Tang San quickly supported him, checking his pulse and sighing in relief. "He is merely exhausted. A few days of rest will suffice." He turned to Douluo Sr. "We must hasten to the Eye of Ice and Fire. This place is not safe. Yelena approached, retrieving a clean cloth from her backpack to wipe the mud from Chu Xiao's face. Brother Chu Xiao, you always push yourself to the brink. Her tone bore a hint of reproach, yet was laced with tenderness. Dai Mubai clapped Tang San on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done, you two. You've even broken the formation of a title Douluo. When we venture out, who would dare challenge us as members of Shrek? Oscar handed them 2 of the largest sausages. Let us fill our bellies first. Once we reach the Eye of Ice and Fire, I shall prepare roasted meat for you. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting a glow upon the marsh, illuminating the weary yet exhilarated smiles on the young faces. Leaning against Tang San, Chu Xiao felt his consciousness begin to fade, yet he was acutely aware of the warm soul power gently flowing into him, like a tender hand cradling his descending awareness. He pondered that perhaps this was the essence of companionship. No need for calculation or pretense, knowing that even in the depths of exhaustion, there would be someone to catch you. On the opposite side of the forest, Sarah clutched her injured shoulder, yelling into the soul guide, "Send a message to His Holiness the Pope. The Poison Master is at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Request the intervention of the esteemed members from the Hall of Offerings. I will make those 2 youngsters and Douluo pay dearly." After a moment of silence, a cold voice emerged from the soul guide, belonging to Bibidan. "No need. Let them proceed to the Eye of Ice and Fire." Sarah was taken aback. "Your Holiness? The Eye of Ice and Fire holds not only the Poison Master, but also another item I require." Bibidan's voice carried a subtle hint of greed. "Is it not better for Chu Xiao and Tang San to retrieve it for me?" Sarah trembled, suddenly comprehending the Pope's intent. This was to have Chu Xiao and Tang San continue to act as scouts, uncovering the secrets hidden deep within the Eye of Ice and Fire for the Spirit Hall. Chapter 25. The Hidden Treasures of the Eye of Ice and Fire and the Pope's Ambitions. The moment Chu Xiao stepped into the Eye of Ice and Fire, he was awestruck by the spectacle before him. Unlike the intertwining ice and geothermal heat of the cold prison gorge, the symbiosis of ice and fire here was more magnificent. To the left, a fiery spring erupted with crimson lava, waves of heat crashing against him, while fiery apricot trees along the banks flared with vibrant flames, their leaves unfurling in the high temperature. To the right, a frozen spring crystallized into ancient ice, its biting cold palpable, while the ice crystals of the octagonal ice grass refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the moonlight. In the heart of the twin springs, a stone bridge, approximately a foot wide, sprawls across its expanse. At the bridge's terminus rests a colossal black stone, intricately etched with a myriad of ancient runes, emanating a faint, ethereal pulse of soul energy. "Is this the core of the ice and fire duality Eye?" Tang San murmured, as the blue-silver grass uncontrollably extended towards the bridge. The moment the grass blades brushed against the runes, a delicate golden glow radiated forth. Douluo approached the edge of the bridge, gently caressing the runes, nostalgia flickering in his azure eyes. "I stumbled upon this in my youth. These runes can harness the energy of the ice and fire duality Eye, allowing the poisonous flora to thrive here in tranquility. But more importantly," he paused, casting a glance at Chu Xiao and Tang San, "beneath the bridge lies something far older than the antidote to all poisons." Chu Xiao's toxin analysis ability activated automatically, his vision penetrating the stone bridge, revealing a translucent jade box suspended in the void below. Inside, it appeared to cradle a piece of dark golden bone, adorned with patterns that mirrored those of the runes. Ding! Unknown soul bone detected, containing both ice and fire attributes of soul energy, approximately 10,000 years old, sharing the same source as the ice and fire duality Eye's energy. "A soul bone," Chu Xiao exclaimed. "A soul bone of dual attributes, dating back 10 millennia? Douluo raised an eyebrow. "Your perception is quite keen. This is the ice and fire polar bone, rumored to be a relic of an ancient control system titled Douluo, capable of wielding both the utmost yang and yin soul energies, harmonizing with your underworld riverbone dragon and Little Sand's blue-silver grass." He turned his gaze to the 2 of them. "Yet this soul bone is ensconced by runes, requiring a simultaneous infusion of both yang and yin soul energies to unlock it. I have attempted this for decades, always falling just short." Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization. "My blue-silver grass can gather the warmth of the yang flame stone, and Chu Xiao's underworld river soul energy carries the chill of the yin. Perhaps we can attempt this?" Chu Xiao nodded, sensing the energy of the soul bone beckoning his underworld river soul power, as if it had found a kindred essence. "We can try, but we will need the assistance of the old poison master to stabilize the runes. Forcibly injecting soul power may trigger a violent reaction from the ice and fire duality Eye. Leave it to me." Douluo moved to either end of the bridge, channeling emerald green soul energy into the runes, causing the ancient patterns to ignite brilliantly, forming a stable energy barrier. Let us begin. Remember, yang energy flows through the left rune, while yin energy travels through the right. The ratio must be precisely equal. Even a slight deviation could result in imbalance. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged glances before stepping onto the bridge simultaneously. Tang San extended his left hand, pressing it against the left rune. As the warmth of the yang flame stone coalesced through the blue-silver grass, transforming into a golden stream of soul energy that infused the pattern. Chu Xiao extended his right hand, placing it upon the right rune, as the underworld river soul energy morphed into a black current, gradually seeping through the right pattern. The golden and black soul energies flowed between the runes like two dragons in pursuit, colliding and entwining intermittently. Beads of sweat emerged on Tang San's brow as he meticulously controlled the intensity of the yang energy, ensuring it was not consumed by the yin. Chu Xiao's fingertips trembled slightly, the chilling essence of the underworld river soul energy persistently attempting to erode the yang energy, demanding his constant suppression of instinct. Steady. Douluo Bo's voice resonated. As the emerald green energy barrier quaked violently, the energies of ice and fire beginning to stir restlessly. Put in more effort. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, recalling the earlier resonance of soul power with Tang San, willingly releasing a portion of his soul energy defense. Tang San immediately comprehended the situation as Yang Li's soul power surged through the connection into Chu Xiao's body, neutralizing a portion of the chilling energy. Conversely, Chu Xiao's yin energy flowed back, assisting Tang San in cooling his excessively heated meridians. Ding! Perfect soul power resonance detected. The yin-yang soul power ratio stabilizes at 55. Runic unlocking progress. 8,091. With a crack, the runes at the center of the stone bridge suddenly fractured, and a dark golden light beamed forth from the fissure. Hovering before the two was the coveted ice-fire polar bone. As soon as the soul bone appeared, it autonomously soared towards Chu Xiao and Tang San, spiraling between them, with one half adhering to Chu Xiao's left arm and the other to Tang San's right arm, as if it had already chosen its masters. Is this a dual soul bone? Douluo Bo exclaimed in astonishment. For it was said that only two individuals with a perfect soul compatibility could share such a bone. Chu Xiao and Tang San could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from the soul bone, as two complementary energies spread along their arms. Chu Xiao's nether river soul power gained a touch of masculinity, while Tang San's blue-silver grass acquired a hint of femininity. Ding! Acquired the 10,000-year ice-fire polar bone shared. Chu Xiao, nether river bone dragon martial soul gains the new effect ice-fire convergence, allowing poison techniques to incorporate both ice and fire attributes. Tang San, blue-silver grass martial soul gains the new effect dual polar entanglement, increasing control range by 50, capable of freezing or burning targets. Triggered hidden achievement dual soul resonance, reward, 500 destiny fragments, 50,000 system energy. At the moment the soul bone fully integrated with the two, the ice-fire polar ice suddenly trembled violently, the magma from the fire spring erupted higher, and the ice from the cold spring emitted cracking sounds. Douluo Bo's expression changed drastically. Not good. The soul bone is separating, the runes are failing, and the ice-fire energy will become unbalanced. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao and Tang San activated the power of the newly acquired soul bone, infusing golden and black soul power into the runes once more. This time, without any deliberate control, the two forces naturally merged, forming a yin-yang taiji diagram on the stone bridge, instantly stabilizing the tumultuous ice-fire energy. We did it! Dai Mubai shouted in exhilaration. Hualina gazed at the two standing shoulder to shoulder on the stone bridge, their silhouettes intertwined in the radiance of the taiji diagram. The black-blue soul power interwoven into an inseparable whole, and she suddenly felt that perhaps Chu Xiao's presence here was indeed the best choice. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Pope at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong watched the scene transmitted by the soul-guiding device, where Chu Xiao and Tang San shared the ice-fire polar bone, their yin-yang soul powers perfectly fused, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. As expected, they are there. She caressed the ring on her finger, the ruby gleaming with an eerie light. The ice-fire polar bone, the ultimate soul bone for control-type abilities. No wonder Tang Hao had ventured to the ice-fire polar eye. He must have known of this soul bone's existence long ago. Jiu Doi Yueguan bowed, saying, Your Majesty, shall I retrieve it now? With this soul bone, along with the Poison King, our plans can be expedited. There's no need, Bibi Dong replied, her gaze profound. Let them nurture the soul bone for now. Chu Xiao's nether river bone dragon can cultivate the yin energy, while Tang San's blue silver grass can nourish the yang energy. Only when the soul bone has fully integrated with them should we retrieve it for optimal results. She paused, a hint of cruelty lacing her voice. Moreover, when two individuals share a soul bone, if one perishes, the other's soul power collapses as well. Don't you think it would be amusing to compel them to kill one another? A chill ran through Yu Guan, and he bowed his head, murmuring, Your Majesty is wise. Please prepare. Bai Bai Dong waved her hand, instructing all branches to closely monitor the sunset forest. Ready to act once the energy of the ice and fire duality I stabilized. As the tremors of the ice and fire duality I gradually subsided, the radiance of the yin-yang taiji diagram slowly faded. Chu Xiao and Tang Sen descended from the stone bridge, each feeling a trace of their own essence infused within the other's soul power. Chu Xiao's black soul power concealed a glimmer of gold, while the edges of Tang San's blue-silver grass shimmered with black patterns. How does it feel? Tang Sen flexed his right arm, and the blue-silver grass suddenly emitted a small burst of flame, which instantly crystallized into ice, much to his delight. Chu Xiao smiled, releasing a stream of black energy from his fingertip, which struck the ground, transforming first into ice spikes before igniting with ghostly flames. Quite extraordinary, he remarked, glancing at Douluo Sr. This soul bone is now yours. Douluo waved his hand with a tone of relief. I have guarded it for decades, waiting for someone capable of wielding it. It seems now there are not one, but two. His gaze softened as he looked at the pair. Make good use of it. Do not let it gather dust. Dai Mubai leaned in, poking Chu Xiao's left arm. A millennium soul bone. I am utterly envious. When can I also partake in this ice and fire power? Only after you can endure the ice spikes and flames. Chu Xiao chuckled, brushing his hand away. Oscar had already set up a makeshift grill, while Ma Hongjun placed freshly caught swamp crocodile meat onto it. Stop chatting and come help. Today we celebrate. We won't return until we're drunk. Xiao Wu tugged on Tang San's arm, pointing at the celestial fire lotus by the flame spring. Brother San, look at that flower. It's so beautiful. Can you pick one for me? Be careful, the petals can burn your skin. Tang Sen affectionately ruffled her hair before approaching cautiously and using the blue-silver grass to delicately pluck a bloom, handing it to Xiao Wu. As night deepened, the ice and fire duality, I ignited a bonfire, the aroma of roasted meat mingling with the fragrance of toxic herbs, permeating the air. Chu Xiao leaned against a boulder, watching his companions frolic, while Tang Sen sat beside him, offering a piece of roasted crocodile meat sprinkled with sweet-scented fruit powder, a flavor Chu Xiao cherished. Try it. Oscar's skills have improved, Tang Sen encouraged. Chu Xiao accepted the roasted meat, taking a bite as warmth flooded from his throat to his heart. He suddenly recalled his initial days at Shrek, Dai Mubai's hostility, Tang San's wariness, and his own cautious scheming. At that time, he could never have imagined that one day he would share a soul bone with his former adversaries, gathering around the bonfire of the ice and fire duality sharing roasted meat like a family. What are you thinking about? Tang Sen inquired. I was just reflecting on how fortunate I am not to have missed this. Chu Xiao replied softly. Tang Sen paused for a moment before comprehending, smiling in response. I feel the same. Chapter 26. The whispers of the soul bone and the invitation from the spirit hall the morning at the ice and fire duality I was always shrouded in mist. When Chu Xiao opened his eyes, Tang San was already standing on the stone bridge with the blue-silver grass cascading like a waterfall, half submerged in the molten lava of the fire spring and the other half probing into the icy depths of the cold spring. He was attempting to harness the power of the ice and fire dual extremes bone, allowing the blue-silver grass to simultaneously bear two extreme energies. Tang San's eyes brightened. I too have dreamt of this. In my dream, there was a figure clad in black robes, wielding a similar force to control toxic plants. He spoke of the duality of opposites giving birth to all poisons returning to their origin. All poisons returning to their origin? A thought stirred in Chu Xiao's mind as he gazed at the luminescence of the petals on the jade basin, the bane of all toxins, which seemed to shimmer more brightly, gently vibrating in resonance with their soul power. Could this soul bone be related to the bane of all toxins? At some point, Douluo appeared at the end of the stone bridge, holding a purple toxic plant in his hand. Upon hearing their conversation, he scoffed, it seems you both possess a modicum of insight. The original owner of the ice and fire dual extremes bone was the very person who cultivated the first bane of all toxins. In his notes, he stated that the power of duality can stimulate all poisons and also transform them. Your soul powers, an yin that is laden with toxins and a yang that controls plants, are perfectly suited to maximize the utility of the bane of all toxins. Maximize what utility? Xiao Wu trotted over, clutching a large bouquet of dew flowers, the droplets on the petals sparkling under the sunlight. I just saw a multitude of these near the cold spring. They smell delightful. These are excellent specimens. Chu Xiao accepted a dew flower, and as his fingertip brushed against it with the power of the River of Souls, the dew instantly transformed into purple toxic liquid. The droplets of the dew flower can absorb surrounding toxins, and when refined, they serve as excellent materials for concocting the Soul Pursuit powder. Tang San added with a smile. However, its roots can neutralize toxins, so be cautious when plucking them. Avoid touching the roots. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and quickly held the bouquet at a distance. You two are discussing toxic plants with more fluency than Oscar talks about sausages. The group spent 5 tranquil and fulfilling days at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chu Xiao and Tang San practiced daily on the stone bridge, sharing the Ice and Fire Dual Extremes bone, which accelerated their soul power growth far beyond what it had been before. Chu Xiao's River of Souls bone had broken through to level 35, while Tang San's blue-silver grass stabilized at level 34. Their connection deepened, at times allowing them to anticipate each other's thoughts even before words were spoken. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun became engrossed in extreme training by the Fire Spring for offense and by the Cold Spring for defense, showing faint signs of breakthroughs after 5 days. Oscar developed a new ice and fire sausage, half fiery and spicy, half cool and sweet, which surprisingly gained popularity. Hulaina, meanwhile, assisted the old poison master in sorting toxic plants. Her charm ability, combined with the hallucinatory effects of certain toxic plants, led her to develop a new toxic charm technique, earning praise from Douluo Bo for her talent. It was a letter from the Spirit Hall. Chu Xiao opened the envelope to find only a gilded invitation, the ornate script cold and elegant. You are cordially invited, Chu Xiao and Tang San, to attend the elite tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies in Spirit City 3 days hence. His Holiness the Pope personally requests your presence, hoping you will bring the bane of all toxins and the Ice and Fire Dual Extremes bone to discuss matters of peace for the continent. A banquet of intrigue. After reading the invitation, Tang San's expression darkened immediately. They seek to lure us to Spirit City for a trap. Not just that. With a cold gaze, Chu Xiao traced the words the Poison King and Ice and Fire Duality bone with his fingertips. It was evident that someone had been monitoring the vicinity of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, as they were aware of the soul bone matter. This invitation appeared more as a test of our courage to attend. Douluo Bo snatched the invitation and, after a brief glance, crumpled it into fragments, not going. A pack of sneaky rodents daring to invade the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. I shall poison them. No, Yu Xiaojing interjected, having arrived unnoticed. He had been studying the runes of the Ice and Fire Duality Eye for days, and his brow was now furrowed. We must go. The Elite Soul Master Academy competition is a public event. The Spirit Hall wouldn't dare act openly. More importantly, this is our best opportunity to gauge the Spirit Hall's strength. If they are bold enough to let you bring the Poison King and the Soul Bone, there must be a larger scheme at play, and we need to uncover it. Dai Mubai immediately chimed in. Count me in. It's time for the Spirit Hall to witness the true might of the assault type. I'm in too. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists. I want them to taste my evil fire. Seeing the righteous indignation on their faces warmed Chu Xiao's heart. He turned to Tang San, who was looking back at him, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Shall we go? Yes, Chu Xiao nodded. But we cannot reveal the secret of the Poison King and the Soul Bone. We can feign compliance while secretly preparing our countermeasures. He paused, moreover. I wish to see what Bibi Dong truly intends. Tang San understood his implication. Having spent time in the Spirit Hall, Chu Xiao might discern Bibi Dong's vulnerabilities from the slightest clues. In the following 2 days, preparations commenced in earnest. Douluo Bo provided each of them with a soul-concealing jade to temporarily mask the soul bone's energy fluctuations. The old poison master concocted dozens of antidotes and hallucinogens, filling everyone's backpacks. Oscar hastily produced enough sausages to last half a month, including special varieties laced with a death-inducing agent. While Yu Xiaojing formulated a detailed tactical manual based on the known participating teams of the Spirit Hall. On the eve of their departure, Chu Xiao sat by the flame spring, lost in thought as he gazed at the flickering flames. Tang San approached and handed him a jar of bone-corroding liquor brewed by the old poison master. The drink was spicy and toxic, initially burning the throat, but leaving an unexpectedly lingering aftertaste. Thinking about the Spirit Hall, Tang San sat beside him and took a large swig, coughing from the intensity. Chu Xiao chuckled. Drink slowly. This liquor packs a punch. He took a swig himself, the fiery sensation coursing down his throat sharpening his mind. I was pondering why Bibi Dong is so intent on acquiring the Poison King and the Ice and Fire Duality Bone. Together, they can neutralize any poison in the world, create unparalleled toxins, and even manipulate a soul master's energy. Tang San's pupils constricted. Manipulate soul energy? Indeed, Chu Xiao confirmed with a nod. The essence of the Poison King can numb the soul core, while the power of the Ice and Fire duality bone can forcibly distort the flow of soul energy. If the Spirit Hall gains control over this, they can easily incapacitate any Soul Master-S abilities. This could very well be their plan for peace across the continent, rendering all Soul Masters incapable of resistance. Tang Xin fell silent for a moment, his fists tightening. Then we must go. We cannot allow them to succeed. As Chu Xiao gazed at his resolute profile, he felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of the traps that lay ahead, as long as this person was by his side, nothing seemed daunting. He extended his hand, the dark essence of the River of Souls swirling in his palm. Chu Xiao smiled, a smile that released all lingering doubts. The next morning, the members of Shrek bid farewell to Douluo and the Old Poisoner, embarking on their journey to Spirit City. The mist from the Ice and Fire yin-yang eyes gradually closed behind them, resembling a gentle embrace, bidding the youths farewell as they ventured towards a broader battlefield. Have they arrived? She whispered, the ruby ring on her fingertip glimmering with a cold light. Very well. Prepare a welcoming gift to let them know that Spirit City is not a place where anyone can run wild. The chrysanthemum Douluo bowed in acknowledgement, yet a trace of barely perceptible concern flickered in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that the synergy between those two youths might surpass the Pope's expectations. Chapter 27. The undercurrents beneath Spirit City. The journey to Spirit City proved more arduous than anticipated. In the initial days, the excitement from departing the Ice and Fire yin-yang eyes still lingered within the group. Oscar concocted a variety of sausages daily, from the Gale Acceleration sausage to the Steel Defense sausage, even developing a shadow concealment sausage that could momentarily mask one's presence, prompting Flender to chase him for the recipe. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun often sparred during breaks. The collision of their purple extreme demon eye and evil fire sending waves of soul power that startled the birds along the way. Xiao remained a source of vitality for the team, occasionally pulling Ning Rongrong to identify herbs by the roadside, and at other times engaging Chu Xiao and Tang San in amusing tales of the Ice and Fire yin-yang eyes. Yet, when she glanced towards Spirit City, a flicker of subtle unease crossed her eyes. She felt that within the grand city lay an unsettling aura. Chu Xiao and Tang San seized every opportunity to cultivate. The benefits derived from sharing the Ice and Fire yin-yang bone exceeded their expectations. Chu Xiao's River of Souls power, tempered by the energy of the Sun's Fire Spring, became less sinister and more refined. Tang San's blue silver grass, nourished by the cold Ice Spring, grew more resilient, capable of extending silently beyond 100 meters to sense movements in the vicinity. Look, Tang San said one evening, flicking a strand of blue-silver grass from his fingertip. The leaves traced an eerie arc in the air, and the tip suddenly split into dozens of nearly invisible filaments, spreading like a spider's web. This way, we can sense soul power fluctuations half a mile away. Even if it is concealed by a tidal Douluo, it will still create a disturbance in the air. Chu Xiao extended his hand, the essence of the River of Souls transforming into inky light dots, adhering to the strands of blue-silver grass. Adding this, he remarked. The inky light seeped into the grass strands, instantly staining the previously transparent threads with a layer of dark patterns. My soul power can absorb residual soul power around. Even if the opponent uses soul techniques to erase traces, it can leave behind a fleeting shadow. The two exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Such unspoken understanding had long been woven into the fabric of their beings through the resonance of soul power day after day. Yu Xiaojiang sat in the carriage, observing this scene through the window while gently stroking his beard. Beside him, Flender, unusually quiet, gazed at the deepening twilight on the horizon and murmured, "Old Yu, do you think the Spirit Hall genuinely intends to act during the tournament, or is there another agenda at play?" "Both," Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament ostensibly serves as a platform for the Spirit Hall to showcase its authority and attract young soul masters. Yet in reality, it acts as a sieve for them to select potentially useful talents. The appearance of Chu Xiao and Tang San disrupted their plans. One was an anomaly with the power of the Underworld River, having once been part of the Spirit Hall, while the other possessed twin martial souls deeply connected to the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong would never allow their growth to go unchecked. He paused, his gaze fixed on the faintly visible black soul power encircling Chu Xiao's wrist. Particularly concerning was their shared soul bone, which likely encroached upon the Spirit Hall's threshold. The power of the Ice and Fire Extremes bone could both control and neutralize toxins, and the Wandu was a treasure that countered all poisons. If they were to seize control of these two artifacts, the consequences would be dire. Are we really not bringing the Wandu? Flander expressed concern, pondering the possibility of the Spirit Hall using this as a pretext for aggression. Taking it with us would be like walking into a trap. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, explaining that Douluo had already relocated the Wandu Kashing to a secret location. We only need to bring a replica of the seven-colored flower. The Spirit Hall knows it is a fake, but they may not dare to expose us publicly. What they seek is a legitimate reason to keep Chu Xiao and Tang San, not to provide us with ammunition for criticism. As they conversed, a towering black silhouette gradually emerged on the horizon. As the group drew nearer, the shadow became clearer. It was a city encircled by immense walls. Constructed from dark golden stone, soaring to a height of 100 meters, adorned with countless carved angelic figures that reflected a cold, imposing light under the sun. Is that the Spirit City? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. It's at least 10 times larger than Soto City. Not only is it vast, but its aura is even more significant, Dai Mubai remarked solemnly. Do you feel it? The entire city seems like a colossal soul-guiding device, emanating an almost imperceptible oppressive force. Both Chu Xiao and Tang San activated their soul powers and indeed sensed an intangible pressure emanating from the city, like a vast net enveloping several dozen miles around. This pressure did not target anyone specifically, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority, as if proclaiming, "This is the domain of the Spirit Hall." Embedded within the city walls were at least 1,000 fragments of soul bones, interconnected by a special formation, forming a nascent angelic domain. This formation amplifies the strength of the soul masters within the city while diminishing the soul power of external invaders, Tang San noted quietly, utilizing his purple extreme magic eye to attempt to unveil the secrets of the walls. Chu Xiao nodded, allowing the underworld river's soul power to seep into the ground, tracing the energy flow beneath the walls. Moreover, the core of the formation should be located in the Pope's Palace at the city center, where the energy fluctuations are strongest. Carrying Bibi Dong's essence, his tone darkened slightly, sensing the chilling and formidable aura akin to a coiled venomous serpent, causing his soul power to tense involuntarily. Who goes there? Please present your identification. The voice of a middle-aged soul master was devoid of emotion, his gaze sweeping over the plain attire of the Shrek group with a barely perceptible hint of disdain. This statement was clearly directed at Chu Xiao and Tang San. The process of registering for entry was far from smooth. The silver-armored knights deliberately slowed their pace, probing into the origins of the Shrek group. Their eyes filled with scrutiny and hostility. Xiao Wu attempted to react multiple times, but Tang San subtly restrained her. Do not act impulsively, Tang San whispered. They are trying to provoke us to find a pretext for escalation. Chu Xiao noticed several soul masters lurking in the shadows on the inner side of the city gate. Their gazes fixed intently on him and Tang San. Among them, one emanated a faint scent of chrysanthemum, indicating he was a member of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chu Xiao conveyed through soul force to Tang San that it seemed they had been targeted as soon as they entered the city. Tang San's expression turned slightly cold. It was to be expected. They would proceed step by step. Upon finally entering Wuhuan City, the group was immediately struck by the grandeur of the surroundings. The broad streets were paved with bluestone, flanked by closely knit buildings predominantly styled in white or gold, adorned with angelic sculptures atop their roofs. The streets bustled with a continuous flow of pedestrians, many of whom were soul masters of considerable rank, with spirit emperors and spirit saints visible throughout. They wore uniform attire, their expressions solemn, and walked in disciplined formation, exuding an air of strict orderliness. Unlike other cities, vendors hawking their wares were nearly absent, and the sounds of laughter and chatter were replaced by the occasional chime of bells and the rhythmic sound of footsteps, imbuing the entire city with a stifled sense of order. It resembled not a city, but rather a vast military encampment. Ning Rongrong whispered. Having grown up in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, accustomed to prosperity, but never having witnessed such a frigid stronghold, this was, after all, the heart of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing explained that the inhabitants of Wuhuan City were either directly affiliated soul masters of the Spirit Hall or craftsmen and merchants serving the Spirit Hall, their lives deeply intertwined with its operations. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. A group of elegantly dressed youths surrounded a young boy in resplendent attire, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. His demeanor was haughty, and as his gaze swept over the Shrek group, it bore the condescension of one surveying mere ants. Is that the Thunder Academy? Dai Mubai recognized their uniforms. Is that the young master of the Spirit Hall Academy? Feng Xiaodian. Chu Xiao recalled the name mentioned by Douluo, rumored to be a prodigy nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Possessing innate soul power at level 9 and a mutated spirit, the Gale Demon Wolf. Feng Xiaodian seemed to sense their scrutiny, halting his steps with a smirk of provocation. Shrek Academy? Is that the quaint little place with a name so rustic? They dare to participate in the competition? The students from Thunder Academy immediately chimed in. The young master is jesting. They likely won't even pass the preliminaries. Tang Xin clenched his fists in anger, ready to confront them, but was restrained by Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao regarded Feng Xiaotian with calm eyes. We shall see who prevails in the competition. It is far more productive than trading barbs here. Feng Xiaotian paused, seemingly taken aback that this seemingly unremarkable black-haired youth dared to address him so boldly. He scrutinized Chu Xiao from head to toe and suddenly noticed the faint black soul power emanating from his wrist, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Who are you? Chu Xiao, came the reply. Feng Xiaotian silently repeated the name, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint where he had heard it before. He snorted disdainfully. Fine. I shall remember you. I hope you can still stand to speak with me during the competition. With that, he turned and strode away with his entourage. How arrogant. Ma Hongjun fumed. I really want to teach him a lesson right now. There's no need, Chu Xiao replied. Flandra waved his hand, suggesting that once the competition commenced, there would be ample opportunities to demonstrate their prowess. Let us find a place to settle in and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. However, Yu Xiaojing gazed intently in the direction where Feng Xiaotian had departed, his brow furrowed in concern. It seems that matters may not be as straightforward as they appear. The attitude of the Spirit Hall Academy's members is markedly arrogant, indicating that they possess some form of confidence. Furthermore, they seem to have anticipated our arrival, suggesting that there is a deeper scheme at play. Chu Xiao nodded, having sensed a familiar aura emanating from Feng Xiaotian, a resonance akin to the energy fluctuations surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire-S observers. They are testing us, Tang Xin murmured. Feng Xiaotian's provocation might merely be the beginning. As night fell, the streets of Spirit City were illuminated by soft white lights, casting a lifelike glow upon the angelic sculptures. The Shrek team took refuge in an unassuming inn, where the proprietor, a taciturn middle-aged man, regarded them with a cautious demeanor. Once darkness enveloped the city, Chu Xiao and Tang Xin stealthily slipped away from the inn. They eschewed the main roads, opting instead to traverse the rooftops under the cover of night. Their figures moved like wisps of smoke, deftly avoiding the patrolling silver-armored knights as they approached the heart of the city. Do you feel that? Tang San whispered. The energy suppression within the city is more potent than outside. Indeed, Chu Xiao replied, especially in the direction of the Papal Palace, where the force of the angelic domain is almost palpable. Moreover, we are being followed. They could distinctly sense at least 3 presences trailing behind them, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Clearly, they were formidable opponents. Are they titled Douluos? Not quite, Chu Xiao analyzed. While their soul power is formidable, it has yet to reach the level of titled Douluos. They are likely several soul Douluos. It appeared that the Spirit Hall's scrutiny of them was more meticulous than they had anticipated. Tang San's gaze sharpened. Should we attempt to shake them off? No need. Chu Xiao shook his head. This presents an opportunity to observe the layout of Spirit City. Besides, he continued, I wish to confirm something. They quickened their pace, slipping through the shadows of the buildings as they stealthily approached the Papal Palace. The closer they drew to the city center, the broader the streets became, the architecture more grandiose, and the oppressive atmosphere increasingly intense. Finally, they halted before a vast plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a towering statue, reaching a height of 100 meters. The statue depicted an angel with 6 wings, wielding a holy sword, its visage imposing. It was the deity venerated by the Spirit Hall. At the far end of the plaza loomed the legendary Papal Palace, a palace constructed of pure white jade, its spire piercing the clouds, adorned with a colossal red gem that radiated a faint glow. That is the Papal Palace. Tang San's voice trembled imperceptibly. Activating his purple extreme magic eyes to penetrate the palace's defenses, he found the barriers formidable. He could only discern the first layer of the array. However, Chu Zhao's attention was not on the Papal Palace, but rather on the base of the angel statue. There, he noticed an inscription etched in ancient script, surrounded by a faint energy fluctuation that resonated peculiarly with the soul power of the river of oblivion within him. The inscription made his pupils constrict. It was a variant of a purification array, albeit tampered with, infused with energy designed to suppress evil spirit masters. As Tang Xin leaned in for a closer look, he indeed discerned subtle distortions hidden within the strokes of the inscriptions. Had the Spirit Hall tampered with the angelic statue? What could their intentions be? Perhaps it was not merely aimed at the evil spirit masters. The soul power emanating from Chu Zhao's fingertips pulsed gently, exerting a suppressive force effective against all soul masters lacking angelic spirits, albeit with varying degrees of intensity. Prolonged presence near the square would inevitably lead to a gradual stagnation of soul power. At that moment, 3 powerful fluctuations of soul power emerged from behind, indicating that their pursuers had recognized their intentions and ceased to conceal themselves. Esteemed guests, the Hall of the Pope is not a place you may casually intrude upon. A chilling voice intoned. Tang San and Chu Xiao swiftly turned to see 3 soul Douluos clad in black robes materializing behind them. The leader was none other than Zhu Dela's confidant, Zhu Feng, a disciple of Zhu Yuiguan, the source of the chrysanthemum fragrance sensed earlier at the city gate. It appears our welcoming ceremony has come a bit early. Tang San clenched his fists, the blue-silver grass quietly gathering energy in anticipation. However, Chu Xiao pulled him back slightly, offering a faint smile to Zhu Feng. We are merely curious. Since you do not permit us to observe, we shall take our leave. With that, he grasped Tang San and turned to depart, moving with a swiftness that left Zhu Feng and his companions momentarily stunned. After them, Zhu Feng bellowed in anger, leading his companions in pursuit. In the depths of night, 2 figures deftly navigated the rooftops, pursued unrelentingly by 3 dark shadows. Chu Xiao and Tang San exhibited impeccable teamwork, occasionally diverging to evade attacks, then converging to counter-strike, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain to gradually increase the distance between them and their pursuers. Tang San nodded, and the blue-silver grass erupted forth, transforming into numerous tendrils that ensnared the pursuing foes. Let us leave them a parting gift. The tendrils, imbued with potent paralyzing toxins, though somewhat ineffective against soul Douluos, successfully hindered their speed. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao and Tang San leaped from the rooftops, blending into the narrow alleys cloaked in darkness. After several twists and turns, they completely eluded their pursuers. Upon returning to the inn, both were slightly breathless. It seems the depths of the Spirit City are more profound than we had imagined. Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the unusual movements of the angelic statue, the defenses of the Hall of the Pope, and the omnipresent surveillance. This is only the beginning. Chu Xiao gazed out the window towards the brightly lit Hall of the Pope, his expression profound. I fear Bai Dong's welcoming gesture may extend beyond mere pleasantries. We must swiftly locate the others from our academy to gather more information. Tang San nodded. Tomorrow, I will reach out to the team from the Tiando Empire. You can investigate the situation in the Xingluo Empire? Agreed. As the night deepened, the lights of the Spirit City resembled countless eyes, scrutinizing every corner of the city. In Shrek's quarters, the lamps extinguished one by one, yet no one truly succumbed to slumber. Within the Hall of the Pope, Bai Dong listened to Zhu Feng's report, her fingers gently tapping the armrest of her throne. They have uncovered the secret of the angelic statue? Indeed, Your Holiness, Zhu Feng bowed. Chu Xiao appears quite familiar with the inscription formations, and his soul power is peculiar, resonating with the statue. A cold smile crept upon Bai Dong's lips. Indeed. They are not to be underestimated. It seems the time has come for them to reunite with an old acquaintance. She waved her hand, summoned Davis and Yu Tianxin. Zhu Feng was taken aback. Your Holiness, are you suggesting that the Star Luo Empire and the Thunder Academy should first meet with Shrek's little mice? Bai Dong's voice carried a hint of amusement. I am curious to see if Chu Xiao and Tang San can protect their companions. Chapter 28. Uninvited guests and old fractures. The queue at the registration desk moved sluggishly, the air thick with the aura of soul power from various academies. Akin to water simmering before boiling, subtly tinged with anxiety. Following his gaze, Tang San observed 2 familiar figures at the registration booth engaged in a dispute with the staff. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun from the Star Luo Academy. Why impose a limit on the number of participants? Our Star Luo Academy submitted our roster long ago. Why the sudden demand to reduce it by 2? Davis's voice was laced with suppressed anger, while Zhu Zhuyun beside him wore a frosty expression, her gaze slicing through the staff like a blade. The staff member, a middle-aged soul master, was sweating profusely yet remained unyielding. This is a new regulation issued by the Spirit Hall. The number of participants from each academy cannot exceed 7, purportedly to ensure fairness in the competition. Fairness? Davis sneered. It seems someone is targeting us. At that moment, a languid voice interjected, Oh, isn't this the Prince of Star Luo? Why engage in a spat with a mere clerk? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? The crowd turned to see Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy approaching with several students, his gaze sweeping over Davis with unabashed hostility. Rules are rules. Does the Star Luo Empire expect special treatment? Davis, this is none of your concern. Davis scowled. Spare us your sarcasm. How can it not be my concern? Yu Tianxin stepped forward, unleashing his soul power. The new regulation applies to everyone. Are you suggesting that your Star Luo Empire is above reproach? As tensions escalated and it seemed the two were on the verge of confrontation, the head of the registration desk hurried over, a white-haired elder exuding soul power at the soul Douluo level. Please calm down, gentlemen. This regulation was personally decreed by His Holiness, and I ask that you abide by it. Should there be any objections, you may appeal to the Spirit Hall after the competition. Davis glared at the elder, ultimately snorting in disdain before turning to leave. As he passed by Shrek's group, his gaze landed on Dai Mubai, his expression a complex blend of hatred, contempt, and a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Tang San gently touched his arm, whispering, "Stay calm." Once the Star Luo Academy members had distanced themselves, Yu Tianxin's attention shifted to Shrek's group, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, aren't these the country bumpkins from Shrek? What brings you here? Just to make up the numbers?" The crowd gaped as a boy in Shrek's uniform emerged from the throng, his features handsome, none other than Huang Yuan, who had remained at the academy to attend to personal matters. "Huang Yuan, what are you doing here?" Flander frowned. "Weren't you told to? Teacher, I received word that the competition rules had changed and was concerned everyone might need assistance. So I came," Huang Yuan replied with a smile, his gaze swiftly scanning the group before finally resting on Chu Xiao, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Chu Xiao felt a stir in his heart. Huang Yuan's soul power seemed peculiar, considerably stronger than when he had left, yet imbued with a discordant stagnation, as though it were the result of a forced enhancement. Yu Tianxin suddenly smiled upon seeing Huang Yuan. "So, you have an undercover agent in Seoul City? Truly, my young brother here has worked hard to give us advance notice," revealing that Shrek has concealed a trump card capable of countering toxins. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. Huang Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. "Brother Yu, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I did not. Yu Tianxin produced a soul transmission device, stating, "This is the message you sent me yesterday," stating that Chu Xiao and Tang San acquired the antidote to all poisons at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and that their soul bones can neutralize any toxin. "So, do you now wish to deny it?" The gazes of Shrek's members instantly fixated on Huang Yuan, filled with shock and indignation. "Huang Yuan," Oscar exclaimed, rendered speechless. Having always regarded Huang Yuan as a brother, Huang Yuan's face turned pale as he shook his head repeatedly. "No, it is not true. They forced me." "Forced you?" A chilling voice emerged from the crowd as Jiyuguan approached, accompanied by several soul masters clad in black. "Huang Yuan, you voluntarily joined the Spirit Hall's inspection team. How can you make such claims?" Upon seeing Jiyuguan, Huang Yuan trembled violently, as though confronted with something terrifying. Chu Xiao suddenly spoke, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Your family is in the hands of the Spirit Hall." Huang Yuan's entire body stiffened as he looked up at Chu Xiao, his eyes filled with despair. Jiyuguan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, young friend Chu Xiao is astute. Huang Yuan's parents are peripheral officials of the Spirit Hall. They made a minor error recently and were meant to have their powers stripped and be expelled from the sect. However," he continued, "if Huang Yuan is willing to make a contribution, they can naturally be reinstated. Do you threaten a child with his family?" Tang San's voice was frigid, as blue-silver grass silently spread at his feet. "Threaten?" Jiyuguan maintained his smile. "This is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yet you, Shrek Academy, possess such a treasure as the antidote to all poisons and do not report it to the Spirit Hall. Do you intend to keep it hidden?" His voice suddenly rose, and the surrounding academy students turned their attention, casting peculiar glances at Shrek. "We do not possess the antidote to all poisons." Yu Xiaojing stepped forward, speaking solemnly. "Elder Dugu Bo has already relocated it. Why must Ju Douluo feign ignorance?" This was clearly a trap. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. "Ju Douluo, what great authority you wield, even forcibly detaining participating students." Everyone turned to see the team from the Tiando Imperial Academy approaching, led by Prince Xueping, flanked by Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan walked beside Tang San and whispered, "My grandfather asked me to convey a message. Under the statue, no soul master of the angels shall approach." Tang San's heart jolted. It was evident that Dugu Bo had uncovered the secret of the angel statue. Xueping stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Jiyuguan. "Ju Douluo, with the competition imminent, detaining participating students without cause may not align with protocol. If word spreads that the Spirit Hall fears the students of Shrek, it would surely tarnish its reputation." Jiyuguan narrowed his eyes, having not anticipated Xueping's intervention. Although the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall appeared harmonious on the surface, undercurrents of tension stirred beneath. Xueping's words carried weight. Should they forcibly take away Chu Xiao and Tang San, it would backfire. Since His Highness the Prince intercedes, then let it be. In the cold, biting winds of October, Zhu Yueguan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Yuan, remarking that this traitor ought to be dealt with by them. Huang Yuan lay crumpled on the ground, pale as death. Suddenly, Chu Xiao interjected, insisting that he be spared. Zhu Yueguan raised an eyebrow, questioning Chu Zhao's intentions. He is a student of Shrek, having erred. It is our duty to handle him. Chu Xiao, gazing at Huang Yuan, added, he claimed to be coerced. There may be hidden circumstances. If the Spirit Hall truly wishes to investigate, it would be prudent to wait until the competition concludes and present evidence then. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The surrounding students murmured, clearly favoring the notion of evidence. Zhu Yueguan's expression shifted, ultimately conceding with a cold snort. Very well. I shall grant the prince and you, Chu Xiao, this favor. But do not presume this will allow you to evade consequences. Your secrets will inevitably be revealed in the competition. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the tumult temporarily quelled. No one dared speak further at the registration desk. The Shrek group silently completed their formalities, leading the distraught Huang Yuan away from the crowd. Upon returning to the inn and shutting the door, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming, Huang Yuan, do you not feel remorse? We considered you a brother, yet you. Huang Yuan suddenly broke down. Weeping uncontrollably, they have captured my parents, threatening that if I do not comply, they will strip them of their spirit power, condemning them to a fate worse than death. How did they know about the antidote to the myriad poisons? Tang Xin pressed. Did they also learn of our shared spirit bones? Huang Yuan choked out. It was Feng Xiaoyan. He mentioned seeing you near the Eye of Ice and Fire, deducing that you had gained something beneficial, and coerced me into gathering information. Later, individuals from the Spirit Hall approached me, offering me pills to enhance my spirit power, while also controlling my parents. Chu Zhao's expression grew grave. Feng Xiaoyan has seen us? When? Xiao Wu's face paled, instinctively covering her ears. Tang Xin felt a weight descend upon his heart. Feng Xiaoyan not only recognized them, but had also noted Xiao Wu's distinctive features, her vulnerability as a soft-boned charm rabbit. What else did he say? Chu Xiao pressed. He mentioned that Lady Xiao Wu's aura was unique, reminiscent of an ancient document from the Spirit Hall that described the characteristics of a 10,000-year spirit beast transforming into humanoid form. Boom. This revelation struck like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present. Xiao Wu's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tang Xin instinctively shielded her, his gaze frostier than ice. Feng Xiaoyan is aware. He did not explicitly state it, but his gaze was peculiar, urging me to pay closer attention to Lady Xiao Wu. Huang Yuan's voice dwindled. The inn fell into a heavy silence, pierced only by the distant footsteps of patrolling knights, echoing in the hearts of everyone present. Yu Xiaojang abruptly rose, his face etched with utmost seriousness. This is dire. If Feng Xiaoyan informs the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu will be in grave danger. The Spirit Hall has always regarded those who can transform into 10,000-year spirit beasts with lethal intent. He trailed off. Yet all understood his implication. To kill without hesitation and seize spirit rings and bones. We must leave immediately with Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai urged. It is too late. Chu Xiao shook his head. The spirit city is undoubtedly rife with spies. The moment we depart, we will reveal ourselves. Tang Xin inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. We can only gamble now. Feng Xiaoyan may not immediately disclose this secret to the Spirit Hall. He likely intends to wield it as a lethal blow against us during the competition. Even if he remains silent, the Spirit Hall may already harbor suspicions. Yu Xiaojang is deeply troubled. Huang Yuan's incident is merely the beginning, and they will undoubtedly target us next, especially Xiao Wu. Suddenly, Xiao Wu raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her resolve was unwavering. I will not leave. I cannot allow my presence to render everyone else's efforts futile. She cast a glance at Tang San, affirming, I trust my brother San, and I believe in everyone. Tang San firmly grasped her hand, the warmth radiating from his palm offering her a semblance of solace. Chu Xiao turned his gaze towards the window, where the ruby atop the Pope's palace shimmered in the sunlight, resembling an observing eye. It seems we must act preemptively, he murmured, rather than waiting passively. It is wiser to take the initiative. How do we strike? Dai Mubai inquired. Chu Xiao's gaze fell upon the direction of Angel Square. Huang Yuan mentioned that Dugabo warned us to steer clear of the statue, as it suppresses non-angelic spirit masters. The inscription on the angel statue has been tampered with. He paused, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. If I am not mistaken, beneath that statue lies the greatest secret of the Spirit Hall, perhaps the key to rapidly enhancing a spirit master's soul power. If we can destroy that, the Spirit Hall's plans will be thrown into disarray, granting us the opportunity to locate Feng Xiaoyan, retrieve that dossier, or silence him permanently. This audacious plan bordered on madness, yet it ignited a flicker of hope within everyone. Tang Xin looked at Chu Xiao, and both pairs of eyes sparkled with determination. All right, Tang Xin nodded. Tonight, we will reconnoiter Angel Square. As night descended once more, the lights of Spirit City remained cold. However, this time, the members of Shrek were not merely filled with anxiety. There was also a resolute determination to fight against the odds. Beneath the surface, not only were there conspiracies, but also the impending flames of war, ignited by a coerced student and a secret regarding a 10,000-year spirit beast. Within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong listened to Feng Xiaoyan's report, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent. That Xiao Wu indeed poses a problem. Remember, do not alert the enemy. Unmask her identity before everyone during the finals. I want all to witness Tang San's disgrace in opposing the entire spirit hall for the sake of a spirit beast. Feng Xiaotian bowed in compliance. Though a barely perceptible flicker of doubt crossed his gaze, he felt an uncanny connection between the name Chu Xiao and a genius who had been expelled from the spirit hall years ago. Chapter 29. The Truth Beneath the Statue and Double Betrayal. Chu Xiao and Tang San evaded the patrol's sight and stealthily ascended to the rooftop once more. Unlike before, this time Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing had also joined them. Both were adept at speed and concealment, particularly Zhu Shiqing, whose nethercat spirit could nearly meld with the shadows in the night. Has Huang Yuan made the necessary arrangements? Tang Xin whispered. Chu Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Huang Yuan's resolute departure seemed genuine, yet the dangers lurking in Spirit City were palpable. What could a spirit master of the soul sect level accomplish? Do not overthink it. Let us focus on our own tasks. Tang Xin gently patted his shoulder, his purple extreme demon eye piercing through the darkness, locking onto the direction of Angel Square. Surrounding the square were at least 2 squads of Soul Saint level guards, indicating that the Spirit Hall was indeed quite concerned about that statue. This was discovered during her recent detour for reconnaissance. The 4 exchanged glances and silently moved towards the southeast corner. The drainage passage was narrow and damp, permeated with the scent of rust. Occasionally, runes could be seen etched into the walls, resembling the inscriptions on the statue's pedestal, albeit in a more rudimentary form. These runes had the ability to absorb external soul power, channeling it into the statue. As Chu Zhao's fingertips brushed against the runes, a momentary ripple of black emerged upon contact with the river of soul's energy. It was indeed an absorption array, with the spirit hall utilizing the soul power of the entire city to nourish the entity beneath the statue. After traversing approximately 100 meters down the passage, faint light and voices reached them. The 4 immediately concealed their presence, inching along the wall cautiously. At the end of the passage lay a spacious underground chamber, at the center of which stood a colossal crystal pillar, enveloped in a viscous purple liquid, with countless tiny specks of light floating within, exuding an aura both sacred and eerie. At the pinnacle of the crystal pillar, it connected to the base of the angel statue. 3 elderly men clad in white robes were busily engaged before the crystal pillar, sweat beading on their foreheads as they formed seals with their hands, continuously infusing their soul power into the pillar. It is still insufficient. We must complete the final refinement tonight, or the sacrificial ceremony tomorrow cannot proceed, the leading elder rasped. But elder, our soul power is nearly depleted, another elder said weakly. Hold on. This is the command of His Holiness the Pope, the leader admonished sharply. As long as the ceremony is successful, the inheritance of the angel deity will take a crucial step forward, and we shall all receive the God-given soul rings. The hearts of the 4 hidden in the shadows trembled violently. God-given soul rings? The inheritance of the angel deity? Tang Xin suddenly recalled the words spoken by his father. Tang Hao about the spirit hall secretly conducting the inheritance ceremony of the angel deity. Could it be happening here? Just then, Zhu Shiqing tugged at Dai Mubai's sleeve, pointing toward a cage on the side of the crystal pillar. Within the cage huddled a dozen ragged individuals, their eyes tightly shut and faces pale, their soul power being drawn away by some device flowing through pipes into the crystal pillar. They are soul masters, Dai Mubai whispered fiercely, anger flashing in his eyes. They are using living beings for sacrifice. Yet, Chu Zhao's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in the corner of the cage. Despite his frailty, there was a faint resemblance to Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan's father, Chu Xiao murmured. Tang Xin immediately understood. Huang Yuan's notion of redemption was to rescue his father? Just as this thought arose, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the passage, followed by Huang Yuan's voice, tinged with anguish. Father, mother, I have come to save you. He had truly barged in, wielding a short knife of unknown origin, aimed at the chains of the cage. Seeking death, the white-robed elder, in the midst of casting a spell, shouted angrily, striking towards Huang Yuan with a backhanded palm. Huang Yuan had no time to react, and just as he was about to be struck, a shadow suddenly dashed out from the side, positioning itself in front of him. With a muffled grunt, the shadowy figure was sent flying, revealing it to be Huang Yuan's father. He had managed to break free from his restraints, using the last vestiges of his strength to shield his son. "Father!" Huang Yuan cried, embracing his father, tears streaming down his face. The three elderly figures in white robes were utterly enraged, abandoning the crystal pillar and lunging towards the father and son. "Attack!" Tang Xin commanded sharply. As the blue-silver grass surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly ensnaring the legs of two of the elders, Chu Xiao darted forward, his Nether River soul power transforming into lethal claws aimed directly at the leading elder. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. The spectral white tiger, a colossal tiger silhouette roaring as it charged towards the cage, shattering the chains. "They are from Shrek." The leading elder was both shocked and furious. "Quick, send the signal." One elder freed himself from the blue-silver grass's grasp and raised his hand to crush the signal flare, only to be pierced through the wrist by a cold light, Zhu Zhuqing's nether strike. Amidst the chaos, Huang Yuan helped his father to his feet and shouted to Chu Xiao and the others, "Thank you. Hurry and take them away. There's a secret passage at the end of the tunnel." The others in the cage also realized the situation and began to flee towards the secret passage. Seeing the tide turn, the leading elder suddenly bit down on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the crystal pillar. The purple liquid within the pillar instantly boiled, emanating a terrifying pressure that forcibly repelled Chu Xiao's attack. "With my essence blood as the catalyst, the sacrifice shall commence." The elder cackled wildly, declaring that even in death, he would take them down with him. Suddenly, the angel statue atop the crystal pillar erupted with blinding light, and the entire plaza began to tremble violently, fissures opening in the ground as countless points of soul power converged from all directions, flooding into the crystal pillar. "This is bad." P.S. forcefully activating the ritual. Tang San's expression changed dramatically. If this continued, the entire Soul Master City would be consumed by energy backlash. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, as his Nether River soul power and the ice and fire duality bone surged within him, intertwining into a swirling vortex of black and white in his palm. "Dai Mubai, take them away. Tang San and I will hold them off." "But you all," Tang San barked, as the blue-silver grass grew wildly, weaving into a massive net around the crystal pillar in an attempt to contain the energy leakage. Gritting his teeth, Dai Mubai lifted the injured Huang father and shouted at Huang Yuan, "Keep up." Zhu Zhuqing also pulled two weakened soul masters towards the secret passage. The light from the crystal pillar grew ever more intense, the purple liquid beginning to seep through the cracks, eroding the ground into smoking pits. "This is not divine energy. It's poison." Tang Xin suddenly realized they had crafted a false divine soul ring using the body of myriad poisons. Chu Xiao also detected the anomaly. Although the energy within the crystal pillar bore the fluctuations of angelic soul power, its core was saturated with a toxicity akin to Douluo's green phosphor purple poison, only more domineering. "It's the poison from the Eye of Ice and Fire," Chu Xiao exclaimed. They've located the Eye of Ice and Fire and stolen the poison spring. No wonder the Spirit Hall is so concerned with the nemesis of myriad poisons. They need the poison spring to forge false divine soul rings, and the nemesis of myriad poisons is their bane. The leading elder had already been consumed by the energy, merging into the crystal pillar as a beam of light. The cracks on the surface of the pillar multiplied, and it was on the verge of explosion. "Break!" As Chu Xiao and Tang Sen simultaneously roared, they infused their formidable soul power into the attacking Nether River Black Flame and Tang San's blue-silver Overlord Spear, merging them into a singular black and white spear that fiercely pierced towards the base of the crystal pillar. With a thunderous crash, the crystal pillar erupted, and purple venom surged forth, only to be purified into harmless specks of light upon contact with the black and white spear. The ground of the plaza trembled violently, the angel statue swayed slightly, and the inscriptions on the base dimmed entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao and Tang Sen leaped out of the underground space, landing at the edge of the plaza. At this moment, the spirit city had descended into chaos, alarms blaring as countless soul masters rushed toward the plaza. "Withdraw." The two no longer lingered in battle, turning to flee toward the exit of the secret passage. However, just a few steps ahead, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was Huang Yuan. Standing under the moonlight, his face devoid of the previous panic, his gaze was eerily calm. "You haven't left?" Tang Sen furrowed his brows. "Why?" Chu Xiao's voice was icy. Huang Yuan laughed, a hint of madness in his smile. "Because I have realized that aligning with the Spirit Hall promises a brighter future than following you." He waved his other hand, revealing a golden token. "The Pope has said that as long as I lead you here, not only will my parents regain their status, but I can also directly become a core disciple of the Spirit Hall and receive a divine soul ring. Your tears earlier were all an act? Tang San's heart plummeted. Half true, half false. Huang Yuan tucked the token away. My father truly protects me, but he is too foolish to understand the greatness of the Spirit Hall. As for you, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Why is it that you can earn the teacher's attention the moment you arrive? Why do you get to seize the opportunity of the eyes of ice and fire? I have endured enough. It turned out that the so-called coercion was merely an excuse. The true betrayal stemmed from jealousy. Tang San closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, only a chilling murderous intent remained. At that moment, Huang Yuan's expression shifted suddenly as he looked down in disbelief, a strand of blue-silver grass silently piercing through his heart. You. Tang San did not speak. He merely withdrew the blue-silver grass. Huang Yuan collapsed to the ground, his eyes still reflecting unwillingness and shock. Chu Xiao patted Tang San's shoulder, sharing a wordless understanding. They both knew that in this moment, softness of heart was the greatest cruelty to oneself. In the distance, the aura of a tidal Douluo approached. It was Zhu Yueguan and Ghost Douluo. Go. The two no longer hesitated, leaping into a nearby alley, vanishing into the night. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a shadow emerged beside Huang Yuan's corpse, picking up the golden token with a cold smile. The shadow removed its hood, revealing a face strikingly similar to Huang Yuan's, his twin brother, Huang Jin. Brother, I shall take your credit. With that, he turned and dashed toward the Pope's palace, ready to present the token along with the news of the Shrek destruction ritual to Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Inn, Yu Xiaojing anxiously awaited. He watched the sky brighten outside the window, a wave of intense unease swelling in his heart. Chapter 30. The undercurrents and hidden fangs. Before dawn, the oppressive presence of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo loomed over Angel Square like dark clouds, enveloping the surroundings. Chu Xiao and Tang San swiftly navigated through the shadows of an alley, activating the perceptive powers of the purple extreme demon eyes and the soul power of the river of Hades to elude the approaching soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Their arrival was alarmingly swift, as if they had been lying in wait nearby. Tang San murmured, allowing the blue-silver grass to subtly extend from his fingertips. Sensing the movements ahead, Huang Yuan's betrayal might not merely stem from his own volition. Chu Xiao nodded, recalling the venomous gaze Huang Yuan had cast at the end. Jealousy may indeed have been genuine, but the ability to accurately discern their movements, even timing the explosion of the crystal pillar to summon a tidal Douluo, undoubtedly indicated the presence of a manipulative force behind him. The duo turned into a secluded alley, where discarded wooden crates provided temporary concealment. Leaning against the cold wall, Chu Xiao steadied his breath, his gaze sweeping over the alley entrance. The golden token Huang Yuan had brandished earlier was a mark of the core deacon of the Spirit Hall. How could a Shrek Academy student possibly obtain such an item? Unless Tang San's expression hardened. Someone had already infiltrated our ranks, subtly guiding him toward betrayal. This thought sent a chill down their spines. The members of Shrek had shared countless days and nights together, fostering trust among one another. The consequences of an internal traitor would be dire. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Instantly, Chu Xiao and Tang San tensed, only to see a small figure stumbling into view. It was Oscar, who was responsible for the external support. We're fine, Tang San said, accepting the sausage from Oscar. Huang Yuan has betrayed us. Oscar was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. Although Huang Yuan can be stubborn, he is not that kind of person. Tang San nodded, his purple extreme demon eyes shifting toward the inn's direction, where he detected several concealed fluctuations of soul power. We should head to Ningfengji. The seven-treasure glazed tile school has a secret stronghold in Spirit City, which is relatively safe. The three immediately altered their course, stealthily proceeding towards a residence in the western part of the city, concealed by the morning mist. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Pope, Bibian sat regally upon the papal throne, her opulent purple and gold robe cascading to the floor, her face obscured by a menacing mask. Huang Jin knelt before her, raising the golden token high, his voice quivering with just the right amount of tension. Your Holiness, Tang San and Chu Xiao from Shrek Academy have infiltrated Angel Square to disrupt the sacrificial ceremony. My nephew, Huang Yuan, attempted to intervene but unfortunately fell victim to their attack. His voice trembled with emotion, portraying himself as a witness to his brother's tragic death, a fortunate survivor. Bibidin's gaze settled upon the token, her fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. After a moment of silence, her voice emerged, cold and metallic. You say they recognized the poison within the crystal pillar? Yes, Huang Jin replied hastily. My nephew, hidden in the shadows. Overheard them mention the ice and fire duality eyes and the poison conqueror. Excellent. A cold smile crept across Bibidin's lips. revealing that those two youngsters knew more than she had anticipated. She waved her hand dismissively. You may leave. I shall remember your brother's contributions, and from this day forth, you shall be the core deacon of the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Your Holiness. Huang Jin exclaimed, elated, bowing deeply before exiting the hall of the Pope. As the gates closed, Bibi Dong removed the mask from her face, revealing a visage that was half enchanting and half decayed. She approached the window, gazing at the pale light of dawn illuminating the horizon, her eyes flickering with a complex glimmer. Yu Xiaojiang, your student possesses a greater adaptability than you, alas. He has chosen the wrong side. From the shadows, the Ju Douluo and the ghost Douluo silently emerged. Your Majesty, shall I proceed to capture Tang San and Chu Xiao now? The Ju Douluo inquired. There is no need, Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head. Though the ritual has been disrupted, the core source of poison has already merged with the statue. The consecration ceremony will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Since they are aware of the toxic spring, they will undoubtedly find a way to inform Ning Fengji. We merely need to lie in wait. She paused momentarily, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Issue an order for a citywide hunt for the remnants of Shrek. The greater the commotion, the better. I want everyone to know the fate that befalls those who betray the Spirit Hall. Understood. The two-titled Douluo acknowledged, vanishing once more into the shadows. In a secret stronghold in the western part of the city, Ning Fengji listened intently to Tang San's account, his fan suspended in midair, his expression grave. To refine the source of poison using living subjects, masquerading as a divine bestowed spirit ring? The ambitions of the Spirit Hall have reached a level of madness. Ning Fengji sighed. The purple liquid within the crystal pillar must be concocted from the toxic spring of the ice and fire yin yang I, blended with angelic soul power. It can mimic the aura of deities while corroding the meridians. Once infused into a soul master, it may temporarily enhance their strength, yet will inevitably lead to their demise within months. A chill ran down Chu Zhao's spine. Do they intend to mass-produce such toxic rings? It is highly plausible. Ning Fengji nodded. During the consecration ceremony, the Spirit Hall will appoint a new batch of elders. If they utilize these toxic rings to augment their powers, both the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family will face immense peril. Tang San clenched his fists. We must thwart their plans. It is a daunting task. Ning Fengji shook his head. The Spirit City is currently under tight security, with more than 5 titled Douluo present. We cannot approach the Pope's palace at all. He cast a glance at Tang San. Your father, Tang Hao, once mentioned that the site of the angelic deity's legacy lies beneath the Pope's palace, where the protective force of the angel deity resides. Even titled Douluo would find it exceedingly difficult to forcibly breach that stronghold. Suddenly, Chu Xiao recalled the runes in the underground space that absorbed soul power. What if we could dismantle the entire city's soul power absorption array? He proposed. Should the source of poison beneath the statue be deprived of soul power nourishment, the potency of the ceremony would be significantly diminished. Such an endeavor is easier said than done, Ning Fengji remarked with a bitter smile. Those runes are spread throughout the city, interconnected with the angelic domain. Unless we can locate the core of the array, it would be impossible to destroy it. And the core is likely situated within the Pope's palace. A heavy silence fell over the room. Outside, the shouts of Spirit Hall soldiers echoed, signaling that the citywide hunt had commenced. At that moment, Ning Rongrong dashed out from the inner chamber, her face pale. Father, news has come that Huang Yuan's parents were publicly executed by the Spirit Hall, accused of being allies of Shrek. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged glances, both recognizing the chill within each other's eyes. The Spirit Hall was deliberately provoking them, forcing them to reveal themselves. And there was even worse to come. Ning Rongrong's eyes were tinged with red. Master had just sent word that the Spirit Hall had issued a warrant for their arrest, accusing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School of colluding with Shrek Academy to subvert the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, it was announced that they would be publicly judged during the divine ceremony. Ning Fengji abruptly rose, snapping his fan shut with a decisive clap. But Bidong was clearly intent on severing all pretense of peace. He had endeavored to maintain a fa-ade of harmony between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Yet he had not anticipated such an eager escalation from the other side. Time was slipping away. Ning Fengji shook his head. The city gates had been closed since earlier, and all who sought to enter or exit were subjected to rigorous scrutiny. To venture out now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Chu Xiao approached the window. Observing the increasing number of silver-armored knights on the streets, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. If escape was not an option, then they must fight. He turned to the others and spoke slowly. The Spirit Hall's objective is the poison source and the divine ceremony. If we can destroy the core of the poison source before the ceremony begins, their plans will be utterly thwarted. But how do we gain access to the Pope's Hall? Oscar inquired. Chu Xiao glanced at Tang San. Sensing the convergence of the purple extreme demon eye and the nether river soul power in the air, perhaps we can proceed through the underground. He recalled the runes connected to the angelic statues in the underground passage, all the soul power of the city converging towards those statues. The base of the statue was the key to accessing the inheritance beneath the Pope's Hall. I know of a route, Tang San interjected, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The place where my mother was imprisoned has a secret passage that leads directly to the underground of the Pope's Hall. However, it is heavily guarded, and my father's enemies still linger there. He referred to Qin Xuanji, although the latter was long deceased. The remnants of the angelic deity's power and the spirit hall's most vital defenses surely remained. Ning Fengji observed the unwavering resolve in the eyes of the two young men and suddenly smiled. Excellent. Though the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may not excel in combat, we are never averse to facing challenges. Rongrong, relay the message to prepare those at the stronghold to cooperate with their actions. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded immediately. Outside the window, the first rays of sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, illuminating the spires of Spirit City. Yet, this light did not bring warmth. Instead, it felt like the final calm before a storm. Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the nether river soul power, feeling the tremor of the ice and fire bones within him. He knew that the upcoming endeavor would be fraught with peril. What they were unaware of was that in a corner of the inn, Yu Xiaojiang was staring at a shattered token in his hand. It was the last message from his informant within the Spirit Hall, containing only 3 words, beware of him. Chapter 31, Shadows in the depths of the secret passage, and the blade of reunion. The night was as dark as ink, temporarily swallowing the clamor of Spirit City. In the backyard of the secret stronghold in the west of the city, an unremarkable bluestone slab was quietly moved aside, revealing a pitch-black entrance to the passage below. This secret passage had been inadvertently discovered by his mother years ago. Apart from her and his father, no one else should know the precise route. Tang San ignited a specially crafted luminous herb, the faint green glow illuminating his taut profile. But the passage was fraught with intricate mechanisms and the Spirit Hall's soul power monitoring formations, demanding utmost caution. Chu Xiao concentrated the nether river soul power at his fingertips, forming a delicate wisp of black mist. My soul power can temporarily mask our presence. Follow me closely. Ning Fengji gently placed his hand on the shoulders of the two individuals, as the 7-treasure glazed tower materialized quietly in his palm. 2 radiant beams of light cascaded down upon them. The amplification had been activated, maintaining communication. We will create chaos outside to draw attention. The passage was narrow and damp, the air thick with the musty scent of long-sealed decay. The glow of the fluorescent grass illuminated only a few meters ahead, while the stone walls on either side were enshrouded in cobwebs, with startled poisonous insects scurrying away in fright. The stone walls here resonated with soul energy fluctuations. Chu Xiao abruptly halted, his fingertips brushed against the wall, sensing a mechanism. Should the soul power exceed level 30, it would trigger. Tang San's expression sharpened as he retrieved several specially crafted fine needles from the 24 bridge moonlit night. With these, he could temporarily sever the transmission of soul energy. He skillfully inserted the needles into the crevices of the stone wall, and indeed, the faint fluctuations ceased. The two continued onward at an exceedingly cautious pace. The purple extreme demon eye and the river of Hades perception alternated in their function, akin to 2 stealthy nocturnal creatures, evading hidden traps, poison tilting plates, concealed compartments capable of launching hundreds of crossbow bolts, and even a mental interference array mimicking the roars of soul beasts. Ahead lay a fork in the path. Tang San gestured toward the front, where the glow of the fluorescent grass revealed 3 deep passages. His mother had once advised him to take the far-right path, as the left 2 were dead ends, leading to soul-devouring miasma. However, Chu Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow. His river of Hades soul power seemed to sense something. Reaching towards the middle passage. Wait, there is a living presence here. Tang San's heart raced, as he activated the purple extreme demon eye to its fullest, piercing through the darkness. Indeed, deep within the middle passage, a vague figure huddled, its life force faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Who could it be? Tang San whispered, as the blue-silver grass quietly extended toward the figure, only to be repelled by an invisible force upon nearing it. Is this a barrier of angelic soul power? Chu Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise, and it appeared exceedingly weak, as if on the brink of collapse. They exchanged glances, deciding to investigate further. Cautiously stepping into the middle passage, as they drew closer, the outline of the figure became increasingly distinct. It was an elderly man clad in tattered white robes, his hair grizzled, face lined with wrinkles, eyes tightly shut, and his chest rising and falling feebly. surrounded by a faint golden aura. Is it him? Tang Xin gasped in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock. Chu Xiao turned to him. Do you know him? Douluo, the guardian of the angel god, an old friend of my grandfather, and one of the indirect culprits behind my mother's demise. Tang San's voice was laden with restrained hatred. How could he be here? With his strength, who could confine him in this manner? Douluo seemed to awaken at the sound, slowly opening his eyes. Those were once commanding eyes that had surveyed the continent with authority, now devoid of luster, leaving only an abyss of exhaustion and suffering. The voice of Douluo, son of Tang Hao, was hoarse as a broken gong. You have finally arrived. How did you end up like this? Tang Xin asked warily, as the blue-silver grass swirled around him, poised for an attack. Douluo offered a bitter smile, raising his emaciated hand to point at his own chest. There, the robe had torn open, revealing a patch of charred skin, from which black liquid seeped continuously, corroding the fabric around it. The poison bestowed upon me by Bibi Dong is a treacherous concoction. Douluo gasped for breath. Having mixed the toxic spring of the ice and fire Tuyin eyes with the formidable power of the Rakshasa god, thus obliterating my angel soul power core. A shiver runs through Chu Xiao's heart. The Rakshasa god? Has she begun to inherit the divine position of the Rakshasa? Fear flickers in Douluo's eyes. She is swifter than I had anticipated. For years, she has been plotting in the shadows, utilizing the divine ceremony to gather the soul power of soul masters, all in a bid to nourish the divinity of the Rakshasa god. Those sources of poison serve not only to create puppets, but also as offerings required by the Rakshasa god. Tang San furrows his brow, questioning. Why are you divulging this to me? We share no camaraderie. Because only you can thwart her, Douluo replies, his gaze fixed on Tang San, imbued with a complex sense of hope. You have inherited the blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer, and you possess clues to the ice and fire Tuyin eyes. The antidote to that toxic spring may very well lie within your grasp. On what basis should I trust you? Tang Xin retorts coldly. At that moment, a violent tremor reverberates from outside the passage, accompanied by the clamor of metal colliding. This is bad. They have discovered us. Chu Xiao's expression shifts dramatically. It is the people from the spirit hall. A look of grim determination flashes in Douluo's eyes. You must flee. Take the right passage. At the end lies the dungeon of the papal hall, which harbors the entrance to the place of inheritance. I can hold them off for a while longer. Suddenly, a golden aura envelopes him, surging forth, elevating his previously weakened presence, albeit still tinged with evident frailty, to emanate the oppressive might of a titled Douluo. Go. Chu Xiao pulls him along, and the two hastily dash toward the right passage. Behind them, Douluo's furious roar and the thunderous clash of soul skills echo, accompanied by a chilling female voice laced with unmasked murderous intent. Old fool, you are still not dead? Perfect. Your angel soul bone shall serve as the final offering for my Rakshasa divinity. It is Bibi Dong. She has come in person. The two dare not linger, exerting every ounce of strength to race down the passage. The glow of the luminous grass flickers violently, nearly extinguished, with only the sound of their heartbeats and rapid breaths filling their ears. After an indeterminate time of flight, a glimmer of light finally appears ahead. It is a rusted iron door, adorned with engravings depicting the battle between angels and demons. Behind the door lies a descending staircase, permeated by a pungent scent of blood and waves of soul power. Chu Xiao peers down, his pupils constricting in shock. Below the staircase unfolds a vast underground space. Countless crystal pillars stand tall, each enveloping a figure, some familiar, others not. Disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and even some competitors from previous Soul Master tournaments. At the center of this space towers a colossal statue of an angel, its pedestal flowing with a viscous purple liquid, the very poison they had encountered in the Angel Square. Numerous slender threads of soul power extend from the crystal pillars, converging into the toxic source, causing the purple liquid to churn incessantly, exuding a heart-stopping aura. They have imprisoned those captured here as nourishment. Tang San's voice trembles, fury igniting in his eyes. Just then, a chilling voice emanates from behind the statue, laced with mocking amusement. At last, you have arrived. I was beginning to think you would not dare to tread this path. Master Yu Xiaojang? Tang San gasped in astonishment, his face etched with disbelief. Yu Xiaojang regarded them, his expression devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead by a near-manic calmness. Tang San, Chu Xiao, how unexpected to see you. It is you? A glint of icy fury flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. The betrayal of Huang Yuan, the discovery of the secret passage, was it all you're doing? Yu Xiaojang slowly nodded, producing a medallion from his pocket, the very shattered token he had previously observed. Yet now, The inscriptions were unmistakably clear. It was not a warning to be cautious, but rather an announcement of his arrival. Why? Tang San's voice quavered with anguish. Have you not always opposed the ambitions of the Spirit Hall? Have you not been aiding us? Aiding you? Yu Xiaojing chuckled, a bitter self-mockery lacing his laughter. I was merely utilizing you. Tang San, did you truly believe I cared for Shrek? For you? My only concern has always been how to validate my theories. He gestured towards the central source of poison. Bibi Dong promised me that should the divine ceremony succeed, she would elevate me to the rank of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, allowing my genius to be acknowledged across the continent. Those so-called notions of justice and goodness are utterly worthless in the face of absolute power and truth. Chu Xiao suddenly recalled something. The core steward token that Huang Yuan presented earlier. Was it you who provided it? Have you long since pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall? What else could I do? A flicker of pride danced in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. Having spent so long at Shrek, I have thoroughly discerned your secrets. Tang San, I am well aware of your blue-silver grass's evolution, your Haotian hammer, even the secrets of your mother. If it weren't for you and Chu Xiao disrupting the Angel Plaza's ritual, my plan would have succeeded long ago. Tang San's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had always regarded Yu Xiaojing as a mentor, a fatherly figure, yet he could scarcely believe the depth of the betrayal. The so-called caution was, in fact, a reference to Yu Xiaojing himself. Did you think? Why do you suppose Qian Douluo found himself in the secret passage? Yu Xiaojing continued. It was I who informed Bibi Dong of his whereabouts. That stubborn old fool believes he can thwart her. It is truly laughable. Chu Xiao clenched his fists. The power of the river of death surging violently within him. It seems Master Yu Xiaojing is the true hidden Fong lurking in the shadows. Hidden Fong? Yu Xiaojing shook his head. I merely chose the correct path. You now have no retreat. He clapped his hands, and the surrounding crystal pillars erupted with light. Countless chains of soul power shooting forth from all directions, sealing off every avenue of escape. From behind the statue, Bibi Dong's figure emerged slowly, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Xiaojing, you have done well. These two little brats are now your responsibility. Yu Xiaojing bowed respectfully, a fervent light flickering in his eyes. At your command, your holiness. A powerful wave of soul energy erupted from him, despite being only at the 70th level, bolstered by the surrounding poison. His aura rivaled that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Tang San took a deep breath, wiping away the moisture at the corner of his eye, as both the blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer materialized in his hands. I once held you in high regard, but henceforth, our bond is severed. Chu Xiao also prepared for battle, the powers of ice and fire coursing through him, intertwining with the river of death's energy to form a black and white halo. If you wish to keep us here, then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Chapter 32. The betrayal and omen of divine punishment in the cage. As if hearing a great jest, Yu Xiaojing pointed a withered finger at Tang San, proclaiming, without me, could you have evolved from a mere possessor of a useless martial soul to the present soul Douluo? Without my theoretical guidance, would you have discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eye, allowing the blue-silver grass to evolve? Tang San, the so-called grace you speak of shattered completely the moment you chose to oppose the Spirit Hall. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, and the crystal column behind him began to tremble violently. The bodies submerged in the toxic source gradually opened their eyes, their hollow pupils glimmering with a sinister violet light. These nutrients can still serve a purpose, Yu Xiaojing's voice dripped with a morbid excitement. Although their consciousness had been lost, the soul power of these beings, tempered by the toxic source, could unleash a strength far exceeding that of their former selves. Enjoy this, for it is the graduation trial I have prepared for you. With a roar, dozens of figures broke free from the confines of the crystal column, akin to frenzied beasts. Their martial souls varied, sharp fangs, heavy turtle shells, and even agile offensive martial souls. Yet they were all manipulated by the same malevolent force, their strikes ruthless and lethal. Oscar S. sausages, Tang San called out, distributing the previously stored recovery and detoxification sausages to Chu Xiao while he charged ahead. The blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, weaving an impenetrable net before him, simultaneously activating the purple extreme demon eye to accurately pinpoint each enemy's weakness. Chu Xiao swallowed the sausage, and his soul power transformed into several black whips that struck through the air, shattering the martial souls of 3 opponents. However, more figures surged forth, seemingly oblivious to pain. Even after losing an arm or breaking a leg, they continued to attack with primal ferocity. The toxic source could heal their bodies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Xiao noted that the shattered bones were rapidly mending in the violet mist. They had to sever their connection to the toxic source. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and the Haotian hammer suddenly expanded, crashing down with immense force. With a deafening roar, the ground split open, and the soul power lines connecting the crystal column to the central toxic source snapped apart. Indeed, without the support of the toxic source, the movements of the puppets slowed significantly, and their wounds ceased to heal. Not bad. Yu Xiaojiang's smile faded slightly as his fingertips traced intricate runes before him. Though this was merely an appetizer, the moment the runes glowed, the central angel statue began to move. The once holy angel wings unfurled, now shrouded in a viscous purple-black hue. And atop the golden scepter in its grasp, the gem that symbolized sanctity transformed into an open vertical eye, exuding a suffocating aura of evil. Was this the corruption of the angel statue by the power of the Rakshasa god? A tremor coursed through Chu Xiao. He sensed the fluctuation of soul power from the statue, both familiar and foreign, the familiar framework of the angel god, yet the malice that could corrode the soul was alien. Standing beside the statue, Bibi Dong caressed the cold stone wall, her voice laced with a hint of intoxication. The angel god? Merely an antiquated deity. This statue shall soon become the vessel for the descent of the Rakshasa god. And you shall be the first offerings. A flash of red light flickered in her eyes, and the scepter in the statue's hand swung down violently toward the ground. Boom! The entire underground space trembled violently, as countless purple toxic mists surged forth from the fissures in the ground. Wherever it passed, the stone walls were corroded, riddled with countless holes. Even Tang San's blue-silver grass withered at a visible pace upon contact with the mist. Hold your breath. This toxic mist can erode soul power, Tang San immediately cautioned, simultaneously circulating his Xiantian skill to form a faint golden barrier around himself. Chu Xiao then concentrated the power of the Nether River into a shield, managing to barely resist the encroaching toxic vapors. He glanced at Tang San, his expression grave. This is not a viable solution. The mist is growing denser, and our soul power won't hold out for long. Focus your attacks on Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San decisively commanded. He is the key to controlling those puppets and statues. The two exchanged a knowing glance, instantly reaching a silent agreement. Tang San's figure flickered, and the blue-silver grass beneath him surged forth, propelling him like a bolt from a crossbow towards Yu Xiaojiang. The Haotian hammer was entwined with purple-golden lightning, a mutated form of his fifth soul skill. The blue-silver overlord spear, embodying the might of the Haotian hammer and the flexibility of the blue-silver grass. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao summoned the power of the ice and fire extremes, conjuring searing flames in his left hand and biting cold ice in his right, intertwining the two opposing forces into a spinning taiji pattern in his palm, which he thrust forward with great force. Ice and fire duality break. The flames and ice transformed into two flowing lights, bypassing the attacking puppets and targeting the sides of Yu Xiaojiang. However, facing their joint assault, Yu Xiaojiang remained unfazed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I anticipated you would take this approach. He suddenly retreated, and the angel statue behind him swung its staff once more. This time, a purple-black beam erupted from the vertical eye at the staff's tip, instantly shattering Tang San's blue-silver overlord spear, while simultaneously forming an energy wall that blocked Chu Xiao's ice and fire duality break. How is this possible? Chu Xiao was astonished to find that his ice and fire powers, upon contact with the energy wall, vanished without a trace, as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. This is a defense restructured from the soul power lines you just destroyed, Yu Xiaojiang explained with a tone of pride. Every line you demolished has become a shield protecting me. Tang San, this is the power of theory. Every one of your moves has been calculated by me. Tang San gritted his teeth, intending to launch another attack, when he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. He turned sharply to see that the puppets, soaked in the source of the toxin, had begun to melt away, transforming into droplets of purple liquid that flowed into the fissures in the ground, ultimately converging towards the central toxic source. As these liquids were absorbed, the purple-black hue on the angel statue intensified, and a blurred visage slowly emerged within the vertical eye at the staff's tip, vaguely resembling Bibi Dong. She is accelerating the fusion, Tang San exclaimed, realizing that if this continued, the power of the Rakshasa god would awaken completely. Bibi Dong, eyes closed and an expression of ecstasy on her face, proclaimed, "It's too late. When the last sacrificial offering merges with the toxin source, that will be the moment I become the Rakshasa god. At that point, not even you, nor even Qian Daolu upon resurrection, could stop me. That remains to be seen." A voice, aged yet powerful, suddenly resonated from the entrance of the passage. The others turned towards the sound to see Qian Daolu, leaning on a broken angelic staff, stepping forward, one slow step at a time. His breath had grown even fainter than before, half of his body eroded by a purplish-black poison, yet within his eyes, a golden light reignited. Old fool, you are still alive? Bibi Dong opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before transforming into a murderous intent. Very well. Let your angelic heart serve to complete the final sacrifice. Qian Douluo disregarded her, instead turning his gaze towards Tang San, casting the broken scepter towards him. This is the token of the angel god, containing the last remnant of divine consciousness. Envelop it with your blue-silver emperor and infuse it with the power of the Haotian hammer. The angel and Haotian are of the same origin. Perhaps it can temporarily suppress the aura of the Rakshasa god. Tang San caught the scepter, feeling the faint yet pure divine power within. Without hesitation, he complied. The blue-silver grass tenderly enveloped the scepter, while the domineering force of the Haotian hammer was cautiously infused within. A wondrous scene unfolded as the broken scepter reignited with golden flames, harmonizing with the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San, exuding a calming aura. Impossible. Bibidong's complexion shifted dramatically. The power of the angel god has long been sealed by me. How could this be? Because faith has never vanished. Qian Douluo coughed up blood, yet wore a serene smile. Bibi Dong, you were ultimately mistaken. He abruptly raised his hand, igniting all of his remaining angelic soul power. The golden light surged like a tide towards the scepter in Tang San's grasp, intensifying the flames. Tang San, receive this final strike. For the continent, and for your mother. The golden flames coalesced into a massive beam of light, flowing into Tang San's body through the scepter. He felt an indescribable power erupting within him. As the blue-silver grass and Haotian hammer both emitted unprecedented brilliance, even transforming his eyes into pure gold. Is this a sign of divine punishment? The confidence on Yu Xiaojiang's face was finally replaced by fear as he stumbled back a few steps. Impossible. How could you invoke divine punishment? Chu Xiao wisely stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to Tang San. He understood that this was Tang San's moment, an embodiment of the angel god's final will and the legacy of the Haotian hammer. A counterstrike against the corruption of the Rakshasa god. Bibidong's eyes flickered with panic as she attempted to control the angelic statue to resist, only to find the purplish-black hue being scorched away by the golden flames, revealing the originally pure white stone beneath. No, Bibidong screamed, transforming into a purple shadow as she lunged towards Tang San. With a cold gaze, Tang San raised the Haotian hammer, engulfed in divine punishment flames, and struck down upon the purple shadow with great force. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the crisp sound of shattering. It was as though invisible shackles had been broken, and some malevolent presence was completely dissolved in the sacred flames. As the light dissipated, Tang San leaned on the Haotian hammer, gasping for breath while the golden glow surrounding him gradually faded. Bibi Dong lay not far away, her purple robe tattered, the signs of corrosion on her face more pronounced. Her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the scene before him, murmuring to himself, was my theory flawed? How could it be wrong? The tremors of the underground space gradually subsided, and the poisonous mist began to dissipate. The crystal pillars lost their luster, transforming into a bed of shattered stones. Chu Xiao stepped forward to assist the exhausted Tang San. Is it over? Tang San shook his head, directing his attention towards the angel statue at the center. Although the deep purple hues upon the statue had faded, the source of poison at its base had not entirely vanished. It merely lay dormant, no longer roiling. Not yet, Tang San whispered. The power of the Rakshasa god has merely been suppressed, not eradicated. He glanced towards the entrance of the passage, where the sound of hurried footsteps and familiar shouts resonated. It's Dai Lao Da and the others. Chu Xiao recognized the voices, and Uncle Ning. Soon, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Fengji, and others rushed in, their expressions reflecting shock at the sight before them. Xiao San, Chu Xiao, are you all right? Dai Mubai inquired anxiously. Tang San shook his head, his gaze falling upon the slumped figure of Yu Xiaojiang, his eyes filled with complexity. Ning Fengji approached Bibi Dong, checking her breath. He frowned, stating, she still has breath, but her soul core is shattered. She is no different from a cripple. The group nodded, commencing the task of tidying up the aftermath. Chapter 33. The echoes of resolution and the path ahead. The clamor of Wuhuan City subsided entirely 3 days later, when the truths regarding Bibidong's downfall, Yu Xiaojiang's betrayal, and the conspiracy of the poison source came to light. The entire continent trembled. The Wuhuan palace disintegrated in an instant. The remaining soul masters either scattered in flight or chose allegiance to the two major sections. The once formidable entity crumbled into disarray within mere days. A secret stronghold in the west of the city became a temporary meeting place. Ning Fengji was engaged in discussions regarding subsequent matters with several elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, while Tang San and Chu Xiao sat by the window, observing the streets outside gradually restoring order. Yu Xiaojiang had ultimately not revealed why he acted as he did. Tang San caressed the broken angelic staff in his hand, his voice low. After the battle concluded, Yu Xiaojiang was left in a state of complete stupor, refusing to speak regardless of the questions posed to him. Resembling a puppet devoid of a soul, Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was imprisoned deep within the stronghold, her presence faint, when she occasionally regained consciousness. Her eyes reflected nothing but an endless void, devoid of the slightest trace of the Pope's former authority. Chu Xiao gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky, softly reflecting. Perhaps he himself cannot articulate it. Obsession can sometimes be more terrifying than poison. He recalled Yu Xiaojiang's frenzied musings on theory, perhaps in his mind. Proving himself had long transcended right and wrong, becoming the sole fixation. Suddenly, Tang San remembered Huang Yuan's parents, his tone laced with guilt. We failed to save them. Just as he spoke, Dai Mubai and Oscar entered, both appearing weary yet unable to conceal a hint of relief. Though Yu Xiaojiang's betrayal pierced his heart, he still wished for Dean Flinder and the others to understand the truth about their long-respected friend and the fate he ultimately met. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. However, before we leave, there is one matter that requires attention. He turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji, who had just concluded a discussion and was approaching them. Uncle Ning. Tang San rose to pay his respects. Ning Fengji waved his hand with a look of satisfaction, saying, "This time, it is thanks to you all, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." He paused for a moment before shifting the topic. Although the poison source has been suppressed, the toxins within those soul masters still linger and can only be completely eradicated with the antidote from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. With a smile, Ning Fengji produced a jade pendant from his robes and handed it to Tang San, saying, "This is the token of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Carry it, and the sects along the way will facilitate your journey." He then turned to Chu Xiao. "Young friend Chu Xiao, your Nether River soul power seems distinct from ordinary soul power. If you are interested, you may visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. I would like to have a thorough discussion with you." Chu Xiao accepted the jade pendant and nodded. "Thank you, Sect Master Ning. I shall certainly visit in the future." As the carriage slowly exited Spirit Soul City, Tang San lifted the curtain, taking one last glance at the angel statue that towered within the city. The sunlight cascaded upon its pristine stone body, seemingly washing away all impurities, yet inexplicably, it left one feeling as though something was missing. "What are you pondering?" Chu Xiao inquired, offering a piece of dried food. "I am contemplating Qian Douluo," Tang San replied, accepting the food. "The angel and Haotian share a common origin. Do you think this could be related to our lineage? His mother was the Silver Dragon Empress, his father the Haotian Douluo, and Qian Douluo was the guardian of the angel god. While they appeared unrelated, a remarkable resonance had emerged during that battle." Chu Xiao contemplated for a moment and replied, "Perhaps. Yet, some matters will reveal themselves in due time. The most crucial thing now is to move forward." As Tang San gazed into his steadfast eyes, his own confusion gradually dissipated. Indeed, regardless of the multitude of enigmas from the past or the challenges that lay ahead, as long as these companions were by his side, there was nothing to fear. The carriage journeyed southward, distancing itself from the shadows of Spirit Soul City. The towns along the way had already heard of the changes within the Spirit Hall. The faces of the citizens reflected a newfound hope for the future, devoid of the previous terror. 10 days later, the outline of Shrek Academy finally emerged in the distance. From afar, the Academy's sign still hung askew, and it seemed there were students training on the playground, everything just as it was when they departed. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged smiles and alighted from the carriage. As they reached the entrance, they were greeted by Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujing. The three teachers bore expressions of anxiety, and upon seeing their safe return, their eyes glistened with tears. Lu Erlong grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, bombarding her with questions. Her eyes reddened. Zhao Wujing clapped Chu Xiao on the back, saying, "Well done. Yu Haven Tea brought shame to the academy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San took a deep breath and recounted everything that transpired in Spirit Soul City, including Huang Yuan's betrayal, Yu Xiaojiang's true identity, and Bibi Dong's schemes, leaving no detail unmentioned. Flinder and Lu Erlong's expressions grew increasingly grave, particularly upon hearing about Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong nearly faltered, while Flinder slammed his fist against a nearby pillar, sending splinters flying. The old man Flinder trembled with rage, tears glimmering in his eyes. "I was truly blind to have believed him for so many years." Lu Erlong covered his face, tears cascading through his fingers. How could he have changed so drastically? Witnessing the anguish of the teachers, Tang Sen felt a similar heaviness in his heart, but could only murmur, "Teachers, I am sorry, we failed. It is not your fault." Flender interjected, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. He chose this path himself. The Shrek Academy teaches you to uphold your true self. His inability to do so is his own failure. Chapter 34. A new chapter for the Academy and a call from afar. Tang Sen, Chu Xiao. "Take a look at this," he said, handing a letter to the two. Tang Sen opened the letter and quickly scanned it, his brows furrowing deeper with each line. It was from the Thunder Fortress in the far north. They reported that unusual soul power fluctuations had recently appeared deep within the icy plains, causing many soul beasts to become agitated, even attacking border patrols. And they hope we can send someone to investigate. Chu shouted the letter for a closer inspection, noting the signature at the end, Thunder Douluo Yu Tianqin. Yu Tianqin? From the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Chu Xiao was somewhat surprised. How did they find Shrek? Flender explained. The Thunder Fortress was established by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in conjunction with several northern factions to defend against the incursions of the Ice Plain Soul Beasts. Since the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family suffered significant losses during the Spirit Hall turmoil, the fortress's defenses have weakened considerably. They specifically sought you out, likely having heard of your exploits in the Spirit City. Tang San pondered. The conditions in the far north are extremely harsh, and it is said that a ruler of the Ice Plains, over 100,000 years old, resides deep within. Few dare to approach. The sudden emergence of these fluctuations cannot be trivial. Moreover, there is this. Flender pointed to a line of small text in the letter. They mentioned that the agitated soul beasts bear purple-black markings similar to poison sources. A chill ran through Chu Zhao's heart. Could it be that the power of the Rakshasa god has not been completely eradicated, spreading to the far north? It is hard to say. Flender shook his head. Regardless of the cause, we must remain vigilant. You are well aware of the dangers posed by these poison sources. If they have indeed contaminated the icy plains of the far north, the consequences would be dire. The two exchanged resolute glances, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. "We shall go," Tang San declared, seizing the opportunity to investigate the residual effects of the poison source, thereby eliminating a potential threat to the continent. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement. The soul power environment in the far north differs from that of the central plains. Perhaps we can discover a method to suppress the power of the river of the underworld. Flender nodded with satisfaction. I knew you would agree. Dai Mubai and the others have already volunteered to accompany you. As the sun set, the departing team had gathered. In addition to Tang San, Chu Xiao, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun clamored to join, insisting they needed to vent their frustrations in the far north. Flender promptly kicked them onto the carriage. The carriage traveled northward, the temperature gradually dropping. The vegetation along the roadside transitioned from dense forests to sparse grasslands, ultimately yielding to withered yellow grass swaying in the cold wind. Is it true that the snow in the far north can reach knee-deep? Ma Hongjun asked, tightening his coat and rubbing his arms. Oscar presented a heated sausage to him, remarking, Indeed. My father once told me that the blizzards there could sweep away even a soul sage, and that there are ice fissures that consume the unwary. Huh? Who are you trying to scare? Ma Hongjun retorted bravely, yet secretly stuffed the sausage into his mouth with greater urgency. Ning Rongrong leaned against the carriage window, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, and softly remarked, In truth, my grandfather once mentioned that the far north conceals the most ancient secrets of the continent. Beneath the layers of ice, there may lie remnants from tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. Tang Sen opened the book he had borrowed from the Academy's library, Record of the Far North, and pointed to a page. This tome states that there are 3 dominant beings in the far north, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Snow Emperor Ice Silkworm, and the Titan Snow Demon Ape, all soul beasts over 100,000 years old, with incomprehensible power. Our primary mission is reconnaissance. We should avoid provoking them whenever possible. Chu Xiao gazed at the increasingly low-hanging sky, where the clouds seemed almost within reach, and the air was imbued with a biting chill. He sensed that the ice and fire polar bones within him had become more active, particularly the icy energy, subtly resonating with some distant presence. It appears there is a small town ahead, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly interjected, pointing towards a cluster of low buildings. As the carriage drew closer, the group recognized it as a humble border town, with houses constructed of stone and frozen earth. The townsfolk were clad in heavy fur coats, their faces etched with the marks of wind and frost. Upon seeing the carriage, their eyes reflected a mixture of wariness and curiosity. While resting at the town's Soul Tavern, Tang Sen inquired with the tavern owner about the conditions of the far north ice fields. Moving ice sculptures? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. Do they bear dark purple markings? The owner nodded vigorously. Yes. That's what the guards said. The elders claimed that malevolent spirits beneath the ice fields have awakened, intending to drag us away as sacrifices. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged a glance, both realizing that the situation might be more dire than they had anticipated. That evening, the group rested in the tavern's courtyard. In the dead of night, Chu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, staring in the direction of the ice fields. He felt a familiar aura of soul power. Tinged with a corrosive essence, though faint, it was undeniably present and slowly expanding. Awakened? Tang San also sat up, his purple extreme demon eyes shimmering with a faint glow in the darkness. You sensed it too? Indeed, Chu Xiao nodded. It bears a resemblance to the toxic source of the spirit hall, yet it feels colder, more ancient. Tang San clenched his fists. It seems this expedition to the far north will not be an easy one. Chapter 35, Whispers of the Ice Fields and the Awakening Shadows as Dawn Broke. The group bid farewell to the anxious tavern owner and set forth towards Thunder Fortress. The further north they traveled, the more piercing the cold became. The ground beneath their feet was already blanketed in ice and snow, and the carriage struggled through the thick accumulation, its wheels leaving deep ruts in the snow. This cursed place even makes soul power feel sluggish. Ma Hongjun huddled in the corner of the carriage, rubbing his hands together as the phoenix flame flickered weakly in his palms, providing only a meager warmth. Ning Rongrong raised her 7 treasures glazed tower, enveloping everyone in a gentle glow. Let me enhance our warmth. Though the effect may be limited, it is better than freezing. As the brilliance of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda flowed, a gentle warmth enveloped the group, even easing their breaths. Oscar seized the moment to distribute some warm sausages. Try this, a new recipe infused with the pollen of the warm sunflower, exceptional for dispelling cold. Dai Mubai took a bite of the sausage, feeling warmth rising within him, and turned to Tang San. At this pace, how much longer until we reach the Thunder Fortress? Tang San consulted the map and estimated, at least 3 more days. This icy expanse is more vast than anticipated, and the magnetic field is peculiar. Even the positioning functions of our soul guidance devices are being disrupted. Chu Xiao remained silent, gazing out the window. The power of the river of underworld flowing steadily within him, fending off the external chill. He could distinctly sense the corrosive aura emanating from the depths of the ice field growing clearer, as if something in the darkness whispered, continually tempting the power of the river of underworld within him. Be cautious, Chu Xiao suddenly spoke. The soul power field of this ice field is quite strange. It seems to magnify negative emotions. As his words fell, an unusual disturbance suddenly erupted in the snow ahead, the snow swirling as if boiling. Something's amiss. Dai Mubai sprang to his feet, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone, be on guard. Several ice blue figures leaped from the snow, resembling wolves in form. Nearly 3 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in crystalline fur. Most unnervingly, their eyes, which should have been icy blue, were now laced with deep purple-black veins, and drool dripped from their corners. Icefield wolves. But they're not behaving normally. Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered as she appeared atop the carriage. Noting the considerable number, at least a dozen, the leading Icefield wolf let out a chilling howl, leading the pack in a ferocious charge, their movements swift and frenzied. Completely devoid of the usual fear exhibited by soul beasts, exuding a madness akin to a desperate struggle for survival. These wolves bear purple patterns. Tang San's gaze sharpened as blue silver grass erupted from the snow, ensnaring the foremost Icefield wolves like countless blue ropes. However, these poisoned Icefield wolves possessed immense strength, managing to break free from the bindings. More alarmingly, their claws and teeth were laced with purple-black toxins. A single scratch could spell disaster. Oscar, toss me a flying sausage. Ma Hongjun shouted, seizing the sausage and swallowing it, his phoenix wings unfurling as blazing flames surged forth, rushing towards the wolf pack. The flames struck the Icefield wolves, producing a sizzling sound as the snow melted away, revealing the increasingly grotesque purple-black patterns. Yet, these soul beasts seemed impervious to pain, continuing their frenzied assault on the fiery barrier. Chu Xiao's eyes turned icy. The power of the river of underworld coalesced into a dark blade at his fingertips. We cannot hold back. They are no longer ordinary soul beasts. The blade flashed, cleaving an Icefield wolf that had breached the fiery barrier in half, from which no blood flowed, but instead a noxious purple-black smoke billowed forth, releasing a pungent odor. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing joined the fray, their white tiger claw and phantom shadow clones working in perfect harmony, each strike precisely targeting the vital points of the Icefield wolves. Ning Rongrong stood at the rear, continuously amplifying the strengths of her comrades, while Oscar's sausages provided an unending stream of support. This battle proved to be more formidable than anticipated. These corrupted Icefield wolves were not only ferocious but also possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. Had it not been for the seamless cooperation among the team, whose strength far surpassed that of their peers, they might have been ensnared by the beasts. After half an hour, the last ice-field wolf collapsed in the snow, its body gradually stiffening. The dark purple veins faded swiftly after its demise, leaving behind a cold corpse. The team surveyed the devastation around them, their expressions grave. Encountering such a situation at the very edge of the ice field raised concerns for Ning Rongrong regarding the depths ahead. Tang Xin knelt down to examine the carcass of the ice-field wolf. Furrowing his brow, the source of the poison within them was more insidious than those they had previously encountered, seemingly fused with the environment of the ice field. He paused, sensing a faint trace of mental control emanating from their brains. Mental control? A thought flickered in Chu Zhao's mind. Could someone be manipulating these soul beasts from behind the scenes? It was hard to say, but the likelihood was high. Tang San rose, his gaze directed deeper into the ice field. We must hasten our pace and reach Thunder Fortress as soon as possible to uncover the truth behind these occurrences. Just then, Chu Xiao suddenly turned his attention to the northwest, where the fluctuations of soul power exhibited an unusual turbulence. As if some formidable entity had been disturbed by their recent battle. Something large is approaching, Chu Xiao intoned. And its strength is formidable, at least at the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. The group immediately prepared for battle, following Chu Zhao's gaze. In the distance, a colossal shadow rapidly approached across the snowy expanse, the ground trembling slightly with each of its steps, and waves of snow were kicked up several meters high. It was a giant bear, entirely snow-white, standing nearly 10 meters tall, its body encased in a thick layer of ice resembling rock. With eyes as large as lanterns glimmering with a sinister purple-black light. On its chest, a dark purple vein writhed as if alive. It is the ice rock giant bear. Tang Xin recognized this soul beast, known for its inherently aggressive nature, which would likely be even more troublesome now that it had been corrupted. The ice rock giant bear let out a deafening roar and raised its massive paw, striking towards the carriage. Even before the paw arrived, the frigid air had already crystallized the surrounding atmosphere. Scatter! Tang Xin commanded sharply, as the blue-silver grass transformed into a colossal shield to protect the carriage. Boom! The giant paw collided with the blue-silver grass shield, producing a thunderous sound. The shield bent under the force, and Tang San was forced back 2 steps by the overwhelming power, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This creature's strength is extraordinary. Dai Mubai roared, summoning the white tiger martial spirit, charging towards the ice rock giant bear. Chu Xiao, Tang San, find a way to restrain its movements. Chu Zhao's eyes sharpened. The power of the Nether River's soul energy and the ice and fire polar bones surged simultaneously within him. His left hand conjured piercing frost, while his right hand ignited with ghostly black flames. The two opposing forces intertwined in his palm, forming a swirling sphere of black and white energy. Ice and fire polar break. The energy sphere soared towards the ice rock giant bear, detonating midair and instantly freezing its legs in a shroud of frost. The black flames seared the purple-black patterns on its chest, eliciting a painful roar from the colossal creature. Seizing the moment, Tang San's eyes glowed with a brilliant purple light as he unleashed the full power of his purple extreme demon eye, delivering a mental shock that pierced the bear's consciousness. Simultaneously, countless blue-silver grasses surged forth like a tidal wave, ensnaring the bear's limbs and firmly anchoring it in place. Now was the opportune moment. Ma Hongjun capitalized on the chance, igniting the phoenix flames to their utmost intensity, a massive pillar of fire shooting towards the bear's head. The scorching flames collided violently with the icy breath in the snow, emitting a blinding radiance. As the brilliance faded, the ice rock giant bear lay defeated in the snow, its head reduced to charred remains, and the purple-black patterns on its chest extinguished. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, their faces betraying signs of exhaustion. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Chu Xiao surveyed the lifeless body of the ice rock giant bear, pondering that every encounter with a tainted soul beast would lead to a fierce battle, and they would exhaust their soul power before reaching the Thunder Fortress. Tang Xin nodded in agreement. From this moment forth, we shall endeavor to avoid areas dense with soul beasts and hasten our journey to the fortress. Chapter 36. The predicament at Thunder Fortress and the anomalies beneath the ice. The speed of the flying soul beasts far surpassed that of their carriage, and after 2 days, a towering steel fortress finally appeared before their eyes. The fortress stood at the juncture of the ice field and frozen earth, crafted entirely from obsidian metal. Soaring over 100 meters high, its walls were adorned with flickering runes of lightning, resembling a colossal black beast sprawled across the icy expanse, exuding an aura of invulnerability. This was Thunder Fortress. However, as they drew closer, the situation within the fortress revealed itself to be grim. The runes of lightning on the walls had dimmed considerably, and the once constant patrolling soldiers were sparse, with visible signs of repairs on several sections of the walls, emanating an air of weary vigilance. As the flying soul beasts landed in the open space before the fortress, a contingent of soldiers clad in silver armor and wielding long spears swiftly surrounded them. Their armor was encrusted with frost, and their expressions were wary, the tips of their spears crackling with faint electricity. "Who goes there? Please present your identification," the captain commanded in a deep voice, clearly connected to the power of thunder and lightning, his speech tinged with the crackle of energy. Tang San stepped forward, producing the token prepared by Flandra. "We are from Shrek Academy, summoned by the invitation of the Thunder Douluo." Upon seeing the token, the captain's wariness lessened slightly. Though he remained cautious, stepping aside to allow passage. "General Yu is awaiting you inside the fortress. Please follow me." Upon entering the fortress, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. The soldiers on the streets moved hastily, most bearing expressions of fatigue, and occasionally, they spotted injured personnel being assisted, their wounds heavily bandaged and seeping with traces of purple-black blood. "Are there also those infected by the toxin within the fortress?" Chu Xiao queried softly, navigating through several streets. They arrived at a stone building situated at the heart of the fortress, the command center of Thunder Fortress. Just as they crossed the threshold, a figure radiating a violent aura of electric energy approached them. A figure approached, tall and imposing, clad in deep blue general's armor. His visage bore a resemblance to Yu Xiaojing, yet exuded a more resolute demeanor. Surrounding him was a crackling aura of electricity. He was none other than the Thunder Douluo. "Yu Tianxin, Tang San, Chu Xiao, it is a privilege to finally meet you." Yu Tianxin's voice resonated like thunder, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a scrutiny tinged with a subtle weariness. "Thank you for venturing into this desolate region. General Yu, you are too kind." "It is merely our duty," Tang San replied with a nod. "We have encountered contaminated soul beasts on our journey. The situation at the fortress appears more dire than indicated in your letter." Yu Tianxin sighed as he led the group into the command room. "Let us sit and discuss. The conditions here have indeed worsened." Within the command room, a vast map of the icy expanse lay sprawled across the table, marked in red to indicate areas of aberrant soul power fluctuations, densely covering much of the inner region of the ice field. He paused, turning to Tang San and Chu Xiao. "You have dealt with such toxic sources in Wuhuan City. You must understand their complexities. More troublesome is the fact that the icy environment seems to be accelerating the spread of these toxins. We have attempted to purify them using lightning soul power, but the results have been minimal, almost as if we were empowering the infected soul beasts, rendering them even stronger." Chu Xiao inquired, "Have you discovered the origin of these toxic sources?" "We suspect the source lies within the ever-frozen ice valley." Yu Tianxin pointed to a mark at the northernmost edge of the map, a forbidden area of the extreme northern ice field, rumored to seal an ancient presence beneath its layers. Recently, strange tremors have emanated from the direction of the ever-frozen ice valley, accompanied by the rise of purple mist. The ever-frozen ice valley. Tang San furrowed his brow. It was mentioned in records of the extreme north, describing the ice there as being thousands of meters thick, a place even 100,000-year soul beasts dare not approach lightly. "Indeed," Yu Tianxin nodded. "However, it now appears to be the core of the toxin. Our manpower is insufficient to delve deeper, which is why I sought the assistance of Shrek Academy." At that moment, a soldier rushed in, his face ashen. "General, a crisis has arisen. The infected soldiers in the holding area, the purple markings on their bodies have spread, and they are attacking the guards." Yu Tianxin's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, I must see to this." The group swiftly followed him. The holding area was located in the northwest corner of the fortress, constructed from heavy metal. Outside the cells, a number of soldiers stood, armed with specialized lightning spears, their expressions tense as they monitored the situation within. Through the bars, they witnessed several soldiers within the cell violently battering the walls. Their skin was marred with dark purple patterns, eyes rolling back as they emitted beast-like howls, utterly devoid of reason. Strangely, a faint purple-black mist swirled around their bodies, reminiscent of the aura emanating from the soul beasts of the ice field. Chapter 37. The Rift of the Ever-Frozen Ice Valley. And the ancient seal having resolved to venture to the Ever-Frozen Ice Valley, the group promptly began their preparations. The soldiers of Thunder Fortress equipped them with the most resilient polar gear, while Yu Tianxin specifically arranged a batch of rune scrolls imbued with lightning power, reputed to exert a restraining effect on the malevolent forces present in the icy expanse. The ever-frozen ice valley is far more perilous than one might imagine. Before their departure, Yu Tianxin repeatedly cautioned that beneath the ice layers lie not only unknown malevolence but also the possibility of encountering the three great overlords of the far north. In particular, The Ice Emperor Scorpion, known for its volatile temperament, claims territory at the edge of the Ice Valley. It is advisable to steer clear of its domain. Tang Sen nodded, affirming their caution. He requested the general to remain vigilant at the fortress. Should any abnormalities arise, he should immediately use the soul communicator to alert them. The group embarked on their journey anew, opting not to fly this time, but rather to ride the unique polar snow wolves of the fortress. These soul beasts possess remarkable endurance, capable of traversing deep snow with great agility, and are highly sensitive to the dangers of the icy expanse, making them the finest of guides. As they approached the ever-frozen ice valley, the temperature plummeted further, and the air thickened with a purplish-black mist, filtering sunlight into an eerie dark violet hue. The snow beneath them bore increasingly dense purple patterns, resembling a vast net that spread towards the heart of the ice valley. These markings were in motion. Chu Xiao suddenly reined in the snow wolf and pointed to the ground. They were converging towards the ice valley. The group looked down and indeed observed the slow, serpentine movement of the purplish-black patterns, as if imbued with life. Tang Sen crouched, touching the pattern with his fingertip, and immediately felt a chilling pull, accompanied by a faint, ancient aura that did not belong to any toxin. This aura was reminiscent of what he sensed within the infected soldiers. Furrowing his brow, he speculated that it resembled a sealing force. Sealing? Chu Xiao remarked, surprised. Are you suggesting that these toxins are undermining an ancient seal? The possibility seems significant. Tang Sen rose, explaining that it would otherwise be inexplicable how so many toxins could suddenly emerge from deep within the ice plains, especially in conjunction with local energies. Perhaps it was the loosening of the seal that allowed the toxins to manifest. Just as he spoke, a sudden, crisp cracking sound echoed through the snowy terrain, as if something were breaking through the ice below. The group turned alertly to see a fissure open in the ice not far away, from which a surge of purplish-black mist erupted, coalescing into several humanoid ice puppets, their forms adorned with ice crystals and pulsating with purple veins. Not these again, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, immediately summoning his martial spirit. Recalling tales from the town of animated ice sculptures, these ice puppets moved with great speed and possessed bodies as unyielding as iron. The snow wolf's claws left only faint white marks upon striking them. More troublesome was their apparent immunity to physical attacks, even when shattered. They swiftly reformed amidst the purple mist. Use energy attacks, Tang Sen commanded, as blue-silver grass entwined with lightning runes, transforming into whips of blue electricity that lashed against the ice puppets, producing sharp, crackling sounds. Indeed, the attacks infused with the power of lightning proved effective, causing the ice crystals on the puppets to melt and the purple veins to dim. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao summoned the power of the Nether River, enveloping the ice puppets in black flames that consumed them entirely, reducing them to ashes. These creatures are a fusion of sealing power and toxins. Chu Xiao mused as he observed the dissipating purple mist. With each one we destroy, I can sense the seal beneath the ice loosening slightly. Tang San's expression grew grave. It seems we must hasten our pace. If we delay further, the seal may be irrevocably broken. As they continued their journey, the number of ice puppets they encountered increased, and they even faced a millennia-old ice bear cloaked in purple patterns. The battles were relentless, and the soul power of the group was severely depleted. Fortunately, Oscar's sausages provided timely replenishment, allowing them to barely maintain their condition. After 3 days, the eternal Frost Valley finally came into view. It was a vast gorge, its walls composed of eternal, unmelting ice, radiating a profound azure hue. Above the gorge, a swirling vortex of purplish-black mist coalesced, continuously spinning, a source they had previously observed at the fortress. At the bottom of the gorge, the ice layer was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, from which purplish-black energy surged forth incessantly. The purple patterns they had seen earlier in the snow ultimately converged into these fissures. This was the eternal Frost Valley. Ning Rongrong gazed at the scene before her, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, overwhelmed by a formidable sense of oppression. Tang San consulted the map. According to the markings, the core of the seal should lie in the deepest part of the gorge. At that moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the gorge, and a verdant figure shot forth like lightning from behind the ice wall, landing before them. It was a slender scorpion, its entire body cloaked in emerald ice crystals, with its tail's stinger glinting coldly. Most striking was the diamond-shaped emerald gem on its forehead, radiating a regal aura. It was the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion. Tang San's heart tightened. It was one of the 3 great overlords of the far north. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion's gaze fell upon the group, imbued with clear hostility, yet its eyes remained untainted by the purple patterns. It hissed several times, seemingly warning or perhaps driving them away. It does not permit us to enter, Zhu Zhuqing whispered. What should we do? Should we fight it? Tang Xin shook his head. It has not been corrupted. Perhaps it is merely guarding its territory. Let us attempt to communicate. He stepped forward, releasing a gentle wave of soul power while activating the purple extreme magic eye, striving to convey his intentions. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion regarded him warily, its stinger slightly raised yet not immediately attacking. Just then, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the gorge, and a thicker purplish-black energy column shot skyward, causing the cracks in the ice to widen instantaneously. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion's expression, if it could be said to have one, changed dramatically as it abruptly turned towards the depths of the gorge, emitting an enraged hiss. It then actively cleared a path, gesturing to Tang San and the others, seemingly urging them to enter. It wants us to stop whatever is deeper in the gorge. Tang San realized instantly, noting that it too felt threatened by that force. How intriguing. This scorpion possesses quite an understanding, Ma Hongjun remarked, scratching his head. Then let us hasten inside. Without further hesitation, the group urged their snow wolves through the path opened by the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion and ventured into the depths of the Eternal Frost Valley. The deeper they went, the more intense the tremors became. The ice beneath their feet groaned under the unbearable strain, and the purplish-black mist thickened to near tangibility, chilling their lungs with each breath. Ultimately, in the deepest recesses of the canyon, they beheld an unforgettable sight. The ice layer had completely fissured, revealing a vast chasm several dozen meters in diameter, beneath which lay an unfathomable darkness. At the edge of this abyss, an ancient ring of runes glimmered faintly with a golden hue, evidently remnants of a long-forgotten seal. At that moment, these runes were being incessantly eroded by a violet-black energy, growing dimmer by the second. Most terrifying of all, from the depths of the chasm, a pair of colossal eyes could be discerned, their pupils a pure violet black, slowly opening and emanating a pressure that sent shivers down their spines. What is that? Ning Rongrong could not help but take a step back, her voice trembling. Chu Xiao clenched his fists, the polar energies of ice and fire within him thrumming violently. As if in fear yet also in exhilaration, it was an existence older than the Rakshasa god, imprisoned beneath the ice for millennia, now on the verge of emerging. Tang San's expression turned grave to an extreme, the blue-silver grass around him swirling furiously, preparing for battle. Regardless of what it was, we must prevent its emergence. Otherwise, the entire northern ice field, indeed the entire continent, would plunge into calamity. No sooner had he spoken than a deep roar emanated from the chasm, followed by a torrent of violent violet-black energy surging forth like a tsunami, sweeping toward them. Thus commenced the final battle of the Everfrost Ice Valley. Chapter 38. Secrets of the Frozen and Unfinished Echoes. As the violet-black energy tsunami approached, Tang Sen instinctively activated his defense. The blue-silver grass interwove before him into an impenetrable net, each blade entwined with the resilience of the soft bone lock and the heft of the Hautian hammer. Striving to halt this devastating force, a low hum resounded as the energy collided with the blue-silver net, producing a dull roar. Tang San felt a sharp pain in his arm as the luster of the blue-silver grass dimmed instantaneously. The enormous net was torn apart, and the violet-black energy seeped through the gap, grazing his shoulder and leaving a piercing burn. Tang San, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, as the seven treasures glazed tower instantly ascended to its seventh level, amplifying all attributes. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. The imposing figure of the netherworld white tiger shielding the group, amidst its roar, golden soul power clashed with the violet-black energy, temporarily staving off the tsunami's momentum. Ma Hongjun, meanwhile, summoned the phoenix flames to their peak, a searing wall of fire forming before him. As the violet-black energy passed through this fiery barrier, it emitted a hissing sound of dissolution, yet it could not be entirely thwarted. This power is stronger than anticipated, Dai Mubai growled, veins bulging on his forehead. Even before it had fully emerged, its might was formidable. Chu Xiao stood to the side of the group, channeling both the soul power of the River of Souls and the polar energies of ice and fire to their utmost limits. He discerned that while this violet-black energy was sinister, it possessed a peculiar sense of order. Unlike the pure chaos of the Rakshasa goddess power, it resembled a form of distorted rule. As the energy approached, the polar energies within him erupted in a powerful resonance, uncontrollably surging forth to form a swirling vortex of black and white before him, devouring a portion of the encroaching violet-black energy. In that moment, Chu Xiao was taken aback. He sensed that the energy consumed had not dissipated but rather fused into the ice and fire duality bone, deepening the aura of this soul bone. Chu Xiao, can your soul bone absorb its power? Tang Sen keenly perceived this, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Uncertain, yet it can serve as a temporary restraint. Chu Xiao clenched his teeth, channeling more soul power into the vortex. Quickly, find a way to reinforce the seal. Tang Sen nodded immediately, directing his gaze towards the dimming golden runes. Rong Rong, amplify my mental strength. Oscar, provide defensive sausage. He leaped to the edge of the pit, pressing his hands against the remaining sealing runes, while his internal energy from the Xiantian skill and the vitality of the blue-silver grass flowed ceaselessly into them. The golden runes, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, began to glow faintly once more, slowly mending the cracks. However, the presence deep within the pit was evidently unwilling to be bound. The purple-black energy surged violently against the seal, the rune's radiance flickering between brilliance and shadow, perpetually teetering on the brink of collapse. This cannot continue. Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated with urgency. Our soul power is rapidly depleting. At that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly exclaimed, Tang San, pay attention to the arrangement of those runes. Their patterns bear a resemblance to the formation surrounding the ice and fire duality eye. Tang San paused, instantly focusing his mind on the runes. Indeed, although these ancient runes were more intricate, the fundamental arrangement logic subtly echoed that of the natural formation of the ice and fire duality eye, both embodying the essence of balance. Balance. A spark of enlightenment ignited in Tang San's mind. I understand. This seal is not sustained by brute force, but requires the powers of yin and yang to counterbalance each other. He turned to Chu Xiao, your ice and fire duality bone. Its power precisely aligns with the equilibrium of yin and yang. Chu Xiao immediately grasped the implication. You mean, I should infuse the power of my soul bone into the seal? Precisely. Tang San urged, only your strength can resonate with the energy deep within this ice, reactivating the seal's balance mechanism. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao soared to the edge of the pit, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang San. He took a deep breath, fully unleashing the power of the ice and fire duality bone, the energies of ice and fire swirling like two celestial dragons, flowing through his arms into the sealing runes. A wondrous scene unfolded. As the ice and fire power merged with the runes, the golden lines erupted in radiant brilliance, and the portions previously corroded by the purple-black energy began to mend swiftly, the arrangement of the runes growing ever tighter. More importantly, the purple-black gaze from the depths of the pit seemed provoked, emitting a furious roar. The energy assaults intensified wildly, yet they could never breach the rejuvenated seal. Effective. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Let us push harder. Everyone exhaled in relief, exerting all their efforts to support Tang San and Chu Xiao. Oscar's sausages continuously replenished their soul power, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing staunchly guarded the breach, preventing any purple-black energy from disturbing the restoration of the seal. Time flowed unmeasured until the last rune was fully restored. Suddenly, the entire seal erupted in a resplendent golden light, forming a colossal dome that completely enveloped the pit. The dark violet energy was thoroughly isolated beneath the dome, and the roars from the depths of the chasm gradually diminished, ultimately succumbing to silence. As the golden light slowly converged, transforming once more into runes upon the icy surface, the group slumped wearily onto the snow, gasping for breath. Is it over? Ma Hongjun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice still trembling. Tang San gazed at the now stabilized seal, nodded, yet shook his head. For the time being, it has concluded, but the seal has not fully restored. During my repairs, I discovered an exceedingly ancient fissure deep within the runes, seemingly present since the inception of the seal. This source of poison merely happened upon the fissure's location, so it will emerge again? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows. It is quite possible, Chu Xiao interjected, and I can sense that the portion of energy absorbed by the ice and fire duality bone has not vanished. Instead, it has settled deep within the soul bone. It appears to be establishing some sort of connection with me. He opened his palm, revealing a black and white pattern, the very mark of the ice and fire duality bone. At the center of the mark, a minuscule dark violet light flickered, akin to a dormant seed. Upon seeing the light, Tang San's pupils constricted. Is this its fragment of origin? Uncertain, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head. But it is certain that this matter is far from over. That entity, having been resealed, will likely harbor resentment towards us, especially towards me. A solemn silence enveloped the group, their faces etched with gravity. They understood that their fortunate sealing of that unknown existence was primarily due to the resilience of the seal itself and the uniqueness of Chu Xiao's soulbone. Should the entity break free once more, their luck might not hold. At that moment, a familiar screech echoed from outside the ice valley, and the figure of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion appeared at the canyon's entrance. It glanced at the newly sealed barrier, then at the mark in Chu Xiao's palm. a flicker of complex emotion passing through its eyes before it turned and vanished into the depths of the ice valley. Was it trying to warn us of something? Ning Rongrong pondered aloud. Tang San rose, approaching the edge of the seal, meticulously examining the runes. Regardless of its intentions, we must depart swiftly. The Eternal Frost Ice Valley is not a place to linger, and we need to inform General Yu to bolster the troops stationed here and closely monitor the seal's movements. When the ice and fire intertwine, and yin and yang become unbalanced, the slumbering shadow of the far north will awaken, devouring thunderbolts and freezing the starry river, with the one who bears the fragments ultimately becoming its key. Upon their return to the Thunder Fortress, Yu Tianxin greeted their safe arrival with a relieved smile. Upon hearing the news of the temporarily stabilized seal, he immediately ordered a threefold increase in troop presence around the perimeter of the Eternal Frost Ice Valley and pledged to collaborate with other northern forces to jointly oversee the movement of the ice plains. We are grateful to you all for this, Yu Tianxin earnestly addressed Tang San and Chu Xiao. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan owes you a debt of gratitude. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. It was our duty. However, General, I must alert you to an ancient fissure at the core of that seal, which may very well become unstable in the future. We will report this situation to the Heaven Do Empire, hoping to unite greater forces to eliminate this threat entirely. Yu Tianxin nodded. I understand. The Thunder Fortress will remain on standby. Chapter 39. The aftermath of the journey and the rising currents. Having departed from the Thunder Fortress for half a month, the carriage journeyed southward. The scenery outside gradually shedding its icy desolation and regaining a lush verdancy. The frigid chill of the far north was supplanted by the warm caress of spring breezes, and the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of blooming flora, starkly contrasting the starkness of the ice plains, leaving those accustomed to the harsh cold momentarily disoriented. How delightful it is to be in a warm place. Ma Hongjun stretched lazily, unabashedly snatching the sausage offered by Oscar. Remaining in that wretched location would have extinguished my fiery spirit. Oscar rolled his eyes in response. Be content. At least you're not like me, frozen to the point of being unable to grasp a sausage. The atmosphere within the carriage lightened considerably, having endured the life and death trials of the eternal frozen valley. The camaraderie among the group deepened. Yet beneath this levity lay an unspoken weight, particularly felt by Tang San and Chu Xiao, who often gazed silently out the window, evidently still pondering the myriad enigmas of the far north. What do you think lies beneath the ice? Ning Rongrong inquired softly, hugging her knees. Could it be an existence older than the Rakshasa god, perhaps related to the divine realm? Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. It's hard to say. The Douluo continent has existed for so long. Who knows how many secrets lie buried? However, anything powerful enough to be sealed by such a formidable barrier is certainly not benign. Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze towards Chu Xiao. Has there been any movement from that light point in your palm recently? Chu Xiao opened his palm. The purplish-black light at the center of the black and white mark remained dormant, resembling an ordinary insignia. There has been no activity, but I can sense its presence still, much like a ticking time bomb, uncertain of when it may detonate. I shall also endeavor to study this light point, Chu Xiao added, since it has established a connection with the bones of ice and fire, perhaps through the soul bones. We may uncover a means to counter it. As they conversed, the carriage gradually entered the vicinity of Tiando City, in stark contrast to the tranquility of their departure. Tiando City now buzzed with lively activity. Pedestrians thronged the streets, most wearing expressions of contentment. Following the downfall of the Spirit Hall, the two great empires had redefined their spheres of influence, and Tiando City, as the capital of the Tiando Empire, was steadily regaining its former splendor. Upon passing through the city gates, a familiar figure awaited them, Master Yu Xiaojing. Teacher, Tang Sin exclaimed, leaping from the carriage and hurrying towards him. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the group received a warm welcome. Flander, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujing had long awaited their arrival at the entrance. And upon seeing them return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, you rascals. Flander clapped Tang San and Chu Xiao on the shoulders, his tone filled with approval. Regarding the matters of the eternal ice plains, Yu Tianxin has already sent word. The Thunder Fortress will bolster its defenses, allowing you to rest easy now. Lu Erlong took Tang San by the hand, inspecting him from side to side, relieved to confirm he was unharmed. Come inside quickly. I've prepared some soup to nourish you. That evening, the Academy hosted a modest celebration banquet. During the feast, the group recounted their experiences in the eternal ice plains. And when they spoke of the colossal eyes and ancient seal deep within the frozen valley, both Flander and Yu Xiaojing's expressions grew grave. What you are likely encountering is the legendary shadow of the far north. Yu Xiaojing set down his cup and began to speak slowly. In my youth, I came across a fragmentary ancient text that described an ancient entity born from chaos, sealed deep within the frozen expanse, feeding on the ice and drawing sustenance from soul power, an exceedingly dangerous being. However, that text was incomplete. The subsequent accounts were lost, and I had always thought it to be mere legend. The shadow of the far north? Tang Sen inquired further. Did the ancient text mention its origins or weaknesses? Yu Xiaojing shook his head. There are no detailed records, only that it coexists with the ice fields, its power fluctuating with the changes in the ice. Furthermore, he paused and glanced at Chu Xiao. The text states that the fragments of the shadow's essence will attach themselves to living beings with similar power attributes, serving as the key to its unsealing. A chill ran through Chu Xiao's heart. Are you suggesting that I am that key? Quite possibly, Yu Xiaojing affirmed, though he added. There is no need for excessive worry. The fact that it has been sealed once indicates that it is not invincible. Moreover, your ice and fire duality bone embodies the balance of yin and yang, which precisely counters its malevolent attributes. This may be the reason it cannot control you at present. Flinder interjected, regardless, we must proceed with caution. I have already contacted the two great empires and the remaining sects, hoping to unite greater strength to collaboratively devise countermeasures. The threat of the shadow of the far north is not something a single academy or family can confront alone. In the dead of night, Tang San was deeply engrossed when a faint sound suddenly echoed outside the window. Instantly alert, he activated his purple extreme demon eye and beheld a shadow fleeting past like a specter, vanishing toward the back mountain of the academy. Who goes there? Tang San exclaimed. Pursuing the figure, the shadow moved with remarkable speed, clearly a formidable soul master. Tang San relentlessly followed until they reached the bamboo grove at the rear mountain, where the shadow finally came to a halt and slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, the figure was clad in a black cloak, revealing a pale face beneath. It was none other than Mo Chun, the direct disciple of Ghost Douluo, whom they had encountered previously in Wuhan City. Tang San, it is a pleasure to see you again. Mo Chun's voice was hoarse, yet calm, devoid of any hostility. Tang San frowned. What brings you to Shrek? The spirit hall has fallen. How dare you show your face? I am not here for revenge, Mo Chun replied, raising his head, his eyes devoid of past fervor, filled instead with weariness. I have come to deliver something. He produced an ancient wooden box from his bosom and handed it to Tang San. This was entrusted to me by my master before his passing, instructing me to give it to the one who could avert disaster should the far north ice field show signs of unrest. It seems that person is you. Tang San received the wooden box, feeling its weight. The box was inscribed with intricate runes, somewhat resembling those of the eternal Frozen Valley sealing symbols. What is inside? I do not know. Mo Chun shook his head. My master did not reveal it, only stating that it must not be opened unless absolutely necessary. He also mentioned that the awakening of the shadow of the far north is not a mere coincidence, but rather tied to an ancient grudge with the divine realm. An ancient grudge with the divine realm? Tang San's heart stirred. What does that mean? However, Mo Chun chose not to elaborate further. He transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night, leaving behind the words, I have said all that I needed to say. Take care, Lord Tang San. The tranquility of this continent may merely be the calm before the storm. Tang San clutched the wooden box, standing amidst the bamboo grove, gazing intently in the direction where Mo Chun had vanished, his brow furrowed. The relic of Ghost Douluo, the shadow of the extreme north, and the ancient grievances of the divine realm all pointed towards a deeper enigma. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao was in his room, immersed in meditation. He endeavored to communicate with the violet-black light point in the palm of his hand through the soul power of the river of Hades, but unexpectedly found himself in a chaotic realm of consciousness. Within this space, a vague figure whispered in an incomprehensible ancient tongue, yet certain recurring words sent tremors through his heart. Chu Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his back. He sensed that the existence of the shadow of the extreme north was likely far more intricate than they had imagined, potentially entangled with the secrets of the divine realm. Chapter 40. Clues from Ancient Texts and the Beginning of Anomalies. The following morning, at the training grounds of Shrek Academy, Tang San and Chu Xiao rose early, each engaged in their daily cultivation. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, his gaze traversing the dawn light, attempting to capture every subtle fluctuation in the air, while Chu Xiao focused on channeling the river of Hades soul power, repeatedly cleansing the imprint in his palm, hoping to discover a new breakthrough. It seems you both had a restless night, came the voice of Master Yu Xiaojing from the edge of the training field. As he approached with several yellowed ancient texts in hand, Tang San ceased his practice and stepped forward, asking, Teacher, have you uncovered any clues? Yu Xiaojing handed the ancient texts to Tang San. These are findings I unearthed from the depths of the Academy's library. One volume, Records of the Northern Wilderness, contains some scattered mentions regarding the extreme North Ice Field. Though incomplete, it may provide you with some insights. Tang San and Chu Xiao immediately leaned in. Flipping open Records of the Northern Wilderness, the text had become somewhat illegible, primarily recounting the strange occurrences of the extreme north, until they reached a page in the middle that described the seal of the ice field. At the pinnacle of the extreme north, there lies a frozen expanse of 10,000 miles, suppressing the breath of chaos below, resembling an eye that devours soul power, coexisting with the ice field. In ancient times, a deity forged the seal using the powers of the two poles, binding it for 10,000 years, with cracks appearing on the seal as time deepened. Breath of chaos? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow. This seems to correlate with what you mentioned about the shadow of the extreme north. Moreover, the reference to the powers of the two poles resonates with my ice and fire duality bone, which embodies the essence of both. Tang Sen pointed to the phrase ancient deity. Teacher, which deity do you think this refers to? Yu Xiaojing pondered. It is difficult to ascertain. The history of Douluo continent predates the known lineage of deities and may refer to an ancient god long fallen. However, the mention of forging a seal with the powers of the two poles aligns remarkably with the characteristics of Chu Xiao's soul bone. Perhaps this is why your soul bone can establish a connection with that violet-black light point. At that moment, Oscar and Ning Rongrong arrived at the training grounds. Oscar held a soul guide device, his expression grave. Tang San, Chu Xiao, we just received alarming news from the Tiando Empire. Strange occurrences have transpired in several small towns on the fringes of the extreme north ice field last night. What sort of strange occurrences? Tang San inquired immediately. It is said that the soul beasts in the town have suddenly become frenzied, even actively attacking humans. Oscar paused momentarily, as witnesses reported seeing a black mist emerging from the depths of the icy plains, with the frenzied soul beasts displaying a hint of purplish black in their eyes. A sense of urgency gripped Chu Xiao, prompting him to instinctively glance at his palm. Has the shadow of the far north begun to stir? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. It is likely so. The cracks in the seal may have widened after your departure. It is attempting to influence the creatures on the periphery of the icy plains in preparation for breaking free. Tang Sen decisively declared, I will head to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire at once to discuss this matter with His Majesty. We must dispatch scouts to the edge of the far north immediately to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Chu Xiao interjected, I will accompany you. Perhaps my soul bone can sense the source of the black mist. Tang Sen shared the accounts from the Northern Wilderness Chronicles and the Master's conjectures with Xue Peng, whose demeanor grew increasingly grave. If that is the case, the so-called breath of chaos may indeed threaten the entire continent. It cannot be confirmed at this moment, but we must prepare for the worst, Tang San replied. Your Majesty, could you mobilize a contingent of elite soul masters to accompany us to investigate the edge of the far north? Additionally, please contact the Xing Luo Empire and alert them to monitor any movements at the borders, just in case. Xue Peng immediately nodded. Certainly. I will order the elite of the Royal Soul Master Legion to assemble. You may depart at any time. As Chu Xiao reached out to touch the mirror's surface, the mark on his palm unexpectedly began to radiate warmth, and a faint purplish-black mist materialized on the mirror, reminiscent of the aura from the far north. The shopkeeper, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, Be cautious, esteemed guest. This ice mirror was retrieved from the edge of the far north, and is said to reflect the deepest fears of the human heart. Those who have come into contact with it have been left in a daze. Tang Sen channeled his soul energy to examine the ice mirror and stated solemnly, This mirror has absorbed the aura of the shadow of the far north, and has become its appendage. It seems its influence spreads more rapidly than we anticipated. Just then, the soul guide device at Tang San's waist suddenly illuminated, signaling a message from Shrek Academy. Upon connecting, Zhao Wujia's anxious voice came through. Tang San, this is terrible. The ancient texts in the Academy's library have spontaneously ignited, particularly those regarding the divine realm and ancient deities. They have been completely incinerated. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the weight of the situation. Someone is obstructing their quest for truth. Meanwhile, the wooden box left by Mo Chun lay quietly in Tang San's room. Perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery lies within this enigmatic wooden box. Tang San took a deep breath, having resolved that the time had come to open it. Chapter 41. Secrets of the Wooden Box and the Spreading Shadows. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the flames in the library had just been extinguished. Smoke still curled from the charred wooden beams, and several elderly teachers responsible for the library were crouched before the ruins, sighing deeply. As a few pages of partially burned texts lay scattered on the ground, their inscriptions rendered nearly illegible. How could this have caught fire so suddenly? Tang Xin grasped the arm of one of the teachers, inquiring earnestly. The old teacher shook his head, his voice tinged with trepidation. I cannot fathom it. Despite the absence of any nearby sparks, those ancient texts ignited as if set ablaze by some unseen force, instantly turning to ashes before our eyes. We attempted to extinguish the flames with water, yet the fire only raged fiercer, leaving us helplessly watching those invaluable documents reduced to cinders. Could it truly have an influence here? Dai Mubai's expression darkened, as the distance to the northern ice field spans thousands of miles. Yu Xiaojing spoke solemnly. This indicates that its power is rapidly recovering, capable of transmitting its essence remotely through some medium. The ancient texts housed within the library predominantly document ancient secrets and likely contain clues to restrain it, which explains its urgency in annihilating these manuscripts. Tang Xin inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. The more it reacts this way, the more it affirms that we are on the right path. Come, let us proceed to my room. The group followed Tang Xin to his chamber. He retrieved a quaint wooden box from his storage soul guide and placed it upon the table. The box was roughly the size of a palm, crafted from an unfamiliar type of obsidian wood. Its surface adorned with intricate runes that resonated subtly with the patterns found in the chronicles of the Northern Wilderness and the Xianbing Mirror, albeit more complex and refined. Is this what the disciple of the ghost Douluo delivered? Flinder leaned closer, scrutinizing the box, noting the strong, sealing aura emanating from the runes, suggesting it was specifically designed to safeguard significant items. Interesting. Does this seal recognize its master? Lu Erlong raised an eyebrow. Xu Xiao attempted to press his palm's mark against the box, and suddenly, the violet-black light at the center of his black and white mark flickered, prompting the runes on the box to emit a faint violet-black glow in response. It appears that its power must be harnessed to unlock it, Xu Xiao observed. Turning to Tang Xin, try channeling your spirit power through the purple extreme magic eye. It may activate the seal. Tang Xin nodded, activating the purple extreme magic eye, sending a concentrated wave of spirit power towards the box. This time, the runes did not repel. Rather, they responded like an activated keyhole, intertwining golden and violet lights that faded away as the box clicked open. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or jewels. Only a scroll made from animal hide and a fragmented jade pendant. The hide scroll had yellowed and become brittle, inscribed with twisted characters in dark red ink that, at first glance, resembled blood script. Tang Xin cautiously unfurled the scroll, and the others immediately gathered around. Damubai furrowed his brow. What language is this? I have never seen it before. Ning Rongrong pointed at several characters. They somewhat resemble the ancient divine script recorded in the texts, yet they are not entirely the same. Xu Xiao gazed intently at the scroll and suddenly spoke. I recognize several of these words. In the chaotic consciousness space, the vague figure mentioned phrases such as exile, divine realm, and traitor. Yu Xiaojing took the scroll, studying it intently for a while, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is indeed ancient divine script, but it contains numerous signs of alteration, as if someone deliberately obscured the content. However, based on the discernible portions, this likely pertains to a record of judgment concerning the shadow of the extreme north. Judgment record? Tang Xin inquired. How much can you decipher? Xu Xiao felt a stirring in his heart. The power of ice and fire in extremes? My ice and fire extremity bone may very well be connected to those two divine kings. Yu Xiaojing nodded, contemplating the possibility that your soul bone might be the remnant of the power sealed away long ago, thus enabling it to resonate with the fragments of the essence of the extreme north shadow. Tang Xin picked up the half of the jade pendant, which was smooth to the touch, etched with a half-flame motif, its broken edge remarkably even, as if cleaved by immense force. He infused a trace of soul energy into the pendant, and it suddenly glowed with a crimson light, subtly responding to the white flame patterns within Xu Xiao's palm imprint. Xu Xiao gazed at the pendant in astonishment, sensing its aura bore a striking resemblance to the flame power within his soul bone. It appears that this half of the pendant serves as the key to unlocking something significant. Tang Xin speculated that the other half might be located at the core of the seal in the extreme north ice field. The ghost Douluo left these clues, evidently intending for us to discover a means to completely suppress the extreme north shadow. At that moment, Tang Xin's soul communicator lit up once more, this time transmitting an urgent message from the Tiando Empire. Upon connecting, Xu Ebing's anxious voice came through. Tang Xin, there's trouble. The nearest city to the extreme north ice field. The frozen city was shrouded in a black mist last night, and all communication from the city has ceased. The Soul Master Legion sent to investigate has also gone dark. What? Tang Xin sprang to his feet. When exactly did this happen? Just an hour ago. The communicator from the frozen city suddenly cut off, and the border outpost reported seeing black mist rising from the city center, which has now spread beyond the city limits. Shuebing's voice quivered. The speed at which the black mist spreads is alarming. If this continues, it will reach the borders of Tiando City within 3 days. Suddenly, the imprint in Chu Xiao's palm began to radiate intense heat, purple-black specks flashing wildly. As if responding to the distant black mist, it is absorbing the life force of the frozen city. This black mist manifests its power, capable of eroding the minds of living beings and turning them into puppets. We must set out immediately. Dai Mubai clenched his fists. Any delay could be disastrous. Flinders spoke solemnly. I will accompany you. The frozen city is a crucial stronghold. Should it fall, the consequences would be dire. Yu Xiaojing, you are in charge of the academy. Keep a close watch on the movements in other regions in case of further disturbances. Yu Xiaojing nodded. Be careful. Remember, do not engage the black mist directly. Use long-range soul techniques to probe first. If the situation seems unfavorable, retreat immediately. Preserving strength is of utmost importance. Without a moment's hesitation, the group gathered their belongings and followed Flinder to the Royal Soul Master Legion's base in Tiando City. Shuebing had already assembled 300 elite Soul Masters, and upon seeing Tang San and the others arrive, he promptly ordered their departure. Boarding the swiftest flying soul communicator, they raced towards the frozen city. The closer they approached the extreme north ice field, the more intense the chill in the air became. The once verdant grasslands were now blanketed in a thin layer of frost, as if prematurely ushered into winter. Something is amiss. Chu Xiao observed the frost below, his expression grave. This was no natural phenomenon, but rather the power of the black mist altering the environment. It was transforming the areas it traversed into realms suitable for its own survival. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, gazing towards the distant skyline. There, a colossal pillar of black smoke surged into the heavens, directly pointing towards the frozen city. The clouds surrounding it tainted a grim gray, emanating a disquieting aura. How much longer until we arrive? Tang San inquired of the soldier piloting the soul communicator. The soldier's face turned pale, at most half an hour. However, General, the front airspace is already shrouded in black mist, and the detection function of the soul guiding device is about to fail. Flanders spoke in a grave tone. Lower the altitude and advance from the ground. Everyone, brace yourselves and prepare for battle. The soul guiding device gradually descended, and as the group stepped onto the frozen land surrounding the city, they heard a strange, eerie howling. Before them was a pack of once docile prairie wolves, now with eyes glowing crimson, their fur marred by purple-black patterns, frantically tearing at the carcasses of their companions. Blood and flesh hanging from their jaws. These soul beasts have been corrupted. Ning Rongrong unleashed the 7-treasure glazed tile, amplifying the entire group. Dai Mubai transformed into a white tiger, unleashing a white tiger light wave that sent several of the foremost prairie wolves flying. Do not linger. Enter the frozen city as quickly as possible. The group fought off the corrupted soul beasts while advancing towards the frozen city. The closer they got to the city, the denser the black mist became, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters, the air thick with a nauseatingly sweet stench that, upon inhalation, dulled the flow of their soul power. Chu Xiao harnessed the power of the ice and fire polar bone, a faint ice-fire barrier materializing around him. Isolating the black mist. Follow me closely. My barrier can temporarily ward off the black mist's corruption. Tang San released the blue-silver grass, which grew wildly in the black mist, forming a green passage. Be cautious. This black mist not only corrupts the mind, but also weakens soul power. As they traversed the layers of black mist, the outline of the frozen city finally appeared before them. Once a bustling metropolis, it now lay in eerie silence. The gates wide open, streets strewn with discarded belongings and dried blood, devoid of any living beings, save for the occasional low growl emanating from within the buildings, sending chills down their spines. Where are the people? Zhu Zhuqing gripped her underworld spirit cat martial soul, warily surveying her surroundings. Could they all have been? Before she could finish her thought, dozens of figures suddenly leaped down from the rooftops ahead. These figures moved with a stiff gait, their skin an unnatural ash gray, their eyes entirely consumed by purple-black, the corrupted residents of the frozen city. They charged at them with terrifying speed, their nails sharp as blades, glinting with a purple-black cold light. Beware of their attacks, Tang Sen warned. These corrupted beings have lost their sanity, driven solely by the urge to kill. A fierce battle erupted abruptly in the streets of the frozen city. The Shrek 7 monsters and the elite of the Royal Soul Master Legion fought side by side, fending off the frenzied assaults of the corrupted while remaining cautious of the continuous encroachment of the black mist. each face etched with gravity. In the center square of the frozen city, a massive ice sculpture was slowly taking shape. The sculpture resembled a giant open eye, its iris flowing with purple-black light. A miniature version of the colossal eye found deep within the Arctic wasteland. Countless purple-black threads extended from the ice sculpture, connecting to every corrupted individual in the city, as if siphoning their life essence. Before the ice sculpture, a vague figure began to coalesce, the very silhouette that Chu Xiao had glimpsed in the chaotic realm of consciousness. It felt the inexhaustible surge of vitality flowing in, letting out a silent roar that thickened the black mist enveloping the frozen city. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 42. The Eye of the Ice Sculpture and the Echoes of the Deity. In the central square of the frozen city, purplish-black mist swirled like a living entity. And the enormous Eye of the Ice Sculpture exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The residents, connected by purplish-black threads, moved mechanically towards the ice sculpture like marionettes. With each step closer, the hue in their eyes deepened, their life force being siphoned away to nourish the sculpture. It cannot absorb any more power, Tang San exclaimed softly, as the blue-silver grass surged forth like a tide, instantly ensnaring dozens of the corrupted residents in an attempt to sever their connection with the ice sculpture. This thread is highly toxic, Tang San warned, urging everyone to exercise caution and avoid direct contact. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, activating the ice and fire dual extremes bone, enveloping himself in black and white flames that formed a swirling fire ring. Let me give it a try. He leaped into the air, the fire ring soaring towards the ice sculpture, dispersing the purplish-black mist as if it were a bane. Sizzle. The ice fire ring collided with the ice sculpture, producing a piercing sound, as its surface was instantly coated with a layer of ice crystals, which were then scorched by the flames, emitting white smoke. The enormous eye of the ice sculpture abruptly opened, and a beam of purplish-black light shot towards Chu Xiao with blinding speed. Be careful. Tang San swiftly brandished the Haotian hammer, using its true form to shield Chu Xiao. Clang. The purplish-black beam struck the Haotian hammer, the immense force causing Tang San to stagger back, his hands tingling. A small pit was corroded into the hammer, releasing a pungent odor. Such potent corrosiveness. Tang San frowned, realizing this entity was more troublesome than they had anticipated. Flinder transformed into a cat-eagle, unleashing the soul skill Eagle Strike, sending countless blades of wind towards the ice sculpture, only to have them effortlessly blocked by the surrounding black mist. This won't do. The black mist can absorb the power of soul skills. Daimubai gritted his teeth, then let S shatter its core. Oscar, amplify my strength. Oscar immediately tossed out sausages, stalwart golden fly, exhilarating pink sausage. Daimubai consumed the sausage, his soul power surging dramatically, fully activating his white tiger martial soul. As he leapt towards the ice sculpture, gathering terrifying energy for the white tiger destruction kill. Just as he was about to strike the sculpture, the indistinct figure in front of it suddenly raised a hand, unleashing an invisible force that sent Dai Mubai crashing against the distant city wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing hurried over to support him, her eyes filled with concern. That figure is the key. Yu Xiaojing's voice came through the soul communicator, clearly having been monitoring the battle. It is a consciousness avatar of the extreme north shadow. The ice sculpture merely serves as its energy vessel. Without addressing the avatar, no amount of damage to the sculpture will suffice. Chu Xiao fixed his gaze on the indistinct figure, suddenly speaking. It fears my ice and fire power. When my flames approached earlier, its aura fluctuated. Tang San immediately understood. Rongrong, give Chu Xiao the maximum amplification. We will cover him. Understood. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile shone brightly, enhancing attack power. Speed enhancement. Soul power amplification. A furious roar erupted from the indistinct figure, as countless strands of dark purple and black shot towards Chu Xiao from all directions. Unfazed, Chu Xiao coalesced the powers of ice and fire into a long sword, cleaving through the strands with a single strike. Just as he was about to approach the figure, it abruptly dissipated, transforming into numerous dark purple and black specks that melded into the ice sculpture. The giant eye of the ice sculpture radiated a blinding light, causing the entire frozen city to tremble violently, fissures tearing through the ground as more dark purple mist surged forth from beneath. This is bad. It intends to self-destruct the ice sculpture, unleashing all its energy. Tang San's expression darkened, and he commanded everyone to retreat immediately. Without hesitation, the group hastened towards the city's outskirts. Chu Xiao cast one last glance at the ice sculpture, suddenly noticing a fragmented mark inscribed on its base. which perfectly complemented the half of the jade pendant left behind by Ghost Douluo. Wait, Chu Xiao shouted, dashing towards the ice sculpture's base, simultaneously receiving the half pendant from Tang San. What are you doing? Dai Mubai exclaimed anxiously. A gentle yet potent energy surged from the pendant, instantaneously enveloping the entire frozen city. The dark purple mist dissipated as if melting under sunlight, while the residents, previously tainted, gradually regained their senses, albeit appearing extremely weakened. The giant eye of the ice sculpture melted rapidly in the crimson light, ultimately transforming into a droplet of crystalline water that merged into the pendant. The flame motif on the pendant became complete, emanating a warm glow. Holding the pendant, Zhu Xiao felt a wave of warmth flood his being, resonating intensely with the dual powers of ice and fire within his soul bone. The dark purple light in his palm flickered violently a few times before dimming slightly. Is this? Chu Xiao gazed at the pendant in astonishment. This pendant can purify the power of the extreme north shadow? Ning Rongrong murmured. Flinder exhaled in relief. It appears that what Ghost Douluo left behind is not merely a clue, but the key to restraining the extreme north shadow. Chu Xiao tucked the pendant away, feeling the warm flow coursing through him. The power contained within this pendant is of the same origin as the ice and fire energy in my soul bone, yet purer, akin to divine strength. It must be a token left by the Ice-Fire God King who sealed the extreme north shadow back in the day. The voice of Yu Xiaojiang echoed once more, tinged with satisfaction. It seems you have discovered a method to suppress it. However, do not let your guard down. This is merely a fragment of the extreme north shadow. Its true form lies deep within the extreme north ice field, and the pendant's power may not be sufficient to eradicate it completely. Tang Sen nodded. The teacher is right. Although the frozen city is temporarily safe, the threat of the extreme north ice field remains. We must swiftly locate the other half of the pendant or find a way to activate the full power of this pendant. At that moment, a royal soul master rushed in, a grave expression on his face as he handed a communication device to Tang San. General Tang, we have received word from the Star Luo Empire that a similar black mist has emerged at their borders, and it is even larger in scale than that of the frozen city. Tang Sen took the communication device, his countenance darkening as he read. In the northern region of the Star Luo Empire, a massive tower formed from the black mist has arisen, with surrounding soul beasts and residents being corrupted. The Star Luo royal family has dispatched troops to suppress it, but the losses have been staggering. A tightening sensation gripped Chu Xiao's heart. Is it attempting to create a diversion? The fragment of the extreme north ice field is merely bait, and the true target is the Star Luo Empire? No, Tang Sen shook his head. It is expanding the battlefield, drawing power from two locations simultaneously to accelerate the unsealing process. It seems we have little time left. He turned to the others. Dai Mubai, Yu, and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Oscar, will remain here to manage the aftermath of the frozen city, reassure the residents, and clear the remnants of the dark fog. Chu Xiao, Rongrong, and I will immediately head to the Star Luo Empire to offer our support. Understood. Dai Mubai nodded. Be cautious. Once everything was arranged, Tang San, Chu Xiao, and Ning Rongrong swiftly boarded the soul-guiding device, soaring towards the Star Luo Empire. As they gazed down at the shrinking frozen city below, Chu Xiao clutched the jade pendant tightly. The mark on his palm seemed to sense his determination, warming slightly once more. However, this time, he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of strength welled within him. In the heart of the Star Luo Empire's black forest, at the apex of a towering structure shrouded in dark mist, a more solid and indistinct figure stood silently, gazing down upon the corrupted beings below, emitting a silent, cold sneer. The tower was inscribed with runes reminiscent of the ice sculptures in the frozen city, albeit more intricate and ancient. Chapter 43. The Tower of the Black Forest and the Crisis of Star Luo. The flying soul-guiding device sliced through the clouds, racing towards the Star Luo Empire. The view outside transformed from the desolate icebound landscape to dense forests. Yet, as they approached the Black Forest, the air grew increasingly oppressive, with sunlight appearing veiled in a layer of gray mist, rendering it dim and lifeless. How much longer until we arrive? Tang Sen inquired, observing the thickening dark fog below. The soldier piloting the soul-guiding device from the Star Luo Empire swallowed hard, pointing towards a region enveloped in dark gray clouds. Lord Tang, ahead lies the Black Forest. The dark fog has already spread to the outskirts of the forest, where our troops are stationed. Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on the Seven Treasures glazed tower, her complexion paling. The extent of this dark fog is at least 10 times greater than that of the frozen city. Chu Xiao held the jade pendant infused with the power of ice sculpture in his palm. It emitted a faint warmth, seemingly attuned to something. The energy within the dark fog is chaotic, yet at its core, there exists a powerful pull reminiscent of the fissures in the seal of the extreme north icefield. The soul guiding device gradually descended into the military camp on the outskirts of the Black Forest. As they landed, a middle-aged man clad in armor and exuding a steady presence approached them. It was Davis, the crown prince of the Douluo Empire and Dai Mubai's elder brother. Tang San, Chu Xiao, you have finally arrived, Davis greeted, his face betraying an unmistakable weariness, his eyes bloodshot, indicating that the situation was worse than anticipated. Brother Dai, what exactly is happening inside? Tang San asked. Davis sighed, leading them towards the watchtower. 3 days ago, this black mist giant tower suddenly emerged in the center of the Black Forest. Initially, it was just a small-scale soul beast riot, which we did not take seriously. Until yesterday, when the dark fog began to spread. Soldiers and residents caught within have lost their sanity, transforming into mindless killing machines. We dispatched 3 elite teams to investigate. But fewer than 10 returned alive, and they were all half mad and half demented. Ascending the watchtower, the group gazed into the depths of the Black Forest. There, they beheld a colossal tower formed entirely of pure black mist, surrounded by countless distorted figures, as if the consumed beings were struggling in agony. At the pinnacle of the towering structure, a column of purplish-black light surged skyward, intertwining with the ashen clouds above, voraciously siphoning the soul energy from the heavens and the earth. This edifice was absorbing the essence of the world. Tang San furrowed his brow. If this continued, the entire Douluo Empire's soul power would be drained. Chu Xiao pointed towards the base of the tower. Observe, there is a circle of runes at the bottom, resembling the sealing runes of the extreme north icefield, albeit in reverse, akin to a reverse seal designed specifically to release energy. A reverse seal? Davis inquired, perplexed. What does that imply? It suggests that this tower is not intended for suppression, but rather for the transmission of power, Tang San elucidated. The seal of the extreme north icefield is continuously leaking energy, transmitted here through some medium, and then disseminated by this tower, corroding the continent. Ning Rongrong suddenly pointed to the surroundings of the tower. Look at those afflicted individuals. They appear to be circling the tower, as if participating in some ritual. Upon closer inspection, the group beheld countless beings, interconnected by purplish-black threads, slowly circling the tower, forming a vast circle, with the threads converging at the base. Absorbed by the reverse seal. This is dire. Chu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. They are constructing an energy cycle, using the vitality and soul power of living beings to sustain the operation of the reverse seal. Once the cycle is completed, the seal of the extreme north icefield may shatter entirely. Davis tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Shall we initiate an attack now? I have gathered 5,000 soul masters, ready to charge at any moment. Tang San shook his head. No, a rash assault would merely lead to more people being corrupted. Moreover, we do not yet know the location of the tower's core. Blind attacks would be futile. He turned to Chu Xiao. Can your jade pendant sense the location of the core? Closing his eyes, Chu Xiao concentrated his mental energy on the jade pendant. Moments later, he opened his eyes and pointed to the 7th level of the tower. There lies an energy source akin to that of the extreme north icefield, far more potent than the ice sculptures of the frozen city. The 7th level, Tang San pondered. It seems someone must infiltrate the tower to destroy the core. I shall go, Chu Xiao declared immediately. My ice fire power can counter the black mist, and with the jade pendant in my possession, it may prove even more effective. I will accompany you, Tang San replied. The more individuals, the greater the support. Davis interjected. I will have the agile attack-type soul masters of the Douluo Empire assist you, tasked with clearing the outer barriers. Unnecessary, Tang San countered, shaking his head. Too many would risk exposure. We can infiltrate alone. You shall remain on standby outside. Should the tower exhibit any anomalies, launch an immediate attack to divert its attention. With the plan established, Tang San and Chu Xiao donned inconspicuous night garments, channeling their soul power to conceal their presence as they ventured deep into the Black Forest. Visibility within the black mist was severely diminished, and soul power sensing was greatly hampered, compelling them to rely on the guidance of the purple extreme demon eye and the jade pendant. Upon entering the shroud of black mist, they were met with a chorus of low growls. Countless corrupted soul beasts and humans roamed the forest, their movements stiff yet acutely sensitive to fluctuations in soul power. Tang San and Chu Xiao held their breath, gliding through the woods like phantoms, striving to evade detection by the afflicted. Chu Xiao's icefire power formed a thin veil, completely masking their presence, and astonishingly, those corrupted souls failed to notice them. The power of this jade pendant is more useful than I had imagined, Tang San remarked softly. Chu Xiao nodded in agreement, noting that it seemed to be capable of mimicking the aura of the Northern Shadow, causing these corrupted beings to perceive us as one of their own. The two approached the colossal tower without incident. The tower loomed even larger than it appeared from a distance, its structure composed of flowing black mist, with countless agonized faces emerging upon its surface, sending chills down one's spine. How do we ascend? Chu Xiao inquired. Tang San pointed to a recessed area on the tower's side. The mist there flows more slowly. It should be a region of comparatively weaker energy. We shall enter from there. With a leap, they silently slipped into the indentation. Upon entering the interior of the tower, they discovered it to be hollow, with numerous strands of purple-black silk cascading from the ceiling, connecting to cocoons embedded in the walls, each encasing a living person, evidently being kept as reserves. Is there any hope for these individuals? Chu Xiao asked quietly, gazing at the slumbering forms. Ascending the staircase along the tower's wall, each level was fraught with peril. Some floors were thickly populated with purple-black tendrils, while others housed specially cultivated powerful soul beasts, where even a moment's carelessness could trigger an alarm. Fortunately, Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes could foresee danger, while Chu Xiao's powers of ice and fire allowed them to discreetly clear obstacles, enabling them to reach the 7th level unscathed. The 7th level was a vast circular chamber, at the center of which floated a basketball-sized purple-black orb, connected by countless threads emanating a disquieting energy. Surrounding the orb were 3 indistinct figures, the consciousness avatars of the Northern Shadow. You have finally arrived. One figure slowly turned, its voice resembling the whispers of countless souls. The key lies with the descendants of the traitor. Tang San and Chu Xiao immediately heightened their vigilance. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, while Chu Xiao held the jade pendant protectively against his chest. Do you recognize us? Of course, the figure replied with a smile. I have awaited this day for 30,000 years. The deity who sealed me away has long since perished. Do you truly believe that with this fragmentary token, you can thwart me? Chu Xiao scoffed. At the very least, it can bind you for another 30,000 years. Naive, the figure sneered. The deities of Douluo continent have long lost their former strength. Who among them can restrain me now? Once I absorb sufficient power, not only will I shatter my seal, but I shall also return to the divine realm to exact revenge on those who exiled me. Such delusions. Tang San bellowed, bringing the Haotian hammer down upon the purple-black orb with the force of thunder. Overreaching, the other 2 figures simultaneously retaliated, transforming the purple-black energy into 2 colossal claws that met the Haotian hammer. A tremendous collision reverberated throughout the tower, causing it to tremble as Tang San staggered back, his arm numb. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao unleashed his ice and fire dual extremes, directing the black and white flames toward the purple-black orb while simultaneously infusing it with the pendant's power. The flames enveloped the orb, which began to vibrate violently, the energy fluctuations becoming chaotic. The 3 figures roared as they charged at Chu Xiao, intent on halting him. Now, a glint of cold light shone in Tang San's eyes as blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring the legs of the 3 figures. While he unleashed a mental shockwave, 3 figures momentarily halted in their movements. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xiao channeled all his soul power into the jade pendant, which erupted in a brilliant radiance, casting a red and white beam toward the purplish-black orb. No. The 3 figures let out desperate howls, but it was already too late. The beam struck the orb, causing it to instantly fracture, spreading cracks across its surface before shattering with a sharp snap. With the core's destruction, the entire black mist tower began to collapse, the purplish-black fog receding like a tide, and the corrupted beings fell to the ground, losing consciousness. On the outskirts of the Black Forest, Davis noticed the anomaly with the tower and immediately ordered a full-scale assault. As countless soul masters surged into the black mist to rescue the survivors, Tang San and Chu Xiao watched as the mist gradually dissipated, finally allowing themselves a sigh of relief. Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the jade pendant, observing that the flame design upon it had grown even brighter, imbued with a sense of movement. Is it over? He inquired. Tang San shook his head, gazing toward the direction of the extreme north ice field. No, this is merely the beginning. Its essence remains in the extreme north. This was simply a severing of one of its energy conduits. To eradicate it completely, we must go to the extreme north and restore the seal. Chu Xiao nodded, acknowledging, it seems we must venture to the extreme north once more. Just then, Tang San's soul communicator abruptly rang, revealing the voice of Master Yu Xiaojing. Imbued with unprecedented gravity. Chapter 44. The rift in the secret chamber and the ancient remnant soul. The message relayed through the communicator struck Tang San and Chu Xiao's hearts like a boulder plummeting into a lake, causing them to sink into trepidation. A spatial rift? Tang San's brow furrowed in concern. How could such a phenomenon manifest so suddenly? Chu Xiao gripped the jade pendant tighter, feeling a subtle chill emanate from its surface. It is likely connected to the shadow of the extreme north. When the core of the tower was destroyed, its consciousness alluded to chaos. Perhaps it is forcibly tearing apart the fabric of space to establish a passage between the extreme north and the outside world. Davis nodded in affirmation. Fear not. The Douluo Empire will manage the aftermath. Should you require assistance, communicate at any moment, and I shall dispatch troops immediately. Without further delay, Tang San and Chu Xiao exerted their utmost strength, racing toward the outskirts of the Black Forest. In the forest, now freed from the black mist, sunlight streamed down once more, revealing that most of the corrupted beings lay in a deep stupor, while soldiers of the Douluo Empire efficiently transported them for medical attention, indicating that matters were progressing favorably. Yet both understood that this tranquility was but a fleeting respite. Yu Xiaojiang led them swiftly toward the back mountain of the academy. Follow me. The rift lies within the underground secret chamber. An hour ago, the chamber suddenly emitted a powerful surge of energy. Zhao Wujin entered to investigate and discovered the rift, which exuded an essence identical to the cracks of the seal in the extreme north ice field. Traversing the winding passage, they arrived at the deepest reaches of Shrek Academy's underground chamber, originally designated for the storage of precious soul guides and ancient texts. It was now shrouded in a faint purplish-black mist, the air thick with a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of the extreme north ice field. In the center of the chamber, a fissure approximately half a meter wide had opened, from which purplish-black mist continuously poured forth, revealing distorted shadows within. As if something on the other side of the rift was struggling, Zhao Wujin stood guard beside the fissure, forming a barrier with his soul power to prevent the mist from spreading. You have arrived. Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. This fissure was unervingly sinister. My soul power barrier cannot withstand it for long, and the aura from within has been growing increasingly potent. Chu Xiao stepped forward, pressing the jade pendant against the crack. Immediately, the pendant emanated a warm radiance, causing the purplish-black mist surging from the fissure to thicken significantly, even beginning to flow backward. It works, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. However, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. There is a strong suction emanating from the fissure. The power of the pendant can only temporarily suppress it. It cannot prevent the fissure from expanding. Moreover, I can sense many consciousnesses on the other side of the fissure, as if they are imprisoned souls. Tang Sen activated his purple extreme demon eye, attempting to see through to the other side of the crack. The light from the purple extreme demon eye pierced through the mist, faintly revealing a chaotic space filled with countless transparent shadows. They were howling in agony and struggling, yet were bound by an invisible force, unable to approach the fissure. What are those? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her voice quivering slightly. Yu Xiaojiang replied solemnly. They are likely souls devoured by the shadow of the extreme north. It feeds on soul power and life. These souls must be its stored nourishment. Now, it is forcibly tearing apart space, and the power of these souls has become its aid. What should we do? Oscar asked. We can't just watch as the fissure continues to grow, can we? Tang San turned to Chu Xiao. The jade pendant can temporarily suppress the fissure. Perhaps it can also seal it? Chu Xiao shook his head. It is difficult. This fissure is a spatial damage. Although the pendant's power can restrain the aura of the shadow of the extreme north, it is insufficient to repair the space. Unless what? Everyone asked in unison. Unless we can find a power related to space. Chu Xiao paused, glancing at Yu Xiaojiang, or discover the cause of the fissure's emergence. Is there something in this secret chamber that attracted the power of the shadow of the extreme north? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened. Now that you mention it, I recall something. The foundation of this chamber is constructed from a mineral called void stone. Void stone can absorb spatial energy. Could it be that the shadow of the extreme north, through some means, remotely activated the power of the void stone, causing the rift in space? It is quite possible, Tang Sen nodded. Although void stone is rare, it is not inherently dangerous. It only becomes unstable in the presence of powerful spatial energy or malevolent auras. The power of the shadow of the extreme north precisely meets both criteria. Just then, the fissure suddenly trembled violently, and a denser purplish-black mist surged forth, instantly breaking through Zhao Wuji's soul power barrier. From the mist coalesced a massive claw, lunging toward Chu Xiao, clearly aiming for the jade pendant in his hand. Be careful. Tang Sen immediately unleashed his blue-silver grass, ensnaring the claw while simultaneously launching his Haoyin hammer. Clang. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiao maximized the power of the jade pendant, and a beam of red and white light shot into the fissure. A chilling roar echoed from within, and the emerging mist diminished significantly. It's trying to seize the pendant. Chu Xiao gasped. To it, the pendant may hold some critical significance. Tang Xin declared resolutely, we cannot let it succeed. Since the Void Stone is the catalyst, let us destroy it. Dai Mubai, Oscar, use your powers to attack the ground surrounding the fissure and obliterate the Void Stone foundation. Understood. Dai Mubai and Oscar immediately sprang into action. Dai Mubai transformed into the White Tiger, unleashing relentless waves of White Tiger light that bombarded the ground. Meanwhile, Oscar provided various enhancement sausages and utilized the mirror sausage to replicate Dai Mubai's powers, joining in the assault. The air reverberated with deafening explosions, and the ground surrounding the fissure began to collapse, revealing the faintly glowing void stone beneath. Under the encroaching violet-black mist, these stones had turned a deep black, emanating unstable energy fluctuations. Now's the time, Tang Xin exclaimed. Chu Xiao raised the jade pendant high, and its radiance surged dramatically, forming a colossal light shield that enveloped the entire fissure. Within the shield, the black energy emitted by the void stones was continuously purified, gradually returning to its original pristine white. Almost there, Chu Xiao shouted, urging everyone to exert their utmost effort. The group coordinated flawlessly, and the ferocity of Dai Mubai and Oscar's attacks intensified, shattering the void stones one by one, causing the fissure to begin to contract. Finally, as the last void stone was purified, the fissure emitted a faint cracking sound and sealed entirely, leaving behind only a shallow mark on the ground. The violet-black mist dissipated completely, and the underground chamber returned to tranquility, with only a lingering chill in the air. Chu Xiao stowed away the jade pendant, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him as he collapsed to the ground. The pendant's glow had dimmed significantly, clearly having expended a vast amount of energy. We've finally closed it, Ning Rongrong said, supporting Chu Xiao with a sigh of relief. Flinder furrowed his brow, but this is merely a temporary measure. The shadow of the extreme north was able to open a fissure in Shrek Academy, indicating that its power can influence any part of the continent. Next time, it may choose an even more perilous location. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Moreover, although this fissure has been closed, I can sense that the cracks in the seal of the extreme north glacier have widened again. It has paid such a high price. Clearly not just to seize the jade pendant. Perhaps it is testing the continent's defensive capabilities. Tang Xin approached the site where the fissure had closed, crouching down to examine it closely. The teacher is right. It is probing our weaknesses. From the frozen city to the Black Forest, and now here. Each time it strikes more forcefully, evidently gathering intelligence in preparation for a final unsealing. Chu Xiao gripped the jade pendant tightly, the flame pattern on its surface having dimmed considerably. The power of this pendant is greatly depleted. It is unlikely to exert such formidable influence again in the near future. It seems we must take the initiative. Tang Xin stood up, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Passive defense is never the solution. Since the shadow of the extreme north resides in the extreme north glacier, we shall go there to resolve it once and for all. To the extreme north glacier? Dai Mubai was taken aback. But the seal there is so potent, wouldn't we inadvertently aid its unsealing? Not at all, Tang Xin replied, shaking his head. We do not intend to destroy the seal, we aim to restore it. The scroll and jade pendant left by Ghost Douluo, along with Chu Zhao's ice and fire duality bone, all pertain to the original seal. Perhaps by gathering these, we can discover a method to mend the seal. Yu Xiaojing pondered. Taking the initiative is indeed the best choice at present, but the extreme north glacier is exceedingly dangerous, and your strength is still insufficient. Thus, you are granted a month's time to dedicate yourselves to rigorous training at the academy. Meanwhile, I shall reach out to the two great empires of Tiando and Xinghua, as well as the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, and other forces, to amass all available strength to accompany you. 1 month, Tang Xin glanced at Chu Xiao, and a flicker of solemnity crossed their eyes. They both understood that within this month, the northern shadow might stir up further disturbances. Nevertheless, this was the most optimal arrangement they could devise. Although the specifics remained unclear, an inexplicable thought arose in Chu Zhao's mind. Behind the seal of the northern ice field, there seemed to lie an even greater secret, a secret intertwined with his own fate, and perhaps that of the entire Douluo continent. The spatial fissure that had just sealed might not signify an end, but rather the dawn of a new beginning. The power of the northern shadow had already seeped into the heart of the continent, and the coming month would likely not be tranquil. Tang Xin sensed his unease and patted his shoulder. Do not overthink. Regardless of what transpires, we shall face it together. Chapter 45. A month of preparation and the call of the ice field the day following the closure of the fissure in the underground chamber. Shrek Academy entered a state of emergency preparedness. The core members of the Shrek 7 monsters devoted nearly all their time to cultivation. Tang Sen focused his training on the integration of the purple extreme demon eye and his spiritual power. The force of the northern shadow could not only erode soul power, but also disrupt the mind. Thus, the strength of one's mental faculties would prove pivotal. He often sat beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, absorbing the essence of the celestial herb to fortify his soul power while honing the precision of his spiritual strength by gazing into the boundary where ice and fire converged. The synergy between the Haotian hammer and the blue silvergrass became increasingly adept, forming a perfect complement between the control of the blue silvergrass and the powerful strikes of the Haotian hammer. Occasionally, when sparring with Dai Mubai, they could suppress his nether white tiger solely through the coordination of these two soul weapons. Chu Xiao, on the other hand, concentrated on exploring the connection between the ice and fire dual extremes bone and the jade pendant. He discovered that when the pendant drew near to the soul bone, a peculiar resonance occurred, amplifying the movement speed of the ice and fire energies severfold and even purifying some items tainted by the aura of the northern shadow. Throughout the month, he pressed his palm against the restored jade pendant nearly every day, sensing the gentle divine power coursing within, striving to comprehend the laws governing this force. The purple-black light point in his palm remained still, yet Chu Xiao could faintly feel that its connection to the northern ice field had never been severed, resembling an invisible thread that continually relayed a distant call. Ning Rongrong expanded the amplification range of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower to its limits. She could now enhance dozens of individuals simultaneously, a significant upgrade from the previous maximum of 10, with effects that were more stable. Oscar developed a new sausage, the cleansing sausage, capable of offering brief resistance against mental erosion. Although its effects were fleeting, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. The martial soul fusion technique of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the nether white tiger, became increasingly refined, with faint golden patterns beginning to emerge within the white tiger's silhouette, symbolizing an enhancement in the purity of their soul power. A month later, reinforcements from the Tiandou and Xinglua empires arrived punctually at Shrek Academy. The Heavenly Dou Empire dispatched an elite contingent from the Thunder Academy, led by Yu Tianxin, while the Star Luo Empire was personally commanded by Davis, bringing along the Royal Elite Black Panther Legion. Additionally, the 7-treasure glazed tile school sent Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo as reinforcements. Other affiliated sects of the two great empires also responded in kind, ultimately assembling a soul master force exceeding 2,000 individuals, among whom there were dozens of formidable beings at the tidal Douluo level or above. On the eve of departure, the conference hall of Shrek Academy was brightly lit. Yu Xiaojing spread a large map of the extreme north ice field before him, pointing to its center, according to ancient texts. The core seal of the extreme north ice field lies deep within the ever-frozen ice valley, precisely where you previously encountered those enormous ice. From the map, it is evident that this location is surrounded by 3 natural ice barriers, and the shadow of the extreme north may very well lay ambushes along the way. Ning Fengji interjected, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will provide comprehensive support throughout the journey. Rongrong's amplification range is limited. I will coordinate with her to cover more individuals. Bon Douluo will provide close protection for you, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Tang San nodded. We understand. If we encounter insurmountable danger, we will immediately communicate using the soul guidance devices. Chu Xiao, stroking the jade pendant in the palm of his hand, suddenly spoke. I have a premonition that the shadow of the extreme north seeks more than just breaking the seal. It seems to be searching for something, likely connected to the seal itself. Bon Douluo glanced at him. Can you be certain? Chu Xiao shook his head. It is merely a feeling. That purple-black light point has been growing warm at specific times, as if it is sensing something. Furthermore, each time it heats up, the jade pendant reacts, as if they are both repelling and attracting one another. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow. This may relate to the key you mentioned earlier. The shadow of the extreme north requires you, this key, to unlock something, while the jade pendant serves as its lock. After the meeting concluded, Tang San and Chu Xiao walked side by side along the academy's path. The moonlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows. Do you think we can truly restore the seal? Chu Xiao asked softly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Tang San gazed at the stars on the horizon. I do not know, but we must take action. Once the shadow of the extreme north breaks the seal, the entire Douluo continent will descend into chaos. The consequences will not only affect us, but also all innocent lives. He patted Chu Xiao's shoulder. Do not overthink it. Your ice and fire powers, along with the jade pendant, are crucial. Believe in yourself. Chu Xiao nodded, clenching his fists. The light point in his palm seemed to sense his resolve, quivering slightly before returning to stillness. The following morning, the grand procession officially set forth. Hundreds of flying soul guidance devices formed a formation, soaring through the sky like a flock of geese toward the extreme north ice field. The hum of the soul guidance devices intertwined with the synchronized sound of slicing through the air, creating an awe-inspiring momentum. As they approached the extreme north ice field, the temperature plummeted. The once verdant grasslands were now blanketed in ice and snow, with large flakes falling from the sky, reducing visibility. The speed of the flying soul guidance devices had to be moderated, as the soul masters summoned their soul power to fend off the bitter cold. How much longer until we arrive? Dai Mubai tightened his cloak, unable to restrain his query. The soldier piloting the soul guidance device pointed ahead, at most, half an hour. Before them lay the edge of the frigid northern tundra, where the air currents were exceedingly unstable, rendering the soul guiding device unable to venture further. They could only descend there and proceed on foot. Tang Xin gazed through the window of the soul guiding device into the distance, where the outlines of the tundra flickered amidst the swirling snow, resembling a slumbering behemoth. His purple extreme magic eye faintly discerned the undulating purplish-black mist deep within the ice field, along with that familiar, heart-stirring aura. Prepare yourselves, Tang San cautioned. The shadow of the far north is likely aware of our arrival. It is waiting for us. It seems to know we would come, Chu Xiao murmured, his tone grave. Tang Xin grasped his arm. Do not let it affect you. Whatever schemes it harbors, we must confront them head-on. The flying soul guiding device pierced through the final barrier of wind and snow, ultimately arriving at the edge of the far northern tundra. One by one, the group descended, their feet crunching upon the thick ice, producing a sound akin to cracking. The icy wind howled across the tundra, the swirling snowflakes striking their faces like daggers, while distant ice peaks loomed in the mist, appearing particularly menacing. Just as the team was preparing to split according to their plan, a sudden, deep rumble echoed from the depths of the ice field. Subsequently, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless ice spikes erupted from the earth, forming a colossal wall of ice that completely barred their path forward. From atop the ice wall, the purplish-black mist surged forth like a tide, coalescing into a gigantic visage, the very outline of the shadow of the far north. Welcome to my domain. Do you truly believe that this meager strength can thwart me? The immense face slowly intoned. Today, all who approach this place shall become the offerings for my unsealing. Especially you, Chu Xiao. Suddenly, the light point in Chu Xiao's palm erupted with blinding radiance, resonating with the purplish-black mist upon the ice wall. He staggered back, his complexion paling. It is forcibly activating the fragments within me. Tang San immediately unleashed his blue silver grass, shielding Chu Xiao behind him while channeling his soul power to counteract the intangible pull. Everyone, be on guard. It is about to strike. Chapter 46. The trial of the ice field and the ancient remnant consciousness icicles rained down like a tempest, imbued with a biting chill and the corrosive power of the purplish-black mist. Tang San reacted swiftly as the blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into an impenetrable green barrier that thwarted most of the icicles. Clang, clang, clang. The icicles collided with the blue-silver grass, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds, while a few that breached the barrier were shattered by Dai Mubai and Davis in unison. However, the purplish-black mist seeped through the crevices of the barrier, and soldiers who came into contact with it emitted anguished groans, their skin visibly darkening to a purplish hue. Spirit revitalizing sausage. Oscar promptly launched a plethora of sausages, enveloping the area in a pink glow, slightly alleviating the pallor of the soldiers afflicted by the mist. Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower floated in midair, its 7 layers illuminating simultaneously, all attribute amplification, speed amplification, soul power amplification. Flinder transformed into a cat eagle, his wings unfurling as a furious wind arose, dispersing the purplish-black mist ahead. Proceed as planned. The Western team, follow me. With a powerful flap of his wings, he led the soul masters of the Tiando Empire toward the vulnerable point on the left side of the ice wall, with Lu Erlong closely behind, her dragon form igniting, searing the encroaching mist. We shall take the central path. Tang Sin uttered a low command, and the blue-silver grass transformed into a verdant bridge, spanning the chasm of the fractured ice wall. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, the ice and fire dual extremes circulating at their utmost potential, black and white flames swirling around him, incinerating the encroaching purple-black mist as he followed closely behind Tang San. As they traversed the ice wall, the scene before them grew increasingly bizarre. The once flat ice expanse was now adorned with distorted ice sculptures, each uniquely shaped, some resembling humans, others spirit beasts, etched with expressions of exquisite agony and terror, as if they were beings frozen in an instant. The purple-black mist flowed among the ice sculptures, faint sobs barely audible. There is something amiss with these ice sculptures, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her feline gaze warily scanning the surroundings. They emanate fluctuations of soul power, as if they are alive. They are corrupted soul masters and spirit beasts. Tang Xin frowned. They have lost their consciousness. We must crush them directly. Dai Mubai transformed into a white tiger, shattering the foremost ice sculpture with a powerful paw. As ice shards scattered, the purple-black mist dissipated like drifting sand. Chu Xiao unleashed his ice and fire ring, sweeping through the area. Whereupon the ice sculptures were instantly consumed by the combined force of ice and fire, purifying the mist entirely. The group advanced cautiously, navigating through the realm of ice sculptures, until they encountered a vast ice gorge. Ancient runes adorned the cliff faces on either side, mirroring the patterns found on the Ghost Douluo scroll, yet more complete. At the gorge's entrance stood a solitary figure, Emo Chun, who had previously appeared at Shrek Academy. "What brings you here?" Tang Xin inquired warily. Emo Chun turned, his complexion even paler than their last encounter, but his eyes bore a newfound resolve. "I am here to deliver one final item." He produced a tattered beast hide from within his garments and tossed it to Chu Xiao. "This is the map hidden by the teacher in the secret chamber of Spirit City, marking the weaknesses of the sealing core." Chu Xiao caught the hide and unfurled it, revealing a complex formation drawn in red ink, with 3 crimson dots at its center, accompanied by ancient divine characters, Extreme, Yin, and Yang. These 3 points represent the most vulnerable spots of the seal. Emo Chen's voice was hoarse. "The power of the extreme north shadow primarily leaks from here. You must simultaneously channel the forces of the 2 extremes to temporarily stabilize the fissure. But remember, it can only hold for half an hour. If you do not find a complete method of repair within that time, all will be in vain." "Why are you helping us?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. Emo Chun offered a bitter smile, gazing deep into the gorge. Before his passing, the teacher confessed that he had followed the wrong people throughout his life, aiding tyranny. This is his final act of atonement. Moreover, should the extreme north shadow break free, the entire continent will suffer, and I will not survive either. He paused, unfastening a dagger from his waist. This dagger, forged from the essence of extreme north ice, can temporarily sever the energy lines of the extreme north shadow. It may assist you. Tang Xin accepted the dagger, its icy coldness piercing, yet subtly radiating a purifying aura. "Thank you." Emo Chen shook his head. "This is all I can do. The path ahead is yours to traverse." With that, he turned and plunged into the depths of the ice gorge, his figure swiftly vanishing into the purple-black mist, leaving behind a faint sigh. Exchanging glances, the group quickened their pace into the gorge. The mist within grew denser, rendering their soul power sensing nearly ineffective, and they could only rely on Chu Zhao's jade pendant to guide their way. The jade pendant radiated an increasingly brilliant light, indicating that it was drawing near to the core of the seal. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed through the mist ahead. This was the voice of the Ice Bear King. Yet it was significantly more powerful than the one previously encountered. A massive ice bear emerged from the fog, its fur displaying an eerie purple-black hue. Frost and dark mist clinging to its claws, it was none other than the ancient Ice Bear King, one of the tyrants of the extreme northern tundra. It was a guardian spirit of the Ice Valley, now corrupted. Tang Xin spoke solemnly. "Chu Xiao, let us combine our strengths to vanquish it." Chu Xiao nodded, summoning the powers of ice and fire into a spear, while Tang Xin brandished the Haotian hammer. Together, they charged towards the Ice Bear King. The beast roared in fury, swinging its claws with a force that tore through the air, as the purple-black mist coalesced into a phantom claw at its tip. Clang! The Haotian hammer collided with the ice bear's paw, and Tang Xin used the momentum to retreat, while Chu Xiao seized the opportunity to thrust his ice-fire spear into the Ice Bear King's flank. The creature let out a pained howl, pivoting to unleash a blast of icy mist that enveloped Chu Xiao. Wiping the frost from his face, Chu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. The Ice Bear King's power was vastly superior to before, and the corrosive force within the mist was even more intense. "Use the full power of the ice and fire polar bone," Tang San commanded. "I will hold its attention." He leaped into the air, wielding the Haotian hammer with relentless force, bombarding the Ice Bear King's defenses and drawing its focus. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Xiao pressed the jade pendant against the purple-black light in his palm. In an instant, the pendant erupted in resplendent brilliance, merging with the powers of ice and fire to create a pillar of red and white light. He thrust the light column fiercely into the Ice Bear King's chest, where the core of the spirit beast resided. Roar! The Ice Bear King emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form convulsing violently as the purple-black mist gushed from its wound. only to be purified into white smoke by the light pillar. Moments later, its body began to stiffen, ultimately transforming into a crystalline ice sculpture. The purple-black mist dissipating entirely to reveal its original pure ice-blue hue. As the Ice Bear King vanished, the cliffs flanking the ice valley trembled. Ancient runes glowing with golden light, and a spectral figure emerged from the depths of the runes. It was an elder clad in black and white battle armor. His face obscured yet radiating an awe-inspiring authority. At last, someone has the power to invoke the dual forces. The elder's voice was aged yet commanding. His gaze settling upon Chu Xiao. Child, you carry the essence of the Ice and Fire God King. Are you their chosen successor? Taken aback, Chu Xiao asked. Ice and Fire God King, who are you? I am the remnant consciousness of the guardian who sealed the shadow of the extreme north, the elder replied slowly. The shadow was once a chaotic deity of the divine realm, attempting to consume the chaotic power to overturn the heavens, only to be banished by the Ice and Fire God King, imprisoned here. However, the gods exhausted their powers, leaving only this remnant consciousness to coexist with the seal. Tang San inquired, how can we completely restore the seal? The elder sighed, the core of the seal consists of the 3 points of extreme, yin, and yang, requiring the infusion of the dual forces, followed by the suppression of the chaotic heart. Yet, the chaotic heart has long been lost with the fall of the God Kings. Wait a moment, the jade pendant in your hand. The elder's gaze fell upon the pendant held by Chu Xiao, suddenly filled with excitement. This is half of the Ice and Fire Divine Seal. The other half resides within the shadow of the extreme north. By uniting the 2 halves of the Divine Seal, one can temporarily replace the Heart of Chaos. Indeed, the elder nodded. Yet the true form of the shadow of the far north awaits at the end of the Ice Valley. It has long sensed your arrival and has likely laid an intricate trap. Remember, only the fusion of the Ice and Fire Divine Seals can truly seal it away. As his words faded, the elder's figure began to dissipate, and the runes upon the cliff gradually dimmed. Go forth, guardians of the hope of Douluo continent. It rests upon your shoulders. With the elder's disappearance, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the Ice Valley, as the purple-black mist surged forth like a tsunami, carrying a breath of annihilation. Tang San tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, while Chu Xiao clutched the jade pendant tightly in his palm. The two exchanged a resolute glance, each reflecting the determination found in the other's eyes. Let us proceed, Tang San declared in a low voice, to confront this god of chaos. The group, no longer hesitating, strode boldly into the purple-black mist towards the core of the seal at the valley's end, where the final battle awaited. Chapter 47. The shadow of chaos and the unification of divine seals. The purple-black mist surged like boiling ink, each wave imbued with a chilling essence capable of freezing souls and a malevolent force that could tear apart minds. At the end of the Ice Valley, a colossal ice throne hovered in midair, upon which sat a vague figure. This shadow, shrouded in the purple-black mist, obscured its features, revealing only a pair of eyes ablaze with chaotic flames, seemingly capable of devouring all light. Countless twisted strands of energy swirled around it, one end tethered to the figure while the other delved deep into the seal's focal point within the Ice Valley, continuously siphoning its power. At last, the voice of the shadow of the far north resonated, not like a human voice, but rather like the simultaneous wails of innumerable souls. The heir of the Ice and Fire Divine King, and the successor of the Haotian Hammer? What a nostalgic presence. Tang San positioned the Haotian Hammer defensively in front of him, while blue-silver grass formed layers of protection around him. Your time has long since passed, God of Chaos. Yield to the seal. Yield to the seal? The shadow of the far north emitted a low, mocking laugh, causing the ice throne to tremble violently. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, infused with the purple-black mist, hurtling towards them. I have been suppressed for a millennium. I am no longer the chaos god of yore. Now, I am the sovereign of this far northern ice expanse. With a sweeping gesture, a massive beam of chaotic light shot towards Tang San. In a flash, Chu Xiao positioned himself before Tang San, channeling the full power of the Ice and Fire polar bones, intertwining black and white flames to form a shield that successfully deflected the beam. However, the tremendous impact forced him back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Chu Xiao. Tang San rushed forward to support him, while the blue-silver grass transformed into vines, entangling the shadow of the far north's arm in an attempt to restrain its movements. Overestimating your abilities. The shadow of the far north scoffed, as the purple-black mist around its arm surged, swiftly corroding the blue-silver grass to nothingness. With a sudden strike against the icy surface, the cliffs on either side of the valley collapsed with a thunderous roar, as countless corrupted ice sculpture soul beasts emerged from the rubble, surrounding them in a dense throng. Rong Rong, amplify, Tang Xin commanded. The brilliance of the seven treasures glazed tower surged to its zenith, enhancing the soul power, speed, and strength of the group to their utmost limits. Dai Mubai and Davis joined forces, unleashing the spectral forms of two fierce tigers upon the ice plains, tearing apart the encroaching ice sculptures. Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong stood back to back, their phantoms flickering in synchrony with the amplification of the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda, precisely shattering the core of the ice sculpture. Oscar continuously hurled sausages, various supportive delicacies flowing forth like an assembly line, ensuring that everyone maintained their peak condition. Bone Douluo and Flinder engaged in aerial restraint, the spectral dragon and the cat eagle whirlwind intertwining, temporarily blocking the long-range assaults of the extreme north shadow. Lu Erlong's fire dragon form scorched vast areas of ice, the intense heat causing the icy surface to begin melting. Xu Xiao, we shall take the lead, Tang San declared, his gaze sharp. The Haotian hammer, entwined with the resilience of blue silver grass and the spiritual power of the purple extreme magic eye, sought the other half of the divine seal within. Xu Xiao nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as the powers of ice and fire coalesced once more. Grasping tightly the half of the ice-fire divine seal, the jade pendant emitted a radiance that resonated powerfully with something within the extreme north shadow. A faint red glow flickering at the location of the other half of the divine seal, right at its chest. It's at its chest, Xiao shouted. As the ice-fire spear took form, piercing through the air with a sharp wail directed at the extreme north shadow's heart. You think you can harm me without the united divine seal? The extreme north shadow sneered, chaotic power morphing into countless tendrils that coiled around Xu Xiao like living creatures. Just in time, Tang San arrived, the Haotian hammer sweeping through and severing the tendrils, combined with the purple extreme magic eye. His eyes glowed with a deep purple light, his spiritual energy transforming into invisible blades, forcefully penetrating the consciousness sea of the extreme north shadow. The extreme north shadow emitted a pained roar, its movements momentarily stalling. In that fleeting moment, Xu Xiao seized the opportunity. The powers of the ice and fire dual bones fused completely with the brilliance of the ice-fire divine seal, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the heavens, disregarding the chaotic shield and directly striking its chest. Roar! The body of the extreme north shadow trembled violently, an explosion of radiant red light erupting from its chest as the other half of the ice-fire divine seal was forcibly separated by the beam, perfectly aligning with the jade pendant in Xu Xiao's hand. No, my divine seal. The extreme north shadow bellowed in madness, chaotic power surging uncontrollably, causing the entire ice valley to tremble, the light of the sealing array's focal point dimming. In that instant when the two halves of the divine seal united, an overwhelming surge of power erupted. Intertwined black, white, and red lights formed a colossal phantom of the divine seal, hovering in midair. The voice of the elder's remnant consciousness resounded once more. Hurry! Embed the divine seal into the focal point of the sealing core. Xu Xiao and Tang San exchanged a glance, both exerting their strength simultaneously. Xu Xiao manipulated the phantom of the divine seal, while Tang San enveloped it tightly with blue-silver grass, guiding it towards the core of the array at the deepest part of the ice valley, marked by the crimson dot inscribed with the character for extreme. The phantom of the divine seal drew ever closer, the character at the focal point glowing with golden light, resonating with the divine seal. Just as the divine seal was about to merge with the focal point, the extreme north shadow suddenly detonated a portion of its chaotic power, breaking through the defenses with astonishing speed, a pitch-black hand reaching for the divine seal. Not a chance. Xu Xiao leaped, binding his soul power with the divine seal, propelling himself towards the focal point alongside it. Xu Xiao, Tang San cried out, attempting to grasp him but only clutching at empty air. The hand of the extreme north shadow was mere inches from the divine seal, yet it was repelled by the radiance that burst forth from the seal. The figure of Xu Xiao melded with the divine seal at the heart of the extreme point formation as black, white, and red light instantaneously enveloped the entire sealing array. The 3 points of extreme, yin, and yang illuminated simultaneously, unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy. A piercing scream erupted from the shadow of the extreme north, its form continuously purified by the radiant light of the formation. The purplish-black mist dissipated rapidly, revealing a blurred essence within, a constantly twisting mass of chaotic energy. The brilliance of the formation intensified, and the shadow of the extreme north shrank visibly, ultimately being completely drawn into the heart of the array. The tremors of the ice valley ceased, the purplish-black mist gradually fading away to reveal the pristine expanse of ice. At the heart of the array, Xu Xiao's figure slowly emerged, his icy fire duality bones shimmering with a gentle glow. The divine seal of ice and fire in his hand had fully merged, emanating a warm and majestic aura. It is accomplished, Tang San sighed in relief, stepping forward to support the somewhat fatigued Chu Xiao. The group gathered around, gazing at the now stabilized seal, their faces adorned with weary yet contented smiles. Upon the cliffs on either side of the ice valley, ancient runes flickered to life once more, the remnants of the elder's consciousness appearing for the final time, wearing a look of satisfaction. Thank you. The Douluo continent is safe for now. As his words faded, the remnant consciousness completely dissipated, and tranquility returned to the ice valley. Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the ice fire divine seal, feeling the power contained within, and softly remarked, "It has merely been resealed, not eradicated." Tang San nodded, his gaze resolute. "We shall grow stronger until this threat is utterly vanquished." Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its light upon the ice field, reflecting a crystalline brilliance. The purplish-black mist surrounding the ice sculptures had vanished, restoring them to their original forms, as if the ordeal had merely been a haunting nightmare. Chapter 48. The journey home and underlying currents as they departed the ice valley. The frigid winds of the extreme north seemed to have softened. The purplish-black mist had completely vanished, and sunlight bathed the glistening ice surface, refracting a dazzling radiance. The ice sculptures, which had once encapsulated pain and fear, appeared to shed their strangeness beneath the sun, leaving behind only the silence of history. Finally settled, Oscar slumped onto the icy ground, massaging his sore arms. "I never want to return to this place. It has frozen me to the bone." "Do not relax just yet," Tang San cautioned, surveying their surroundings. The blue-silver grass gently brushed against the ground, although the shadow of the extreme north had been resealed. The energy fluctuations beneath the ice field had yet to stabilize completely. "We must depart the core area swiftly." Chu Xiao clutched the ice fire divine seal at his chest, feeling the warm energy gradually replenishing his overexerted soul power. Hearing Tang San's words, he nodded. The divine seal and the seal are still in the process of harmonizing. The next half-month is crucial, and we cannot afford any missteps. What about Emochen? Zhu Zhiqing suddenly recalled the figure that provided the map. Scanning the entrance of the ice valley, but finding no trace of him, Flinders sighed when he rushed into the mist. "I saw a surge of chaotic energy erupt deep within the ice valley. He is likely lost." The group fell into a momentary silence, regardless of Mo Chen's past. He had ultimately sacrificed his life for a pivotal opportunity. Tang San slightly nodded. It was his duty. The journey home was significantly smoother than their arrival. With the absence of chaotic energy's corruption, the soul beasts upon the ice field had returned to their normal state, readily avoiding the approaching group. The dual forces of ice and fire within Chu Xiao continued to operate, now no longer requiring a battle against the mist. The black and white flames had coalesced into a soft halo, just sufficient to dispel the chill of the icy plains. "Your martial spirit is truly convenient," Ma Hongjun remarked, drawing closer with envy as he observed the luminous aura surrounding Chu Xiao. "It can both fight and keep one warm. Far more efficient in soul power than my phoenix flame." Chu Xiao smiled gently. "Your flame possesses great explosive power. Mine is merely enduring." He paused, turning to Ma Hongjun. "Earlier in the ice valley, your phoenix cry was significantly weakened. Is it due to the severe restraint of the ice attribute?" Ma Hongjun scratched his head. "Indeed. My soul power was frozen halfway as soon as it condensed. It felt like battling against oneself." "Really? That's wonderful." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened as he patted Tang San's shoulder. As they chatted leisurely, the group's tense nerves gradually began to relax. Ning Rongrong leaned against Oscar, her 7-treasure glazed tile reduced to a pendant around her neck, whispering. "Back in the ice valley, I sensed a familiar essence within the chaotic energy of the extreme north shadow, akin to the soul-bone fusion techniques of the Spirit Hall." Oscar was taken aback. "Are you implying that the Spirit Hall is colluding with the extreme north shadow?" "It's hard to say." Ning Rongrong shook her head. The essence was faint, more like a remnant of something that had been eroded, yet it felt off. Tang San overheard this and paused slightly, quietly activating his purple extreme magic eyes, gazing towards the horizon at the edge of the ice field. There, deep within the clouds, a fleeting shadow seemed to dart past. So swift it appeared to be an illusion. What is the matter? Chu Xiao noticed his unusual demeanor. Indeed, within less than 10 miles. A cracking sound suddenly resonated across the ice surface ahead. A fissure appeared in the ice, and purple-black vines burst forth from the ground, coiling towards the soldiers in front like venomous serpents. "Be careful. It's an evil entity formed from the residual chaotic energy." Tang San immediately unleashed his blue-silver grass, and the green vines clashed with the purple-black ones in midair, producing a hissing sound of corrosion. Chu Xiao's ice fire circle unfurled, and the black and white flames instantly reduced the approaching evil vines to ashes. Not just one spot. There are disturbances all around. The tremors beneath the ice grew increasingly intense as countless evil vines emerged from below, along with soul beasts of the icy plains. Now completely blackened from secondary contamination by chaotic energy, crimson-eyed snow wolves howled as they lunged forth from behind the ice hills. Someone is manipulating these residual energies. Flinder transformed into a cat-eagle and soared into the sky, his wings stirring a fierce wind. There are soul power fluctuations to the northwest, very concealed. Tang San's gaze sharpened. Teacher Lu, please lead the soldiers away. Dai Weici, Zhu Zhuqing, come with me. I shall also accompany you. Chu Xiao followed closely behind Tang San, the ice fire divine seal warming slightly, as if sensing something. The energy source of these evil entities felt similar, yet not entirely identical to the aura of the extreme north shadow, as if catalyzed by an external force. The four moved with great speed, weaving through the entangled evil vines until they arrived at a sunken ice pit. At the bottom lay a blurred formation, surrounded by several figures in black robes pouring soul power into it. Their robes bore a bizarre emblem, half black and half white, resembling a Taiji diagram, with blood-red eyes at each pole. This is not the emblem of the spirit hall, Zhu Zhuqing frowned, her cat-like eyes locking onto one of the black-clad figures. Their soul power fluctuations seemed peculiar, as if they were a fusion of multiple soul beasts' martial spirits. Regardless of who they are, we must subdue them first. Daimubai transformed into a white tiger, his claws slicing through the air with a fierce wind as he lunged towards the nearest cloaked figure. Yet, the figure remained unperturbed, sidestepping effortlessly while a pair of arachnid wings unfurled from his back, his hands morphing into serpent-like claws. The fluctuation of his soul power revealing characteristics of both spider and snake. A fusion of? Tang San's pupils constricted as blue-silver grass swiftly entwined around the opponent's ankle, an evil soul master. Chu Xiao's ice and fire spear pierced towards the heart of the formation, where the energy fluctuations were most intense. Upon seeing this, the cloaked figures turned in unison. Some spewed corrosive venom while others were shrouded in bone armor, their techniques both bizarre and sinister, evidently honed by years of dealings with malevolent beings. Who are you? Why are you catalyzing chaotic energy? Tang San demanded sternly, all the while suppressing his adversary. The leader of the cloaked figures cackled with a shrill, piercing voice. The heir of the Ice and Fire God King? The successor of the Haotian Hammer? What a delightful surprise. If our master knew you were still alive, he would be quite pleased. Master? Chu Xiao seized the momentary lapse in the opponent's defense, the ice and fire spear grazing his arm, drawing forth a stream of dark blood. Is it the shadow of the extreme north? Or the spirit hall? The shadow of the extreme north? Such obsolete trash dares to call itself master? The cloaked figure sneered, abruptly forming hand seals. The array at the bottom of the pit erupted with a crimson light. I have no time to play with you. Please accept this gift. As the crimson light flashed, all the cloaked figures simultaneously detonated their soul power. A tide of purple-black energy surging into the fissures beneath the ice. The glacial expanse trembled violently, the previously subdued chaotic energy erupting once more. Countless evil vines and polluted soul beasts emerging from the depths, their numbers exponentially greater than before. This is bad. They intend to spread the chaotic energy. Tang San's expression changed dramatically. Chu Xiao, we must seal the fissures. Chu Xiao nodded, pressing the ice and fire divine seal against the ice surface. The tricolored radiance of black, white, and red expanding to temporarily suppress the rampaging energy. However, the fissures were too numerous. His strength alone was insufficient to seal them all. I will assist you. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile shone once more, infusing Chu Xiao with a surge of unparalleled soul power. Everyone, let us work together to reinforce the ice layer with our soul power. Dai Mubai and Davis joined forces, their combined tiger strength crashing against the widest fissure, momentarily freezing the encroaching evil vines. Lu Erlong's fire dragon avatar scorched the ground, the intense heat causing the ice layer to harden temporarily. Oscar cast numerous strong-bone sausages, and the soldiers consumed the medicinal sausages, using their weapons and soul power to construct makeshift ice walls. Amidst the chaos, Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes pierced through the dust, catching sight of several dark figures swiftly retreating towards the horizon, unmistakably heading towards the spirit hall. It's the people from the spirit hall. Tang San clenched the Haotian hammer, recognizing that the flight patterns of those shadows were clearly the soul-bone skills of the spirit hall elders. They had intentionally provoked the chaotic energy to stall us, aiming to trap us in the extreme north. Let them be for now. Chu Xiao's voice bore a hint of fatigue. The light of the divine seal was beginning to dim, and the fissures were on the verge of breaking free. Tang San gritted his teeth, halting his pursuit, and turned to join the effort to seal the fissures. The blue-silver grass surged wildly, its roots penetrating the ice, entwining around the fissures like countless chains, gradually suppressing the rampaging energy in conjunction with Chu Zhao's divine seal. Half an hour later, the final fissure was sealed, and the ice field finally returned to tranquility. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, their soul power utterly depleted, leaving them with scarcely the strength to speak. Leaning against the icy wall, Chu Zhao observed the dimming glow of the ice and fire divine seal in his hand. He murmured, "Those individuals mentioned the master. Yet they are neither the shadow of the extreme north, nor do they appear to be affiliated with the spirit hall. Could they possibly be connected to the divine realm?" Tang Xin fell silent for a moment before responding. "Regardless of their identity, their evident target is you, me, and this ice and fire divine seal. Our expedition to the extreme north has not only failed to resolve our troubles, but has instead attracted even more enigmatic adversaries." Chapter 49. Aftermath of the icy plains and new clues. The sunlight of the extreme north could not dispel the gloom that weighed upon the hearts of the group. After sealing the last fissure, they were left utterly drained. Chu Zhao leaned against a relatively clean ice rock, the ice and fire divine seal still radiating warmth against his chest. The exertion of forcibly suppressing the chaotic energy had exacerbated his already considerable soul power depletion, leaving him nearly unable to lift a hand. Tang Xin offered him a recovery sausage, concern evident in his tone. The effects of Oscar's sausage were indeed remarkable. A pink aura enveloped Chu Zhao, and a gentle energy gradually flowed through his limbs, revitalizing him. "Thank you," Chu Zhao said as he accepted the sausage and took a bite, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. He glanced around. Soldiers were helping each other to clear the battlefield, many still bearing wounds inflicted by the malevolent vines. Although Oscar's sausages aided in healing, the bruises would not fade quickly. The soul masters from both the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires were in a similarly dire state, their faces ashen and wearied from soul power exhaustion. "The losses we suffered are significant," Flander remarked, landing beside Tang Xin in his cat-eagle form, his feathers ruffled, clearly fatigued from the recent battle. "What on earth were those individuals in black? I have encountered many evil soul masters from the spirit hall, but none were as reckless as those." Willing to self-destruct at a moment's notice, he continued. "They are not targeting us," Tang Xin said. His brow furrowed as his purple extreme demon eye continued to sense the surrounding energy fluctuations. "Or rather, we are merely a part of their scheme. They detonated the chaotic energy to spread it further." "Spread it?" Lu Erlong approached, her complexion pale after reverting from her fire dragon form. "But the shadow of the extreme north has already been sealed. What difference would it make if these residual chaotic energies were to disseminate?" "That is precisely the issue," Chu Zhao interjected. "Chaotic energy inherently possesses corrosive properties. Given the multitude of soul beasts in the extreme north, should they become tainted by this energy?" He did not finish his thought, yet everyone understood the implication. Tainted soul beasts would lose their sanity and become extremely aggressive, transforming the extreme north into a vast nest of monstrosities. Not only would humanity be in peril, but the entire ecosystem of the icy plains could be irrevocably destroyed. Moreover, Tang Xin added, "Those individuals in black mentioned a master and referred to the shadow of the extreme north as a has-been. This indicates that a more formidable entity lurks behind them." "A more formidable entity?" Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. "Stronger than the shadow of the extreme north? That would be catastrophic." "It is difficult to say," Tang San shook his head. "However, the power that compels a group of evil soul masters to willingly self-destruct is undoubtedly not to be underestimated." At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves resonated through the air, causing everyone to become alert. Dai Mubai and Davis immediately summoned their martial spirits, prepared for battle. Soon, a squadron of cavalry clad in the uniforms of the Star Luo Empire came into view, led by a tall middle-aged man, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Davis's father. "Father?" Davis exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" The Emperor dismounted his steed, surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. "I received word that you were in trouble, so I brought some men to assess the situation. What is the status here?" Davis succinctly recounted the events, and when he mentioned the mysterious figures in black, the Emperor's expression grew grave. "It appears that the unrest on the continent extends beyond just our Star Luo and the Heaven Do," the Emperor sighed. "Recently, the borders have also been tumultuous, with unidentified soul masters causing disturbances and injuring several patrolling soldiers." Unidentified soul masters. Tang Xin keenly seized upon the key point. "Do they possess any distinguishing characteristics?" The Emperor pondered for a moment. "They seem to all wear black clothing, and their techniques are quite peculiar, differing from the soul masters we typically encounter. Moreover, they emit a strange odor, something akin to burnt feathers." "Burnt feathers?" Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged a glance, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. Your Majesty, could you elaborate further? Tang San pressed. The Emperor nodded. It is a very acrid scent, quite unpleasant. And those soul masters are remarkably swift. When they find themselves outmatched, they flee, and despite our attempts to pursue them, we have not succeeded. Could they be from the Spirit Hall? Oscar speculated. Aren't they known to frequently wear black as well? Not quite. Davis shook his head. Though the Spirit Hall is no benign entity, we are somewhat familiar with their techniques, and those do not align with the individuals my father described. Understood, Tang Sen responded. After a brief rest, they prepared to set off. He felt an intuition that this expedition to the extreme north was not merely about resealing the shadow of the north. The enigmatic figures in black, their unseen master, and the disturbances along the borders mentioned by the Emperor all seemed to be part of an invisible web tightening around them. As the sun began its descent, casting elongated shadows, the chilling winds of the extreme north continued to blow, yet this time, they seemed to carry something different, a scent of conspiracy, the calm before an impending storm. The Emperor of Heaven Do had already received news and personally awaited them at the camp entrance. Let us enter first, he said, patting Tang San on the shoulder. I have arranged food and accommodations for you. Please take some time to rest. Upon returning to the tent, Tang San immediately recounted the events that transpired in the extreme north to the Emperor of Heaven Do and Ning Fengji. Upon hearing about the mysterious figures in black and their shadowy master, both the Emperor and Ning Fengji's expressions turned exceedingly grave. Your Majesty, now is not the time for lamentation. Ning Fengji spoke in a solemn tone, emphasizing the urgency of understanding the origins and intentions of these mysterious forces. Since they dared to stir trouble in the frigid northern expanse and the border of Star Luo, they might soon set their sights on our heavenly Do. Indeed. Tang Sin nodded in agreement, adding that they seemed particularly intrigued by the Ice-Fire Divine Seal on Chu Xiao, indicating a need for heightened vigilance to thwart their schemes. At the mention of the Ice-Fire Divine Seal, Chu Xiao instinctively touched his chest. After several days of recuperation, the power of the seal had stabilized considerably, becoming increasingly familiar to him. By the way, Chu Xiao, Ning Fengji inquired, what exactly is the origin of your Ice-Fire Divine Seal? The old man's residual consciousness suggested it belonged to the Ice-Fire Divine King, correct? Chu Xiao affirmed, stating that the elder had revealed that the Ice-Fire Divine King was the deity who once sealed the shadow of the far north, but ultimately exhausted his divine power and perished, leaving behind this seal. Moreover, it appeared that the seal was incomplete, with the other half residing within the shadow of the far north, though it had already fused with the half he possessed. The union of the seals prompted Ning Fengji to ponder whether it meant Chu Xiao now wielded a fragment of the Ice-Fire Divine King's power. Perhaps. Chu Xiao replied uncertainly, as he sensed formidable energy within the seal, yet he was not yet capable of fully mastering it. This is indeed a positive development. The Emperor of Heavenly Do sighed with relief. With this seal, we at least have some assurance when confronting those enigmatic forces. Nevertheless, we must not overly rely on the seal, Tang Sin cautioned. Given that these mysterious forces are bold enough to target the seal, they undoubtedly possess countermeasures. We must strive to enhance our own strength while thoroughly investigating their background. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. In the following days, the group rested at the camp, while both Heavenly Do and Star Luo began dispatching individuals to investigate the origins of the mysterious figures clad in black. After several days of study, Tang San discovered that the remnants contained, in addition to chaotic energy, a peculiar fluctuation of soul power. Unlike any he had previously encountered, neither belonging to humans nor soul beasts. What could this possibly be? Tang San mused, furrowing his brow as he examined the remnants. Just as he was deep in thought, Chu Xiao entered the room. What are you studying? Chu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Take a look, Tang San said, handing the remnants to Chu Xiao. These were left behind by those black-clad individuals. Can you sense anything? Upon grasping the remnants, Chu Xiao felt a sudden tremor from the Ice-Fire Divine Seal on his chest, as a warm current flowed from his arm into the remnants. Almost immediately, a miraculous transformation occurred. The originally gray-black remnants began to glow, ultimately morphing into a small flame, its colors alternating between black and white. Chu Xiao gazed in astonishment at the flame in his hand. Ice-fire energy. Tang San was equally taken aback. How could there be ice-fire energy within these remnants? Chu Xiao shook his head, uncertain, but sensing that the flame seemed to resonate with the divine seal. No sooner had he spoken than the black and white flames soared into the air, darting towards the divine seal at Chu Xiao's chest, where it ultimately merged into the seal. The divine seal emitted a faint glow, and Chu Xiao felt an increased mastery over it, though he could not quite comprehend why. A vague intuition suggested that this might be a significant clue. Regardless, it at least indicated that a certain connection existed between the black-clad individuals and the Ice and Fire Divine King. Chu Xiao spoke solemnly, proposing that perhaps they could delve into the legends surrounding the Ice and Fire Divine King, as it might lead them to some insights. Tang Xin nodded in agreement, stating that he would ask the master to assist in uncovering any records regarding the Ice and Fire Divine King. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, followed by the voice of Flander, urging, Tang San, Chu Xiao, come out quickly. There's an urgent matter. Tang San and Chu Xiao exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Could it be that trouble had arisen again? Chapter 50. Fragments of ancient texts in the anomalous divine seal. As they lifted the tent flap, a biting cold wind swept in, carrying snowflakes with it. Flanders stood in the snow, his expression graver than the ice of the tundra. What is it? Tang Sin approached swiftly, a growing sense of apprehension swelling within him. Flander produced a scroll wrapped in animal hide from his cloak and handed it over, explaining, the patrol team discovered this on the outskirts of the Ice Valley. The material appears to be ancient, and none of us can recognize the characters inscribed on it. Chu Xiao took the scroll, feeling its icy touch. The edges had already yellowed and grown brittle, clearly indicating its antiquity. Upon unfolding it, he found it covered in intricate patterns, neither resembling the runes commonly used by soul masters nor any known script of the continent. The twisted lines seemed to writhe on the parchment like living entities. As soon as Chu Xiao's fingertip brushed against the patterns, the Ice and Fire Divine Seal within him suddenly flared with heat, and the tricolored radiance of black, white, and red illuminated the scroll. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the contorted lines appeared to ignite, changing colors in response to the light. The black lines gradually turned red, while the white lines shimmered with golden hues, ultimately coalescing into clear characters. It is ancient divine script. Tang San's pupils constricted. He had encountered similar inscriptions in the ancient texts of the Wuhuan Hall, chronicling the history of the divine realm. The others gathered closer, including Emperor Xing Luo and Ning Fengji, unable to resist the urge to examine the text. As Chu Xiao traced the divine script, the brilliance of the Ice and Fire Divine Seal intensified, translating the text into contemporary language. In the primordial chaos, purity and impurity were divided. The two gods of ice and fire wielded the powers of duality, establishing order across the three realms. Yet, the essence of chaos, unwilling to be bound, transformed into a shadow, devouring divine essence and corroding divine souls. The two gods of ice and fire utilized the divine seal as a medium, gathering the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to forge a seal, confining the shadow of chaos to the farthest northern tundra. The divine seal is divided into two. One is the ice soul, hidden at the core of the seal. The other is the fire soul, intertwined with the bloodline of the divine king. Upon reaching this point, Chu Xiao suddenly halted, his fingertip lingering over the words bloodline of the divine king. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing noticed his pallor. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he revealed. The jade pendant left to me by my mother is precisely the ice soul divine seal mentioned here. And the dual polar bones of ice and fire within me were implanted by her with her last remnants of soul power before her passing. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Tang Sin abruptly recalled what Chu Xiao had previously shared about his background. His mother had passed away early, and his father was a wandering physician who had carried this jade pendant with him throughout his life. Could it be that Chu Xiao's mother is a descendant of the Ice and Fire God King? Continue reading. Ning Fengji's voice carried a barely perceptible excitement. The radiant glow of the seven treasure glazed Tao Pagoda flickering in his palm. Is there more recorded about the shadow of chaos? Chu Xiao suppressed the turmoil within, his fingertips gliding over the text. Although the shadow of chaos has been suppressed, its essence remains undying, awakening once every millennium. If it encounters a dual soul, it can break the seal of the Ice and Fire Divine Seal by uniting as one, supplemented by a triadic sacrifice to completely purify the chaotic essence. Dual soul? Triadic sacrifice? Oscar scratched his head, bewildered by the terms. They sounded rather mystical. Tang San's brow furrowed. The dual soul likely refers to a soul master possessing two extreme attributes simultaneously, akin to Chu Xiao's ice and fire polar bone. But what of the triadic sacrifice? Sacrifice typically implies a cost. The voice of Bone Douluo resonated from behind. He had arrived unbeknownst to them, his gaze upon the animal skin scroll grave, as sacrifices in ancient records often demanded life or soul as a price. Chu Xiao's fingertips lingered on the final line, the searing sensation of the divine seal nearly burning through his skin. That line was deeper than the others, as if inscribed in blood. Shadows give rise to shadows. The divine also gives rise to shadows. The poles cease to exist, and the three realms return to the void. Shadows give rise to shadows. Tang Sen pondered this phrase, suddenly turning his gaze towards the depths of the Arctic ice field. Were those cloaked figures manipulating chaotic energy merely to spread pollution? Were they seeking the second dual soul to assist the shadow of chaos in breaking free entirely? No sooner had he spoken than black smoke erupted from the animal skin scroll in Chu Zhao's hand. The twisted patterns writhing wildly before ultimately dissolving into a pool of black ash, scattered by the wind. It was the power of the divine seal. Chu Zhao opened his palm. The ice and fire divine seal emitted a blinding red light, seemingly rejecting the inscriptions, or perhaps fearful of them? Fearful? Flinder furrowed his brow. What could a mere divine seal possibly fear? Perhaps it was not the seal that feared, Tang Sen mused, but rather it sensed danger. The aforementioned line stated that the divine also gives rise to shadows. Could it be that the ice and fire god king harbors hidden perils as well? This conjecture plunged everyone into silence. If even the ice and fire god king, who sealed the shadow of chaos, faced issues, what significance did their current endeavors hold? Let us not dwell on such thoughts for now. Ning Rongrong steadied Chu Zhao's arm, the gentle light of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda illuminating his chest. The divine seal is currently unstable. We must seek a place to calm it. Upon returning to the tent, Chu Zhao placed the divine seal on the table. Its tricolored glow flickering erratically, fine cracks appearing on its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. Tang Sen extracted the essence of blue silvergrass, dripping it onto the seal. The moment the liquid made contact, it evaporated, releasing wisps of white smoke. It is resisting external soul power, Tang Sen stated solemnly. It appears that only Chu Zhao can manage this. Chu Zhao sat cross-legged, gradually channeling his soul power into the divine seal. The instant he made contact, a violent force surged up his arm, and countless fragmented images flashed through his mind. A frozen palace, two armored figures standing back to back amidst swirling chaotic black mist. Black and white flames intertwining into a colossal vortex, drawing a vague shadow within. A woman's voice whispered in his ear. Remember, shadows are never merely shadows, ah? Chu Zhao abruptly covered his head, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, as the vivid images flooded his mind. Surreal that it felt as if he had experienced them himself. Chu Zhao. Tang Sen quickly grasped his shoulder, his purple extreme magic eyes operating at full capacity. Attempting to stabilize his mind. Do not resist. Follow the flow of your soul power. Gritting his teeth, Chu Zhao endured the excruciating pain in his mind and continued to channel his soul power. This time, the resistance of the divine seal gradually diminished. The surface cracks began to heal, and the radiance became more stable. Time passed, and as the final strand of soul power entered the divine seal, it suddenly erupted with blinding light, intertwining black, white, and red hues into a brilliant beam that shot straight to the top of the tent. As the light dissipated, the divine seal lay quietly on the table, its patterns becoming distinctly visible, and the previously blurred edges revealed two ancient characters. Extreme Abyss. Extreme Abyss, murmured Chu Zhao. Is this the name of the divine seal? Tang Sen picked up the divine seal, feeling its warmth, no longer the chilling cold it once exuded. He suddenly noticed a line of small text on the back, written in a modern lingua franca. Western Continent Ancient Forest, Remnants of Ice and Fire. Western Continent Ancient Forest? Ning Rongrong leaned closer. Is that the misty forest of the Western Continent? I've heard that it is perpetually shrouded in miasma, and no soul master has ever returned from there. It seems we must pay a visit, Tang Sen said, handing the divine seal to Chu Zhao with a determined gaze. Regardless of who those dark-clad individuals are, or what schemes the Chaos Shadow harbors, we must uncover more clues about the Ice and Fire Divine King. Chu Zhao tightened his grip on the divine seal, the images from earlier still flickering in his mind. The woman's voice felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's last words, to protect the jade pendant and not let it fall into the hands of the shadowy figure. It turned out that his mother had known everything all along. By the way, Chu Zhao said, raising his head, when the divine seal reacted earlier. I sensed the aura of Emo-chan. Emo-chan. Zhu Zhuqing paused in surprise. Are you saying he is still alive? I am uncertain, Chu Zhao replied, shaking his head. The aura was faint, flickering like a signal for help. Flender frowned. The depths of the ice valley are filled with chaotic energy. Even if he is not dead, it would be impossible for him to survive until now. Could it be that you are overly fatigued and experiencing hallucinations? Chu Zhao did not refute this. He too was unsure if it was merely an illusion. However, if Emo-chan were truly alive, he would undoubtedly possess more secrets. Let us set aside thoughts of Imo-chan for now, Tang San stated, rising to his feet. We have two avenues to pursue. One is to venture to the western continent ancient forest in search of the remnants of ice and fire. And the other is to further investigate the origins of those dark-clad individuals. I feel he has not finished speaking. He began, but suddenly, an urgent sound of a horn echoed from outside the tent, an alert of an ambush. Could it be those dark-clad individuals again? Daimubai instantly unleashed his martial spirit. The phantom of the white tiger manifesting behind him. Tang San dashed out of the tent, only to see the sky over the western side of the camp enveloped in a thick black mist, within which countless red dots flickered ominously, resembling myriad eyes fixated upon them. It is not the dark-clad individuals. The bone Douluo floated into the air, the clash of his bone armor ringing sharply. It is a horde of soul beasts contaminated by chaotic energy. There are far too many. As the crowd gazed upwards, they beheld a multitude of figures emerging from the black mist. Among them were colossal ice-carved eagles with wingspans exceeding 10 meters, snow leopards cloaked in black ice, and even several ice-age mammoths of a size comparable to mountains. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light as they howled and charged toward the camp. It was the work of those cloaked figures. Tang San bellowed in fury, realizing they had summoned the spirit beasts to besiege us. Chu Shao tightened his grip on the extreme abyss divine seal, black and white flames igniting around him. Rong Rong, amplify. The radiance of the seven treasures glazed tile enveloped the entire area, causing Tang San's blue-silver grass to surge wildly, weaving into a massive green net around the perimeter of the camp, momentarily halting the onslaught of the spirit beasts. Dai Mubai and Davis transformed into twin tigers, launching themselves at the foremost ice-carved eagle, their claws tearing through the icy layer and releasing a purplish-black foul blood. Icefire circle. Chu Shao thrust his hands forward, the black and white flames swirling into a ring that swept through the air, melting the black ice and evaporating the tainted blood. The contaminated spirit beasts disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the fire, as if encountering a natural enemy. However, the sheer number of spirit beasts was overwhelming. As one wave was vanquished, another surged forth from the black mist, seemingly endless. This cannot continue. Flander transformed into a cat eagle, his wings whipping up a fierce wind that sent the approaching spirit beasts flying. Our spirit power would eventually be depleted. Tang San's gaze fell upon the densest part of the black mist, where the energy fluctuations were most intense, clearly the source of the spirit beast horde. Chu Shao, follow me to the source. The rest of you, guard the camp. Chu Shao nodded, the extreme abyss divine seal glowing in his hand, parting a path through the darkness. The two charged into the black mist, intertwining the blue-silver grass and ice-fire powers to carve a bloody route through the spirit beasts. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the black mist became, rendering their spirit sense nearly ineffective. Chu Shao had to rely on the guidance of the extreme abyss divine seal, its light clashing with the black mist, sizzling as it melted away like hot water on snow. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed ahead, causing Chu Shao to halt abruptly. It was the Ice Bear King. Emerging from the mist was an ice bear nearly twice the size of the one they had encountered earlier, its fur a striking blend of pure white and pitch black, with its eyes ablaze with black and red flames. This was the Ice Bear King, tainted anew by chaotic energy. Has it mutated? Tang San's pupils constricted. The soul power emanating from the Ice Bear King reached a staggering 10,000-year level. Raising its massive paw, black and red energy coalesced at its tips, freezing the surrounding air instantaneously, only to burn it in the next moment, creating a bizarre zone of intertwined ice and fire. Be cautious. It possesses both ice and fire powers, Chu Shao warned, feeling the extreme abyss divine seal tremble in his grasp, as if in excitement or alarm. The Ice Bear King let out a roar, slamming its enormous paw down, sending a black and red shockwave rippling towards the two. Tang San immediately unleashed his blue-silver domain in an attempt to slow the shockwave's advance, only to find the domain dissolving upon contact. There was no choice but to endure it. Tang San growled lowly, wrapping the blue-silver grass around the Haotian hammer, infusing it with the mental energy of the purple extreme demon eye, executing the chaotic wind hammer technique. Simultaneously, Chu Shao activated the extreme abyss divine seal, black and white flames spiraling before him, coordinating an assault alongside Tang San's Haotian hammer. As the crimson and ebony shockwave collided with the shadowy hammer and the fiery vortex, the entire expanse of ice seemed to fall into an eerie silence. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, scattering the black mist and revealing a haunting sight behind it. There stood an altar composed of black ice and red rock, at the center of which was a black pillar entwined with countless chains, the other ends of which were bound to a bloodied figure. It was Imo-chan. He was still alive. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Altar and the Emergence of Shadows. The aftermath of the explosion had yet to dissipate. Yet Chu Zhao's gaze penetrated the swirling smoke, firmly locking onto the figure at the altar's center. Imochen was ensnared by chains around the black stone pillar. His garments were thoroughly soaked in blood, and his once pale face now bore no trace of color. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest attested to his continued existence. The chains coiling around him glimmered with a purplish-black light, and with each passing second, a slender stream of energy was siphoned from his body, merging into the black mist above the pillar. Indeed, it was he. A tightening sensation gripped Chu Zhao's heart, the searing warmth of the extreme abyss divine seal intensifying. Those soul beasts were being controlled by this altar. Tang San's blue-silver grass shot forth like arrows towards the altar, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier 3 meters from the pillar. The surface of the barrier shimmered with chaotic energy akin to that of the cloaked figure, yet its concentration far surpassed any they had encountered before. This barrier was formidable. Frowning, Tang San prepared his Haotian hammer for a strike. Chu Zhao, get ready to join forces to break the formation. Wait. Imochen suddenly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. Do not touch the barrier. This is a blood sacrifice formation, using the living as bait. The more we attack, the stronger the energy it absorbs. The Ice Bear King let out a roar. Its massive black and red claws aimed at Tang San's back, the fierce wind carrying a biting chill and burning heat, intertwining two extreme forces to create a bizarre energy storm. Chu Zhao turned, the ice fire ring expanding instantaneously, the black and white flames clashing with the energy storm, producing a hissing sound of annihilation. Tang San, you go save Imochen. I will hold it off. Be careful, Tang San cautioned, suddenly accelerating. The blue-silver grass rapidly spread across the ground, weaving into a colossal net that sealed the Ice Bear King's escape route. Seizing the moment when the Ice Bear King's attention was diverted, he leaped high. The Haotian hammer descending with a force aimed at the altar's base, the weak point of the formation's energy flow. Clang! The hammerhead collided with the black ice base, sending a jolt through Tang San's arm, leaving only a faint white mark on the surface. Yet with the impact, the chains binding Imochen suddenly glowed, the purplish-black energy surging, causing Imochen's body to convulse violently, his complexion paling further. I told you not to attack. Imochen coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Yet his gaze remained remarkably clear. This formation is fueled by my soul power and essence. Each of your attacks only assisted in absorbing energy. While dodging the Ice Bear King's onslaught, Chu Zhao shouted urgently, then how do we break the formation? There is a groove at the top of the pillar. Imochen struggled to lift his head, gazing towards the dense black mist atop the pillar. Place the divine seal inside. Before he could finish, the Ice Bear King's colossal paw was already crashing down towards Chu Zhao, the black and red energy nearly engulfing him. Chu Zhao remained composed in the face of danger, forcefully pushing the extreme abyss divine seal forward. A tricolored shield of black, white, and red light materialized, withstanding the onslaught. Yet, the tremendous impact still sent him hurtling backward, crashing against the icy wall, a metallic taste of blood flooding his throat. Chu Zhao, hold on. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile surged with radiant energy, amplifying all attributes to their utmost limits. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San's blue-silver grass coiled around the limbs of the Ice Bear King like a sinuous serpent, attempting to restrict its movement. However, the power of 100,000-year soul beast exceeded imagination. The Ice Bear King surged with strength, snapping several strands of the blue-silver grass effortlessly. Using the recoil, Tang San propelled himself toward the altar, gripping the extreme abyss divine seal tightly, aiming for the black mist enveloping the top of the stone pillar. Now, Imochen exerted his last ounce of strength, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes igniting with intense brilliance. The chains binding him quivered violently, and the purple-black energy experienced a momentary chaos. Tang San seized this critical moment, hurling the extreme abyss divine seal forcefully toward the groove atop the stone pillar. The divine seal traced a tricolored arc in the air, landing precisely within the recess. A resounding hum erupted as the extreme abyss divine seal unleashed an unprecedented brilliance. Columns of black, white, and red light surged skyward, dispelling the black mist that cloaked the camp. The energy barrier of the blood sacrifice formation shattered like glass, the chains entwining Imochen fracturing inch by inch, dissolving into purple-black motes that vanished into the ether. The Ice Bear King emitted a pained roar, its black and red form rapidly dissipating under the illumination of the tricolored radiance, ultimately transforming into an ice-blue soul ring that hovered above the altar, its original soul ring. Pure and untainted. We did it. Chu Zhao exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his body feeling as if it were disassembled. Tang San rushed to the altar, supporting the nearly exhausted Emo-chun. Oscar's recovery sausage arrived just in time, its pink glow infusing Emo-chun's body, restoring a hint of color to his pale visage. "How did you end up bound here?" Tang San inquired, his gaze sweeping over the runes surrounding the altar, reminiscent of those etched upon the animal skin scroll, albeit more fragmented. Emo-chun sipped the warm essence from the sausage, taking a moment to respond. "After I plunged into the mist, I was ambushed by several cloaked figures. They knew I was the orphan taken in by the teacher. That I bore his blood, the blood of Ghost Douluo?" Chu Xiao was taken aback, pondering the connection to the blood sacrifice formation. The teacher had secretly researched chaotic energy in his time. Emo-chun's voice carried a hint of remorse. His bloodline had long been tainted by chaotic energy, and it was this very aspect that the cloaked figures had exploited, choosing me as a sacrificial offering to invoke the chaotic power beneath the ice fields, aiming to completely corrupt the extreme north ice field. The group understood, realizing why those cloaked figures were willing to self-destruct to trigger an energy surge. It was to facilitate this blood sacrifice formation. "Do you know their origins?" Tang San pressed on. "And who was the master they mentioned?" Emo-chun shook his head, then nodded, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. "While I was bound here, I overheard them mention a name, Shadow God Pavilion. They said the master emerged from a rift and seeks fragments of divine essence on the continent." Shadow God Pavilion? Rift? Fragments of divine essence? The unfamiliar vocabulary caused Tang San to furrow his brow. "Are you certain you did not mishear?" "There should be no mistake," Emo-chun affirmed, stating that they mentioned the divine fragment of the ice and fire god king is hidden somewhere in the extreme north ice field. Chu Xiao felt a stir in his heart, instinctively touching the extreme abyss divine seal on his chest. Could it be that the divine seal is what they refer to as the divine fragment? The image flickered and then returned to tranquility. What place could that be? Ning Rongrong felt a pang of fear, recalling how the shadows resembled the black-clad assailants who attacked us. "The rift," Tang San murmured. Emo-chun said their master emerged from the rift. Could that be the scene within? Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the divine seal. The 9 colored orbs of light from the earlier vision evoked an extreme sense of familiarity, akin to the source of a certain power. Regardless of the place, the Shadow God Pavilion undoubtedly poses our greatest threat. Flinder stated solemnly, "They seek the divine fragments, and clearly, Chu Xiao's divine seal is among their targets. We must exercise greater caution henceforth." By the way, Emo-chun seemed to recall something, producing a shattered jade tablet from his pocket. "I snatched this from a black-clad individual. I am uncertain of its utility, but it feels significant." The tablet was black, inscribed with a distorted character for shadow. Its edges bore evident fractures, as if forcibly torn from something. Tang San took the tablet, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, a chilling energy coursed through him, causing an involuntary shiver. This energy resembled chaotic energy, yet was distinctly different. Tang San exerted his soul power to resist the frigid energy, which felt purer yet more malevolent. Chu Xiao also touched the jade tablet, and the extreme abyss divine seal warmed once more. The character for shadow on the tablet suddenly illuminated, casting a line of small text. "In the ancient forest of the western continent, the divine tree bears fruit, shadows follow light." The ancient forest of the western continent again. It seems we must pay a visit. Tang San carefully stored the tablet. The phrase about the divine tree bearing fruit and shadows following light clearly hinted at significant events forthcoming, and the people of the Shadow God Pavilion would likely be present as well. Emo-chun leaned against the icy wall, his complexion improving considerably. "I will accompany you. You are too severely injured and require rest." Tang San shook his head. "Furthermore, someone must manage the aftermath here in Star Luo and Heaven Do. Your knowledge of the Shadow God Pavilion surpasses ours. Your presence here would be more beneficial." Emo-chun wished to argue, but was interrupted by Flinder. "Tang San is correct. Your presence would only hinder us. Once you have recuperated, there will be ample opportunities for revenge." Emo-chun fell silent, acknowledging his current condition would not be of assistance. And he could only nod. "You all must exercise caution. The people of the Shadow God Pavilion are cunning, and they seem capable of foreseeing our actions." "Foreseeing our actions?" Tang San frowned. "Are you suggesting they possess mind-reading abilities?" Uncertain, Emo-chun shook his head, "Yet it seems they always know our plans in advance and can respond accordingly. This poses a significant dilemma. If the Shadow God Pavilion truly has the ability to predict their actions, their subsequent maneuvers will be severely constrained." "Do not worry." Chu Xiao interjected suddenly. The extreme abyss divine seal glowed faintly in his hand, as if it could shield against such perception. "Earlier at the altar, those black-clad individuals failed to anticipate our use of the divine seal to break the formation. That is indeed promising news. In a distant expanse of darkness, a figure draped in a black robe stood before a colossal crystal orb, within which the images of Tang San and his companions were reflected. Master, they are heading to the ancient forest of Shilu, reported a man in black, kneeling respectfully. Indeed, the cloaked figure responded, dismissing the man with a nod. As the figure extended a hand, the image within the crystal orb suddenly focused on the abyssal divine seal held by Chu Xiao, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The successor of the Ice and Fire Divine King? How intriguing. Deep within the mists of the ancient forest of Shilu, something seemed to be stirring quietly. Chapter 52. The Mists of Shilu and the Whisper of the Divine Tree. On the third day after departing from the northern ice plains, the group entered the territory of Shilu. In stark contrast to the vastness of the ice plains, the ancient forest of Shilu was shrouded in a perpetual, ethereal lavender mist, with towering ancient trees partially concealed within, resembling slumbering behemoths. The air was thick with the damp aroma of decaying leaves, and the fallen foliage beneath their feet was so deep it could reach their knees, each step accompanied by the soft crunch of brittle leaves. This place is utterly eerie, remarked Ma Hongjun, rubbing his arms as the phoenix flames flickered at his fingertips, attempting to dispel the surrounding chill. Is there something lurking in the mist? I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched. There is more than just something, Tang San replied, releasing his blue silver grass. The delicate tendrils reached out like radar, detecting many presences hidden within the treetops, currently devoid of hostility. Chu Xiao tightened his grip on the abyssal divine seal, which emitted a faint white glow, pushing back the encroaching mist. The sensitivity of the seal is growing stronger. We must be nearing the ruins. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower remained aglow, its 7 layers of light weaving together into a protective shield. Stay close, everyone. This mist can interfere with soul power perception. Don't fall behind. The group advanced cautiously in formation, with Dai Mubai and Davis leading the way. Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette occasionally melded into the fog, probing for movement on either side. Bone Douluo floated in midair, his bone wings unfurled, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. After traversing approximately 10 miles into the ancient forest, the mist suddenly thinned, revealing a circular clearing ahead. At the center stood a colossal tree, its trunk so vast that it would require 10 people to encircle it, its canopy reaching into the clouds, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Most remarkable were its leaves, half shimmering like pure white ice crystals and half ablaze like fiery crimson, glimmering softly within the mist. Is this the divine tree? Oscar exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the truly ice and fire-colored leaves. Tang Sen approached the tree, his fingertips lightly brushing the trunk. A gentle energy flowed through his touch, reminiscent of the life essence of blue silver grass, yet far more profound and ancient. The trunk pulsated with robust life energy, and as he listened attentively, he perceived a sound. Chu Xiao leaned closer, pressing the abyssal divine seal against the trunk, the intertwining hues of black, white, and red mingling with the dual glimmers of the leaves. In an instant, countless fragmented whispers surged into his mind, akin to a multitude speaking simultaneously, or the sound of wind rustling through leaves. The divine tree is speaking. Chu Xiao closed his eyes, striving to discern the chaotic voices. It speaks of shadows approaching, fragments to unite, and fissures to open. Once again, the themes of fissures and fragments emerged. Tang Sen furrowed his brow, realizing that the Shadow God Pavilion's target was indeed the divine tree. As the words fell, the surrounding mist suddenly thickened, the pale purple gradually transforming into utter darkness. A familiar chilling aura enveloped the air. It was the people from the Shadow God Pavilion. Stand guard. Flander morphed into a cat eagle, his wings stirring up a tempest. Yet the black mist remained unmoved, as if it possessed substance. From the depths of the black fog emerged dozens of figures, all clad in black robes, their faces obscured by silver masks etched with various patterns, some resembling serpents, others eagles, and still others wolves. Leading them was a towering figure, whose mask bore a twisted character for shadow, identical to the inscription on the jade token seized by Mo Chun, the heir of the Ice and Fire God King, the successor of the Haotian Hammer. The masked leader spoke, his voice rendered hoarse and mechanical by the mask. Surrender the divine seal and submit to the Shadow God Pavilion, and you may yet escape with your lives. With you? Dai Mubai scoffed, his white tiger martial soul brimming with power. Last time was quite the explosive experience. Shall we have another go? The masked figure appeared undeterred by his derision, slowly raising his hand. The divine seal belongs to our master. It cannot be taken. If you refuse to comply, then... His hand fell sharply, and the surrounding black mist surged violently, countless shadows erupting from the fog, some transforming into claws, others into venomous fangs, and still others into tendrils, all lunging towards the group. All attributes enhanced. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile radiated brilliance. Speed enhancement. Soul power enhancement. Tang San's blue-silver grass erupted instantaneously, green vines cascading like a waterfall to intercept the shadows. Chu Zhao's ice and fire ring swept outward, the black and white flames incinerating the encroaching mist with a hissing sound. However, the individuals from the Shadow God Pavilion were far stronger than the black-clad figures encountered previously. Their soul power fluctuated at the Soul Douluo level, their cooperation seamless, their techniques enigmatic. With the black mist capable of absorbing soul power attacks, ordinary soul skills could not harm them at all. This black mist is problematic. Lu Erlong's fire dragon form scorched the mist, but to little effect. It could devour energy. Use physical attacks, Tang San shouted. The Haoyan hammer descending with the force of a gale towards the leading masked figure. Their black mist could not withstand solid attacks. Indeed, the masked figure sidestepped, the Haotian hammer crashing into the ground, sending a flurry of leaves into the air, while the black mist was dispersed by the shockwave. Interesting, remarked the leading masked figure. A hint of surprise in his tone. It seemed he would need to reveal his true prowess. He removed his mask, revealing a pale visage with eyes as black as night, devoid of any whites. He was Sha, an elder of the Shadow God Pavilion. No sooner had Sha spoken than the surrounding black mist coalesced into a long sword, its blade dark and non-reflective, seemingly capable of absorbing light itself. Experience the taste of Shadow Devour. Sha swung the sword, unleashing a pitch-black sword aura that sliced through the air, rippling the very fabric of space as if it were being consumed. Simultaneously, Chu Xiao and Tang San struck, combining the ice and fire extremes with the Haotian hammer to shield against the sword aura. A resounding clang echoed as the two were staggered back several steps, their arms tingling, while the ground was carved with a bottomless chasm by the sword aura. Such formidable power. Tang San marveled inwardly. Sha's strength was at least at the titled Douluo level, potentially nearing the pinnacle of Douluo. Altogether, Tang San let out a low shout as the blue-silver grass ensnared the feet of Shadow Kill, while the psychic force of the purple extreme demon eye transformed into a blade, piercing towards his sea of consciousness. Chu Zhao's ice-fire spear followed closely, with the black and white flames coalescing into a sharp spike aimed at Shadow Kill's chest. However, Shadow Kill remained unperturbed. The black mist erupted once more, eroding the blue-silver grass entirely, and the psychic blade was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. He sidestepped the ice-fire spear, sweeping his shadow sword to force both Tang San and Chu Xiao to retreat repeatedly. The other masked individuals launched a fierce assault. Ning Rongrong's amplification was suppressed by the black mist, rendering it significantly less effective. Although Oscar's sausages could restore soul power, they could not fend off the corruption of the black mist. Several soldiers, inadvertently touching the black mist, were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, only to disintegrate into ashes the next moment. This cannot continue, Chu Xiao exclaimed urgently as the Extreme Abyss Divine Seal suddenly flew from his hand, hovering in midair. The tricolored radiance of black, white, and red formed a colossal shield, enveloping everyone within. Upon contact with the shield, the black mist and shadows were instantly purified into white smoke. The power of the Divine Seal. Shadow Kill's voice bore a hint of excitement. Seize it. The Divine Seal is ours. All the masked figures charged towards Chu Xiao, their various bizarre soul techniques striking the shield, producing thunderous sounds as the shield's glow gradually dimmed. Tang San observed the pallor of Chu Xiao's face, realizing he could not hold on much longer. Decisively, he commanded, Bone Douluo, Teacher Flinder, provide cover. Die loud, Davis. Break through with me. Shadow Kill sneered, his shadow sword tracing an arc as the black mist coalesced into a massive wall, blocking the trio's attack. At that moment, the character for Shadow on his mask suddenly lit up, resonating with the black mist outside Chu Zhao's shield. Not good. He intends to control the black mist. Chu Zhao's expression changed drastically as the light of the Extreme Abyss Divine Seal flickered violently, and fine cracks appeared on the shield. A sinister smile crept on Shadow Kill's lips as he pointed his shadow sword towards the Divine Tree. The energy of the Divine Tree is about to belong to me. The black mist surged towards the Divine Tree like a tidal wave, climbing along the bark's patterns, while the bicolored glow of the leaves quickly dimmed. The whispers of the Divine Tree transforming into agonizing moans. Stop! Chu Xiao roared, unleashing the final brilliance of the Extreme Abyss Divine Seal, causing the shield to expand instantaneously, encompassing the Divine Tree within. The collision between the black mist and the shield produced a deafening explosion, sending numerous figures flying. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chu Xiao caught sight of a crack forming in Shadow Kill's mask, revealing pale skin underneath and a single pitch-black eye devoid of pupil or sclera. Only an abyss of darkness. Excellent. Shadow Kill licked the crack in his mask, his voice tinged with excitement. The power of the Divine Seal is stronger than I anticipated. However, the game is about to end. He suddenly tore open his long robe, revealing a black tattoo on his chest that bore the same character as on the jade tablet. The tattoo glowed, and the surrounding black mist surged violently into his body. His aura surged at a visibly rapid pace, his form towering as his black robe was torn apart, exposing a body covered in black scales. Is this the transformation into a soul beast? Tang San's pupils constricted. Shadow Kill's form was strikingly similar to that of a soul beast tainted by chaotic energy. This is not a transformation into a soul beast. The voice of Chu Xiao trembled slightly, a manifestation of the Shadow God Pavilion's transformation. Utilizing chaotic energy to reconstruct his body and attain greater power, albeit at the cost of losing his sanity. Yingsha emitted a roar unlike that of any human. His pitch-black eyes fixated intensely on Chu Xiao. Hand over the Divine Seal. He morphed into a shadow, disregarding the shield's defenses, and instantaneously appeared before Chu Xiao. His claws lunging towards the Divine Seal in Chu Xiao's grasp. Instinctively, Chu Xiao raised his hand to block, and upon the collision of the Divine Seal and the claws, a crisp sound resonated. Surprisingly, Yingsha's claws remained unscathed, while a fine crack appeared on the Divine Seal. How could this be? Chu Xiao's face fell in shock. The Divine Seal could be harmed? Yingsha let out a triumphant laugh. The power of chaos is the nemesis of the Divine Seal. Did you think it could withstand me? He swung his claws once more, this time targeting Chu Xiao's chest. In that critical moment, an ice-blue figure burst forth from behind the Divine Tree, positioning itself protectively in front of Chu Xiao. Mo Chun. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived just in time. His face pale and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, evidently having forced his soul energy to hasten here. Clutching a dagger, the Extreme North Ice Essence dagger he had previously gifted to Tang San, he brandished it, its icy blue glow aimed at Yingsha's claws. With a piercing thrust, the dagger penetrated the claws, prompting a pained howl from Yingsha, disbelief flashing in his dark eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Imochen pulled Chu Xiao back, shouting, "The roots of the Divine Tree. There are mechanisms there." Furious, Yingsha retaliated, slapping Imochen in the chest, sending him soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing against the Divine Tree before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Imochen. Chu Xiao's eyes widened in anguish, as the Divine Seal erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, intertwining flames of black, white, and red coalescing into a colossal dragon that roared towards Yingsha. Tang San seized the moment to rush to the roots of the Divine Tree, discovering a groove on the trunk that precisely matched the shape of the Divine Seal. Chu Xiao, give me the Divine Seal. Tang San bellowed. Without hesitation, Chu Xiao hurled the Divine Seal, which Tang San caught, and promptly pressed into the groove. The Divine Seal fit seamlessly into the Divine Tree, causing the patterns on the trunk to illuminate instantaneously, with ice and fire-hued leaves bursting forth in a radiance brighter than the sun. A surge of immense energy erupting from the Divine Tree, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. Yingsha was engulfed in the light, emitting a wretched scream as his black scales peeled away, his eyes reflecting terror, the purifying power of the Divine Tree. His form swiftly dissolved in the radiance, transforming into countless specks of black ash, scattered by the wind. The other masked figures were not spared either, disintegrating into fine dust under the onslaught of purifying energy. Only a few of the stronger ones managed to escape into the black mist amidst the momentary dimming of the light. As the brilliance gradually faded, the leaves of the Divine Tree regained their dual-hued glow, albeit much dimmer than before, as if drained of strength. Mo Chun lay beneath the tree, his chest barely rising and falling, still alive. Tang San and Chu Xiao rushed to Mo Chen's side, and Oscar's restorative sausage arrived just in time. A pink light infusing into his body. Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the two individuals before him. A trace of weak smile gracing his lips. I hope I did not disgrace my teacher. As he spoke, his head tilted to one side, and he breathed his last. The Extreme North Ice Essence dagger clattering to the ground, shattering into two pieces. The onlookers stood in silence before the sacred tree, the mist gradually dispersing to reveal a cerulean sky. Though the crisis of the western ancient forest was temporarily averted, the threat of the Shadow God Pavilion had only just begun. Chu Xiao picked up the broken dagger, clenching his fist tightly. The Extreme Abyss Divine Seal remained embedded in the sacred tree, merging with its energy and emitting a gentle glow. He knew this was not the end. The master behind the Shadow God Pavilion, that entity emerging from the rift, would soon come to confront them personally. The fragments mentioned in the Whispers of the Sacred Tree might not solely refer to the Ice and Fire Divine Seal, Tang San's Haotian Hammer, Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and perhaps even the secrets concealed within each individual could hold unknown revelations. The wind of the western ancient forest carried the final whispers of the sacred tree, blowing towards the horizon. A storm, one that would affect the entire continent and even the divine realm, was quietly brewing. Chapter 53. The gift of the sacred tree and clues to the rift. Mo Chen's body grew increasingly cold. As the wind of the western ancient forest swirled fallen leaves around him, as if bidding farewell to this lost soul, Tang San silently closed his eyes. His heart a tumult of emotions for the boy who once stood in opposition, ultimately fulfilling his promise of atonement with his life. Dig a grave and bury him. Flender sighed, his tone laden with complexity. At least this would bring him closer to the sacred tree, a semblance of safeguarding something. Daimubai and Davis quietly gathered stones, constructing a simple stone mound beneath the sacred tree. There was no tombstone, no name, only the broken ice essence dagger, which Chu Xiao gently placed at the stone's forefront. Tang San approached the sacred tree, his fingertips brushing against the divine seal. A wave of gentle energy coursed through him, even more pure than what he had previously felt on the extreme north ice field. The whispers of the sacred tree echoed once more, this time markedly clearer. The shadow emerges from the divine rift. Only when the 3 fragments gather at the fallen god platform can the heavens be mended. The fallen god platform. Tang San seized upon the crucial information. What manner of place was that? The leaves of the sacred tree swayed softly, and a dual-colored glow coalesced into a hazy image. A stone platform suspended amidst the sea of clouds. At its center, a massive rift churned with chaotic energy, its edges inscribed with patterns reminiscent of the extreme abyss divine seal. This place seems to be mentioned in records near Martial Soul City. Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke, the light of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda flickering gently. According to ancient texts, the fallen god platform is where ancient deities fell, perpetually shrouded by spatial turbulence, and no one dares to approach. The master of the Shadow God Pavilion emerged from the rift, and the rift lay within the fallen god platform. Tang San's thoughts began to crystallize. It appeared that this was to be the ultimate battlefield. Chu Xiao extended his hand to touch the divine seal, which trembled slightly, as if yearning to break free from its recess, yet was restrained by an invisible force. The voice of the sacred tree resounded once more, my strength wanes. I grant you the ice and fire seed to aid the awakening of the divine seal. As the words fell, the ice and fire leaves of the sacred tree began to cascade down, transforming into shimmering specks of light in midair, merging into the extreme abyss divine seal. The seal erupted with resplendent brilliance, a pillar of light intertwining black, white, and red, soaring into the heavens. As the radiance dissipated, the cracks upon the surface of the divine seal healed, revealing the previously indistinct characters of extreme abyss in sharp clarity, now adorned with a border of entwined flames and ice crystals. Chu Xiao, gripping the divine seal, felt an intensifying connection to it, as the dual forces of ice and fire within him seemed to awaken, resonating harmoniously with the energy of the divine seal. This was the final vestige of the divine tree's power. Tang San gazed at the divine tree, its once lush branches and leaves now sparse. The dual-hued glow of its foliage dimmed. It had infused its primordial energy into the divine seal, facilitating its initial awakening. The divine tree swayed gently, as if bidding farewell. Before succumbing to complete silence, its vast trunk gradually became transparent, ultimately dissolving into motes of light that merged into the soil of the ancient forest of the western continent. All that remained was a deep pit where the tree once stood, and embedded within its depths was the extreme abyss divine seal. What shall we do now? Oscar inquired, staring vacantly at the empty pit, contemplating whether to seek the fissure at the fallen divine platform. Chu Xiao nodded, sensing that although the divine seal had achieved its preliminary awakening, a colossal power lay dormant within, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Furthermore, we must ascertain the nature of the 3 fragments, Tang San added. The divine tree indicated that only when the 3 fragments are gathered can the heavens be mended. The extreme abyss divine seal is one of them. What of the other 2? The group exchanged glances, each unsure of the answer. Perhaps it relates to our martial souls? Zhu Zhuqing suggested, her cat-like eyes glimmering. My nether spirit cat has felt somewhat amiss lately, as though something is poised to awaken. I too. Ma Hongjun chimed in. There seems to be something additional within my phoenix flame, a warmth that is difficult to articulate. A thought struck Tang San. Indeed, his blue-silver grass had exhibited unusual activity of late, particularly when near the extreme abyss divine seal, emanating an aura of familiarity. Could it be that their martial souls were the so-called fragments? The group prepared their belongings, casting a final glance at Mo Chin's stone tomb before departing the ancient forest of the western continent. Mist once more enveloped the land, as if nothing had transpired, save for the lingering essence of ice and fire in the breeze, a testament to the divine tree's past existence. After sealing the chaotic shadow, the ice-fire god king divided his divine essence into 3 parts. One was infused into the seal of the extreme north ice field, the extreme abyss divine seal. Another into the divine tree of the ancient forest, and the last entrusted to the guardians of the human realm. The guardians of the human realm, Chu Xiao murmured. Could it refer to Tang San and the others? If the divine tree has integrated the fragment into the divine seal, then the third fragment may very well reside within Tang San or another. Upon returning to the Tiando encampment, Emperor Xingluo and Ning Fengji awaited their arrival. Upon hearing their report, both wore expressions of grave concern. The Emperor of Xingluo, leader of the Shadow God Pavilion, drummed his fingers on the table, indicating that a confrontation was inevitable. Will Tiando and Xingluo join forces? Tang Xin queried, aware that on their own, they might struggle against the Shadow God Pavilion and the entity emerging from the fissure. Exchanging a solemn glance, Emperor Xingluo and Ning Fengji nodded in unison. In the face of the continent's peril, there is no distinction between Tiando and Xingluo. Emperor Xingluo stated gravely, I shall immediately dispatch all elite soul masters of Xingluo to gather near the fallen divine platform. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will also lend its full support. Ning Fengji added, I have dispatched individuals to inform the remaining forces of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of past grievances, we must unite this time. Tang Sen exhaled in relief. With the support of 2 great empires and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, their chances of success had increased by at least 30%. When shall we depart for the fallen god platform? Daimu Bai cracked his knuckles, his white tiger spirit eager to engage. We shall wait for 3 more days. Tang San replied, glancing at Chu Xiao. This will allow the divine seal to awaken fully and enable everyone to attain their optimal state. 3 days hence, we shall meet at the fallen god platform. The ensuing 3 days saw the camp bustling with activity. Soldiers from the Tiando and Xingluo empires organized their armaments, while the soul masters diligently trained and recuperated. Oscar and Ning Rongrong prepared various auxiliary soul skills and sausages, gearing up for the impending battle. The master of the Shadow God Pavilion did not emerge from the rift. Rather, it was the rift itself. It was a monstrous entity formed from a remnant soul of the chaos shadow intertwined with chaotic spatial currents, subsisting on the consumption of divine fragments. Seeking to open the rift of the fallen god platform to unleash the sealed essence of chaos. Its target was not merely the fragments, but the entirety of the chaotic essence. Suddenly, Chu Zhao's eyes flew open, cold sweat soaking his back. If it succeeded in opening the rift, the entire continent would be consumed by the chaotic essence. He immediately dashed out of the valley to find Tang San. At that moment, Tang San was calibrating a newly developed concealed weapon. Upon seeing Chu Zhao's panicked demeanor, he hastily set aside his work. What is it? Chu Xiao relayed the message from the divine seal, and Tang San's expression turned ashen. No wonder it seeks the divine seal and the fragments. It is not for power, but for the key. The extreme abyss divine seal, the divine tree fragment, and the guardian spirit of the mortal realm, when united, form the key to unlocking the rift of the fallen god platform. We cannot delay, Tang San decisively commanded, immediately notifying everyone to head to the fallen god platform at once. They must thwart the Shadow God Pavilion's master before it arrived. With the order given, the camp erupted into a flurry of activity. Soldiers hefted their weapons, soul masters summoned their spirits, and the armies of the 2 great empires surged forth like 2 colossal dragons toward the direction of the fallen god platform. Chu Xiao gripped the extreme abyss divine seal tightly. It radiated a searing heat, as if urging him onward, yet simultaneously warning him. He raised his gaze toward the fallen god platform, where the sky was subtly tinged with chaotic hues, heralding the onset of a battle that would determine the fate of the continent. Deep within the fallen god platform, a blurry figure stood before the rift. Sensing the increasingly potent aura of the key in the air, emitting a low, sinister laugh, the chaotic energy within the rift surged violently, causing the entire space to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 54, Confrontation at the Fallen God Platform. In resonance with divinity, the fallen god platform floated above a sea of clouds, its gray-white stone surface marred by cracks, with edges bearing the marks of both burning and freezing, testifying to the ferocity of ancient divine battles. At the center of the stone platform lay a fissure several dozen meters wide, through which flowed chaotic energy, morphing at times into claws or ghastly visages, emanating disquieting spatial fluctuations. When Tang San and his companions arrived, the forces of the Shadow God Pavilion had already occupied the eastern side of the fallen god platform. The leader was no longer the masked figure of Shadow Kill, but rather a figure draped in a gray robe, beneath which the flowing chaotic energy was faintly visible, distorting the surrounding space. You have finally arrived. The figure cloaked in gray turned around, devoid of any discernible features, its visage a mere blur of chaos. The voice emanated as if from every direction, proclaiming the heir of the Ice and Fire God King, the successor of the Haotian Hammer, and the petite princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Truly a splendid assembly. Are you the master of the Shadow God Pavilion? A creature formed from the very rift itself? Tang San inquired coldly, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly, with the blue-silver grass sprawling beneath his feet, poised to strike at any moment. The gray-cloaked figure emitted a low, rumbling laugh. A creature? Perhaps. But in the face of chaos, what distinction exists between gods and monsters? With a mere wave of its hand, the chaotic energy from the rift surged violently. Surrender the divine seal and the other two fragments, and I shall grant you a swifter demise. Dream on. Chu Shao stepped forward, the extreme abyss divine seal hovering before him, its tricolored brilliance of black, white, and red intertwining into his shield. If you have the capability, come and seize it yourself. Since you choose to refuse my offer, do not blame me for my rudeness. The gray figure's tone turned icy, the chaotic energy surrounding it swelling ominously. Prepare for my wrath. At its command, the soul masters of the Shadow God Pavilion surged forward. These soul masters were unlike those encountered previously. Their martial souls radiated a chaotic aura. Some bore spines like bats, while others were colossal serpents clad in black scales. Evidently transformed by chaotic energy, their strength magnitudes greater than that of ordinary soul masters. Follow the plan, Tang San barked. As the soldiers of Tiando and Xinglua swiftly formed ranks, the soul masters, augmented by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, charged towards the forces of the Shadow God Pavilion. The dual tiger phantoms of Daimubai and Davis clashed amidst the sea of clouds, the white tiger's fierce light waves tearing through the chaotic energy. Zhu Zhuqing's phantoms of the underworld executed precise assaults upon the enemy's weaknesses. Lu Erlong's dragon form scorched the skies, emitting a hissing sound as it battled the chaotic energy. And the bone dragon phantom of the Bone Douluo roared as it lunged towards the rift, striving to suppress the surging energy. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Chu Shao and Tang Sen radiated power, the light of the extreme abyss divine seal, harmonizing with the purple-gold soul power of the Haotian hammer. As Chu Shao thrust the divine seal forward, the tricolored brilliance suddenly split into two streams, one merging with Tang San's Haotian hammer, the other soaring towards Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. To Tang San's astonishment, the Haotian hammer now bore an additional layer of intertwined ice and fire patterns. Casting hammer shadows imbued with the power to purify chaos, the hammer body, once corroded by chaotic energy, began to self-repair. Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda also underwent a transformation, the seven-tiered structure revealing runes akin to those of the divine seal, instantly enhancing its amplification effect by 30% and bestowing the capability to purify chaos. It seems my pagoda has awakened a new power. It is the resonance of divine essence, Chu Shao realized with clarity, as the divine seal conveyed a lucid message. Our three martial souls correspond to those three fragments of divine essence. Your Haotian hammer embodies the fragment of strength. Rongrong's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda represents the fragment of assistance, and my divine seal is the fragment of extremity. The gray figure evidently sensed the anomaly, unleashing an enraged roar. Damn it! Resonating at such a moment. Destroy them. The chaotic energy within the rift surged violently, morphing into a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Reaching towards the trio, as the giant hand advanced, the very fabric of space crumbled, light itself consumed within its grasp. Unite! Tang San let out a furious roar. As the icy and fiery patterns on the Haotian hammer merged with the violet golden soul power, casting a hammer shadow that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower erupted with an intense radiance, concentrating all enhancements upon Chu Shao. Chu Zhao's extreme abyss divine seal synchronized entirely with the ice and fire polar bones within him, coalescing into a triangular prism of black, white, and red light, which joined forces with the hammer shadow to confront the chaotic giant hand. The collision of these two formidable forces at the center of the fallen god platform sent the clouds roiling violently, causing the entire stone platform to tremble, with debris cascading into the abyss below. The chaotic giant hand was torn open by the hammer shadow and the prism, emitting a chilling roar. While the three were jolted back several steps, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. "Indeed, you possess some skill," remarked the gray-robed figure, his tone laced with surprise. "However, such power is insufficient to thwart me." He gradually approached the fissure, his surrounding chaotic energy melding with the energy from the rift. 3,000 years I have awaited this day. Once I absorb your divine fragments, I shall break free from this seal and allow chaos to envelop the world once more." As he drew near, countless chaotic threads erupted from the fissure, wrapping around his form. The gray-robed man's stature visibly expanded, rapidly transforming into a colossal chaotic giant. Towering at 100 meters, his features remained indistinct, with a flow of magma-like chaotic energy coursing around him. Wielding an ice spear and a fire sword, imitation weapons of the ice and fire god king. This was his true form. Flinder's countenance shifted dramatically as he unfurled his cat-eagle wings to their fullest extent. "Everyone retreat. This is beyond your capability." The chaotic giant raised the ice spear, pointing it at Tang San and his companions, unleashing a torrent of chaotic ice spikes that descended like a relentless storm. Tang San's blue-silver grass wove into a colossal net, while Chu Zhao's ice and fire rings swept through, managing to block only half of the ice spikes. The remaining spikes broke through their defenses, crashing onto the stone platform and creating deep craters. "This is not a sustainable strategy," Chu Xiao muttered, wiping the blood from his lips. The radiance of his divine seal had dimmed significantly. He was absorbing the energy from the rift, rendering their attacks mere tickles to him. "We must sever his connection to the rift." Tang San's gaze fell upon the chaotic threads entwining the giant's legs. These were the key. "Rongrong, provide me with the utmost enhancement." The light from the seven treasures glazed tower coalesced into a beam, surging into Tang San's body. His soul power soared to its zenith, and the blue-silver grass grew wildly, spreading through the fissures of the stone platform to ensnare the chaotic threads. Upon contact, the icy and fiery patterns illuminated, beginning to purify the chaotic energy entwined within the threads. "It's effective." Tang San felt a surge of determination as he swung the Haotian hammer, infused with violet golden soul power, towards the most densely clustered threads. "Chu Xiao, assist me." Chu Xiao's extreme abyss divine seal transformed into a streak of light, gliding along the tendrils of blue-silver grass towards the threads. The black, white, and red luminescence acted as a catalyst, accelerating the purification process. The chaotic giant emitted a pained howl, attempting to sever the threads, only to find them bound by the powers of the blue-silver grass and the divine seal, rendering him immobile. Seeking death, the chaotic giant roared, swinging the fire sword towards the two, the flames imbued with the power to incinerate souls. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's seven treasures glazed tower suddenly soared into the sky, its apex emitting a radiant spectrum of colors that cascaded down upon the fire sword. Astonishingly, the flames were enveloped by a radiant light, gradually extinguishing, and upon the fire sword appeared runes identical to those of the divine imprint. The power of the fragments was one of neutrality. Ning Rongrong was both astonished and elated, sensing her ability to neutralize any extreme energy. Seizing the fleeting moment when the chaotic giant's fire sword faltered, Tang San and Chu Xiao unleashed their full might. The power of blue-silver grass and the divine imprint erupting in a complete purification of all chaotic threads. The chaotic giant's body convulsed violently, its form visibly shrinking as the chaotic energy dissipated, revealing the silhouette of the figure in gray robes. He gazed at his hands in disbelief. Impossible. How could the divine fragment possess such formidable strength? "Because you do not comprehend," came Chu Zhao's voice, tinged with compassion. "The power of the divine is not meant for destruction, but for protection." The extreme abyss divine imprint, the Haotian hammer, and the seven treasure glazed tiles simultaneously ascended into the air, the three divine fragments radiating a dazzling brilliance, forming an equilateral triangle in the sky. At the triangle's center emerged the ethereal image of the ice fire god king, a deity clad in black and white armor. Holding the ice soul in his left hand and the fire spirit in his right, his gaze both majestic and gentle. "Shadow of chaos, you have ultimately failed to understand." The ice fire god king's voice resonated across the god-slaying platform. "We seal you not out of fear of your capacity to annihilate the world, but out of concern that you may be consumed by chaos and utterly lost." The figure in gray roared in fury. "Spare me your feigned compassion. You have taken everything from me." "That was the path you chose for yourself," replied the ethereal image of the ice fire god king, extending his hand. The light from the three divine fragments converged into a beam, directed at the figure in gray. "Now, it is time to conclude this." The beam pierced through the figure, extracting the chaotic energy like a tide and channeling it into the fissure. The figure in gray emitted a painful yet liberating howl, his body gradually becoming transparent, ultimately transforming into a gentle white light that merged into the depths of the fissure. The chaotic energy within the fissure began to calm, the vast rift slowly healing. While the stone surface of the god-slaying platform began to restore itself, the burn and frostbite marks at the edges fading away. The ethereal image of the Ice Fire God King gazed at the three individuals. A look of satisfaction gracing his visage. The responsibility of safeguarding the world is now entrusted to you. Remember, true power always springs from a heart dedicated to protection. The rift in the divine realm also requires someone to mend it. Tang San, Chu Xiao, and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, each perceiving the resolute light in the other's eyes. They understood that this was not the conclusion, but rather a new beginning. Not only must they protect the continent, but they may also need to venture into the legendary divine realm to undertake even greater missions. Above the sea of clouds, the god-slaying platform returned to tranquility, with only the fluttering banners bearing witness to this battle that determined the fate of the continent, heralding a future of vast possibilities. Chapter 55. The echoes of war and the call of the divine realm. The stone surface of the god-slaying platform still bore the residual heat of the energy clash. The fissure now narrowed to several meters wide, the chaotic energy flowing gently like a quiet river through the crevice. Tang Sen stowed away the Haotian hammer, the icy fire patterns upon it gradually fading, leaving only a faint warmth. Is it truly over? Oscar slumped upon the stone platform, gazing at the tumultuous sea of clouds in the distance, still somewhat incredulous. The fierce battle that extended from the frigid Arctic tundra to the altar of the fallen deities finally culminated with the dissolution of the Shadow God Pavilion Master. Chu Xiao tenderly secured the extreme abyss divine seal within his embrace, feeling its rhythmic pulse, akin to a slumbering entity. He approached the site of Mo Chen's sacrifice, where the stone surface bore remnants of the shattered ice crystal dagger. Bending down, he retrieved a fragment, its icy touch evoking memories of that pale yet resolute youth. In a sense, he had indeed sought and found benevolence. Flandel joined him, gazing toward the direction where the fissure mended. If the ghost Douluo were aware from beyond, perhaps he could rest in peace. Ning Rongrong held the seven treasures glazed tower aloft in her palm, its seven-layered runes still partially intact. She gently caressed the pinnacle of the tower, pondering the last words of the Ice Fire God King regarding the rift in the divine realm. What could it signify? Could it be that the divine realm is beset by troubles as well? Tang Sen mused, based on previous clues. The chaotic shadow was originally an entity exiled from the divine realm. The rift at the altar of the fallen deities may very well be connected to the spatial dimensions of the divine realm. The remnants of the Ice Fire God King's consciousness spoke of mending the heavens. It is likely that the task exceeds merely repairing the fissure at the altar. As he spoke, the extreme abyss divine seal in Chu Xiao's possession suddenly illuminated, its black, white, and red radiance piercing through his garments. Projecting an image upon the stone platform, it revealed a shattered starry sky, with countless stars plummeting like meteors and a massive rift bisecting the divine realm, from which chaotic energy surged forth, eroding the sacred lands. Is this the visage of the divine realm? Daimubai's pupils contracted sharply, as the crumbling temples and fallen deities within the image sent tremors through his heart. The image flickered momentarily before transforming into 3 lines of golden divine script. Suspended in the air, the divine realm is in peril. 3 souls must restore balance. The divine essence awakens, awaiting the return of its inheritors, guided by the soul. Tread the starry path to reach. Does 3 souls refer to us? Ning Rongrong questioned incredulously, pointing at herself, Tang San, and Chu Xiao. The light of the extreme abyss divine seal gradually dimmed, and the image along with the divine script dissipated. Yet, the haunting image of the shattered starry sky was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. It appears our journey is far from over. Tang San rose, his gaze resolute. Whether for the sake of the continent or to unravel the crisis of the divine realm, we must embark on this starry path. Chu Xiao nodded. Gripping the shard of the ice crystal dagger tightly, Mo Chen sacrificed his life for the tranquility of the continent. We must not allow his sacrifice to be in vain. Moreover, I wish to uncover the true significance of the Ice Fire God King's legacy. Emperor Xing Luo stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on both their shoulders. The Tiando and Xing Luo will safeguard the continent. You may proceed without hesitation. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The 7 treasures glazed sect will fully support you. Ning Fengji added, Rongrong, take care of yourself. Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she nodded firmly. Father, rest assured, I will not be a burden. In the ensuing fortnight, the group rested near the altar of the fallen deities. Tang San provided the remnants of the Shadow God Pavilion's forces distribution map, to the two great empires, entrusting them with the task of eradication. Chu Xiao endeavored to communicate with the extreme abyss divine seal, hoping to discover a pathway to the divine realm, yet the seal remained silent, as though the recent battle had drained its strength. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Douluo, Ning Rongrong familiarized herself with the newly awakened abilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which not only amplified soul power, but also briefly neutralized extreme energies. On the day of parting, the fissure of the fallen god platform had narrowed to less than a meter wide, its edges adorned with delicate ice crystals and flames, as if the powers of ice and fire were jointly safeguarding the last vestige of tranquility. Chu Xiao gently placed the shards of the ice essence dagger beside Mo Chen's stone tomb and whispered, "The continent is under their watch, rest assured." Ning Rongrong cast a final glance toward the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, burying her longing deep within her heart, before turning to stand shoulder to shoulder with the two companions. The Extreme Abyss Divine Seal, the Haotian Hammer, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower simultaneously ignited, the radiance of the three divine fragments intertwining to form a luminous pillar that soared into the heavens. This beam pierced through the clouds, tearing open a stargate in the sky, behind which lay a resplendent river of stars, faint outlines of floating divine temples barely discernible. Is this the path to the divine realm? Curiosity and trepidation shimmered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Tang San grasped her hand and then turned to Chu Xiao. The three exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Let us proceed. Facing the brilliance of the stargate, the trio leaped forth, their figures vanishing amidst the dazzling river of stars. The luminous pillar gradually dissipated, and the fissure of the fallen god platform healed completely, leaving behind only the residual energy imprints of the three divine fragments, quietly flickering upon the stone surface. The sea of clouds roiled, sunlight piercing through the canopy, casting warmth and brightness upon the fallen god platform.